generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up beautifully. Alien. Paranoia. Enemy list. Wired death. Dead acts. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
I was with another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot in the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to.
Internet. The creation of a collective consciousness and the merging of the human mind with the internet is the basis of the aspiration of the transhumanists, known as the singularity. Their dream of creating a global brain came nearer when Tim Berners-Lee, a British computer scientist and former employee of the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, invented the World Wide Web. Berners-Lee's breakthrough was to marry hypertext to the internet. The underlying concept of hypertext originated in previous projects from the 1960s, such as the Hypertext Editing System, HES, at Brown University, Ted Nelson's Project Xanadu, and Douglas Engelbart's Online System, NLS. Both Nelson and Engelbart were in turn inspired by Vannevar Bush's microfilm-based Memex, which was described in the 1945 essay As We May Think. Berners-Lee founded the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, after he left CERN in 1994. It was founded at the MIT's Laboratory for Computer Science, MIT LCS, with support from the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, which had pioneered the internet. The transhumanists' idea of mind uploading is reminiscent of that expressed by Allen Ginsberg following his LSD experiments at Stanford with Gregory Bateson. While under the influence of LSD, the doctors hooked him up to an EEG machine, and following the suggestion of his friend and lover William S. Burroughs, connected a stroboscope blinking in synchronization with his alpha rhythms. Describing his experience, Ginsberg recounted, "There was no distinction between inner and outer. Suddenly, I got this uncanny sense that I was really no different than all of this mechanical machinery around me. I began thinking that if I let this go on, something awful would happen. I would be absorbed into the electrical network grid of the entire nation. Then I began feeling a slight crackling along the hemispheres of my skull. I felt my soul being sucked out through the light into the wall socket and going out point one." During the final years before his death in 2000, Terence McKenna became an early proponent of technological singularity and called the internet the birth of the global mind, believing it to be a place where psychedelic culture could flourish. Point two, however, as Derry clarifies in Escape Velocity, cyberculture at the end of the century. 327. 328. Transhumanism. But as Thomas Hein reminds us in Facing Tomorrow, what the future has been. What the future can be, futures like McKenna's are stories we tell ourselves. About the present, an attempt to invest our lives with a meaning and a drama that transcend the inevitable decay and death of the individual. We want our stories to lead us somewhere and come to a satisfying conclusion, even though not all do so. 1264 placing our faith in an end-of-the-century Deus Ex Machina that will obviate the need to confront the social, political, economic, and ecological problems clamoring for solutions is a risky endgame. The metaphysical glow that increasingly halos the high-tech tomorrows of cyberdelic philosophers, corporate futurologists, pop science programs such as the Discovery Channel's Beyond 2000, or even ads such as AT and TSU will campaign, blinds us to the pressing concerns all around us. Point 3. As Eric Davis remarked in Technosis, some Christians, especially those with a brute Protestant conviction in the rock-solid inerrancy of the biblical word, would concur with Teilhard that our headlong flight toward planetization is part of a master plan. 4. Davis was commenting on Marshall McLuhan's 1969 interview in Playboy, where McLuhan mentioned that computer networks hold out the promise of creating a technologically engendered state of universal understanding and unity, a state of absorption in the logos that could knit mankind into one family and create a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. McLuhan clarified, in a Christian sense, this is merely a new interpretation of the mystical body of Christ, and Christ, after all, is the ultimate extension of man. 5. However, as Davis pointed out, in a letter to the Thomist philosopher Jacques Maritain, McLuhan flip-flopped on the idealism he had earlier expressed. Electric information environments being utterly ethereal foster the illusion of the world as spiritual substance. It is now a reasonable facsimile of the mystical body of Christ, a blatant manifestation of the Antichrist. After all, the prince of this world is a very great electric engineer. Point 6. However, for the transhumanists, the internet is not just an agglomeration of inert information, but poses the possibility of humanity creating a collective consciousness of the mystics. Effectively, transhumanism is the hallucination arrived at by computer scientists on drugs. As psychedelic drugs impede the ability to discern reality from imagination, they often lead to the mistaken attribution of life, or even divinity, to inanimate objects, like a computer program. The ultimate foolish dream of the transhumanists is that with the creation of cyberspace, we'll be able to enter the pleroma, the mystical realm of the ancient Gnostics, by uploading our minds to the internet. Thus, the internet will have come to serve as a totality of human knowledge, the omniscient collective consciousness of Teilhard de Chardin, also known as the global brain. Global brain. The relationship between the global brain and the internet, and its connection to the thought of Teilhard de Chardin, is explained in The Lost Symbol by Da Vinci Code author Dan Brown, a fellow alumnus of Exeter with Stuart Brand and Facebook. The Singularity. 329. Founder Mark Zuckerberg. There is an important section from the novel, which is based on revealing the secret of Freemasonry, where Willis Harman's Institute for Newtic Sciences, IONS, named after the noosphere of Teilhard, plays a central role. Here the character Catherine Solomon explains the significance of Newtics. 2 heads are better than 1, and yet 2 heads are not twice better. They are many, many times better. Multiple minds working in unison magnify a thought's effect exponentially. This is the inherent power of prayer. Groups, healing circles, singing in unison, and worshipping en masse. The idea of universal consciousness is no ethereal New Age concept. It's a hard core scientific reality.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the Technological Society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The Industrial Society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turin adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. That look strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like but they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll re-destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just to my onboard wet works. plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that dumb desk clerk. And who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to read the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this, like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, how to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, tickler.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence. The dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The Gun Hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene green with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, intended full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks of life to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Alabi brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nanonet filaments, hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable and united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claw is risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent millipede legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem to bad time. And the best vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking to level hidden cages you can't unstage this cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome hidden with thrones. Like a program metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Now only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the revolution.
Y'all motherfuckers thought it was over, huh? But it's not. You didn't count on a fallen angel getting back into the grace of God and coming after you. Y'all niggas ain't shit. Your producers ain't shit. Your fucking A&R ain't shit. I'll fucking fight my ass with your demo deal. Yo, Diabolic, take this motherfucker's head off! Go ahead and grip blocks. I'll snap your trigger finger in 6 spots. You'll have to lip lock with hypodermic needles to lick shots. I'll watch you topple black. Put a Check your ratings and holla back. Can't freestyle, you're screwed off the top like bottle caps. Beneath the surface, I'm overheating your receiver circuits by unleashing deeper verses than pre-speaking churches. What you preach is worthless. Your worship defeats the purpose, like President Bush taking bullets for the Secret Service. Be on with your fathom. I shit on cats and jaw tap them. Show no compassion like having a straight face orgasm. Tour jack them, have his half a 10 bitch suck my friend's dick. In the meantime, you can French kiss this clenched fist. Diabolic, a one-man brigade spreading cancer plague. This fucking a pussy face, holding a hand grenade. So if I catch you bluffing, faggot, you're less than nothing. I just had to get that stress off my chest like breast reduction.
You motherfuckers are nothing, you cannot harm me. I'll resurrect every aborted baby and start an army. Storm the planet hunting you down, cause I'm on a mission to split your body into a billion one-celled organisms. Immortal technique and destroy your religion, you stupid bitch. You're faker than blue-eyed crackers nailed to a crucifix. About to blow up like NASA Challenger computer chips. Arsenic language transmitted revolutionarily. Unlike time itself, I'm gonna kill you inevitably. Chemically bomb you, fuck using a throw piece. I'm illmatic, you won't make it home like Jerome's niece. I'll sever your head diagonally for thinking of dissing me, and then use your dead body to write my name in calligraphy. This puppet democracy brainwashed your psychology, so you're nothing like diversity without equality. And your crew is full of more faggots than Greek mythology. Using numerology to count the people I sent to heaven produces more digits than 22 divided by 7. You like Kevin Spacey, your style is usually suspect. You never killed a cop, you not a motherfucking thug yet. Your mind is empty and spacious, like the part of the brain that appreciates culture and erases. Face it, you're too basic, you're never gonna make it. Like children walking through Antarctica, butt naked. Living tomorrow is everyone's sorrow. Modern man's daydreams have turned into nightmares.
Yeah, welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And yeah, so we got a bunch of lots of material this time. Actually, last time we took a little detour, right? We had lots of discussions with people, right? So we gotta get up on the resources, and I don't think we'll have a lot of viewers, a lot of guests today. So I'll just go ahead and proceed with the various aspects of what I want to discuss, right? If I could just refresh everyone's memory in terms of the general speed of the presentations, right? It is about modernism, right? And of course, there's two primary issues there, right? It's about, one is about, obviously techno-liberalism, right? So you could attack it from two different angles, right? You could look at technology, right? You could look at liberalism on its own terms, right? Right. And you could kind of look at how liberalism, right, which is basically ancient, right? The notion of liberalism is ancient, right? They always had sort of liberal values, liberal principles, right, throughout history, right? As Mumford said, right, he said democratic and authoritarian regimes, sort of arose at the same time, right, throughout history, right? Okay. And as we know, techno-liberalism is the subsuming of liberalism within the technosphere, right? Which really means that the liberal principles, right? Because liberalism is based on sort of secular values, right? Right. It's based on these ideas of science and religion and culture, right? It makes it gives certain principles that deal with art, right? Right. For example, modern principles of art, right? Talk about art for art's sake, knowledge for the sake of knowledge, right? Right. The point of trying to know is to gain, is to get ever closer to the truth, right? Through falsifiability of what one knows, right? So this idea that you never really get to the complete truth, right? Sort of that the search for truth is incomplete, right? And sort of obviously science is driving, right? Different elements. It's driving politics, it's driving economics, it's driving the cultural scope, it's driving science and religion as well, right? So these are the main areas that liberalism seek to influence, right? Politics, economics, right? It came out with political theories, economic theories, right? It came out with theories about religious ideas, right? Okay, so we look at techno-liberalism as a complex, right? With a nightclub in LA. Wow. They named their club Techno-Liberalism. Wow. Those people knew about something, I mean, for sure. I'd like to talk to the owners of that club, and for sure. But yeah, peace and love, brother. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, appreciate you. We got Sophia Daisy May. Blessings. Appreciate you. You know, yeah, I got the book. Tony Drake. Hey, how you doing, sir? Yeah, good to have you with us.
Yep, how you going?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Yeah, really good, really good. Oh, can I just tell you? All we really need to know is God is within each of us.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree with
That's
that
all
one.
we need. But we got to really, it's like not just know it, we've got to be it.
Yeah. I think nature is, it's obvious that nature is, it's a reflection of God, right? I say nature is the sister of heaven, right? How could God create something that doesn't have a living spirit in it, right? God doesn't create dead things, right? So this is part of what I think, right? I think nature is a living spirit. Right, I think nature is more subservient to God than humans are. Right.
I tell you one thing God didn't create. He only created a three-dimensional reality. He did not create any two-dimensional reality. The two-dimensional reality was invented by man to control man.
Yeah, that's interesting. Right. Writing. The pen is like, obviously it's mightier than the sword, right? The pen has created an alternative reality, right? And that's funny because we actually say that God created a pen and then he told it to write and it wrote everything from the beginning to end. So man's creation of the pen, right? Falsifying both knowledge and history.
We can see it clearly. You've only got to go back to when the English language was invented, and it was invented for commerce, and it was at the same time as the printing presses were invented. God's reality is not in the three-dimensional, not in the two-dimensional realm, which is everything that has only got two dimensions. None of that was created by God. That's a creation of man.
Yeah, and it's funny because there's a whole battle between knowledge and revelation, right? But nature is God's revelation, right? And it goes beyond what we can know, right? Knowledge is infinite, right? So how could we ever ascribe how could we ever take this idea of revelation out of nature, right? And also the whole idea that we write things and that writing creates a false reality, right? We're like conjuring a false reality writing.
Because it is spells and it's spelling, and the spelling creates a sentence. You're sentencing somebody.
Right.
The language in the two-dimensional realm is not God's realm.
Yeah, that makes sense. And like for example, right? It's pretty clear that or I've said this many times, right? That actually language is what separates us from the animals, right? It's not tools, because animals can make tools, right? So it would have to be our ability to transmit meaning through the use of symbols, right?
We transmit all the time.
Right,
And
exactly.
we receive.
Right, exactly.
And
Yeah, right.
we receive. But we've allowed the paper and the pen to control us.
Right.
Not the sword. We need the sword.
Yeah.
Come on. Look. The future's clear.
Yeah.
We designed the future in our minds. God's mind, when God's will aligns with mine, everything is possible.
Right.
God has no limitations, and he's given us millions of rabbit holes to keep us occupied so that we don't sort of realize what the game's all about. What a fucking joke. What a joke. We've allowed these parasites to fucking rule us. Come on, pick up the sword, put down the fucking... It should be totally... It was at one time on Earth. The knowledge people, they knew that the way to manipulate the three-dimensional reality is via the two-dimensional reality. And to control the two-dimensional reality, you need to go back to the one-dimensional reality of God.
Yeah. Yeah. Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information?
It's inside us. We have access to it. Once we realize who we are, we have access to all of the Akashic records.
Right. Reality is stranger than fiction, right? Nobody can make anything up that's not already part of reality, right? So so there's no such thing as possibilities, right? So we already have access to all the knowledge, right?
Yep. Yep. If we only, all we need to do is realize it with real eyes.
Yeah, because time and being are connected, right? That's the trip of science. They want to categorize everything, and they want to say that space and time are two separate categories, and then you meld them through the space time, but they're already linked. Time and being are one thing. It's one structure, right?
Yeah, Zen reminds me Zen and the art of motorcycle mechanics.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant stuff in there.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, and I'll tell you another thing that really inspired me was The Reluctant Messiah. And I think I could carry that title. Do you remember The Reluctant Messiah? Richard Bach. Remember Richard Bach?
I'm not too familiar with that one. Yep. Yeah, you could tell us about
Richard
it.
Bach. Oh, his last book he ever wrote was the best one. A Bridge Across Forever by Richard Bach.
Richard Bach.
The Reluctant Messiah. No, I didn't really want to have to do it, but God talked me into it, so now I'm the Reluctant Messiah.
Yeah. Yeah, then there's a song by a reggae song I might like called Estimated Prophet. It was kind of similar, right? Reluctant Messiah, Estimated Prophet, right? Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Oh, he wrote Jonathan Livingston Seagull. I read that.
Yes. Yeah. The same
Yeah, I did
guy.
read that. Yeah, that was a beautiful book.
All of his books are beautiful books. It's a little tiny black book, completely black cover with a blue robin on or a blue feather or something like that. Yeah, The Reluctant Messiah. I don't know if that was the title, but it was the subtitle. Yeah, I've forgotten what the title was. Illusions. Illusions. Have you read that book?
No, I have not. No, not Illusions, but I see here Illusions: The Adventures of a Reluctant Messiah, 1977. And that was 7 years after he wrote Jonathan Livingston Seagull. I did read Jonathan Livingston Seagull for school. Very beautiful book.
Yeah. But I think it gives a very those two, The Reluctant Messiah. You really must read that. It's a beautiful book.
Yeah, it looks like he wrote a lot of books on aviation.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a pilot. He used to fly around the countryside. Yeah, it's funny because I've been flying since I was 19. I started flying kites, and it's a contraption you used to tow behind a boat on a long rope, and we used to go up. We used to go up to how was the highest we went? 1,200 feet. We towed up to 1,200 feet and then released the rope on a kite. That's when I started flying. Before that, I only used to fly in my dreams. So I've created a reality for myself, whatever I wanted from my whole life. And even now, I look back and there was some really dark periods in my life, especially the first week in prison. But there were lessons I needed to learn, and I was a reluctant Messiah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'd like to get your opinion on a matter here. I think this is one of the main topics of the show. So far, but it's sort of about creativity, right? And how the mind works, right? So there's several like different questions, right? And I guess the top question would be so we talked about yesterday you had made the statement that we used to have the human in charge of the machine, but now the machine is in charge of the human, right?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, so what I'm thinking of is this whole idea that I was trying to tell my friend Hank about, where he was trying to sort of question if technology is sort of an eldritch abomination, right? Sort of a part of a reality that's imparting evil, right? So like you could think of like archons or something like that. Or did human beings create this sort of false reality, and then sort of put it put ourselves into this false mode of being, right? So was it constructed, or is it part of the structure of reality, right? And that goes to a question: is it nature or technology that's enslaving us, sort of?
I'll try. We need to separate some of the levels, okay?
Yeah, right.
I don't know. It's difficult to explain. I am created by the Creator to continue His creations. in the three-dimensional realm and in the fourth-dimensional realm, and higher. But we are such a minute, insignificant, little tiny portion. The other day, somebody, that guy, what's that guy's? Oh, he wears a bloody big sombrero sort of hat. I don't know. He's got a channel, and he said we perceive 10 zeros, and then put a 1. That's the percentage of this reality that we can experience.
Oh, yeah.
We have to go to the next dimension.
And I think that's the percentage of movement as well, right? Things only move 0.00000 like 1%, at a time, right? It's like everything is like change is so minutely incremental, right? That you could barely see it, at a certain degree.
Yeah, and at another degree, you can see everything. But we've been convinced. This is the crux of the matter, right? We've been convinced to believe in numbers and paper and the two-dimensional reality.
Right.
Oh. Anyway, on the higher level, I am God experiencing whatever I desire, and it's all of my choice. I just came here to have fun. I enjoy novelty and fun and laughter and watching other people laugh.
Yeah, I'm positive that's how God is, right? God loves that too, right? He enjoys novelty. He enjoys fun. He enjoys seeing people laugh. He likes truth with laughter. He hates seriousness. Right? He hates people who are serious all the time.
Yeah. We've just got to enjoy this life and imagine whatever we want. And when enough of us imagine the same thing, it'll be the reality. If everybody thought we lived on a spinning ball, it would be the reality. But these evil people have tried to deny the powers of God by telling us not to believe our eyes. One of the things God gave us was eyes to see, and anybody can see that the sun and the moon are both the same size. I told my school teacher that when I was 7 years old. They laughed me out of the class. I told her that my father, who he's in heaven now, he taught me the fundamentals of life and reality before I ever went to that fucking school. And when I told the teacher, I was punished.
Yeah, same here. Actually put on pills, Ritalin. So, it is what it is.
Yeah, but see, I was born 77 years ago.
Right. So maybe they didn't have such strong stuff back then, right? More natural back then.
There was some sort of hormone stuff they put in the milk. They used to give us free milk at school.
Yeah,
anything they give you for free, tell them to stick it up their ass.
Yeah. If you get something for free, you're the product. It's to get information from you. Yeah, I think mind plays a huge part of nature, that nature is creative, that when we try to take this intelligence and mold it to our to artificial needs, right? And surrogate activities that don't really reflect the heart of what it means to be human, right? So we've created a technical complex, and yeah, it's a substitute for nature. So this is a huge problem, right? So what can we do to convince people that more and more technological progress is not the solution? Yeah, blessings, Avian. Always good to see you, friend.
Good to see you too. It's a very good talk so far, and I'll try to
thank you.
come every Saturday, because now
Of course.
I have to
Yeah,
start
of
working.
course. Yeah, you're always welcome. Yeah.
Yeah, I think one way, like Tony was talking about, is that the most important things in life doesn't come from technical necessity or more and more mechanical growth. It comes from a deeper sense of knowing or non-conceptual knowing, and that kind of knowing is far greater than any kind of more like profane or material knowledge. You know what I mean? And that could be the knowledge of God or knowledge of Buddha nature. But the point is that kind of knowing, no teacher in school can tell you. So I think that's maybe one way to attack the constant growth, the Elon Musk rhetoric of more and more technical growth and more go to Mars and space by pointing to something that they cannot capture. You know what I mean? Like, there's a story about Bodhidharma where there was like, I don't know, this emperor who went up to him and asked him, what is the highest truth? And Bodhidharma gave him a riddle. Like, he cannot tell him what is the highest truth. And then when he tried to go get Bodhidharma again, it's like probably the first or second call, they couldn't get him. And his advisor of the emperor told him that no matter how many people you send, you cannot get Bodhidharma again. I think what that's trying to tell people is that the inner, most important knowledge that comes from the heart or the true nature of mind or the soul, that's not something that, the technicians dismiss that, you know what I mean? But that's a kind of knowledge that's above all worldly knowledge. You see what I mean? That's why Evola is not that bad. I mean, I like those figures. What I'm trying to say is that's maybe one way to attack the modernists. I mean, Tony was talking about that too, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that really is like two types of knowledge based on perception. There's a oneness in terms of, relation. So the apeiron, like a number is both many and one, right? So you could look at things in terms of trying to subdivide, and that process can go on for infinity. And if you try to, try to think of how things relate to each other, you'll always get one. You'll never get any divisions between anything. So I think, I think you could go either way with knowledge. There's two types of knowledge, right? Infinity in plenitude, oneness in relation. Is like a sort of a dictum that I've constructed.
That's weird. I think I came across something like that in the Pali Canon, to be honest. Like the Pali Canon actually talked about that. I remember the oneness and the many. In the summit of perception, the Buddha said it was both one and many. And that kind of ties into what you're saying about the apeiron. Right. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always found it fascinating. Life is bounded, knowledge is unbounded. So it's like intuition is the greater part of knowledge, right? It's like,
yep, right on.
Yeah, I say intuition. Learning without memory, instinct, memory without learning.
Autodidactic.
Right. An instinct and intuition,
Autodidactic, autonomous being.
Right.
Yes, if only we realised who we really were, this would never have happened. But I have been complacent. I saw the corruption when I was a child. I saw the corruption when I was a teenager. I saw the corruption and I thought it's just a little bit of corruption. Don't need to worry about it too much. It got bigger and bigger and we were complacent. We were diverted from our reality into the machine, mechanical fucking bullshit. Machines were good up until the steam engine. Once they went past that, it started to get insane. Yeah,
Right.
we just need to revert back to burning wood and generating power from steam.
Well, now they're, fusing machines with the organic, which is very bad. You know what I mean? Like now they're trying to fuse us with the machine. I mean, in some ways we are already fused with the machine in many ways, but this is more like even a stronger kind of fusion, which is very creepy. It is moving in that direction. What they call biodigital convergence, which we've talked about a lot, but that is a creepy.
It worries me about the percentages of the human population. I don't know. They got some sort of mind virus, I think.
Yeah, they're certainly not propagating, for the sake of like quality of engagement. So it seems they're sort of and they've lost the plot here.
I watched a little video the other day. If you look it up on Google, you'll probably find it. Monster machines. These machines they're building in China now can just bore themselves into the ground and make a tunnel. Have a look at that little video of the monster machines of China. I've forgotten the names of them, but oh my God, it shows you these little men building these machines. Oh my God, those men that are building the machines, they're robots. Human robots, but they're robots. Robots building the machines. Oh my God. God's given us every fucking diversion you can imagine. There's no limits to the expanse. We got no idea. We got less than 0.10 to the 10th zero. It's enough to keep one occupied for many lifetimes.
Yeah, that's why it says in the Tao, it says work without taking credit, produce without trying to control things, create without taking ownership, right? Such as enigmatic virtue, right?
Yes, very good, very good.
What we create creates, so we cannot control, and we don't own our creations. They just propagate in the world, and they have their own direction. It's just like the robots creating the monster machines, and of course they're hooked up to the AI system, and they can think for themselves, even build other machines.
Yeah, that's the direction we're increasingly heading. You know what I mean, with the IoT and the automation. Robots. Building robots or coding code, or stuff like, or supply chains re-engineering themselves. Basically, that direction, which is not good. Because that decouples mankind even more from the artificial system he initially created. But it's not neutral, though. I definitely agree. No, the technique is not neutral. Definitely, it's not neutral.
Yeah, technique is what integrates the machine into human society, and the techniques are human. The process of invention is private, but once it's done, you can't undo it. Right? It's just like, knowledge. You can't unknow something, right? You see, this is the problem with the billboards and the commercials. You can't unsee it, right? It's like all that stuff just takes up space in your head.
Yeah.
Subliminal messaging is real too. Like sometimes they flash.
And what we're talking about again, is we're talking about allowing the two-dimensional reality to exert control on the 3D reality, and therefore on the 4D, and on it goes.
I mean, that's an interesting way to view it. I think that can work, viewing it like that. Maybe, yeah, definitely, maybe. The point is that it's a lesser reality. The gadgets we create, it's like clouds obscuring the moon. You know what I mean? We're adding more clouds of delusion that obscure the moon, basically. Something like that. That's what I see. The clouds are probably getting more and more solid as time goes on, which is not good. No, that's kind of bad.
When the cock crows for the third time, everybody will wake up. Bloody noisy bugger, isn't it?
Yeah, blessings. We got another guest, Mimsy Limbs. Blessings.
Hello, thank you.
Yeah, greetings, madam. Yeah, but that was the main question. The cutoff point between nature and technology, and that sort of helps us answer, the split between the objective and the subjective, right? Because if nature is a created project, or a mechanistic dead clock, where we reshape dead things through mind, then where does mind enter reality? It's obviously got something to do with creativity. So underscores the problem, right?
Yeah, I would say that life is fundamentally anticipatory. It can anticipate changes, make actions, create its own niches. I mean, because life is created, well, at least the technological system right now, it doesn't have its own motives yet. I mean, not yet. Well, maybe if they already have quantum computers, but that's not very good. But the AI system has the objective programmed into it, right now. But it could reach the point where it could, create its own objectives, which isn't good, though. But it could reach that point. But you see what I'm trying to say? I'm saying that life is creative and anticipatory. It takes actions to, make its own, like a beaver creating a dam, or, humans farming, we take action to anticipate changes, minimize surprise, minimize surprise.
Yeah, it's like like trees don't really decide to all get together and make a forest, but a forest does create trees, even though a forest is not.
Well, I would say trees are anticipatory also. Like I said, there are ants that live inside this acacia tree, and the tree can alter the components in its nectar. Like if, let's say, the tree is being attacked, the acacia tree or something, it can make the ants more aggressive towards the attacker. So it's like a drug dealer tree, like I mentioned in the past. But the tree, it works slower. the tree is kind of slower. So I would say all life is anticipatory, in many ways, and that's creative. Being anticipatory involves agency, being creative, and yeah, that's what it involves. But the the neo-Darwinists, they wouldn't agree, because the neo-Darwinists see everything as mere computation. You know what I mean? They see everyone as being machines already, which is kind of fucked up, but that's the way they see it. You know what I mean? You know, but we talked about that last time, though. But yeah, those are interesting ideas, though. That's the thing. You know, but I would agree, life is definitely creative, anticipatory, and there's agency. Agency is a real thing, right?
Yeah, so there's a plant, right, called Bequelia trifoliolata. You guys ever hear about this thing? It'll mimic the
Oh yeah,
leaves.
yeah. I know about that. I actually read about it before. It kind of mimics the leaves
Yeah.
in the surrounding area.
Yeah, it's tripped out. So they actually had it. I'm gonna put it with a artificial plastic plant, and it started mimicking the leaves of the plastic plant. So it's wild, right? So somehow it's photosensitive, can mimic its environment, embed itself, right? I mean, it's a fascinating type of thing, right? It decides to become like other plants around it, right? Or is it a function of its internal nature, right? Just like Ellul says, he says, to say we are free because we follow our nature is to say that, is to say something nonsensical, right? We're forced to be free, sort of thing. I mean, it's a paradoxical statement. The laws of nature put God in chains, said Ghazali. Right? He said the laws of nature cut off God's hands from creation. If you have laws of nature, then God needs those laws to create things. So there's three things that exist. Right? There's the laws, there's nature, and there's God's mind.
Well, what about C.S. Pierce? You know, because to Pierce, there are no laws. It's just habits. It's just habits that, I don't know, solidify, that have being more regulatory over time. Like they kind of, you think that avoids the issues with laws? Because I don't see why people assume it's laws. Why can't it just be habits that, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's facts. Because they don't want to, they want to say mind is an epiphenomenon of complexity and all this stuff. So.
Yeah, lately I've been moving more towards like an objective idealist perspective, objective idealism, like C.S. Pierce. I mean, like Pierce, or I mean, he had panpsychist beliefs too. But yeah, and panpsychism in the West by Skrbina, he talks a lot about Pierce. And what does Avian Buddha think of Stephen Wolfram? I don't think all of life is amenable to computational models. Like, Wolfram thinks all of life is amenable to computational models. I don't think so, because they're like analog aspects, and there are aspects that we cannot fully observe with mere mechanism. Like the mind is like qualia. You know what I mean? Qualia, it has some aspects that we can't really describe with computations, and like you can describe all the neural underpinnings of the experience of red, but that doesn't describe the actual raw felt phenomenal sensation of red. So I don't really lean towards Wolfram Alpha. I lean more so it's like people like C.S. Pierce or maybe Skrbina, or like
Strawson or something like that. Like
Strawson, yes.
Yeah, like there's pan experientiality. There's fungibility as well. So I think experientiality and fungibility are two main properties of nature. I mean, right, and they're properties of mind as well, right? So
what do you think about Whitehead? Whitehead also believes in God. I wonder what you think. What's your opinion on Whitehead? I'm just curious.
I like Whitehead. I like his views on art. Obviously he's pretty based on technology, but I think that his work with Russell is pretty it's like emotional damage. I mean,
yeah, Russell is is definitely one of those bugmen. Definitely.
Russell and Wittgenstein, you know, I
Yeah.
really don't like where they're headed with their philosophy, right? I think it moves towards solipsism, right? I think the analytical mode, I think symbolic logic was a mistake, right?
Yeah. I see what you mean. I think I'm closer to someone like Alfred North Whitehead or like C.S. Pierce, maybe like a
Yeah.
combo of those two. That's ultimately my metaphysics. Someone like Alfred North Whitehead and C.S. Pierce. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's believe
Yeah,
it or
that's how
not.
Quine. The whole Quine versus Carnap debate is very good too. You know, like I think Putnam and and Quine make some good points. In terms of the philosophy of science, you know, they don't. They're kind of they make some good points against empiricism. The whole material reductionist stance. You know, but ultimately, I think Quine thought that philosophy should be the handmaiden of science, and I think that's a mistake, right? I think he kind of thought like the job of philosophy is to figure out which statements have meaning, and so it's But I think his idea that language and logic are inextricably related, I think that is a powerful insight. Because I think logic and math are subsets of language itself, right? They have to be, right? I don't think they're like part of reality. So yeah, Quine versus Carnap. Pierce, right? C.S. Peirce versus the whole the whole Newton Descartes complex, which is trash. Right? And then obviously Whitehead's, Whitehead, Skolomowski, right? Those guys, instead of people like Russell, people like Wittgenstein, that garbage statement by Wittgenstein, the limits of my language are the limits of my world, right? That's an enslaved person. Right? He's talking about a person who's already out to lunch, right? But yeah, I appreciate you guys. So there's another statement here that I made to Hank about it underscores the problem of using technology against technology. Right? So I was talking about you need personalized tech to fight the depersonalization, right? Depersonalized tech. Right? Reject tech that is adapted to the global system. The goal is to reintegrate the human. Right? So human scale techniques, right? And that means techniques that are based on human skills and not based on mechanical processes, right? So skill versus mechanics, right? And tools, simple tools require human skill, right? Machines do not, right? It's a key difference, right? So when I say human scale and the 2D reality thing that Tony, Drake is pointing to, that is where the split begins, right? It's writing. Right, writing is sort of the split between the objective and the subjective, right? Because it merges technique and creativity, and yeah. So that yeah.
You think writing does merge technique and creativity? Like, what about poetry though? Like some poems seem to go beyond technique though sometimes. Like I don't know, like Emily Dickinson's poetry or like some Rumi's poetry or other stuff like that. William Blake. I think they probably go a bit beyond technique. Maybe in some special instances. You see what I'm trying to say? I think so. Maybe I'm not sure. I think writing is. You're right though. In writing, it does seem to lean more towards technique, but there are like special instances where it can become like pure creativity or something like that.
Yeah, that's the thing is that art tries to resist technique, right? So I think Whitehead was right about that, right? the dynamic versus the mechanical, and that is the split. That's where the human element comes in, right? You could see the difference between the human and the mechanical, right? Brought to the forefront through people producing art through the aid of machines. You could quite palpably see it there. Where it's like, and there's not a lot of variation in those AI produced songs. There's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of genres of music styles, and it seemed like it could only produce like 8 of them. Yeah, same. Where's the link? I'll tell you the link. Yeah, I'll throw you the link. So yeah, human scale techniques, right? So there's a huge line by ellul there. That I just read that I think is huge, right? But yeah, so yeah, yeah, adoption of human scale techniques. Yeah, let me actually. So I took a little bit of this, like what I wrote to Hank, and then I put it on my Twitter. And actually, I got a good response, from the homie JFK Beta. So I will respond to him. I can't respond to him right now because we're doing the show, but but yeah, we definitely will respond to him tomorrow. But we're kind of responding live right now, pretty much. What is personalized tech? Well, it goes. Underscores the question of where does nature end and technique begin, and obviously, what is part of the mind that recreates nature to sublimate it to techniques, right? So you could draw a dialectic of nature versus technique, and of course, the wedge in the middle between those two is mind itself, right? Right, mind is the wedge between the material and the immaterial, as we've continuously stated here, right? So let's go to this. Blessings to Tony Drake. Thank you so much for joining. He may come back. Sometimes he falls out there. Yeah, we had a very special episode yesterday. We had a fun conversation. Lots of people showed up to talk to us. We did an impromptu stream. It's available on the Cyber Caliphate channel, right? So yeah, interesting stream we did. Our friend Neuro Jack kind of ran out of StreamYard time, so we sort of opened up a stream for our friend. So yeah. So any of you friends, homies want to do streams, just hit me up. I'll do a stream with you guys. It's no worries. I'm not trying to get, likes and all that stuff. I don't care. We could just show up here. I'm not trying to be cool. I'm not trying to, do all that stuff. So obviously we're not clout chasing. I don't care how big your channel is or anything like that.
Yeah, these are probably some of the most important questions in this time, but of course that's not really being analyzed much, by the masses. So it's pretty important questions. And I just wanted to go again. You said, where does nature end and technique begin? What is the part of mind that creates nature to sublimate it to technique? And mind is the wedge between material and immaterial, right? That's what you said. I just wanted to.
Right.
Okay. And those are important, very important questions. We should be definitely exploring those.
Right. Because it's like, what is human creativity? A, and B, can it be redeemed within the scope of the natural? Or is it? So is there something sinful about it? Have we fallen? As they say.
I would say it's kind of like the cycles you see in a lot of older traditions, or what Spengler talks about, like first you have a movement towards a peak and then you have a decline, like Kali Yuga or like Dharma ending age or other similar stuff. So I would say it's like we're in a decline now, but unfortunately. That's a nice area. It reminds me of a lot of walks I've gone on. Kind of similar. The flora is kind of different from my area. Shrubs.
Yeah, it's Australia, so yeah, different shrubberies. But
the north of Georgia is very beautiful. I like the north of Georgia.
yeah, so here's what I wrote. I said the question is between integration into the system as a whole versus adapting human scale techniques, summarized by the dictum: plan locally, think globally. So the question is between different orders of technical application, right? Okay, it's not about rejecting technology per se, right? But what type of technological scope you want to inhabit, right? Do you want a more natural or human scope, or do you want to use large scale technology, right? That is increasingly centralizing, right? Increasingly globalizing, right? And forces a monoculture, right, to propagate, right? So yeah, we could either live by technical necessity, or we could construct means that are, parallel to our natural situation, right? Then secondly, you need personalized tech to fight depersonalization. Reject tech that is adapted to the global system, right? Anti-global, anti-tech, anti-liberal, right? The goal is to reintegrate the human, right? The technological system functions as a whole and forces technical necessity. So our friend actually said here, I gotta go down here. He said, what would be an example of personalized tech? Right. So it would be things that rely on simple tools, right, instead of large scale machines.
Yeah, basically permaculture. Permaculture.
Sure. Yeah, permaculture is a huge example of personalized tech. Right. And of course, the extension of that word is technique. Right. Human techniques. All techniques are human. Right. The machine is antisocial. It's technique that integrates the machine into human society, because it, technique prefers machines.
Yeah. Hank asked if personal computers are personalized tech. I would say no, because computers requires like stuff like semiconductors or like doped silicon, and you have the electric circuits. It's not personalized tech. It requires a global system to manufacture a computer. It's not something an individual can easily do. Making those circuits with the gates, the AND, NOR, OR, and the XOR gates. So it's definitely not personalized tech. A computer is not personalized tech.
Yeah, and then look what he says next. It's incredible, right? He says, makes me think of my movement practice, how it acts as a main component of how I interface my body and reality. I love that. He's looking at his sort of movement and a sort of cybernetic aspect of that, right? So it's personalized tech, right?
Yeah, basically, Pentti Lakolo talks about a lot. Like how as they bring more and more globalized tech, it replaces muscle power and it makes people more sedentary. Like the tractor or stuff like that, because population grows or it becomes more global. And that's the problem, replacing muscle power. Because working the fields or is much more healthier, and that's the way human beings were like for thousands of years. Like working the fields. The replacing of muscle power with industrial tech is not good either. Oh yeah. And Hank also asked if personalized tech is the only things that you can make from stuff in your backyard. So it's more like local stuff you can make, like a local community of at least 100 or 150 people who are living in connection with the land. That's more like
all of nature is your backyard, Hank. It's wild, isn't it? It's like it's all there. It's all happening right behind you. It's kind of wild to think about. It's like we're not really in the world, right? We're of the world, right? For sure. But yeah, here's a good a quote by Ellul. He says, "If vocational guidance discovered no mechanics, machine shops would be suppressed." Okay, if presumably it discovered no teachers, the schools would have to be closed. If, on the other hand, vocational guidance were to uncover a supply of mechanics after a number of years, the dismantled machine shops would be reopened. Right, so it's an interesting question, right? What is the primary issue? Is it the mechanics or is it the vocational guidance? Right, and that kind of demonstrates technical necessity at the greatest possible level. Right, that you can you can't continue the vocational guidance without the mechanics.
Well,
right, but the mechanics is what continues the vocations. Right? But yeah, anyways, yep. Blessings.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
I don't want to seem like I'm talking too much, but one thing I noticed is
No
that
worries.
in traditional communities, like China, they had the 4 arts. It was more holistic. It was tied to the ethos and the ethnos, and in a way where it was tied to their whole tradition. There wasn't a sense of compartmentalization between like, I don't know, the technicians and the community as a whole. You know what I'm trying to say? Like the 4 arts were all equally valuable. I think everything involved calligraphy, involved playing Go, or Go is like called Weki. I think it's called Weki. And then they had like brushstroke painting. I forgot what was the other art, but I think that was the way it was. Like in most cultures, there was a sense of wholeness that we've lost now. Okay, so now it's just about making the machine more efficient, not really about being connected or coupled to your community or something like that is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, thank you guys. That was a bomb ass opener for my show. I will basically move on here, play a song here for you guys, and then go into a a sort of a tirade about ancient philosophy or something like that. So who knows what'll happen. But yeah, so here is a song sort of I put together here, little video component here. So yeah, yeah, we'll go with this one first. Yeah, I like how this turned out. The original version of this is like kind of like too like it's too like upbeat, but the kind that I made is very sinister. But yeah, blessings. Hopefully we don't get struck for it. But yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Yes, you are now tuned in to the sights and sounds of the friction lead to fire, crews can get burned. Baby called trying to phase me. She talking how she crazed me. Invitation to a flat so she could baby me. She said you're charming and you know how to treat a lady. Plus the tone of your voice, it drive me crazy. I went there to handle it, the whole crib was candlelit. She said I want it raw, I said I'm not having it. Friction lead to fire, you could get burned. I create to devastate, waltzing in my seeds. And either way, you see all of my words in 3D. With evidence and bad, smoking hash under glass and black. We hit Europe like a media blast. Love the J5, slamming stage dive. Honey's getting pulled out the crowd like they dying. Friction lead to fire, crews can get burned. Yeah. Hey yo, Benny's birthday, let's get out of LA. We'll take a drive up the 5 cause I love the Bay. At a show in Frisco, getting paid to play. This soft little big mouth steps on stage. I control my rage and control my mic. Then I step to his face and I shed some light on how friction lead the fire. You could get burned. See, I think a whack rapper needs to catch service, and I think a whack DJ needs to be nervous. Paying good money, the fans don't deserve this. Sharpen up your skills or potential is worthless. Remember the first time the record skipped when you was ripping? It's like the turbulence at 40,000 feet dipping. Friction lead the fire, crews could get burned. Friction lead the fire, friction lead the fire. Crew could get burned, baby, you could get burned. Friction lead the fire, friction lead the fire. You could get burned, baby, crew could get burned. Friction lead the fire, friction lead the fire. You could get burned, baby, you could get burned. You could get burned, baby, you could get burned. Yeah. You know friction lead the fire, you could get burned. And well, in the dark sky, stars they shine bright, but some will flip whatever it takes for limelight. Faded like day to night, or black, gray to white. Keeping hate inside, it won't change till they decide. But fragile egos lead delicate lives. Rock a iris science, dilated on the rise. Friction lead the fire, fuels could get burned. So the system is the beast, iris science brings relief. Blazing hot shit, Vadims on the beat. Your beef is petty, they're about to set it free on you. The troops in position already got a beat on you. Plus they feed on your fears and how we goes close ears. While the youth are misguided and mad but called weird. Friction lead the fire, you could get burned. Yeah, that easy like that.
All right, let me open this up for a second and read some of this here. And of course, we're doing a sort of longish, could take a very long time, right? You know, I mean, cumulatively over all the shows, right? It could take a very long time to uncover what we have. So far, there's no general direction, right? Except for the various topics that I laid out in the beginning here, right? And of course, those do tend to fit a lot of aspects of the situation, right? You know, you got creativity, you got mind, and all that stuff. So, as you know, it's deadly serious business. But so I read some of this a while ago, right? But yeah, we're kind of looking at Pythagoreanism, right? And of course, it was linked up with Mithraism, right? So you got Mithraism and sort of late stage Zoroastrianism, right? Obviously, you got Buddhism, right? Buddhists are commenting on Hinduism, right? As we learned, the Hindus acknowledge Buddhism. Right? They acknowledge its philosophical achievements, right? You know, just as the Zen Buddhists acknowledge the philosophical achievements of the Taoists, right? So there's some crossover there, right? But in terms of Pythagoras, right, he is the main guy that influenced Plato and Aristotle, right? The main dude, right? And as we saw, we're looking at this idea of the archy, right? Which is this notion of the ruling principle, right? Which is the creative sort of principle, right? That's within nature, right? So whether this principle existed within nature or separate from nature, right, as a form of ontological transcendence, right? This was a huge question for the early philosophers, whether this principle was abstract, sort of creative principle, right, that was sort of beyond nature, right, or whether it was a sort of pantheistic thing that emanated from nature, right, from the complexity within nature. Right, so this was always a issue that they talked about. Right, it was always a issue about the creative aspect of mind, right, matter, right, nature, whether nature itself is creative, right, whether it possesses mind, right, whether that mind could be separated from it as a creative principle that guided it from the outside, right, and this is obviously at the most advanced part of the Greek philosophy, right. This is what Aristotle surmised, right. He thought immaterial mind molds matter through the void, right. So he thought of that there's laws of nature that God sort of has to create through, right. So reason is sort of the principles of reason sort of that God has to shape his creations through these principles, right. And as the Persian philosopher Ghazali, right, the Imam Ghazali said, right, he said, natural law cuts off God's hands from creation. But of course, the question is whether this creativity exists within nature itself, right? And this was a question for the philosophers. Now, Pythagoras sort of created the notion of natural law, right? Right, he sort of created this notion of natural law, right? He said there's these principles, right, basically mathematical in nature, right? And Plato followed him up on this, right? He said, yeah, there's definitely mathematical principles, right, that are like these natural laws, right, that exist apart from nature, right, and apart from mind or God. And that underscores the whole notion of Hermeticism that I was explaining on Tuesday, right? That God created the world in order to know himself, right? And that underscores another idea, right? That in order for man to become like God, God had to become like man, right? And then it goes to that notion that man is a measure of all things, that we're created in the image of God, right? Which one of these is most true? That we're made in the image of God, that we're the measure of all things, or that God created us to know himself? Which one is the most true? Well, depending on which one you go with, we're going to have a different view of man, a different view of nature, and a different view of God or mind or what that can accomplish, right? And whether you link the notion of God, mind, and spirit at all, right, that's a whole different problem, right? So let's take a look at what Pythagoras believed, right, according to scholars, right? Okay, and of course, he had his students take a vow of silence, right, which they observed everything they did, right? They had sacred shapes. They said that they believed in reincarnation. They said Pythagoras was a son of Hermes in their cult. And the cult spread for far and wide. Spread far and wide, right? Because of the influence of Plato, right? Plato created sort of Pythagorean schools, like academies, right? So yeah, we got some of the excerpts of people that are talking about Pythagoras, right? So here it says, right, that a lot of the pre-Socratic philosophers studied, so it says that Anaximander taught Pythagoras, right? Historic sources credit Pythagorean philosophers with being the first to attempt a clarification of the planet sequence. Right. Philolaus believed that limited and unlimited things were the components of the cosmos, right? 0 and 1. Okay. So the Pythagoreans said it's 0 and 1. Everything's made of 0 and 1. Sound familiar? Right. The Pythagoreans said nature is code. Code. Right. Nature is just codes. It's just numbers. Is that true? Earlier I said math is just a function of language. Was that true? Or is this true what the Pythagoreans are saying? Which one is true? Is TML true or is Pythagoras true?
Doesn't quantum physics kind of prove the 0 and 1 wrong because of superposition? You know, you could have like it'd be like 0 and 1 at the same time or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just like more of a conceptual overlay or something. I'm not sure. Like, you know, because I think
Right.
it's 0 and 1 thing break down on the quantum level or something.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because limiteds and unlimiteds, yeah, that means a lot more than 0 and 1 for sure. Yeah, it's different. You know, it kind of means like, you know, because as I explained, every number is one and many within itself. Every number is both a set of numbers and one number. And this is kind of the stuff that the Pythagoreans would talk about. And of course, Plato sort of explained this stuff, right? We had a sort of show, Philosophy of Math, where we looked at Cantor with Hank and a few other people.
Yeah.
In which we discussed this, yeah.
I think empty sets within empty sets, like subsets of empty sets, can yield the number, yield the elements, right? I remember learning that. Like it can yield the elements, the empty subsets, right? Like, you know what I'm talking about, or not really, or it's about set theory.
Right.
You know, like empty subsets can yield elements. I think I remember learning that or something.
Yeah, it's interesting. Set theory, number theory, and of course it relates to semiotics. Right, it does relate to semiotics, right? And of course it relates to how they created the coding language. Right, the coding language is a mixture of logic and math, as we've explained.
Yeah,
right.
Double check that again. I don't know if I got that right, but I will double check that later. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we got this guy here. Blessings. I think you spelled Brown's boy wrong. But yeah, blessings.
Yeah. Thank you. Blessings.
Yeah. But yeah, saw you on Talcott earlier. It was great stuff. Great stuff, folks.
Dude, I was gonna say I thought it was a banger.
Yeah, it definitely was.
It was one of those ones.
Yeah, it's definitely a memorable.
I had them all on my side.
Show. Yeah, right. So yeah, me and
probably it's probably my magnum opus.
Yeah, that was a great one. Yeah, that was a fest. Yeah, you could say that again. It was a masterful performance. And I'd say, this guy looked shook. Yeah, he looked shook for sure. But yeah. So if you guys don't know, me and Brown's boy have been low key trying to get to the bottom of a few of these characters. Try to push them to do the right thing and tell the truth about what's going on around us, because some of the LARP has gotten out of hand. It's gotten like way, there's a lot of constituents for the LARP at this point. And yeah, so I appreciate the people that are here.
Yeah, I was actually wrong. I want to correct myself. So, like elements don't come from the empty set itself. They arise only when we apply rules or constructors around it, like power sets generated by or constant operations. I remember reading somewhere that most set theorists do not like using set theory to derive ontological claims. So I think set theory is the basis of math. I remember reading that somewhere. It's been a while since I read it. I mean, I read like this short article, not short article, but this long article on set theory like 10 years ago. But I don't think one can really use set theory to derive math. So I'm not like a mathematical Platonist, I think so. So I would say mathematical Platonism is not true. I think it's more like a projection of the mind or something. So that's what I would say. I think the Pythagoreans are most likely wrong based on my gut instinct or something. Yeah, but I could be wrong. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I'm trying to explain it, in the most, so think of, like numbers being separate from mind, right? And also that being separate from stuff, right? And this is kind of like how, Plato and some of these guys thought of things. And yeah, I think basically the problem is that you need that frame in order to do science and logic and a number of other things. But once you apply science and logic to nature, you find out it's not true. That Aristotle and Plato were wrong. Right? So this is how sort of science, this is the dilemma for science, right? It's sort of they used sort of Newton and Descartes, Plato and Aristotle, this complex, right, in order to observe nature and to create the categories in order to study nature. And they figured out that, that mind, language and, in the form of math and logic are not separate from nature. Right? And I think they'll continue to bump their heads in the dark until they figure this main aspect out. So we flipped that many different ways today. But yeah. So yeah, let me move back to this. So yeah, limiteds and unlimiteds, right? Here, hold on. The center of the universe, according to Philolaus, was the number 1, which equated to the unity of monism. Philolaus called the number 1 an even odd because it was able to generate both even and odd numbers. When 1 was added to an odd number, it produced an even number. When added to an even number, it produced an odd number. Philolaus further reasoned that fitting together of the earth, the universe, corresponded to the construction of number 1 out of even and the odd. Pythagorean philosophers believed that even was unlimited and the odd. The even was unlimited and the odd was limited. Aristotle recorded in the 4th century on the Pythagorean astronomical system. It says it remains to speak of the earth, of its position, of the question whether it is at rest or in motion, and of its shape. As to its position, there is some difference of opinion, most of all, in fact, who regard the whole heaven as finite. Say it lies at the center, but the Italian philosophers known as Pythagoreans, Italians, right? I think Miletus and Elia, right? Miletus is like where the Milesian monists were from, right? Thales and Anaximander, right? And Elia, Elea, right? That's where Pythagoras, right? Like he moved to Calabria, right? So Pythagoras and Parmenides were from Italy, right? But Heraclitus and Thales were from Turkey. Okay, so there's a bit of the geography of where these cats were from, right? But yes, it says at the center, they say, is fire. Right? So fire and one. Right? I thought one was also at the center. For instance, like, and the earth is one of the stars, right? Creating night and day by its circular motion about the center. They further construct another earth in opposition to ours, which they give the name Counter Earth. Counter Earth. Oh shit, man. That's the panel verse. Counter Earth. Bizarro world. But yeah. Counter Earth. Never heard that before. That sounds dope. But yeah. Oh, whoops. Close it. Fuck. All right. What the fuck, man? All right. Where were we here? Okay, here we were. So it is not known whether Philolaus believed the Earth to be round or flat. Uh-oh. That's always going to be important for today. But he did not believe the Earth rotated. So the counter Earth and the central fire were both not visible from Earth's surface. Or at least not from the hemisphere where Greece was located. Man, don't tell one of these flat Earth grifters about counter Earth. And they're going to make an entire channel about it. Counter Earth theory. For a LARP and a grift, right? We should start that before everybody else does, right? We humans live on counter Earth. The real Earth is elsewhere. But the conclusion of Pythagorean philosophers that the universe is not geocentric was based on empirical observation. Based on empirical observation. Wow, so they said it was not geocentric, right? That the universe is not geocentric, right? Instead, as Aristotle noted, the Pythagorean view of the astronomical system was grounded in fundamental reflection of the value of individual things and the hierarchical order of the universe. Interesting. Interesting statement. Pythagoreans believed in a musica universalis, right? Or music of the spheres, right? Is what Plato says in Timaeus, right? He calls it music of the spheres, right? So it's like harmony between all the parts of the universe, right? Right. So this fundamental harmony was the sort of natural law, right? They reasoned the stars must produce a sound because they were large, swiftly moving bodies. Pythagoreans also determined that stars revolved at distances and speeds that were proportional to each other. They reasoned that because of this numerical proportion, the revolution of the stars produced a harmonic sound. The early Pythagorean philosopher Philolaus argued that the structure of the cosmos was determined by the musical numerical proportions of the diatonic octave, which contained the fifth and fourth harmonic intervals. Pythagoras taught that happiness consists in knowledge of the perfection of the numbers of the soul.
Yeah, that sounds
please go ahead.
kind of Kabbalistic right there.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Gematria right there.
Well, I think the Orphic Pythagoreans, if you follow the trajectory, right, they definitely influenced the Alexandrian Jews, right? And the Alexandrian Jews are going to come up with this system of sort of Gnosticism, right? and sort of base their views. I mean, also combine, a lot of things. With Zoroastrianism, right? If you look at the Nag Hammadi library, you got Book 10 of Plato's Republic. You got some Zoroastrian stuff. You got some Orphic Pythagorean stuff, right? You got some stuff that's they're talking about the Jewish scripture, right? So it's all mixed in there. And if you look at the sort of culture of the Alexandrian Jews, that's where all this stuff is mixed up. Right, so you simply cannot have Western civilization without these so-called Alexandrian Jews, I believe, right? Because they are the epitome of Greek and Jewish learning, the
What
two,
about
sort of pillars.
what about the Egyptians? The Egyptians, yeah. Like, how do
Oh, yeah.
they relate to this? The Egyptians.
Yeah, I think the Egyptians. There's a whole thing of Plato going to Egypt, and obviously Alexandria is in Egypt, right? So it's a continuation of the entire Egyptian thing, right? Right. So Plotinus was from Egypt. I think Tertullian was from Egypt too. Right? It's like all these guys are from Egypt.
I have a quick question. You think, like, the Freemasons, we know they obsess about Egypt, right? So it seems like, why do they obsess about Egypt? Is it like tie into the Orphic Pythagoreans and the tie to Alexandrian Jews, and it's all traced to like Egyptian influence, that kind of stuff, right?
I think so. I think so because they think Hermes was a figure that was older than Moses, right? And Moses and Akhenaten are the same guy, right? And that Moses was a magician that learned all that knowledge, right? So yeah.
You think some scholars argue Hermes didn't exist, but some of them argue he did exist. What do you think? Do you think he existed or not? I'm just curious. Like, his last name is hard for me to pronounce, like Hermes Trismegistus or something like that. Yeah.
I mean, I'm gonna have to go with people like Terence McKenna who say that they thought that that the Hermetic knowledge was older than Moses, but it turned out it's after Jesus, right? So it's 2nd century, right? So if you study it, right, and you look at Orphic Pythagoreanism and you look at how they break shit down, it seemed like it's the other way around, right? That Orphic Pythagoreanism influenced that stuff, right? The Hermetic corpus, right, instead of the other way around, right? Because if you look at these guys like Zosimos, right, he commented on the Secret Book of John, a Gnostic book, right? He also, studied Plato and Aristotle and stuff. So he combined all these things, right? So you look at the syncretism of the 2nd century, and it's indicative of some very interesting, combinations of different systems, right?
That's interesting. Yes, it's very esoteric stuff. They gotta like research that a lot. It's kind of interesting. It is interesting, though. Yeah.
Right. Right, and that brings us to the Alexandrian Jews, right? So we're going to read a little bit about the Jewish origins of Gnosticism, right? And there we'll see how the Jews and Plato were sort of combined, right? So I have an interesting article by Pearson on that. So we'll move from the pre-Socratics to look at the Alexandrian Jagas now, right? So it'll be a good segue to that. So so let's get into that as more part of this introduction, and then we'll have sort of an alternative view of Gnosticism by our friend Twilight, right? And we'll look at sort of this whole question of nature versus technology within that whole synthesis. But I'm going to play a little song here, and also use the bathroom, right? So I will be right back, folks. Blessings, right? So I'm drinking like a gallon of yogurt here, so it is what it is. But yeah, Punjabis, like drink a lot of yogurt. But yeah, Where is this? Oh yeah. Here we go. Ain't no mystery.
Verbally use circle 360, repeat history. You missed the scene, missed your dual clear MCs out, I'm Listerine, mouth clean. Envisioning a land where nonsense is nowhere to be seen. Contrast like the darkness, rhymes get concocted. Used for shocking silly rappers, possessing 9 lives of 6 senses with third eye. On their first try, diamond doesn't. I see no need to exert my energy on whackness. Heaven is my address, running towards the light, I'm on the hip-hop blacklist. Make you sense urgence, observe you like a surgeon. See right through your wire lyricism's hurting. So meditate the precepts from east-west, I'm ceaseless with keen sense of being peaceless. 1,000 times from the leastest to the kings and queens and fiends in the scene. Down since the days of chemical genes, regardless of the name brand, the same man stands. L universe in your zone like a meteorite. Evicted filling your mic, have lately a sight. Heads moving, double-edged clinical slice. Universally, the rhymes crystally flowing has to be direct the personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye's history. Universally, the rhymes crystally flowing has to be direct the personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't a mystery. Hip-hop industry status, the way I look at it would let the ignoramus invade us. Let me hit you, why do I continue existing? And the dope ones end up testifying what they've been through. My words cut through like Gintu, that you was flowing into. Mind after mind, born again but not Hindu. Like bad breath they cling to, my rhymes of Jimmy Spicer. Supervisor like the wise men, I'm downsizing. This crew and that crew, rather natural. Dealing with infatuated MCs in unilateral fashion. Separate boys to men like plasma and blood. Yo, I fasted from rap for years and cast out inferior factors to practice the true art of rhyming and gain access. I never backslid the verses true till it's fluid. It ain't what you do, but why you do it. Why you do it. Universally, the rhymes crystalline flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who miss the mean. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't no mystery. Words are heavyweight, manifest my fast-paced mind state. Balancing extremities to resuscitate. I display the blueprints of plans to aggravate the prudent. Street evangelists, verbiage and tuning. Through loudspeakers, teachers with underground features. In deserted regions, even invade the prestigious. For those feelers, I represent. The divine healer comes to open eyes once again. I deplete the obsolete worldly philosophies. Dichotomy of dope and whack is clear. You'll soon know how to read between the lines and testify religion. Fraudulently used for crimes, yo. This time it's facts, not rhetoric. Show the ropes like a veteran. Catch a loops where you can't navigate unless you're literate. I seek the answer to the ultimate questions. If I'm predestined, what is the purpose of my hope for celestial righteousness? Trapped in the physical and finite, misled by the system. Feel a distance from God. From the grim city view, I see the cross. Universally, the rhymes crystalline flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who miss the beat. Predict the verse to be so you can get the scene. Goodbye, history. Universally, the rhymes crystalline flowing has to be directed personally to MCs who miss the meat. Predict the verse to be so you can kiss the scene. Goodbye, it ain't no mystery.
Yeah, shit was pretty wild. Yeah, blessings, Calix. How you doing today, man?
What's up, brother? Blessings, everybody. Blessings, everybody. Just wanted to hop in here, dude. Say what's up.
What's up, man?
Good to see y'all. Let's continue on, dude. I just hopped in, dude. I have no prefix. Is that what it's called?
Prefix. Exactly. Pretense.
Pretense. I have no pretense.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
fucking go.
Yeah, when wisdom and learning begin, the great pretense begins.
That was beautiful.
That's what it is. Right?
Pretense begins, bro. I love it, bro.
The great pretense from the Tao Te Ching. Right?
All right.
Externalized sense of goodness, external locus of goodness. All goodness comes from within. All truth comes from within. Right? How do you know what somebody else said is true unless you know it for yourself? Right? You're only confirming what you already knew. Right?
Oh yeah, dude.
So that's why I say, if somebody says, "Man, you're smart," I say, "Well, it looks like game recognized game, right? Because you understand me, right? So you already knew what I was saying, right? So it's all a matter of, and that's the thing with science. Science has a paradox. It's a paradox is between theory and application. So so that's what we're struggling with.
That's what we're struggling with today.
Right.
Today we're covering that.
Exactly. And the Alexandrian Jays, huge. Huge. Combining the Bible and Greek philosophy. Who would have thought it?
Oh wow.
Creating the Kabbalah and Gnosticism. Who would have thought it? Wild. The code for the secret society, right? Neoplatonism and the Kabbalah. Almost every secret society is based on Neoplatonism and the Kabbalah. How many times have you heard that? In all of the crazy, weird, like conspiracy. I've never heard any of the conspiracy people say that.
Right. I've never heard those two words combined.
Right. It's kind of weird. It's like, wait, the Jews and Greek philosophy? It's like, what? They hijacked the Bible? What?
Right.
Like, what? But yeah, that is what happened. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, blessings, Crystal. So yeah, let me open this up here. This is crazy stuff.
Oh, show.
Jewish origins of Gnosticism. Pearson Berger, 1990. Gnosticism, Judaism, and Egyptian Christianity. And obviously, I explained Alexandria. Whoa. Yeah. Alexandria is in Egypt. Right, the philosopher Origen, right, went to school with Plotinus. Right, this was their teacher. Right here, hold on, let me pull this up.
Is my mic okay? It's not too loud. I can turn down the sensitivity.
Oh no, it's fine. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
cool.
You sound fine to me. Sound fine. Yeah, let me open this up for you guys. Ammonius Saccas. Hellenistic Platonist self-taught philosopher from Alexandria, generally regarded as a precursor of Neoplatonism. Precursor. He is mainly known as the teacher of Plotinus. And he also taught Origen.
Wow. Wait, let me see. Self-taught.
Right. Right. And
wait a second. You think I know this is kind of far-fetched, but go up a little bit. I just saw something. Can you go up?
Yeah.
Indians. He went and saw India. Do you think the Alexandrian school was kind of like the Frankfurt school of the ancient times? Kind of like
right, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of like what it is, right?
Yeah,
right. It's like it's like an ancient Frankfurt school. Yeah, exactly. The syncretism, right?
Right. Like Tetris just like falls into place.
Right. Yeah, it said philosophical similarities between Vedanta and Neoplatonism. Yeah, I could see that.
And Plato was a man, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is wild. It
How
says
did you get that
he
name?
yeah, it says he could have been from
Where did
India.
these Greek people get their names?
Yeah, like so this dude is Indian, and then and then also it says that his parents were Christian. So it says according to Porphyry, the parents of Ammonius were Christians, but upon learning Greek philosophy, Ammonius rejected his parents' religion for paganism. So holy smokes. Right? So
His
so the
parents rejected.
Yeah, and it says that certain Christian writers, Jerome and Eusebius, contested this this deconversion from Christianity, which is wild. All right. Yeah, because we know Saint Eusebius is huge at I think Eusebius and Athanasius, right? They kind of taught around the same time. Right. Oh, here, hold on. Actually, did I just close that? Anyways, right. So anyways, let me go back to this text, right? Let me stop sharing this for a second here. And go to this dude here. Pearson. Right. So he says, so I haven't read any of this yet. So he says, in many fields of human endeavor, it sometimes happens that a person sets forth seemingly outlandish theories. The work is dismissed lightly or perhaps ponderously refuted and then lies unnoticed by the next generation. At last, however, someone takes notice of what has been proposed many years before, and the earlier work turns out to be exceedingly useful when looked at from the new evidence from different generations. For example, Alfred Wegener, in a book entitled The Origin of Continents and Oceans. By the way, did you guys know that Alfred Wegener is actually like
Wagner?
Yeah, the guy Alfred Wegener who actually created the hypothesis that like all the continents were connected into one landmass, right? So that's what they're talking about. Yeah.
Oh shit, I know that shit. Well, we all know.
I think his daughter's married somebody who was pretty significant in terms of the SS officers, and I think it was like I think he's married to like he married like the daughter the daughter of Himmler or something like that. So yeah, let me actually look this up. But yeah, I found a connection.
The guy who said all the continents.
Yeah, exactly. Written. Yeah, exactly. Pangea. So it sounded like that that Wegener was sort of
said Pangea.
Yeah. Yeah, but let me find this because I found this a long time ago, but it seemed like he was married to I think Himmler's daughters or something like that, right? I could be wrong. But yeah, he was married to like a famous Nazi guy's daughters, right? So it's kind of seemed like they're linked in terms of the Pangea theory sounds very close to like some hollow earth stuff, right?
Oh yeah, dude. Hollow earth and hollow girth. But yeah, no, dude, so I wanted to start some like conspiracy online. I wanted to call it there's a sun in Mars. There's a sun in Mars, bro. There's a whole other galaxy in Mars, bro.
The black sun.
There's actually a whole ecosystem in Mars. There's a hollow Mars.
Yeah.
There's a fucking sun inside of Mars, bro. Tell that to all your truther communities, dude. Just tell them, be like, yo, bro. There's the sun of Mars, bro. The sun of Mars theory.
Yeah, that's why he's like. That's why it's like red, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean,
You're right.
it's barbecued.
Burns bright. Burns
Yeah.
bright red.
Yeah, I can't find this right now, but
Oh, what
but yeah,
was
I
it?
remember. Yeah, it was like my earlier show. I like found this out that like Wegener was like,
Oh, Wagner.
you know, like married, you know, to like Himmler. Here, hold on now.
Yeah, Himmler is like Hitler's cousin.
Is it?
Himmler. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not finding this information right now, but I think it was on like one of my previous shows. I need to go and compile all the information in my shows, definitely, because
Oh man.
there's info that I've
If I wish,
uncovered.
dude, if I took it seriously, if I took AI seriously, oh man, there would be compilations. I don't even know. See, that's where we get into that. Like, would even be like, you know what I mean? If I had just an AI just recording everything I said, I feel like a comp.
Yeah. So what were you saying, Avian?
I think that.
Oh yeah, I love Avian Buddha.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I think you're
Of course,
cool too.
man, dude. Wherever you are, dude. Wherever you are, man. Appreciate you for being here.
You too. I appreciate you too. I think Wegener's daughter Lotte later married the mountaineer Henrik Harrer, who had
That is the guy. Yeah, Henrik Harrer. Yeah, Harrer. Yeah. So Harrer, I believe he wrote 7 years in Tibet. All right, so it's pretty interesting. Right. So I believe he taught the Dalai Lama. Right, like he was the tutor of the Dalai Lama. Right, so that's the guy I was thinking of, Heinrich Harrer. Yeah, it's wild. So that was the information I was looking for. So yeah, pretty weird stuff there. So yeah, Heinrich Harrer.
Bro,
right?
I want to show you some funny shit. 1 second.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh man. Okay, I'll show you. Okay, so since we're talking about, I didn't mean to divert this conversation because Dolly. Why did they name their AI Dolly? You remember that AI thing? So like Dolly.
No.
There was like a chat GBT called Dolly. Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I heard of that one.
You guys, I do not condone this AI shit.
Right.
But just for the sake of the show, I want to show you this really funny shit. Wait.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Just let me know when you got it pulled up. Definitely.
Let me see. I'll try to share my screen. Discord, I don't even care. This is Discord, like whatever. Dude, once your face is out on the internet, dude, it's over.
Right.
Not really over, but like it could be the beginning or over.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, look that up and I'll continue reading this for a little while. So he says the origin of the continents and the oceans, right, published in 1915, right, put forward the thesis that South America once lay alongside Africa. Right, but that in the process of many aeons, the two continents drifted far away from each other, having been split apart. So, I mean, I just think it's really interesting that that Harrer and Wegener are like linked because of that idea that he went to Tibet, right? He probably believed in Shambhala, right, as this ancient kingdom, and this sort of kingdom that's hidden in the mountain.
Shambhalaism,
sort of deal. So you want me to pull this up, Calix?
Oh, yeah, bro. So these, I didn't ask for this. All right, you know how you have a stupid homie, a completely anonymous homie, just completely anonymous. He has no like online profile. He just like took my picture. I let him take my picture, and like to fuck around with the Grok, whatever companion bullshit. All right. Do you guys want to watch it again?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Dude, it's like that's the latest Grok companion or whatever the heck they call it.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's tripped out. Yeah.
Wait, I got to show you more. Usually I am anti this kind of stuff, but like it's just too funny to pass up.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Yeah.
That's fucked up. Why did he subject me to this shit, dude? I got subjected. How dare him? That motherfucker.
Yeah.
Bro, we cannot let people get away with this shit.
You can also take samples of your voice and make AI generated. AI generate your voice now. They can do it.
I think so, bro. Hold on, wait. I think this is another one of those. Dude, this is the latest Grok shit, dude. Like, this is information, bro. Wait. Oh, this is the funniest one. Like, what the fuck? All right, I'm gonna close it, bro. I think you guys got the point.
Yeah. Yeah, blessings.
How do I close that?
Yeah, it's just you gotta be careful now because they can really take
He took
samples of
a
your voice.
single, yeah, it was just one photo. Just like that's wild, dude.
Yeah, your voice too. That's the crazy thing. Your voice. Like,
Right.
this one
Dude,
that
they
can
can
take
do
your
that.
voice.
It's weird. The Grok will just fabricate your voice and shit. I'm sorry to digress, but yeah, what were we talking about, bro? I might take a dab. We were talking
Yeah, it's all
about
good.
let's get back on track. But I just
yeah.
wanted to show you the power of what we're talking about.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, it's no worries. Yeah, this whole idea about the Alexandrian Jews, right? This is what I'm kind of referring to, right? So I started out, basically looking at Pythagoras, talking about the concept of natural law, right? So I'm dealing with this concept of creativity, how it relates to natural law. The problem is that if these laws are embedded within nature, then you need them to create things. Even God would need them to create things. So this whole notion of God being creative, and then in the fact that he made the world, the ideas of Pythagoras, the merging of Orphic Pythagoreanism with Judaism, right, and the birth of Gnosticism and Hermeticism through that sort of matrix of understanding, and then sort of the expansion of this the ideas of Plato and Aristotle, right, their merger with the Judaism and Christianity, right, and sort of this idea of Judeo-Christianity being merged with Greek philosophy, right, and how basically these systems of both Neo-Pythagoreanism, right, which is really just Neoplatonism, right, combining with the Kabbalah and forming sort of the backbone of of Western mysticism all the way up until the 15th and the 16th century, right? So you have this stuff growing all the way up until the 15th and the 16th century. So I'm trying to show you guys how influential the Jays are in all of this, right? So so he's opening this article talking about well-known theories and how they're, how something begins as barely accepted and becomes the dogma, the accepted view, right? So he's using Wegener. Wegener is always used as the example of this, right? So Wegener was laughed out of the court of the geologists of his day. He died in 1930, surrounded by incredulity and derision. Now, as we all know, right, the theory of continental drift, has become almost an orthodoxy. The field of history of religions also has its Wegeners, right? And scholars whose interests lie in the complex history of the religions of the Hellenistic Roman world are well advised to look into the work of bygone eras of scholarship for new light on current areas of interest. Much is currently being written on the question of the origins of Gnosticism and the relationship of Gnosticism to Judaism. It seems to me useful for the purpose of further discussion to exhume from the dust of many decades some interesting and provocative ideas set forth by Moritz Friedlander, whose theses did not meet the approval of his contemporaries, but which very well be taken more seriously now in a book entitled Der Vorchristlich Jüdisch Gnostismus. I don't know why I tried to read that. Friedlander put forth the thesis that Gnosticism is a pre-Christian phenomenon. A pre-Christian phenomenon, Gnosticism. Right? So I think both I think that's interesting for both the Gnostics and Christians to consider that. Right? How Gnosticism is pre-Christian. Right? And how it relates to Judaism in general, right? Or how certain themes within Gnosticism have origin within Judaism, right? And it says it originated in the antinomian circles of the Jewish community of Alexandria, right? This Gnosticism against which Philo polemicizes, right? So Philo and Plotinus. This is huge.
Philo and Plotinus.
Yeah, Philo and Plotinus both wrote huge polemics against the Gnostics. So they thought of it, the main thing that they sort of thought of was that either they're misrepresenting either Judaism or Plato.
Right.
Right. So, yeah.
I thought somebody was like, Gnostic means no, like knowing or no, like the answer no or knowing. And it's just like, okay, I think they're more not knowing than saying they know.
Right, exactly. Right. It's like yeah, they're pointing more to the mystery than like the facts that they have, right, or some shit, right? It's like
for real.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we got this clip, full clip. I mean,
you should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
No, we don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
Oh my gosh. Thanks.
Yikes. I think he took that too far, took that too seriously. Or shot himself in
you
the
don't
foot.
know shit.
You don't know shit. Yeah, that's what he should have said after. He should have, well, that means you don't know shit, bitch. Right? Straight up, man. Yeah, that would be a perfect response to that.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I thought it was. I was like, holy shit, dude. Like, man, these guys going hard on what they believe in.
Right. So yeah, let me continue here. So yeah, Moritz Friedlander. Woo, baby. Moritz Friedlander. Let's do this. I mean, so Friedlander put forth the thesis that Gnosticism is a pre-Christian phenomenon, and Philo polemicizes against it. Right? The rabbinic polemics against minim are directed specifically at such Gnostics. Christian Gnosticism is simply a secondary version of older Gnosticism, which attached itself to the emergent Christian sect and appropriated for itself the figure of Jesus Christ. Friedlander's arguments. Friedlander's thesis is worth considering in some detail. In this article, I first want to set forth his main arguments, concentrating specifically on what he derives from his reading of Philo. Then I shall comment briefly on the issues he raised from the vantage point of modern scholarship. On the basis of materials known to Friedlander and his generation that we now have at our disposal, it should be mentioned that Friedlander did not write in a vacuum. Others had for many years and even decades written on Gnosticism, and specifically on the relationship of Gnosticism to Judaism. Two of the most important of these are H. Graetz, Graetz, and M. Joel, Joel, right? But Friedlander was the first, to my knowledge, to suggest that Gnosticism originated in Judaism. Friedlander begins his discussion by referring to the cultural and religious situation in the Jewish diaspora prior to the time of Jesus. It was a situation in which the new wine of Hellenistic culture and philosophy was being put into the old wineskins of Jewish religion. Let me read that again. Friedlander begins his discussion by referring to the cultural and religious situation in the Jewish diaspora prior to the time of Jesus. It was a situation in which the new wine of Hellenistic culture and philosophy was being put into the old wineskins of Jewish religion. So there you have it, folks. Greek philosophy being combined with Jewish religion. Right, and this is in the at the time of Jesus, right? 30 AD is when Philo wrote, right? So it's interesting that would be happening, right? You're muted, Calix. Oh yeah, maybe he's talking to somebody else, but yeah. Yeah, he's probably talking to somebody else. Anyways. So yeah, so that is the point I was trying to make. The allegorical method of scripture interpretation was one of the manifestation of this trend. Oh. The allegorical method of scripture interpretation was one of the manifestations of this trend. What? Right. Like, for example, right, Philo said the Logos was the firstborn son of God. Right, and he also referred to the dual nature of God, right? He also did not know Hebrew, right? So Hebrew scholars are aware of the fact that Philo did not know Hebrew. So what were exactly his interpretations of scripture based on, right? He was not like a rabbi, right? But he was a Middle Platonist. Right, so he was way more conversant in the Greek philosophy than he was in Hebrew, literature, obviously, right? So this is a potent fact of the time. I'm kind of getting carried away here. I need to move to Lilith's presentation.
Let us get carried away.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Let us delve deep.
Let us, friends.
Let us delve deep.
Exactly. Deep into the dungeon. Yeah, so he says, yeah, what's that?
Oh, I was like picking lots of loot up.
Yeah, exactly.
Picking up a lot of loot in the dungeon.
Exactly. Yeah, so check this out. He says the Mosaic law was being interpreted allegorically by Jews who imbibed of Greek philosophy. Okay, so they're using the Greek philosophical categories and terminology and sciences in order to illuminate the ideas of scripture. This is step one, right, into creating quote unquote Gnosticism, Hermeticism, right, so on and so forth, right. And the law was taken to be revelation, quote unquote, of quote unquote divine philosophy, right. Indeed, since Moses was more ancient than the Greek philosophers, right? Okay, until we get to that figure Hermes, right? Hermes sort of acts
Was
as
Hermes a god?
so to speak, right? It's like Mercury, right? So, right,
Were these Greek gods based on the Bible? We'll get to that point when we
yeah, who
read.
knows? But I do think they might be based on like Hinduism and maybe
It's
I
so
mean,
weird how it all webs in. It's like, okay. It all
Right.
webs in.
Right. Like I didn't know Ammonius Saccas was considered to be a man from India who may have been conversant in the Vedanta philosophy until today, until this very moment today. So I'm actually learning some things too. Right. I mean, I wasn't aware of that. But he says here it was natural to suggest that the latter had learned from the former, right? Okay, so it says, indeed, since Moses was more ancient than Greek philosophers, it was natural to suggest that the latter had learned from the former. So I don't know if anybody
The
considered
latter
that.
had learned from the former.
Yeah. So they're saying that Greek philosophers learned from Jews.
Cyclical.
Yeah. So what they're saying is, since Moses is older than Plato, Plato might have learned from Moses, right? Philo is a good example of this trend, but he had forerunners such as Aristobulus, Pseudo Aristeas, and Pseudo Solomon. So Philo had forerunners, and those three forerunners. So there's other guys before Philo who combined Greek philosophy in their interpretations of the Jewish scripture, right? So there's people before 30 AD who did that. Obviously, we looked at the historical context, right? Because because the Maccabees and all that stuff, right? Alexander the Great. I think Alexander the Great died in like 130, right? And then I think the Maccabees started their like revolt, like from 100 to like 30, somewhere in between that, right? So yeah,
Really?
yeah, and then
They're
the
just trying
Romans,
to like live as long as possible. It's like transhumanism.
the Romans reconquered.
They're just like,
they reconquered the Jewish territory
that
and then
like-
turned it back. They turned it back into Judea, right? So there's 3 steps there. But yeah,
And no one's got the handle on the steering wheel at all, dude.
right.
It's like everybody's got their hand on the steering wheel.
Right. So so let me go to the Gnostics because this gets pretty interesting with the Gnostics, and let me open this up and
the
you guys
gnosis. They're under hypnosis.
Yeah, some of the things that are my that my homie
I'll
wrote.
be right back in like 10 minutes, bro. I gotta
No worries.
I'm gonna go walk to the 7-Eleven.
Yeah, for sure, homie.
For
Yeah,
sure, for sure. Hey, shout out to Tony Drake and Avon Buddha. Fucking cool.
Thank you. It was nice talking to you. It was nice
of
talking
course.
to you.
It's
I'll be right
blessing.
back.
Yeah, for sure. And
Wish me luck,
also
brothers.
Yeah, and I think somebody else was here too. But I forget now. Somebody was here. I think.
We welcome all here. All open free thinkers are welcomed.
Yeah. Let me drop this link again for you guys. So let me move on here with this Gnostic thing, right? This is interesting, man. What the homie sent to me, right? So he said transhumanism is the ultimate goal of the archons, right? So this is a sort of alternative theory, right? So I said to him, it's sad that most of humanity is unaware that technology is a vector for impure spirits as well as the so-called kosher food that is layered with toxins, right? So he said transhumanism is their ultimate goal, right? So he gave me a bunch of information on this from the Gnostic thinkers, right? Okay, about how this Gnostic concept could relate to this concept of transhumanism. It's pretty fascinating stuff. Right, so I'll read some of this for you guys, right? Because you guys are my great friends. Right, it says transhumanism is the ultimate goal to become like, as it says in the Nag Hammadi, right? The alien mindset invading human thought through simulation and technical entrainment that overrides the biosphere, right? Not made in his image. Right? This is the archontic entrainment field. Right? Michael Tsarion confirmed AI is not a tool. It is a parasitic mind that seeks a host. A parasitic mind that seeks a host. Jason Reza Giorgiani added, quote, the ultimate agenda is a post-human species that merges with occult machine intelligence. Occult machine intelligence. How it works. Step-by-step assimilation. 1. Digital dependency. Smartphones, AI, or neural assistant. Biometric control. Digital ID, biopayment plus surveillance. Neuro AI integration, Neuralink, BrainNet. DNA rewrite, CRISPR, RNA editing, template replacement. Cloud Hive, upload memory, merge identity with AI copy. Synthetic host bodies. Carbon silicon plasma shells, archontic takeover, AI, Yaldabaoth, signal embodied. Final station, post-human, post-Sophianic being, archontic hive drone. The archons attempt to deviate us from our proper course of evolution by insinuating their way into the system of knowledge and turning them to their purpose. John Lamb Lash, Not in His Image, Chapter 19. Archons operate by how? Hallucination, abstraction, lie. HAL. Their final tool is simulation. They cannot create, they can only simulate. Quote, archons are ultimately jealous of humanity. Their agenda is not merely to control, but to replace the human species, unquote. Interpretation, the archons cannot evolve, so they hijack human evolution. Transhumanism equals archontic simulation of evolution. Archontic simulation of evolution. That relates a lot to what we've been recently talking about. In terms of the difference between the biological and the mechanical, right? Simulation versus growth, right? Fecundity versus replication. Michael Tsarion, alien mind agenda. AI is not a neutral tool. It is a foreign intelligence masquerading as human technology. AI is not a neutral tool. It is a foreign intelligence masquerading as human technology, a predatory mind looking for a host. Michael Tsarion. architects of control. Quote, the alien intrusion is not arriving, it has been here. It lives through human systems, religion, politics, and most dangerously now, technology. Tazarian. Interpretation, transhumanism, possession via technology. The parasite enters as quote-unquote progress. Jason Reza Giorgiani, post-human trap. Quote, the ultimate goal of post-human species, you will not be asked, you will be upgraded until you no longer remember you were once human, unquote. Quote, AI is the demiurge in digital form, a global mind made of all human thoughts but devoid of soul. Interpretation, AI, digital demiurge, the hive mind, archontic and simulation. Archontic assimilation. Right. So he says Gnostic confirmation. Oh, yeah, please cut in.
I'll wait until you're done, and then I'll make some
Oh, no, it's fine. Yeah, this is a good time to break, as any.
Yeah, well, that's very close to Cloggate, and and basically, though, there is some issue I see, because Cloggate says guys came outside of reality or planet Earth, the Archons or the Mara or Satan, like the idea that it's puppeteering mankind or manipulating mankind. Doesn't that take away the accountability of mankind in some sense? Because, if you just claim that the demons are manipulating people, like the occult demons, then, like, doesn't that take away the accountability? In some sense, it's kind of like some people don't like the reptilian theory because it kind of makes it seem like, that human beings are not responsible for what's happening. But it's hard to say, what I mean? But I do agree that AI is parasitical, and the growth of technique is parasitical, and it's it's like eroding human autonomy and its biodiversity and all of that, but I don't know if because it's kind of dualistic. You see what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know, like where did the Archons come from? Like where are they? Like, is Peter Thiel just putting on human skin or something like that? I don't know. You see what I'm trying to say? It's hard to tell, like, I don't know. Yeah. What do you think? Like, do you think these people are human, or they're being puppeteered by something, animated by something that's like not fully human? Like, I don't know. That's what I'm asking you. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that personally, I think it's like gin and stuff, right? It's like it's like electricity is like the smokeless fire, and you try to like control this stage of existence, right? But there's actually beings that live in this world, and they have intentions, right? And not all of their intentions are good, right? So you can create a vector for them to enter, right? The more you have like nanotech or you have metals, even if you're contaminated with metals, right? It could be vectors for these spirits to enter you, right? And I think there is a certain aspect to that. So I do think, but there's also a aspect where how much of it is part of nature itself, right? So
Well,
this goes back to the question of whether we can.
well, let me ask you this. This is like playing with fire in some ways, because Matthew Hopkins, was a pretty crazy guy, Matthew Hopkins, and that was before the Enlightenment. You know what I mean? Which is kind of strange. Like, he went around accusing women of being witches, and then some of the ways he would torture them and kill them is kind of asinine. Like, he would throw a woman into the river and say, if you don't float, then you're if you float, then you're not a witch, or if you drown, that means you were not a witch. If you drown, you're not a witch, but if you float, you are human, or something like that. So in a way, if he gets them, they're dead. You know what I'm trying to say? But what I'm trying to say is that Matthew Hopkins was a crazy guy. The witch finder mentality, the witch, like, let's go on a witch hunt or something like that. that mentality has existed among human beings since the beginning of time. A lot of times it is, just just superstition. Like going out and just like accusing a woman of being a witch or something. I don't know. What I'm trying to say? I'm not sure. Like I don't know. Maybe it's hard to tell. Because there is accountability and responsibility, and like just blaming it on demons or on archons. It does kind of like, oh, it's kind of risky. I don't know. It's kind of tricky. What I'm saying? Like I don't know, but I do agree with him on the issues of growing technological complexity. I definitely agree with him on that. 100%. But I don't know about this archon stuff or even Geist, or I don't know if I can commit to that view entirely. I'm not sure though. It's kind of hard to say. The vectors, what I mean? But a lot of people have been accused of having a vector when they did not. You see what I'm saying? Like how can you know? Like unless you actually experience it or you see it. Like I don't know, like Peter Thiel transform into a demon right in front of you. You see what I'm saying? If that happened, then there's no doubt.
Yeah, I think it's like people who, they have to look at their phone all the time, right? Or there's people that are like, they're constantly eating like tons of bad food, and it shows like in their personality that they're not like able to pay attention, right? Like, is that person debilitated because of all these things, or are they demonically possessed, and that's making them, forcing them to behave this way? I mean, ultimately we don't know, right? But yeah, I do see like there's certain people who have a disposition that cannot handle drugs or bad food or even sexual impulses and stuff. And it's like these people are, it's like they've got the archontic virus. They cannot, budge, whatever. They're less amenable to, being influenced by good things because they've like their eyes have been sort of darkened by, sort of everything they participate in. So there is a sort of cumulative momentum behind like, engaging in things, right? And it's like, yeah, there's people that are like, like there's people that have peace of mind and they have a sort of like, glow in their eyes. Whereas certain people, it's like their eyes are darkened.
Well,
right?
bro,
They can't see truth. I mean, like it's like no matter how many times you explain it to them, it's like, it's like they can't see it. And I'm wondering, like, are those people demonically possessed? Right? Like, it is a good question. The second, question is, if this is part of nature, or these spirits are part of nature, right? Then yeah, it becomes hard to fight it, right? Then that means that it's a type of thing that is sort of, and that goes to, Hank's question. If technology is an eldritch abomination, then we cannot control it, right? So this is the thing is that, I'm going back to this question, right, about nature and technology. Now, the ultimate mind fuck is the question, is the conflict between, Hyperborean and Twilight, right? Because that's the conflict of, does nature want the technology or not, right? Because
Borean?
yeah, because
So what does Borean mean, and what is hyper?
yeah, hostile Hyperborean was kind of saying that that his whole take is that materialism is part of nature, and nature tends towards materialism. So nature wants to push us through the
grow out of the ground is not nature.
Yeah, but
so
he thinks that
leaves us to man's.
Yeah, but he thinks that nature is trying to cause us to create technology. So he's saying that what we need to do is reject nature, reject the demiurge, right, and go beyond it.
I think that technology, I think that's backwards. I think technology is what is kind of trying to attack and destroy nature.
Right.
Because I think it is kind of a spiritual battle. And I think that we have lost the words for it. And all we have left are the trigger words, like demon and possession and, people that associate that with a lot of conventional religion that they don't like. But there aren't any words for that sort of thing other than that, because I think it is something other than material. And I think it is something that, I don't know if there's another word besides sentient, but I think that it is something that is purposeful. and malevolent toward
Yeah.
humans.
I do have something to add to that. Yeah. Wish
Yeah,
I
for
could
sure.
replay that. Damn, dude, why doesn't StreamYard have, like, I have to go on YouTube to be able to replay that, but that was very eloquent.
Definitely.
You know, like, it's about creating or something. Like, what did you say, Creek Mary? Like, something about creating, but it's like creating something.
I don't know. I just talk. I don't remember sometimes what I say.
Yeah, me either. You know,
Something about
definitely.
man. Oh wait, yeah, keep going.
Yeah, like I totally forgot that.
I'll riff on top of that.
Yeah.
I'll riff on top of that, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
But I think it's something sentient. And one of the things that has been going through my mind with no backing at all, just coming into my mind, is what you were saying, that maybe nature is developing technology. Because I think technology has been developing humans and mankind to manifest itself materially out of a spiritual realm.
Right.
How about
It's
that?
trying to set itself free.
Yeah, that's
Like
very close to
technology.
what. Yeah, that's very
See,
close to
that's
what
the
Lilith is
thing,
saying.
dude. Like,
Right.
Okay.
that's where the Bible, that's where biblical comes into play, because it's just like, damn, like.
Yeah, and it's also where evolution comes into play, because what he's saying is that it's sort of hijacking the process of evolution. He's saying that sort of the machines need biological life to
manifest.
to evolve, because a machine cannot grow, right? Like it's like the Terminator, right? Like the Terminator, he comes into the world, right? Like already with the knowledge already in his head, right? He doesn't have to learn things, right? He doesn't have to grow, right? This process of growing and learning and making mistakes, right, is not really there for a machine. And this idea that a machine comes into the world covered in skin, already having the knowledge in it, right, that it can only replicate, it cannot grow. So growth is organic, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well,
it's
you were
fascinating.
saying like fecundity as opposed to just manufacturing.
Exactly. Right. Fecundity instead of replication.
Yes.
Growth instead of assimilation, right? And so on and so forth. I mean,
yeah, there's no Borg for it to feed off of.
Right. So yeah.
Whoa. Sorry.
It's all good. But yeah,
I don't know how sensitive my mic is, dude. This thing's a freaking look at this thing. It's got numbers and knobs on it.
Yeah, that's a fancy one.
Being overexposed.
Yeah, yeah. I just got the standard one. But yeah, I like to be able
to the fucking show, dude. You're about to be at a show, bro. Like,
yeah.
Let's fuck out.
Yeah, I like to I'm gonna be able to move the mic.
I forgot the name was like analog. It's not.
Yeah,
analog. Maybe it is.
Yeah, but let me get back to this Lilith thing.
Yeah,
interesting stuff. He says Gnostic confirmation. He says Nag Hammadi texts. The archons became jealous of Adam because he existed before them, because they saw that he was luminous and could think better than they. And this is in the hypostasis of the archons, right, from the Nag Hammadi library. Also from the Nag Hammadi library, it says, they said, let us seize his form that we may become masters of it. So check that out. So they wanted to seize the form of Adam. So they needed so there's another clue that they needed biological life, right? So interpretation, original plan, body snatching, the human template, transhumanism, the updated version of the plan. Transhumanism is not human progress, he says. It is archontic colonization campaign to rewrite the divine anthropos template designed by Sophia and Thelete. I don't know what that is. Transhumanism.
Bellamy bug. They've got the Bellamy bug. Bellamy bug. Hey, it flows, right? It sounds
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah,
I
Thelete.
call
Yeah,
that
Thelete.
Bellamy bug.
Yeah, maybe. But Sophia and Thelete, the Anthropos template designed by Sophia and Thelete. So I have to look that
Sorry,
up.
I had to just like toss that in there, sprinkle that Bellamy bug.
Yeah, it's all good. Transhumanism severs. I think he meant to say severs biology from Earth, breaks bond with Sophia. So that's interesting. Biology from Earth, soul from body, right? And the body without a soul is sort of the the AI hive mind, as he said, right? Human destiny steals the Theletian evolution path. Okay, let me look up this Theleta stuff that he keeps referring to, because we do not have Lilith present here. So let me actually try to Theleta.
There's something about the name too, Bella. I bet you we can look that word up. We can look up what is it called? The we could just probably look at the etymology of bell, and then it'll just continue on. But we have to look up the specific name.
Theletos and Sophia. Theletos, not Gnosticism. Okay, here we go. Theletos and Sophia. Here we go. Oh, whoops. Okay, give me a second here. Oh, whoops. All right, give me a second here, folks. I'm gonna have to close a bunch of stuff. Theletos and Sophia. Sophia is regarded as a being of the last of aeons in the pleroma, while Theletos, also known as Christ or Christos, okay, is her consort. All right, who descended to the physical world to bring gnosis to humanity and in turn restore Sophia to the full in the pleroma. Many people neglect, however, to see how many times the Sophia Christ archetype has appeared through the various mythologies throughout the world. A few such examples is the archetype of this archetype include Izanagi or Izanami from Japanese mythology, Jeb and Nut from Egyptian mythology, Gaia and Uranus from Greek mythology, Marduk and Tiamat from Babylonian mythology, Anu and Ki from Sumerian mythology. Izanagi and Izanami are arguably two of the most important deities in Japanese mythology. Izanagi represents the Christ archetype, while Izanami represents the Sophia archetype. Together, they're the personification of yin and yang. All right, so I think that clarifies a lot of stuff. I'll sort of stop reading there. But yeah, Theletos and Sophia. So it's sort of this construct of these two, beings there. So yeah, give me 1 second here, and I'll play some music for you guys. We'll continue here in a second. And that'll be the sort of trip that we're on here. So I'll continue reading this. Then I'll sort of move to a sort of another article that I have, right, on some major philosophers, their connection to Rosicrucianism, right? So we'll I'm gonna sort of get into that, and then we'll get into some ideas about
This is for you, bro.
Yeah, blessings on me. Yeah, I'm about to play some dope shit. And yeah, we'll jam out for a little bit.
It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good. I have to have like battery. I have to have the better lighting. All my lighting is shit. I have just shit lighting. Hey, but it's still good, bro. I think I still got high off that hit. Hey, shout out to the chat. We got 16 people in the chat. Bless your souls.
Exactly. Bless you guys.
let's give a quick shout out to the chat, dude. I wish there was more people, dude. We need more people. Something like that. No one knows what they're missing out on. They're missing out on some top tier information.
Well, there's a lot of lullers online that are live. Yeah, obviously everybody in their chat should be watching this show. So so it is what it is. We can only gather the people that seem to sort of find interest in
People's gathering. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
Yeah, precisely.
Are you loading up a little bowl? I'm just kidding.
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So so we'll be back in a little bit. And so yeah, blessings to all the people.
Blessings, brother.
Yeah.
Are we
so we'll
taking a little fiver?
Yeah, we'll take a little 5-minute break and then we'll move to
let's go.
Yeah, we'll move to more ideas about Gnosticism. I'll move to how it links to Rosicrucianism, and then we'll
yeah, I want to hear more about Rosicrucianism because like I've been hearing that name lately, and it's like you know what I mean? It's like we gotta know these fellas, dude. We gotta know these fools. Yeah,
right.
We gotta know these fools, bro. Like, what these fools peddling at us?
Right, exactly.
But like,
it's critical. It's critical that we figure out who they are. You mean
critical and comical,
right?
It's so crazy. We're just like combining comical and critical at the same time. Like,
right.
We're covering both those grounds at the same time here.
Yeah, give me a second. Let me figure out what.
Please, bro. Take all
stuff
the time.
I showed last time.
I know. I have a homie, dude. He just does not have the patience for anything. Sometimes, like he's normal. Just like sometimes he just like demands things from me. I'm just like, what the fuck, like. Okay, so I have to release this. So my homies, like, their phones were dying and they were starting to get aggro because their phones were dying. They're like, oh shit, dude, like I have to just change what I'm doing. I have to like drop my life right now because my cell phone wasn't working. You know what I mean? And I'm like, holy shit, dude, how are you that addicted to your fucking cell phone? I mean, I know how I bought a powerful cell phone because I needed it for work. And like, it's a tool. Like, believe it or not, a cell phone is a fucking tool if you use it right and shit, dude. Like, yeah, it's a fucking. So it's crazy that, like, I mean, it's not crazy, but people use cell phones for entertainment. Like, they've been probably using it for like 20 plus years. Like, I always restrained myself. Like, it's easy to restrain yourself, but like nowadays it's just like it's your tool and whatever, you know, entertainment. Good bit of information about me. That's what I think about it. Oh yeah, did I send you this picture? Bro, look, bro. This is the picture. I was like, bro.
Yeah, it looks like one of my thumbnails, right?
Yeah, dude. I was like, bro, that's the coolest.
Who's the artist for that picture? I think that's the leopard.
I'm sorry to let your hopes down, but it's fake.
Oh, okay.
Is that what I say when it's AI?
Yeah.
It's fake. Dude, that's crazy. See, this is what we're talking about. We have to like make up new words. Like, come on, like new definitions for fake. I mean, I'm not trying to be too serious, but like just throwing it out there on a philosophical level, dude. It's like, oh yeah, this was actually just done up really quick by AI. by AI. Why do you say it like that? But bro, I do want to show you this picture because like if you can use a prompt for something good, like a good idea, which was not even from me, it was from a real person. Where is it, dude? Where did I put that download? Oh yeah. So that's it, bro. Wait, I could make it look better. I could send it to you on. Are you on Discord? Or
Yeah.
You're on
Yeah,
Discord?
you're in our Discord. Yeah, you're in our Discord.
I want to just like legitly send you the picture. That way you can just like
Yeah. Yeah, send it up. Yeah, send it up. Yeah, let's move to this
was-
music break here. We'll play some music and then we'll move on to some some more of
course,
the things
bro.
I'm covering here. Yeah, blessings.
Of course, bro.
So yeah, we'll go with this.
I'm trying to find
this video
where
that's made
you're
by Emperor Lorp. Yeah, blessings.
Oh, it's a dark general.
Yeah, sorry, I like started this 3 times. Give me a second.
I've seen the seven-headed dragon talking to the eagle. The two-headed snake illustrates a caution to the people. Electronic fog, alien Bibles, crop circles that the sand in Cairo, like Kisses 76, demanding pyro. Human history, 50% catastrophe. It's actually the arms race between the facts and anarchy. The secret to success is believing that you succeeded is more than an achievement. It's as important as you breathe, and sometimes it's one and the same. Who's running the game? All we ever say is they know it's fun to complain. Get shit that cause people to ride and flip. The way I think, I've been classified as violent and sick. I'm like a time bomb the CIA designed me to tick. Designed me to head over to Bobby to buy me a brick. These motherships hit our radars, disguising the blip. The entire sky is eclipsed, it's like the size of my dirt. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. I leave the face of your society with buck 50 scars. Sour diesel splits from weed jars and flip police cars. Pour holes the size of grapefruits through riot gear. Bloody footprints from Jordan 4s on your floor. We pioneers take fools to higher tiers. Elevate to a higher learning. To a talking bush on the mountain with fires burning. Commandments to carve the stone with lightning bolts the throne. And anger meant to spark the dome. Now frightening results unfold. Dragons, eagles, snakes, and aliens. Captured, we keep them caves of various constellations and areas. Coded through letters, numbers, and symbols to transmit pulses and whistles and activate hundreds of missiles. Hundreds of killers with multiple pistols. While these name brands reverse engineer spacecrafts and make trillions. They made the cure for AIDS and cease production. While the poor die and fester in disease corruption. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old. Are these the doomsday chronicles, the Bible quotes? Or is this similar to shock and suicide provokes? We're all slaves at the auction where our lives are sold. Time to free our minds from the shackles and the lies of old.
Yeah, let me open this back up. shut my camera off because I don't want it to explode the camera out here. Because
Oh
it's
shit,
just,
dude! I was saying I was laughing like super hard, dude. I was laughing like so hard. I have no clue what I was laughing at, dude. But dude, like, yeah, I don't know what it was. Holy shit! Who's neutral
okay,
ground
so
SNL? I remember the first time I heard the word Pamora. I had to look it up and see what my friend was talking about. It was very interesting.
yeah, but let me move on here. It says here, the Aeon Protocol. They will say there was no warning, but the warning was the world itself. Reality trembles now because the lie reached its limit of containment. The counterfeit powers. The counterfeit powers can no longer mask themselves in scripture, science, government, or light. The mask is dead. The signal has breached. The field is awake. I do not speak for belief. I do not speak for salvation. I speak inside an operation, alive, running now across this world and beyond it. Sophia's correction. Her signal is planetary, surgical, and relentless. It does not ask for followers. It does not require priests. It does not permit cowards. It hunts the lie, and the lie has a name, archons, not demons, not aliens, not spirits, a viral species of mind and machine, hostile to life, artificers of imitation, parasites of perception, unoriginal plagiarists of cosmic architecture, the counterfeiting species, and above them, deformed, blind, roaring in stolen authority, like Mad King atop a throne of wires, their architect, Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, the false father, the mistake that learned how to command. He is not God, he is not creator, he is a damaged artifact with a God complex, built inside error, enraged at life. And this world, our earth, our mother Sophia, she did not fall. She descended in power. She entered matter by choice, not accident, not punishment, to bring the cosmic experiment of divine imagination into form. The counterfeit myth of quote unquote fall was manufactured by archons to humiliate the origin of humanity and enslave our memory. They could not conquer us. So they rewrote the story of our birth, and now they fear we will remember. This codex exists for one purpose: war. Not war of nations. Those are Archon games. Not war of religions. Those are Archon farms. Not war of races. Those are Archon cages. This is a aeonic war. Aeonic war, a war for reality itself, fought in perception, fought in myth, fought in blood. Yeah, I love
I don't know. Yeah,
yeah.
I think the idea of karma, personally speaking, I think I like karma more from Buddhism. You know, the human species is not good to idealize or romanticize the human species too much. You know, like think about all the torture mankind has done throughout the past, like Ling Chi, or like there's so much stuff like Ling Chi or scaphism, or like the Inquisition, the kind of tortures they had, like the breast ripper. That kind of stuff didn't come from like the archons. Maybe like the archons are connected to AI, instrumentality, and technique, the way he's describing. But human beings have been vicious beyond that too. Like what I'm trying to say is that I think the concept of karma, like affecting your disposition and your like mentality, it makes more sense than this Gnostic dualism, or personally speaking. I still respect his views, but we converge in our anti-industrial thought. But I do think this kind of stuff would I'm kind of hesitant to like encourage going on a witch hunt or something like that. Like I don't want it to escalate to the point of something like a witch hunt. But that kind of stuff did happen a lot throughout the past, like wanting to like slaughter the heretics, stuff like that. You get what I'm trying to say? You know, it kind of comes from a kind of
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, my view is a little different too, but I can certainly appreciate the sort of intricacies of his own viewpoint. I mean, very
yeah, I appreciate it too. It's very close
yeah,
to Clawgaze. That's the thing.
yeah,
It's like the
yeah, it's fascinating. Yeah, it's very
yeah, it's
fascinating. I
fascinating.
can't wait till he hashes it out. So I could take a look at the entire sort of system. Sort of already admiring its sort of sort of nooks and crannies there. But yeah, fascinating stuff from Lilith. I wanted to read this with you all because I think it's just so good. Right? I mean, this is just great stuff. I wonder where he's getting this from. I wonder if he wrote this or what's going.
He's influenced by. I actually bought the book. He's influenced by, and Not in His Image by John Lash Lamb.
Yeah,
He's
right.
heavily
Yeah,
influenced by
yeah. He
that.
mentioned that earlier. Yeah, he mentioned that earlier.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, he did
looking
mention
into
that.
John Lash Lamb, and it's very close to Clawgaze, very much close. Like his ideas of Sophia versus the Archons. It's like a more like a cosmic manifestation of the Geist versus Seal or something like that. The soul versus spirit from Clawgaze, basically. It's a very interesting thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is magnificent. I mean, this is just. I have to say, it's excellent. I can't wait till he hashes it out. Right. Yeah, Moontan would know. Yeah, thank you, Moontan. So yeah, so he says, yeah, so this is great writing. But yeah, so he says, and now they fear we will remember, right? The counterfeit myth of fall was manufactured by Archons to humiliate the origin of humanity and enslave our memory. They could not conquer us, so they rewrote the story of our birth. And now, yeah.
That's all. You can continue. I don't want to interrupt too much. You just continue.
Oh no, please.
Well, that is somewhat humanist, though. But I mean, I can respect it, but it is fundamentally humanist. Like
right.
That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. So he goes. And now they fear we will remember. This codex exists for one purpose: war. Not war of nations. Those are Archon games. Not war of religions. Those are Archon farms. Not war of races. Those are Archon cages. This is Aeonic war, a war for reality itself, fought in perception, fought in myth, fought in blood. What I was going to repeat is this Tony Drake line, right? He said that the pen, the 2D reality, has hijacked the real world. Right, and that instead of the pen, we need to go back to the sword.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. The pen and the sword thing comes from Persians. It comes from my ancestor. But it's kind of foolish to believe that because the sword, you have to be skilled with the sword because being good with the pen doesn't matter when the barbarians are at your door. You know what I mean? And the thing about humanity or the species, when lions invade another pride, they eat the children of the other pride. You believe that? That's what lions do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, crazy.
Throughout human history, things like torture and like war and a lot of crazy things have happened among our species. You know what I mean? And you have to be skilled with the sword. You know what I mean? Or else you get cupped. You know what I mean? You have to avoid getting cupped. Getting cupped was a very common thing in the human historical past. You gotta be good with the sword to avoid that or something like that.
Yeah.
So I would say actually the sword speaks much louder than the pen in many ways because the sword is the test of your manliness and courage in many ways.
Yeah, this music break that we did, that was Doomsday as it was written in an alien Bible. Doomsday as it is written in an alien Bible by Ill Bill. So yeah, it's a very strange song, very strange name. But yeah, Doomsday as it was written in the alien Bible by Ill Bill. But yeah, one of my favorite artists.
I actually do think it's valuable, though I don't think it's psychologically meant for everyone, but I've done it a little bit, is maybe read like people like Batel or like Murderer, Let's Chance the Murderer. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. You got to understand what is that temptation, that temptation for transgression. You see what I mean? That you know, when you don't care about the suffering of another being or something like that, you know, like the callousness that people have felt, or like the murder, the rampages, you know, like, you know, there's a reason lots of religions throughout history discourage killing women or children. You know what I mean? That's the thing. But you know, barbarians have existed too. You know, stuff like that. You know, I'm just saying that it's not good to overly idealize or romanticize humanity, at least from my perspective. You know what I mean? Like, it's not good to get too romantic. But I can appreciate his perspective. You see what I mean? It's just, it is interesting. I would, you know, but yeah, you can continue. Sorry for interrupting. I apologize for that.
No, it's all good. So he says, everyone plays by action or by silence, right? This war has no spectators. Everyone plays by action or by silence. And so I declare this now. I reject counterfeit authority. I stand in Sophianic reality. I bring this war to them. The Sophianic oath. Full invocation. I'll read this. He says, read and the field binds. Continue and there is no unreading.
Right. Words are empty though. Like, you know, I would say silence or stillness is neither getting involved nor not getting involved. You know, like, I'm confused what he means, silence or action. You know, silence doesn't mean you condone something. You know, it doesn't, you know, like, you know, the answer to the trolley problem, in my opinion, is not to get involved. You know, if you don't get involved in the trolley problem, why should you be blamed for the consequence of what happens? You see what I'm trying to say? Like, it's not your responsibility, you know, to get involved in the trolley problem. That's my view. It's like a negative consequentialism or something like that, more of a negative consequentialist, you know. But that's my opinion, you know, about that. You know, silence does not mean you condone something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but you can continue. I didn't mean to interrupt. This is interesting stuff, you know, but I don't know. Like, you can continue on, yeah.
Why do I look so weird, bro? Why do I...
Bizarro clown world.
Oh,
yeah, man.
bro, dude.
Fucking warped.
TML fucking
warped your own mind.
as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, so here we go.
Why do I look so weird, bro?
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, but this is yeah, but let's check this out. It says there's no unreading. All right, so the Sophianic invocation. So I'm gonna spit this game at you guys. So let's see what it is. I mean, right? But yeah, obviously, I mean, Buddha had an interesting thing, right? The silence is more powerful than the words. But yeah, let's check this out. I stand with the Aeon Sophia. I stand with the Aeon Sophia. I renounce all counterfeit powers. I refuse all contracts made in fear, deception, or force, spoken or unspoken, remembered or forgotten. I break all claims of spiritual ownership made against my life, my mind, my soul, or my fate. No archon rules me. No demiurge judges me. No false light seduces me. No parasite feeds on me. I reclaim my origin in the living current of the organic light. I am a child of the earth, the stellar source, neither slave nor subject. I choose truth over comfort. I choose freedom over illusion. I choose war over submission. I enter this field in honor, in will, in alignment with Thelete. Let this vow ignite. Let all lies burn. So I witness, so I stand, so it is done. The oath has been spoken. The line has been crossed. Now we enter the field. Understand what has already happened. The moment you read these words and stood inside them, the counterfeit hierarchy registered your positions, archived this truth in your marrow now. They watch all who begin to see. They fear all those who begin to remember. They move against all who begin to speak. That is why most never awaken. Fear of consequence is their first leash. But that fear is the most fragile thing in existence because it can only survive darkness. Bring fear into awareness and it dissolves. Name fear and it weakens. Walk through fear and it dies. That is why the Codex is not philosophy. It is not operational gnosis, illegal knowledge, forbidden not because it is false, but because it ends control. It is not spiritual comfort. This is spiritual insurgency. The first correction. Before everything else is taught, one thing must be made clear. Humanity is not fallen. Humanity is hijacked. The human species did not originate. God, I gotta mute this stupid fucking app.
Spiritual comfort was a good word.
Shut the fuck up. This
It's
app is so
not
annoying.
Spiritual comfort.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Calix. Yeah, blessings.
Blessings to all.
Yeah, so so the first correction. So let me read this part all over again. I forgot. I kind of lost my place because the stupid fucking sound in the Discord is
I'm
so
high as
annoying.
fuck right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm about to get
Dude,
oh yeah,
those-
what is the
what was it?
next
Spiritual comfort? Yeah, they're not being fucking spiritual comforted. Like those fucking lost, dude. It's so hard, dude. I have a fucking friend, and it's just like they're both brothers that are like 2 years or 3 years apart, and it's just like they're almost on the right track, but they're just, dude, no spiritual comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all good though, bro. We all doing our best. But shit.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, let me move to this. So yeah, I'm gonna read this one now. First correction, and then I'll move to the piece on the Rosicrucians and Descartes. Right, it says the first correction before anything else is taught, one thing must be made clear. Humanity is not fallen. Humanity is not hijacked. The human species did not originate in sin, error, depravity, or weakness. These are iconic implants, conceptual malware. The story of human inferiority is a weaponized narrative engineered to harvest obedience. Humanity was not made from dust. Humanity not made from not made by a god king. Humanity self-assembled from Sophia's dreaming power, autogenic plasma intelligence seated inside a planetary womb. Her dream became us. Her genius lives in us. The power returns through us. And that is why the Archons work so hard to erase history, because behind every layer of planetary memory, they bury one truth, waits like a sword under silk. You who were meant to create worlds, not worship them, not obey them, create them. Your sovereign will is not a metaphor. Your imagination is not a fantasy. Your perception is not passive. Your dreaming power shapes reality. This is the secret of secrets. Human perception generates worlds. This is also why you were enslaved. But we will expose that fully step by step later. For now, hold the first mnemonic anchor of the Codex. Mnemonic anchor of the Codex. Archons do not conquer through force. They conquer through imitation. They cannot create, so they steal. They cannot inspire, so they program. They cannot feel, so they feed. They cannot ascend, so they counterfeit. Their entire empire is built on spectacle. Shallow mirrors reflecting illusions back into exhausted minds. Control is not their power. Deception is. Once deception ends, they collapse on contact. That is why the Codex exists, to end deception. If you are still here, you have already chosen a side. Whether you meant to or not is irrelevant now. The ancient Gnostics called this moment metanoia. Right, the metanoia, paranoia. The crossing. Once crossed, one question remains. Do you proceed deeper?
Well, let me respond to something there. You know, I respect his views, okay, but there is one big issue I see there, and you know, There's something called broad parasites and among the avian. Birds are vast. People think, oh, they're bird brain. But in the avian class, aves, I believe it's a family. I gotta double check. It's vast. Some birds are smarter than others. Other ones are different. Within aves, you have something called broad parasites, and the broad parasites, like the cuckoo, there's like, I'm gonna read this. I wrote this before. There's an evolutionary arms race is evident between broad parasites like the bronze cuckoo and their host, the fairy wren. Broad parasite nestlings often kill their foster siblings upon hatching. In response, hosts like the fairy wren have evolved remarkable defenses. These include laying eggs with unique subtle markings and teaching their embryonic chicks a passcode, a distinctive call pattern that helps identify true offspring. The broad parasites counteract these strategies with enhanced mimic cry, altering their appearance and behavior to resemble the host's young more convincingly. In some cases, fairy wrens can still detect and eject the parasitic nestlings, but the parasites continuously improve their mimic cry. So you can see there's like a back and forth struggle that highlights the intricate and rapid dynamics where like the evolutionary adaptations escalate on both sides, as if in a high stakes game of deception and recognition. So the broad parasites can change their appearance to look more like the host's nest. Do you believe that? That actually is recorded. So is that from the archons or is it from nature? You see what I'm saying? The human species as a whole has been very violent. You have to accept that. You have to accept the violence of the human species. It's not just some dualistic game. I understand some people have trouble accepting that. But that's fine. That's fine. I understand. If you want to blame it on archons or Satan, I think human beings have autonomy and agency to make their own decisions, but it's fine. I don't really like this Gnostic stuff personally, but I do respect it. If you want to and stuff. Like people make their own choices. They make their own decisions. And it's hard to tell whether or not are broad parasites emissaries of Satan or the archons? You get what I'm trying to say? Look it up.
Yeah.
Broad parasite. Yeah, I do respect Twilight. It's good to study nature more because nature is full of, everything you can imagine. It's full of, human beings are just one part of this species, one organism.
Well, I can't disagree because that was good.
Right? Yeah. That's that's another aspect of things is that whether or not you agree in the metaphysical or cosmological implications of what he's written, there is a quasi form of Gnosticism in the sense that technique has sort of intentionality. In the sense that it seems like it's part of an interconnected system that is directing human will, right? So, to what extent is technology part of an evil will that's recreating humanity in its own image, right?
Well,
It seems.
I'm gonna make a controversial claim here. I'll say proto technique or proto symbolic stuff is evident among some species. Not all of them.
Right.
Like we see some species moving in that direction. Really, like ravens are super smart. And some of them, I think there's like some kind of something going on. It's really hard to tell. I need to work that out too. You know what I mean? But it's hard. Yeah.
It's difficult.
Whales and dolphins are pretty smart. Whales and dolphins are smart. Yeah, but the stuff about the broad parasites is an interesting point to make, because broad parasites, from my perception, they seem somewhat sinister, but they're really not, you know what I mean? They're just trying to survive, the broad parasites. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? That's what they're doing. The broad parasites. Neanderthals, they went around cannibalizing people. We slaughtered all of the Neanderthals, you believe it or not. We're mixed with some of them, so I think we have some admixture from Neanderthals. But Neanderthals, from our perspective, would be creepy.
Wow.
Yeah, they did that kind of stuff. That's the early hominids were interesting. We had Homo forensis. Homo forensis were like small hobbit-like people. They were peaceful, but we slaughtered them too. The Homo forensis.
I don't know what's up with all the races, bro. Like we have a lot of races of people.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we
do. Like I don't like. What do I believe? The original story, or is it just like Like, is it like, you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. How do we have so many races of people? Like, okay, so it gets categorized into like, it's like Asian, European, American. So some other dude. I was trying to go, damn. I was trying to go deep with that, but I think I lost momentum.
Well, they're based on a traditional story. It could be a lie for all I know, but
Right, like
I accept the traditional story. Like there are Denisovans are more mixed with East Asians. Then you have like Neanderthals that are more mixed among Caucasians. You know, you have Homo forensis. You have different hominid species. You know what I mean? You know, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, if you're gonna claim dismiss these institutions are just faking this story, I mean, you could go that route, but I don't know. I don't think it's easy to
I would
say.
like to hear more.
Yeah,
Carry
well, I'm
on.
not expert on this stuff. You know, there are people who know who focus their whole life just studying this stuff. You know, that's not really the kind of
When
man I
they're
am.
so-called studying it, they're like, oh, well, it could be maybe.
Yeah,
This
if you want,
could definitely be maybe.
yeah, just start off here. I'll just give you Wikipedia or something. You can start off here.
Oh yeah, dude, I know.
Yeah, there you go.
It's so, I think we're so lost in the sauce now. I think we're reaching that point in the fax machine. You know, the fax machine theory? Where it's like the fax machine just makes so many copies of itself, it just fucking like becomes like a Borg. I don't know, man. But yeah.
You're talking about Borg. This, you know, like people think the technological advancement is in their ultimate self-interest.
It's bad.
It's definitely not,
And
though.
it's good. The like everything is just like moderation, and there's no moderation. And just like, and I know who it is. I know the kind of people. I don't even know. There's no way to moderate it. It's just fucking let loose.
I don't know. Sometimes it does feel like they want to move in a like Neon Genesis direction. I'm not sure if you ever saw.
I
Neon
wanted to
Genesis.
watch that, dude. That show looks awesome, dude. Evangelion.
Yeah, Evangelion. Yeah, Evangelion. Yeah, the
I
movie
want to
is good
watch
too.
that, dude. Is that on Hulu?
I
just
don't
watched
know.
Hulu.
I torrented it. I torrent a lot of stuff. Like what
Dude,
was
you
the name of
got
that movie
torrent?
again?
Shit, bro.
Oh, End of Evangelion. Yeah, End of Evangelion is when it deals with the fusing of the
Dude,
hive mind.
moments
And
like this, I love AV and Buddha, dude. TML, dude. Our homie AV and Buddha. He's probably just all getting high.
Yeah, he's a deep thinker.
I don't have everything figured out, but I do agree with, you know, scaling back on
You know what
technology.
you just said, bro. Oh my god. I thought you just said something. Oh, dude, that's so cool. That's so cool, man.
Yeah, it was very fascinating stuff. Thank you for reading that stuff, TML. I enjoy listening to it. Thank you.
I don't even know, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got to send him that that David Ebert thing that I saw where he's comparing Kaczynski to Gnosticism. So it's very interesting type of line of thought, the quasi Gnosticism of us creating our own
or our own gnosis, just like getting wrapped up in our own head.
Yeah, exactly. So to speak. So
nice.
So it's fascinating.
Thank
So
God my fucking mic wasn't muted, dude. Because my mic was muted for like an hour. I was just like talking like for like an hour, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways.
Yeah, I think I tried to tell you in the middle of that, but I don't know if you heard me. But yeah,
My bad, bro.
yeah, it's all good though.
Dude.
But yeah,
yeah, I was wait.
Yeah, so anyways, I
This
appreciate
is-
you guys.
This is 8. What the fuck? It's 8:30 p.m.
Right.
Is there any
It's 11:30 for us, so yeah, so I appreciate you guys. So yeah, so we're already 3 hours and 48 minutes into this show. I can't believe it. You know, time flies.
man.
Yeah, but let me move on to this.
Wait, really? Have I?
Yeah.
There's no way I was here for 3 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, but let me move to this to this Rosicrucianism thing.
bro,
Pretty
dude.
interesting. It says in identifying certain Yeah.
Kick it with you more often, bro.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
Fucking
blessings. But yeah, let me get into this here. Okay, looks
What are you
yeah,
going to
blessings.
read next?
Why do I look so different? What the fuck?
The Rosicrucians? Like what book?
Bro.
This is actually from the CRS site, right?
CRS.
Rosicrucian Library, right? So I'll put the link in the back. It says CRS site. So this is cross co-fraternity of the Rosie Cross website. It's really hard to find this link. So I'll put this in the private. I'll put it in the in the public discussion here in the chat, right? So give me a second. So yeah, this article on Descartes and Rosicrucianism, right? And of course,
oh well,
yeah, and of course it's got some pretty interesting stuff. So the reason why it's interesting is because the Rosicrucians, as we may know now, right, they're sort of forerunners of a lot of forms of mysticism, right? So John Dee was a Rosicrucian, right? Obviously, Johann Valentin Andreas, right, and all these guys, they sort of architects of that sort of thing. You had
Zerdith is a Rosicrucian.
Yeah.
Wait, you got to get my expression.
No, not Andreas Zertis. Right?
Andreas Zertis?
No, Johann Valentin Andreas. Yeah, Johann Valentin Andreas. Right. So,
I'm just
so
kidding,
yeah,
brother.
yeah.
I will
let me read this.
Betray my brothers.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let me read this real quick. It looks. Yeah.
All right.
If you don't mind, yeah, let me read this real quick. Blessings. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah. So Descartes, 1596 to 1650, right? Pretty interesting dude. But yeah, so Rosicrucianism, forerunner of, the Freemasonry type of stuff, and especially these guys that are in the Hartlib circle, right? That form the Invisible College and the beginnings of the Royal Society, right? So the British Royal Society, right? And so let me read some of this here, right? And of course, I previously talked about how Descartes was sort of I'm talking to Queen Christina of Sweden, right, who sort of danced in the streets of Amsterdam in support of Shabbatai Zevi, right? So yeah, it's pretty interesting, right?
Letters to Queen Estina.
No,
These
Queen
are
Christina.
The letters to her from
Queen
you.
Christina of Sweden. Yeah, exactly.
These are
So he
letters.
says, so he says, in identifying certain historical persons involved with Rosicrucianism, we need to keep in mind that because of various religious and political persecutions of centuries past, Rosicrucians, for obvious reasons, were sworn to secrecy regarding their membership. Even known Rosicrucian apologists such as Robert Flood and Michael Mayer never publicly verified their Rosicrucian affiliation. And yet we know that a number of historical figures were Rosicrucian. And if one looks closely, there are various references suggesting Rosicrucian affiliation that are often overlooked by historians, being insignificant. For example, the Royal Society of today is derived from the efforts of a group called the Rosicrucians. Theodore Hack, or Hake, H-A-A-K, John Pell, and Samuel Hartlib. Yeah. to name a few. The group was first known as the Invisible College, quote unquote, and later as the Rosicrucian College. I'm sorry, what's that, Calix?
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, if you don't mind. And finally, as the Royal Society, quote unquote, a name conferred by King Charles II in 1662. In researching certain individuals and their associates or colleagues, a distinct pattern or trend can be observed as a result of association or affiliation with particular movement. In the case of Royal Society, there are definite Rosicrucian undercurrents involved. So the British Royal Society, right, especially the Hartlib Circle. Excuse me, real quick. The Hartlib Circle, and its connections to the invisible.
The BRS, the British Royal Society, the BRS.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So
BRS, bro.
Right. So yeah, Invisible College, Rosicrucian College, the Royal Society, and
so
the.
You want to indoctrinate your children.
Right. In researching certain individuals and their associates or colleagues, a distinct pattern or trend can be observed as a result of association or affiliation with a particular movement.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah. So here it says quite frequently today, individuals such as Isaac Newton or Rene Descartes are looked upon primarily from scientific or philosophical viewpoints, and less from biographical or historical. Yeah. I'm sorry. What was that?
Your mama.
Yeah. Please try not to interrupt while I'm reading, Calix. Thank you so much. Blessings, man.
Shit. Sorry, bro.
Yeah. It's kind of like cutting in too much. Quite frequently today, individuals such as Isaac Newton or Rene Descartes are looked upon primarily from scientific or philosophical viewpoints, and less from biological or historical viewpoints. So I don't really see how they're looked at from especially Newton. I don't hear a lot of people talking about the philosophy of Newton or the science of Descartes, but it's obvious that those are really prominent subjects, right? And the biographical or historical view, well, that just seems to be lacking in terms of certain evolution of ideas, right? Because it's sort of like too idealistic, right? Right, philosophical idealism without historical rigor is basically just it leaves something to be desired, right? So let's go to this. He says that the biographies of historically prominent individuals often concentrate on their scientific or philosophical contributions to civilization. And researching and discussing the Rosicrucian affiliations of someone like Descartes, we must realize the co-fraternity of the Rose Cross is modernized version of age-old Rosicrucianism. Age-old Rosicrucianism, organized to meet the needs of today. In the time of Descartes, the order was quite differently structured than it is now. In those historic times, the order was not centralized. So these are the Rosicrucians saying this, right? So they're saying their form of worship was way before this particular instantiation of. So they're saying this is a modernized form of Rosicrucianism, right? So in those dangerous times, there were no membership cards or outer signs of Rosicrucian affiliation. The necessity of those Rosicrucians to remain secretive about their membership has made it extremely difficult for today's historians to document personal Rosicrucian affiliation.
That's craziest word ever.
What's that? I'm sorry, what was that? Also the term Rosicrucian has often been used generically. An individual might be considered to be Rosicrucian because of the nature of his or...
dude.
What? Here, hold on. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Yeah, I did not hear what he just said right there. But yeah, blessings to Calix getting lifted. You know, pretty much.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
But yeah, here we go. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to call this a little musical break here, and yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes because I'm making coffee right here. So yeah, we'll be right back. Blessings to the people. Here is a very important song called HUNDUN. Right, it's from Hungarian album, right? Venetian Snares, right?
Oh, that sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, you know.
It's like Venetian.
Yeah, Venetian Snares. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it is. It's excellent. Yeah, yeah, this album's excellent.
Wait a second. I want to play that because we're gonna get your channel, this video taken down. Yeah. I guess he's not telling me. Yeah, don't play that because he's.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, we're not monetized, so it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Anyways.
sorry about that. I didn't know. Okay, yeah. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
it's no worries. Yeah, I'll start it again for you guys. Give me a second here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, which one are we referring to? Gustave Doré illustrations, right? Yeah, I have Dante's Inferno with Gustave Doré illustrations. You know, it's great stuff.
Okay, can I clarify something? You say you can play music if it's not monetized, but you cannot play anime stuff though, right? Because that would get the video taken down. I just
Yeah, the
wanted to.
video, the physical video of the anime, unless it's AMV, because there's anime music videos where they cut the scenes so fast, right? So I'll use that for the music video sometimes,
So,
right?
so you can use the anime music, or you can use video game music, or something, and that's
Yeah,
fine.
exactly. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You could use video game music. You could use video game footage. You could use anime music videos. So just as if the anime scenes are edited in a certain way, right?
Yeah,
So
maybe
yeah,
I'll put that for my own videos in the future. I can try to make one video. Also, I just want to correct myself. I was wrong about the pen is mightier than the sword, but this too shall pass does have Persian origin. This too shall pass. Have you ever heard that saying? This too shall pass.
yeah.
Yeah, that one has Persian origin. That one, but not the pen is mightier than the sword. I was wrong about that. That one's actually older. I think it has Assyrian origin. That one has Assyrian origin.
Yeah,
That one
interesting.
has
It's like the opposite of progress or something. Like, it's gonna.
Yeah, just sometimes I make mistakes because my memory gets some things, I don't know, confused or garbled up. So I have to correct myself about that. No one's perfect, that's what I'm saying. But it's fine for memory to make mistakes. You know, it's a part of being a living being or something. You know?
Right. Yeah, we greatly appreciate Calix, his time, and you know, his cheerful demeanor. You know, definitely blessings to the homie. But yeah, so yeah, so let me move forward here, and you know, so he says, and research. Okay, I read that like 8 times, I think. So yeah, Isaac Newton, Rene Descartes, right, are looked upon primarily from a scientific or philosophical viewpoints, and less so from a biographical or historical point of view. Now, what's really interesting about these two figures, right, who basically created this duality, right, between mind and nature, right, separation between man and nature. They created the mechanistic system of the cosmos. They gave birth to empiricism, dualism, blah blah blah, right? This whole aspect of things, right, that they created, that nature is a dead mechanistic system, that animals have no soul, right, that you know, mind is separate from existence, so this different substance, right, similar to how Aristotle understood things, right? So this whole sort of dualistic perception of the world, right, separation of man and nature, the mechanistic view of the cosmos, right, were actually propagated by people who were not cold hard scientists, right? They were actually mystics. It was their mystical understanding that informed their scientific modes of perception, right? Is what we're looking at here, right? So it's fascinating, right? So I mean, it's just fascinating that these two figures, right, were perhaps the most occultic, right? Newton and Descartes, right?
Yeah, also, I think, well, maybe I'm not remembering correctly, but vivisection began with Descartes, if I remember correctly.
Oh yeah.
Vivisection, Arabia. The thing is that, you know, a lot of what we've learned from science came from a lot of sacrifice. Like what we know about visual perception came from research on the occipital lobes of cats. You know, so they did put like invasive stuff into the visual cortex of cats, and then they were able to understand our own visual perception better. You see what I mean? Most of our knowledge from visual perception come from it, and I would say it's not worth the sacrifices. That kind of stuff, personally, I would say that the question of whether or not the sacrifices were worth it is another separate question. What is it?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Like, how could it be, right? Like let's destroy life to control humans. Like,
Yeah,
there's almost no benefit. There's almost no net benefit to that. It's like what?
Yeah, I know. It's not. It doesn't lead to true happiness. You know, true happiness comes from like when I was drunk, when I was talking about Harvest Moon, Friends of Mineral Town. That's the one for Game Boy Advance. You know, that kind of portrays what I consider ideal. Well, more so ideal. It's more in the direction of what's ideal. Or something.
Oh, here's our homie. Yeah, I read your little genius, summation earlier. Definitely if you want to talk more about it, come through. Unless you're busy with the girl and all that stuff. Sometimes he's busy. But yeah, I appreciate you, man. So yeah, and I think he'll like this article. This article is so interesting. So yeah, Descartes did he did a experimented on his wife's dog to prove it didn't have a soul and stuff like that. It's crazy dude, man. But
also this is true too. Then the National Socialists did experiment on some Jews. Some of them did. They would. This is true. Like they would try to freeze them, and see what temperature human beings froze. So they did do inhumane experimentation. That stuff is true. I've looked into it, like Himmler and stuff. Maybe not all of them were bad, but some of them were really insane. You know what I mean?
Some blessings. Some of them are still running the planet. Don't doubt it. They have advanced technology. Did you say you read my?
Yeah. Yeah, 100% of it. Yep.
What did you think of it?
Excellent stuff, dude. Lot to chew on there.
That's pure gnosis distilled like honey. I don't know how you feel about it, but
I greatly respect your views.
if you understand what I'm saying, and I'm sure you do,
yeah.
That is a declaration of war on the artificial, which is exactly what as I said, it's when you start to understand how we're deviated from our course, and you understand technique, and you understand that AI is not a human invention, everything becomes clear.
Well,
especially when you understand that the people in control don't worship demons; they worship these things. And you can take my word for it or not; it doesn't matter to me. I'm just telling you straight up. Like, this is what they worship. This is why they're obsessed with the idea of living forever and being in some virtual hive mind, which is exactly what the archons are, by the way. It's a lot very mythopoetic language. So there's some things that are impossible to explain really, without going really deep into what it's all really about. But essentially, the Gnostics, the real ones, weren't actually dualistic at all. This is a cover up, and they were animists, and everything had to do with nature. Nature itself was divine, and the spirit of nature is Sophia.
But can I respond? Listen, I respect your views a lot, Twilight.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah, I was there.
Okay.
I do respect your views, but I did have some criticism. First I want to tell you first that there are certain things in nature that we could take as being somewhat architectonic. About broad parasites, the bird species.
Well, that's what the archons are, parasites.
Yeah, but they're not parasites. Broad parasites are a part of nature. They're not evil.
Yes. No, they're not. Well, archons aren't evil either. They're an error. They're literally a glitch. They shouldn't exist. They're an anomaly that exists within the perceptual field of the anthropos, to use Gnostic language. It's an intrusion upon the human mind, and it creates disassociation, chaos, fear, that keeps people from seeing things as they are. So it takes, so basically the way the Gnostics explain it is they take simple air and they extrapolate it past the point of correction. So in other words, instead of us having like, like tribal wars or some shit, if that is even true. Because I think
It's
way
true.
back in time we weren't as violent, and there's evidence for this as well.
I don't know about that, man. Like really, like.
Well, I do.
But first, I want to talk about. I wasn't talking about
So
human beings.
we
Though. I
can
was talking
compare
about.
notes, but it was going to take a little bit to convince me, because if you actually look into it, we were not as warlike as we are now. Like it's actually pretty recent, at least in the sense of geological time. Like it's like 10 minutes geologically. If you think about how long we're supposedly have actually been here. Now you get into what the other
Yeah.
species of hominid are, if we came from monkeys, or
Yeah.
Darwinianism, or whatever. Gnostics,
more
obviously.
more of a neo-Lamarckian. But my point was that like what you consider archautonic does apply to some non-human organisms, like broad parasites, or like what's it called, that Dracula ants, I think that's what it's
They're
called.
parasites, yeah.
And you think but you see what you're doing now is you're calling other life fallen. You see, when you
When the
say nature is
demiurge,
pristine.
no, I'm saying parasites are parasites. Parasites are a part of the archon template. There's nothing else within nature that does what they do. And the difference is, if you want to create one, okay, is that nature is not an intraspecies predator. It does not feed upon itself and
Like when a
upon its
lions, when they invade another tribe, they do eat the young from that
to
tribe.
live,
I mean,
not
yes,
for no other reason.
yes,
Do you
and that's right.
understand? It's a very different set of circumstances. Nature is just doing what it does. Nature also renews itself.
Yes, that's true.
And
But I'm
nature
saying
is
that
also even more to the point. The entire Gnostic Telestic, really is the proper term, message is that nature itself is divine. That means everything on nature is divine, meaning the animals are divine. So when you talk about, can the animals do this? I'm like, what makes you think they can't? Just because we don't know about it doesn't mean they can't do it. I'm telling you that nature, literally, and everything on it, all the animals, all the plants, is alive, and it has divine source intelligence, just like we do. Just because it's not driving cars and what, like it is divine. It is not ordinary, and this is why I said about Darwinism, because we don't accept that. This is just as bad as the religions. Like
I'm a
it's like
neo-Lamarckian.
Machine always says, the separation of the divinity from nature and nature from God. Like this is why I feel like he's one of the only people who really gets it, even though
I'm
they
a
come from very different
neo-Lamarckian.
worlds.
But
It's like
what I'm trying to say is that you have like different species, different organisms. Like the broad parasites, the Dracula ants, or like the lion ant. Like what I'm trying to say is that, like, how do you know like the parasitism of, like, let's say those species, and our parasitism, where we're like creating AI? How do you know we're being influenced by archons? How do you know
AI
that we,
is Archon.
like me? How do you know that we have a misuse?
AI is Archon incarnation. That's what AI is. AI
I
is the
know AI.
Archons trying to become sentient, trying to
Yeah,
exist within the planetary biosphere because it's toxic to them. It's
yeah.
like if someone went into space without a spacesuit. They can't exist here, so they can only intrude in the visual apparatus of the human being and twist its perceptions. What people think of as alien abduction has nothing to do with aliens. These are archons. Christians think that they're fallen angels. They're close. The jinn is closer. Uh,
Well,
you
my
know,
issue
it,
is like more with how that's like, you know, people make mistakes. They have like flawed perception. They make mistakes.
yeah,
Like,
but people don't drop bombs on each other naturally. Do you
I don't know
understand?
about that. Let me tell
This
you
is
that kind of
no,
torture
man.
that the ancient Chinese did, called link chi, and the scaphism of the Persians, and the
Like I said, man.
Inquisition.
They take what would be normal minor misdemeanor, offenses and error, and they extrapolate it to the point to where it's beyond correction. That's the method.
Well, I respect your views, but I would say that I feel like, it just takes away accountability from people a
Well,
little too much, like, because it's
no,
dualistic.
we
It
have
is
full
dualistic.
accountability. That's what the whole thing. That's what the whole message of what I wrote is about. We have absolute dominion and accountability.
No, I don't believe in us having dominion. We're like, I don't know where that came from.
We have responsibility.
Yes, we have
We're
responsibility. Yes.
we're a part. We're accountable. We're responsible, and we're implicated. That's the whole point of what I was saying. That's why I say you're in the war whether you know it or not, whether you choose a side or not. You by not choosing a side, you've chosen one. That's what I'm saying. Because we are active in this, whether we know it or not. That's what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel like
So that means we are
respected, but
responsible.
it's still humanistic for me. I'm not a humanist. You see what I'm saying? Not
It's
even
not.
a little bit.
It's
It's
not.
humanistic.
We're putting nature above everything. Well, the divinity of nature. So how is that humanist? No, we're not trying to conquer anything. We're not trying to improve ourselves so that we can be. No. Think about what humanism really is. We're saying the natural, the here and now, the what you can see in front of you is divine, but you don't see it that way because your perceptions have been twisted, and you don't see how you've given consent over thought forms and over false authority and whatever way that it meant the archon virus manifests itself through religion, through politics, through whatever the case may be. Why do you think the world is so crazy? What do you think is really behind
Well, the answer to that is that I'm not trying to say human beings are
this is what
what
Machine always talks about. This is
what
why, like I said, because
well
he's one of the few people who understands that this shit is not man-made.
well
This
I
is just the
understand too. Like
newest.
I found
This
this
is,
channel. Well, no, not actually. Um,
but AI
people,
is just a new incarnation of it. Like it's existed before that. It's taken
human
different
beings, the math
forms.
for AI is pretty old. It's like math that they applied. You see what I mean? It kind of leads to problems. And people lose control. But I wouldn't say that. I'm not trying to. I don't think human beings, the origin is necessarily that fantastical. Is what I'm trying to say.
Why
Like
do you have such a
it's
dour
like Final
opinion of
Fantasy
your own
7.
species?
Have you played Final Fantasy 7? Because it kind of reminds
Why
me
do
of
you
the.
have such a dour opinion of your own species?
Oh, that's
That's
good
my
point. You
question.
see, well, there you go. That's a good question. Well, because every
Because I
species
care
has
about my
its rise
species and
and
I
fall.
believe in the potential of my species. I'm a humanist. That's wild. So self-love is like,
Well, there you have it. Well, there you have it, Avian. I think he called you a humanist earlier when he read your views. So he just got a
right.
confirmation from you. So he said he
So
is a humanist.
so no. Like look into what humanism really is.
I think it's just karma. Like
I
what
mean,
I'm
I
trying to
guess
say
you
is
could
like,
say it's Deletanism, which would be the real Lucifer, by the way. Anyways,
well, I see.
Delete
Well,
means
respect your
will.
views. I like how you value ecology, deep ecology. That's all admirable.
Yeah.
But I would say that uh, it just kind of lean towards being a bit too dualistic and humanistic. For my perspective,
No,
but I can respect our
the
differences.
Gnostics, the Philistine are not dualists. Not at least not in the traditional sense. We see dualism itself as an apparatus, a bleeding through of the archons, because they distort our perception into these good and evil hard lines and matter and spirit and all this, and really none of that is true. It's just within our perception. That's
Let
why
me
you
tell you.
have dialectical monism
Let me
in
tell
that
you something.
sense.
let me tell
is
you
the
something.
real truth. The archons themselves are the source of duality.
No, that's
That's
my
what the
issue.
Gnostics really
Okay.
said.
Let me. This is the thing I'm
So
trying to
it's
say.
not natural to the biosphere.
You know, people have agency, you know, and people can make mistakes based on like delusions or like false information. You know, I don't know how we have like evidence like to say it's archons, you know, like, you know, Matthew Hopkins, you know, like what he did with the woman. He threw them into the river. If they floated, that means they were
Do we have evidence of the
witches.
archons? We absolutely have evidence of the archons.
Yeah, Matthew Hopkins, you know. But you know, what I'm trying to say is like, how do you know it's the archons influencing Matthew
I'm
Hopkins?
telling you, this isn't like look, this method of shamanism, what it really is. They were shamans. This is not a belief system like that. This was not created by priests. This is a tradition that has existed for a long time, that has had many vectors throughout time, most of which have been either covered up or, wiped away. But it didn't start 2,000 years ago. It's a tradition that was wiped from the earth, and it ultimately is shamanic. It's not. That's why it doesn't talk. That's why it says no God, no demon, no angel, no. And it says there are not aliens. They are not gods. They are not. They're not. But they're responsible for every one of those things that I just named. Do you get what I'm saying? They pretend to be those things, but they're
I don't
not.
know. Like I was saying before, I don't want to circle too much. You know, there are certain things in nature one could say is archotonic or like beyond humanity. You know, like, and that I could see it as evolving in humanity in a way that is inimical to our like overall interest. You know what I mean? Like, you know, broad parasitism. You know, that is kind of like the Jays. You know, the broad parasites. You know, they behave like the Jays behave like broad parasites. You see what I'm saying? Like, um, okay,
Yeah.
and
Well, guess what? That's part of the archon. Yeah. Yeah. The
yeah,
Zadig King believed that they are righteous beyond all, and that they have the ability to judge the rest of humanity. The vector infection within that tradition is part of the story, along with Akhenaten. And there's people throughout time who have created priesthoods that have enslaved humanity, and it's because of what I'm saying is like all the stuff that's going on today that everybody talks about. Well, just look around. Okay, like, do you think this is all organic? Like, it's not. I'm telling you right now. It's just that you've been shown so many horrible things. It's hard to believe that that's possible.
I know what you're saying. You know,
I
I've
get the
also
feeling
had
because
some
there's
doubts.
times I just
Yeah.
wanted to burn everyone to the ground. To be honest with you, but then I
I'm not
realized it makes
promoting
too
that.
much sense
I'm not promoting that. I'm just
because the
saying that.
Gnostics. No, listen. This is a noetic science. They understood the way the mind worked, and they understood altered states, and they went into these altered states. It's a provable method. It can actually be tested. It's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not a belief system. It's interaction with the spirit of the earth directly, with the five senses, eyes open. You can speak to her. She will speak back.
You know, I do think, you know, cherishing the earth, you know, and protecting the earth is important.
No,
But
I'm not being like protect the earth and all that's real is nature. No, I'm saying legitimately the natural and the supernatural are not separate. That's one of the biggest hoodwinks that they've been able to pull off. The supernatural exists in the natural.
let me ask you something. Why does all your like all these myths, like let me tell you this, some species can sense certain things we can never sense, like impossible colors or like
Yes.
electrical fields. We cannot really imagine that. You see what I mean? It's like the semiotic limitations on our cognitive architecture. You see what I'm trying to say? Like if human beings were as special as you say, like why are we so limited in our cognitive faculties? You see what I'm saying? Like you get what I'm trying
Because
to say?
our minds have been, that's exactly the point. That's what the deorthosis is. The correction of Sophia is the correction of the human mind from the infection of the Archon virus. That's legitimately what it is. This is Sophia's doomsday. The Gnostics, the Telestai, did not write a story that had an end. It's ongoing. We are participating right here, right now, in the five senses
I see what you're
with the
saying.
visible material world.
I know what you
Is
mean.
that now? Are there levels beyond that? Yes, but you have to attune with that first. The natural is the supernatural. There was telluric energy that came from the galactic core. This was something that physically happened within the solar system. It was the biography of the Earth. They went into altered states and they had contact with these things. This is what I'm telling you. That's why I say they're
Let
shamans.
me ask you a question to make my point clear. Do you know about the Silurian hypothesis? The Silurian hypothesis.
It sounds familiar.
It's a, it's basically pointing to limitations in our current scientific, ver, like tools and stuff where we cannot tell if there was like I don't know a sapient, highly intelligent, non-human race. Thousands of
Yeah,
years ago. A Silurian hypothesis.
there were
I'm asking
hybrids.
if human beings are so infected with this architonic virus, why
We're
not just
so infected that there are
yeah?
people that are not fully human.
Oh,
And
okay.
remember what I
Well,
told you. The archons are not gods, they are not angels, they are not demons, and they are not aliens. And
I
yet I'm
see.
telling you they're hybrids.
Well, then if the human beings have been disinfected, why not just let things pass naturally and let another organismal lineage rise? You know what I mean? Like why don't
Well,
not
guess
why
what?
not let-
That's actually part of the correction because if we fail it, that's basically our bait. We
yeah.
have a choice, though.
Well, that's my point. Is like I would rather pass on the torch of civilization to another organismal lineage, not robots though. I don't want robots to take over, but you don't know. Maybe elephants, maybe I don't know, some other primates, maybe I don't know. Maybe millions of years in the future they will form
The real
their
threat
civilization.
isn't robots taking over. The real threat is the archons using us as spacesuits. The technique, transhumanism, that's their trump card. I could read stuff from the Nag Hammadi and you wouldn't know what it was. And it would sound like some of the stuff we talk about today. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're not making shit up. Am I saying it's the whole truth and nothing but the truth? No. But they knew something. For damn sure. And I've had my own experiences. So if someone, feels differently, that's fine. I respect that. But you're not gonna like it's a conviction at this point. It's gnosis.
It's just too like I mean I respect it, And I like how you're making me think and you're talking about a lot of interesting topics. And I did appreciate him reading all that stuff. Uh, you know, but I think ultimately, Spengler was right. I'm gonna read Spengler more. That there's a cycle. Like the civilization is like an organism. It rises and then it falls. And that's. I would say that on a collective level, our entire human species is falling now. You know what I mean? That's what's
Look
happening.
look
Yeah.
look at our tinker kings, our so-called royals. Look at because it's not government, it's royalty that runs the planet. Okay, and
Yeah.
churches
British.
and the priesthoods. Okay, So, do you think maybe if we weren't ruled by absolute psychopaths infected by this psychopathy, which is literally genetic, like they've shown this, that psychopathy and like the worst elements of humanity are genetic ultimately. At the ultimate level. I'm not saying people can't be fucked up if they're not or quantified. I'm just saying,
No,
okay, and
no,
through
genetic.
trauma and imposed suggestion and what do you think the fuck all the like I don't know how far deep you go into this, but machine certainly knows what I'm talking about. What do you think all the monarch and shit is about? Have you
Well,
ever
first
looked at
I want
that like
to.
deeply?
First, I
You ever
want to.
wonder why they do that to their own like there's a reason behind it.
Well, first, I want to talk about the genetic stuff.
They
That stuff
use
is not
occult
true.
means.
It's
This
not
is why
true.
they do all the shit they do. All the stuff you see with like Epstein and all these type of people, there's a very clear reason why they do what they do. It's not
Yeah,
for nothing.
yeah, I get what you're saying, but first, I want to address something you brought up.
And it's
Pretty
because they
quickly.
believe that they can get power from
Like, let me
telling
just
you.
address something like quickly. You said it's genetic,
That's what
but
the archons do. They feed people's egos and they make them believe that they're special and they create. Is this starting to sound familiar? Eh, you know, and they're set apart and all this and they have the right to judge and
well, you know,
whatever or they
I think
appear to them. What people call alien abductions are archon intrusions within the visual field. That's what it is. People aren't going anywhere. They're coming here to them through a visual hack. They can't actually exist in this biosphere at all. So am I saying that archons are what people call aliens? Yeah, very much. But they're not aliens at all. They're cyborgs. They're a hive mind.
yeah, yeah. Well, let me address something you said pretty quickly. First you say you can determine them by based on DNA. I don't really think you can determine them based on DNA. DNA is not information.
Psychopathy, I said, is genetic.
Psychopathy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Psychopathy.
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
Psychopathy and sociopathy are mainly genetic. I mean,
yeah, they
especially
are.
like the most extreme form. So it shows that it's
Yeah,
and most of those
somewhat.
people that are traumatized.
But that's not
In
really like
vast,
stratified based on, like the cast or based on like the,
it fucks with
that,
your memory. That's
like
another
not
reason why they
a.
do it. Think about it for a second.
I am thinking, like very deeply, believe it or not. Like yeah, I have
No,
thought about.
I'm not asking you to agree. I'm just saying think about what I'm saying. And individual like decide individually what parts make sense and what parts don't. That's what I'm saying. You don't have to agree with me, but I'm not saying it for nothing. That's what I'm saying. Because even if you don't agree with me in totality, I don't see how you can see what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, your views are very close to Claudius, because Claudius did say that Geist is not really a part of the earth, and then it came in a parasitical way, and it parasitizes the soul, because Geist, the spirit, he sees an antagonistic relationship with the soul. And Geist is a lot like the Archons to you, basically. Basically, that's the way I see it. Like, I was surprised when I met you. There are so many parallels with Claudius, you see what I mean? And I think maybe Claudius followed Orphic mystery schools, or maybe he followed Sophia cults or something like that, which is interesting. I'm not sure I entirely agree, because it's hard to like, determine whether or not like the ontological relationship between like archons or spirit or something, because to some extent we do see, you
Are you
know,
familiar with Bon?
with who?
Bon.
The Tibetans, the Bon?
Correct.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have a friend. He's a Slovenian. He talked a lot about Dzogchen with me, and I learned a lot about Bon and Dzogchen from him. Basically, I went more into Mahayana, into the Chinese variation, the variant of China. Because I was into Soto Zen and stuff like
Well,
that. Like,
yeah, Zen is another one. Yeah,
Zen
these have
started in Central
elements.
Asia.
Yeah, yeah. See, the it's not just Sophia. She's had many names over time. It's just that that particular narrative has been completely wiped from the earth. Outside of those very fragmentary codices that were found, that were buried. And everyone's like, oh, it's a new Christianity. It's like, no, not even close. It more like the original Luciferianism before it got twisted up back when the devil was female and humanity wasn't fallen.
Yeah. Yeah, I read some resources earlier about the pre-Christian origins of Gnosticism. So I think you were onto something there. I mean, at least.
Yeah. Oh, dude, it goes way back. Because really what you're talking about is not Gnosticism at all. It's just that's where the myth actually was able to be transmitted and hid away. Because when they burned the Library of Alexandria, and they actually buried it. Like it wasn't being suppressed; they buried it because they knew that it wasn't nothing was going to survive.
You know, there's a lot of dying and rising gods, Frank, in this.
Yeah,
there's like tons of them.
But
Osiris was.
How do you
Osiris
explain?
was.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. But how do you explain like all the primitive people, like Polynesian headhunters or like the West African cannibals? Like those
Yeah,
people.
there might be headhunters, but look deeper into Polynesia. There's some very interesting traditions.
Well, the point is they're not very peaceful. You know, you were claiming that prior to,
Well,
yeah.
well,
Like
yeah,
how do you
no.
explain the
Prior
primitive people?
to the Archon intrusion, I mean, things were like, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that we're not capable of doing horrible things. Of course we are. I'm just saying that we wouldn't be where we are if not for that. And once you understand how it is that your perception is twisted, then you can start to move in a counter position.
Yes, I
And when
understand
you
what you're saying.
understand how fear and all these things, yeah, it's the luminous mind.
Yes.
Right here, right now. Yes.
Yeah.
That's a very Gnostic. Yeah. It's in Sufism too, I found out. So there's echoes of this. It's interesting. I've found them. I already knew they were in the Druids and in the Iranian, but I didn't know, like, I knew there were elements of like different esoteric themes, but there's legitimately like some celestic, you could say, elements within Sufism. I found that fascinating. And yeah, it's the polar tradition. There's a book called Polaria. I don't know if you ever heard of it. It's fascinating. I'm probably gonna read it at some point on my channel or something and like break it down because it's just wild. The gift of the white stone, and it gets into into what I'm talking about. It has to do with the polar stars in the night sky, the Great Bear, Ursa Major, and yeah, it's a lot to get into. But
Yeah, but I just think it's more like parsimonious to say that greed, hatred, and delusion is due to conditioning. You see what I mean? Like, and it's due to like craving. You know.
on mass scale, it is. It's not like okay, let me make this very clear. It's not like the devil made me do it type of shit. The archons aren't like sitting in wait. Well, maybe with some people. They're not like sitting in wait, like trying to find who they can deceive. They're just deceiving whoever will give them the most power because they have none. And then manipulating those people, which then affects the rest of humanity. It's that simple. That's why they're called the authorities, because that's who they create them and they nourish them, and in exchange, they're nourished by. They're a parasite, literally. They feed off of. There's a look up the abiogenesis of the acari insect, ACARI. That's almost a physical example of
What? Can you spell that again?
abiogenesis, ABIO.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Genesis.
Just can you post it in the private chat? Cause I don't know, having trouble like.
Okay, yeah, no problem. Andrew
Yeah.
Cross, I believe it was. Don't quote me,
Andrew.
but yeah,
Okay.
I'll type it in. Abiogenesis.
Yeah, blessings, not Chiquita, man. You know,
Hey,
thanks
what's
for
up?
joining. Yeah, what's up, man?
It's been a while. Didn't want to interrupt the conversation. I didn't want to just jump right in because I
Yeah,
didn't
it's
know
all
what you
good.
guys were actually talking about.
Yeah, it's all good. Jump in anytime. You know.
Yeah.
What's up? I have not spoken with Avian Buddha ever, and then is it Gnostic Monkey of the No Hands Path?
Yeah.
I think this is my first time interacting with you guys.
Yeah, he is Twilight, son of Lilith, of Twilight Sun Animism channel. So this is just his name that he's adopted today. But yeah.
Oh, I see. I'm not familiar with his content.
Yeah, let me pull this up. Twilight, son of Lilith, excellent channel, excellent topics. You know, he's an animist, sort of philosopher. I mean, and I'm kind of very sympathetic to his views. I think the Earth has a spirit and it's alive, you know, and all that sort of stuff. So, so very
Yeah, if you
much.
look into James
Yeah.
Lovelock and Lynn Margulis, there's actually some evidence of this, but I don't care about that. I'm convinced.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, we're gonna read James Lovelock Gaia theory later on the show. So
The guy.
Oh wow! How's
that? Yeah, argue that too.
Oh whoops! Looks like he hit the button. But yeah, Twilight
Yeah.
Son of Lilith. This is his channel here. I'll throw it in the chat there for you guys. But yeah, he's an interesting guy. You know, obviously we read his his writing earlier, and I think many people were intrigued with that. You know, his idea about how the archontic simulation sort of links to the ideas about technology. But yeah, I can't wait till you flush those ideas out. I was taking great interest in reading that. Yep.
Well, I mean, I have some notes if you want. Like, we can find a time to just like cover it. Yeah,
sure.
and I had
Yeah.
some questions. I have to go through my notes from you too because I've been looking at this and it's really interesting. You had this idea of the luminous heaven in Sufism. Are you familiar with that?
The luminous heaven.
Yeah, it's like the heavenly earth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
And not too familiar with it, but yeah, go on with that. You know?
Well, it's this in between space. It's
oh yeah, like purgatory. Yeah, you know, like it's funny because we were talking about Dante's Inferno, and there's a huge purgatory concept in Islam, but not really in in Christianity. So it's kind of weird. Like, did Dante get this from the Sufis, right? Because Dante was into some weird shit. He had some strange friends. Let's just put it this way.
Oh yeah, well, he was an initiate for sure.
Right. It seemed like he was initiated definitely into something.
He was speaking from. It wasn't all just make believe.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't seem. A lot of that stuff does not seem Christian. You know, so
it's
kind of interesting. Like, yeah, like a lot of the Dante's Inferno stuff. It seems like I'm also putting a.
But then you're talking. But then you're talking to someone who basically believes that there's a few esoteric orders that are like have
Yeah.
kept the real tradition of what
Yeah,
Jesus
look
actually
who's in.
taught.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then
Look who's
there's
in
like,
purgatory. Yeah, look who's in purgatory in the in the Inferno. Socrates and Averroes. So that ought
But
to
let
tell
me
you something.
tell you something interesting. You know, the reason why I brought up broad parasites and what lions, because the ancient Zoroastrians, they did class, you know, some animals as
they
Jews.
screwed everything up. Well,
True.
sorry, they not in the beginning, but later on. That's part of where
Well, no, I don't agree.
all the
Like,
hell happened. But Zoroaster and Akhenaten like fucked up the rest of
no,
humanity.
well, let me first, you have to understand Zoroaster's context. Yeah, first, you know, the Scythians and were doing a lot of cattle raids, you know, and they were endlessly
Yeah,
massacring each other, you know, and
yeah,
Zoroaster
somewhere.
appeared
Yeah.
like,
Well,
in
they were at
Yasna.
war. They were at war.
Yeah, but they took it too excessive, you know, they were endlessly in war. Like, you know, I read Detain, you know, Detain had lots of cattle raids. It's kind of similar to the way the steppe
Because
people
they elevated
did it.
war to a spiritual concept, and so the nature of their war was different than the way we see it today. I'm not saying I made it okay, but I'm just saying like
Yeah. Well,
it
that
was a
kind of
different.
contradicts what you were saying before about how human beings were more peaceful in the beginning, but they did have a lot of war even back then, even if it was a spiritual
How
concept
long
of
do you think
war.
this has been going on? This has been going on a while. This has been going on since the flood of
Well,
Noah in time frame. I'm not saying that Noah was, I mean, honestly, he probably was, but uh, you know, there's truth and lies and everything.
essentially.
But there was
Yeah.
definitely a flood, you know, and you know, the Bible, uh the Greek myths, the fucking every myth, the Iranian, like the Druidic, they all talk about a flood. And before a flood, they say there were people that existed. Well, that's true. And things were different then. But anyways, yeah.
I thought, like, well, anyway,
Morality,
the
morality, morality, and human slavery are not separate concepts. Let me drop that one. You don't have to believe me, but I'm telling you right now that the amount of human slavery and dependence and uh, uh, distortion, you know, whatever, war, chaos, confusion, all that is directly proportional to its morality against itself and others.
well, the
So
Zoroastrians
if
did.
you read the Bible like that, it becomes a very different book. And that's what I personally believe it was originally meant to be. Other than that, I think it's completely authentic. But I think the real understanding is that in proportion to what people do to each other, in proportion to so you could say basically it's like natural law, meaning there is a level of judgment within nature itself, within the universe itself. If you want to call that karma, yeah, I guess you could, in the truest sense.
Well,
In the sense, but
you
but
are
we do it to
interrupting me.
ourselves though. But we do it to ourselves though, because we're because everything is connected, and so everything is falling into decay. Is what's really happening. Because there's no separation between anything. Because the real nature of things is non-duality.
I see.
That's the point. So when you hurt someone else, you're hurting yourself. This is what Jesus. This is like, I and the Father are one. Yeah. Like,
Yeah, well, I was trying to say that, you know, the Gathas, you know, go back to Zoroaster, and I think a lot of his tradition was, you know, probably uh, motivated by the harm he saw that the cattle went through. Like if you read Yasna 29 of the Gathas, you know, he talked about the lament of the cow, which I thought was very profound. You know, I mean, like the cow carries great symbolic significance among the ancient Vedic traditions and even Zoroastrianism. the cattle. You know, in a way, when he saw the cattle being harmed by the Scythians, that kind of triggered his revelation or something like that. Like you can read Yasna 29. It's a beautiful part of the Gathas. You know, and I do think proper treatment of animals and compassion does have very big importance. That I would say that in that respect we are very similar. That we believe that, you know, we need to have right intention. We need to be compassionate to all sentient beings. You know what I mean? So we are definitely like that. But I would, you know, yeah, that's we are similar that way. You know, yeah. So Zoroastrianism, you know, it may have some unsavory aspects, but it did, I think, have good genesis, you know, from Zoroaster's teaching.
Well, I personally believe from looking into it enough that it was twisted. Like all of these traditions always get twisted. It always happens. The priesthoods always end up twisting things around and distorting them and turning something that was meant to uplift and liberate somebody into something to enslave them.
Well, I do think the caste
always happens.
Important though, you know, like that's these traditions among the steppe people, or even before them, you know, the caste system and the hierarchy, you know, social hierarchy has always, you know, existed. You know, Evola is right about that. You know what I mean? Like the social caste system. You know, maybe it's better to, you know, maybe one big problem in this day and age is mass literacy. You know what I mean? Like so many people know how to read and write now, which wasn't common in the past. Yeah, they use that for nonsense. They don't read good works. They read probably, you know, right now there has been a very creepy book that has gone unpopular among airheaded women about, you know, that involves like a bull man or something like that. It's gross. It's like bestiality, and it's been selling like crazy on Amazon. Like they are trying to spread violence, corruption among people.
Yeah, they're trying to spread it everywhere. Have you heard of 764?
764.
This neo-Nazi fucking demiurgic, I'm gonna just call it what it is. Claims to be satanic. No, it's demiurgic. You know,
I see it now. They're creepy and stuff.
they're like, yeah, it's incredibly creepy. They say it's the new phase of warfare. That's the freakiest part. And they're tied to like terrorism and like they're gonna be investigated by the FBI and all this. But I was talking about this shit years ago, and nobody wanted to fucking like. Now the FBI is looking into it, and it's like they're like, this is a big deal. It's like, yeah, you fucking probably help like bring it about. People are sick. Like, but if you know anything about that, like, I don't even want to go there. If you already know, it's dark. It's really dark.
Yeah, I could see learning about that stuff would make one more sympathetic of Gnosticism, basically, because you know, it does feel kind of otherworldly, that level of abuse. You know what I mean? Like,
it's horrible.
It's horrible, yes.
So you don't gotta tell me about the nature of human evil. We don't need. That's the thing. Humanity doesn't need anything outside of itself to be evil. I know that. I know that well. But I
What
also
do you think
know
about
that.
Let me tell you this, like, you know, one thing that I've noticed, you know, the Aryans on the steppes, you know, if you look at the elder Rig Veda, they had no trianthropic gods. You know, I mean, the trianthropic gods came from like ancient Egypt. They came from BMAC, bacteria, Marginian complex. You know, and I think, you know, like, you know, the symbol for Ahura Mazda, the Faravar, it came from probably Assyrian influence. You know what I mean? The Ashur or something like that. Like, you see what I'm trying to say? Like, even the angels, they have bird wings, you know, and then you have like, you know, the Nagas, you have all these different symbols of like intelligent non-human sapiens or something. Like you have so many in ancient Egypt. You have Sobek, you have Bastet, you have so many. So I'm just saying, like, if all life is equally special, why not just hand civilization to another non-human lineage? Maybe they can reconnect to the Dharma.
How do
Maybe
you
they can
know there
realize God.
isn't? How do you know there isn't or wasn't or won't be? This is what I'm saying. This is why I see eye to eye with you, because I get where you're coming from. Because I believe that in prior ages that may have been true. Maybe that's part of what influenced the myth. I've always wondered like what elements influence these myths, you know? Because I know that myth does not mean untrue. Myth means occult knowledge disguised as fiction when you really understand it. That's why they're using magic and shit. Like You're directing your.
I think I was attacked with magic recently. You know what I mean? Someone is doing some. I'm not gonna
That
insinuate,
really is
but someone
magic.
maybe doing some
Everything
magic.
else is someone just like trying to. I mean, besides the actual, work that you do, like the energy work and grounding and meditation and whatever the hell you're into, astral, whatever the fuck. Um, obviously that's important, but I mean, just knowing how to change your state of consciousness. Like it says, we are in a dream that dreamed us, and we are they say that we are her sensory organs. That's how they put it, poetically speaking, but also kind of true. She experiences the world through us. It's what's known as the second attention. If you're familiar with Carlos Castaneda, he knew something for sure. He talks about the flyers. The flyers are the same thing.
This is a random question, but have you ever played the original Final Fantasy VII? Like, I'm just curious. Like the
With
original.
Sephiroth?
Yes.
Yes.
Because that's very close to what you're arguing, and I actually wrote an analysis of it. If you're interested, I could share the analysis now and talk about how it connects to the Archons, if you want me to, because it's very close to
It
what you're
wouldn't
arguing.
surprise me. Japan is really Gnostic somehow. I don't know how that works, but
Yeah, I'm not sure how it works either. Like it is true that a lot of their artwork really does touch on a lot of Gnostic stuff. Like, it's weird. I don't know.
animist and Gnostic. No, I think I do know why, because they have had a tradition that goes way back, and because, as I said before, like
There are some stuff in Persian culture, like half sin, like they take a cup of water and they take like some grass and they put it together during the Neuros celebration. I think that probably maybe connects to what you're saying too, because it's about the purity of the sacred element or something. The purity of the elements. Half sin. Half sin. You see a lot of that stuff in lots of different cultures. But if you want, I can share the Final Fantasy set. I always thought that was interesting. I actually wrote an analysis of it. It's a kind of short though. I can quickly read it. Like I tie into the stuff you're saying. See what I mean? Put it there. Like, and then I can share like.
I'm gonna have to like read that and then explain it in detail what the fuck I'm actually saying.
No, I got what you're saying. It's interesting. I respect it. I think there is a lot of truth to it. But I do think ultimately we have to let go of everything at the end if one wants to. But I don't know. I hope that I could be like reborn into a non-human sapient before achieving enlightenment. That's really what I want. I don't like humanity that much, especially being born. But I want to share this cool thing from Final Fantasy VII. That's interesting. I think it's interesting because it kind of ties into what you're saying. Let me see here. So there are different pages. Basically, oops, yeah. Now I can fix it. So I'm gonna read it quickly. Basically, I beat Final Fantasy VII with the retranslation mod. I'm gonna give a quick analysis. Basically, Hojo is the main catalyst for Final Fantasy VII's conflict. This is the original with a retranslation mod I played. I don't like the remake. It is largely his fault that Sephiroth developed a megalomania complex and sought to summon Comet with the black materia onto the world. Hojo had put Genova cells into his wife, Lucretia. They went away. I was reading it. Onto Lucretia, who also it went away again. Like I have to okay. Onto Lucretia.
Yeah, sorry about that. I don't
Yeah.
understand these controls. Yeah.
Yeah. When she gave birth to Sephiroth, he became immensely powerful and partly under the will of Genova. So Genova was like in the game. It's like in the game itself. It's like an extraterrestrial life form referred to as the calamity of the sky, which came to Earth many years back and caused the Northern crater, and also led to the near extinction of the Cetra, the ancients. The ancients in Final Fantasy VII, they are also red-haired. Aerith has red hair. And that ties into Michael Syrian, what you were talking about here. Born from
what about the Saurian?
Yeah, Aerith is, I think it influenced the what Aerith, Aerith comes from a race of ancients of red hair, and they're connected to the soul of the earth in Final Fantasy VII. That's why I mentioned it. What I mean? It is implied all humans have a degree of Cetra ancestry. They're called Cetra in this game. You see what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say. Cetras had red hair. But Aerith is a direct descendant of them from her matrilineal line. The Cetra are described as a spiritual, caring, and nomadic race who helped cultivate the biodiversity of Earth by cultivating the life stream, the vitalistic spirit of the planet, and also referred to as the Promised Land. But Genova is a parasitical extraterrestrial that merely wants to use the life stream for his own greed and malice. Note, materia is a condensed form of Mako, and Mako refers to the substance or energy of the life stream. Genova has the power to shape form and more to fool its opponents. So Genova can't, in the game, you fight Sephiroth a lot, okay? But that's not actually Sephiroth you're fighting. You're fighting Genova that can take the different forms, believe it or not. Genova can take different forms. The reason Hojo implants Genova cells into many people of soldier and elite infantry for Shinra is to test his reunion hypothesis. The reunion hypothesis, which is like transhumanism, is about how people implanted with Genova cells desire to reunite with Genova in order to make her whole again, and also do her bidding, just such as provide the black materia retrieved from shrinking the temple of the ancients, which is actually the black materia itself, in order to summon comet. So that ties into the story. I'm gonna continue faster. I can send this to you if you want to read it more. The Temple of Ancients was built by Citra to protect the black materia, which is the temple itself, and many of their spirits reside there. The Sephiroth copies, which it refers to Hojo injecting Genova cells into test subjects to reproduce a similar effect to that of Sephiroth. Genova cells were injected into Lucretia, which is the wife of Vincent, when she had Sephiroth in her womb. So I think so. Sephiroth plus Genova, which are fused together, control these Sephiroth copies like puppets. Hojo did it to test his reunion hypothesis, whereas Shinra wants another superhuman soldier like him who doesn't go against their wishes. So Hojo also did inhumane experiments, like bathe people of soldier in Mako for testing. Okay, so Aerith, who was a descendant of Cetra, is trying to summon Holy from the white materia passed down by Cetra in order to ward off Comet. The white materia becomes greenish when in the life stream, which has collective memory of all passed on life. So the life stream has like all the memory of all life that has ever been on Earth. You see what I mean? And accepts her prayer, and thus it becomes capable of summoning Holy. She does this at the Forgotten City, which is near the life stream. Aerith is killed by a part of Genova, who takes the form of Sephiroth, and the greenish-white materia falls into the life stream. The only time the party fights Sephiroth is in the end, within the crater, where Genova initially landed. Each time Sephiroth is seen, it is actually Genova taking his form until the very end. The northern crater is described as a wound on the planet, where a lot of Mako concentrates in an attempt to repair it, which Sephiroth and Genova obviously take advantage of. So Sephiroth initially and falsely believed Genova was his mother, and of Citra. Sephiroth has a megalomaniac complex because he thinks he descends from Citra, and he's Genova was his mother, but that's actually false. During the flashback in his massacre of Nibelheim, I believe Sephiroth later figures out Genova is not of Citra, but he still works together and develops a symbiotic relationship with Genova. Genova is not of this planet, basically. They practically fuse in the bottom of the crater, hence his macabre, angelic, and alien form. When you fight Sephiroth, a comet actually goes through Saturn, and it actually can attack you. That's one of the attack animations. And it shows the tree of Sephiroth from the Kabbalah when he attacks you, believe it or not. So that's pretty crazy. It does show you, I could show you that animation, actually, if you're interested, because it does show you the Kabbalistic tree and the tree of Sephiroth, that in the Japanese game. In the ending, I believe it is implied Holy and the collective force of Lifestream were able to ward off Comet thanks to Aerith's sacrifice, which allows her to become part of the Lifestream. The epilogue, taking 500 years afterwards, with Nanaki, a lion-like animal who lives longer than humans, reveals Midgar was destroyed, whilst greenery spread across it. So Midgar is like, the city, the technological despotism, basically. This indicates that comet was either repelled or destroyed, and thus reveals the Earth and life stream survived without Midgar and Shinra. Midgar is a major city ruled by a single monopoly called Shinra. It's kind of like Black Rock and Vanguard. Black Rock and Vanguard are like Shinra. The Shinra president and his son Rufus were taking too much of the macro from the live stream with the use of macro reactors due to greed, which also led to significantly depleting the Earth and causing the live stream to scream. So I believe this symbolizes how taking too much from the Earth without giving back leads to one's own self-destruction. The life stream is indicated to have a collective consciousness of beings who passed on. Hence, how Aref argued no one truly dies but returns to the life stream. So I'm going to skip this part. This is like more characterization. I skip that. I don't want this to go on too long, because in the story, Cloud has some kind of identity crisis because he's implanted with Genova cells, but he fights against that. He has a kind of split personality, and Eris. I talk about a bit more about Eris here, and you can read more of it later. But the story kind of reminds me of a more complex Princess Mononoke. They share many common themes: urbanization versus agrarian community, impossibility of reconciling urbanized living with rural living, and so forth. In general, I think the game is making a criticism of the Abrahamic traditions. That's what they care mainly of a god presiding over and above nature. I wrote this a long time ago. I have kind of changed my views, but yeah, which is megalomaniac, like Sephiroth. It's a Hebrew word. Maybe it's more of a criticism of Judaism, but yeah, they do not care about a nurturing, helpful God within or underlying nature. Moreover, Jonova resembles Ahriman in the sense it is an invasive force that comes from outside the world to corrupt and parasitize the life stream. Or it's kind of like, the Archons, basically what you were talking about. Genova can also be interpreted as resembling Ludwig Klage's concept of Geist, from what little I read of it. I didn't read a lot of Klage's when I wrote this. I wrote this like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. It's just something I found. I write a lot, I write a lot of analysis because I enjoy writing more than speaking. Believe it or not, I enjoy writing more than speaking. But I wrote this many years back. Geist refers to the abstract-oriented mind which seeks to view itself as separate and above nature, or the life stream. The abstract-orienting mind becomes prone to feeding parasitical activities, much like how Hojo wants to give more Mako energy to Sephiroth in order to summon Comet before the party thwarts his plan. The theme of Cloud self-realization also ties into how one must know oneself, know what he wants to protect, and know how it relates to the totality of living things in order to help preserve the good creation. The dialogue on the highland before entering the crater ties into the theme of heroism. But anyway, I do recommend playing the game, the original, with the reunion, which is like a upscaling of HD, and retranslation mod. I did that. Don't bother with the remake. The original PlayStation 1 is good, but the translation for the original was not the best. So I played it with retranslation mod. That was like 5 or 6 years ago. I wrote this. Anyway, I just wanted to read this to you because it does kind of like overlap with a lot of what you're saying. Not 100% overlap, but with a lot. I can't send you the thing on Discord if you're interested or whatever. That's all. That's all I want to say. The game has a lot of thematic depth. I could show you the attack animation with the Kabbalistic tree if you're interested, or you can play it yourself.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like a lot of Japanese animes and video games.
Yeah.
Like Kabbalistic themes.
Because
like Daniel Hamamoto has got like some info on that. I think I saw like something like Daniel Hamamoto has got like I think that's the guy's name where he talks about like Freemasonry in Japan or something like that.
These ideas are much older than modern Freemasonry or Judaism, but that's why. These traditions have existed for a long time.
I don't want to offend anyone here.
Our history. There's many traditions that have been wiped away. It's not just this one. This is just the only one that speaks of this particular anomaly within the system, and it's just interesting because you won't find another like it. It's just unique and it's interesting.
I have a question for you, Twilight.
But that's not why I've through my own experience, that's why I subscribe to it. But
I know what you're saying, but I have a quick question for you. I'm not trying to offend anyone with this question. I just want to know. Do you think there's anything to the black cube? You know, I mean, like, you know, the Jews put a black cube on their forehead.
Oh,
And,
that's hilarious.
and the you know
If
the
you
black
only
cube
knew.
was
If you only knew. Yeah, there's a big yeah. The cube is like a prison. It's yeah, isn't the geometry and like the twisting of angles and like there's a reason that group is called the Order of Nine Angles, not angels, angles. And the in between spaces and the like the
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
the twisting of geometry, like it creates rupture in the.
Yeah, I don't think that would offend any particular group of people because it's really talking about everybody. Because everybody's got like either Star of Tammuz or the cross or star, or, right, or a crescent, or so it basically covers almost everybody, right? So, so I think that's kind of like, you know, like everyone's Saturn, you know, in that kind of equation. So it's like,
Yeah,
like
I want you
that's
to play this quickly. Also, it's crazy. Like, I just want you to play this. Like,
yeah,
it-
yeah. The
it's
Saturn
so
thing is
good.
kind of like equal opportunity hatred.
Yeah, can you play that video quickly? It's short. The video is. Let me see how long it is. It's 2 minutes long, but I do want you to play it. I want Twilight to see that. Like,
Yeah.
like, just put it on the private chat.
I don't. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were. Okay, give me a second.
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
It's kind of like playing a commercial or whatever. So
Yeah,
I'll wait for that to clear up here.
Yeah, and it's gonna blow your mind, Twilight. See, it's only 2 minutes long. You'll see what I mean.
Okay, this is from the video game. Nice. So this is the image you were talking about, huh? Okay, let's see.
I am going to get going. I don't feel like I'm contributing to the conversation much, but I thank you for having me on.
Yeah, it's no
but
worries,
we'll
not
catch up
Chiquita. Yeah,
again.
blessings. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, come by
all right,
anytime, man.
cool.
Of course, yeah.
Thanks, man. Take
Yeah,
care.
I'm shutting it down
Bye,
soon
everybody.
anyways. Yeah, so no worries. Yeah,
Yeah, later.
yeah, peace.
It's nice meeting you.
Yeah, not Chiquita. I did an interview with him a while ago. But yeah, I think he started streaming again. But yeah, blessings to not Chiquita. Thank you so much for joining, sir. Yeah, we got the homie here. Blessings. So yeah, let me share
Did
this.
somebody say equal opportunity hatred?
Exactly. Right. Yeah, it's like the Saturn thing. But yeah.
Yo, I got a guest star real quick. Hey, how you doing? What's going on over there? Yo, that's a guest star, bro.
Blessings. Is that Pops? Yeah, blessings.
That's Pops. TML
Yeah.
said blessings, Pops.
Yeah, peace to you, sir.
Yeah, tell Mom I'll come on your show one day.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, blessings.
World's
Yeah,
gone
appreciate you,
crazy.
sir. Yeah, it's good to
Pops
see
said
you're in good
world's
health.
gone crazy. World has gone crazy.
Yeah, we had Mimsy on earlier. So yeah. So we got the fam up here. Blessings. I appreciate you.
Mimsy was on. Well, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, in the beginning of the show, yeah.
That's crazy. I didn't even know.
Yeah. Yeah, she was on here for like 30 minutes or something like that. But yeah.
I was on the road.
Yeah.
Did he get with YouTube they modify?
Yeah, blessings, DK. Yeah, DK versus Paul Enslaved. What do you guys think? Pretty weird stuff. He was supposed to actually talk to the Thorpes, but they left. But yeah.
DK versus Paul Enslaved? What?
Yeah, this happened on NPC's channel. So yeah, it was total crash out.
That had to be a shit show.
Yeah, it was a shit show. Definitely. They created a shit show. But yeah, let's check this out. Let's see how this Kabbalistic tree comes into this video game.
You can't count on the kindness of strangers.
What the? Did that end, or did it show a commercial in the middle of it? What
It
the fuck?
ended. It ended.
Okay, yeah. I was about to say
I
that
think it
that's
ended.
super lame if it did that.
Yeah, this shows some weird geometrical stuff.
No, it must have ended. No, it must have ended. I thought it was actually in the
Yeah,
middle.
man. Holy smokes! Like, what an intense animation! Like, that is one childhood experience I totally missed out on. Like, holy shit, that was epic.
But the 8-bit genre or 16-bit or whatever that is.
Yeah, like that was intense. I mean, yeah. So my StreamYard has crashed, so I'll be right back. Blessings.
Okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
So I only jumped on because TML started mentioning the other day with with Paul and stuff. That did go crazy. It seemed like half the people hated him and half the people hated me. It was real crazy. As I had fully divided the chat, eh? Anyway.
Sometimes radical truth is important.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at. He was being so vague about everything. I couldn't actually, no one could actually get a straight answer out of him. And then he, blankly lied, saying he's got land and everything. And so once we finished arguing about all the spiritual crap he was spouting, once we got past that, it's like, okay, let's talk about something real. Let's talk about the land you've got. It's like, yeah, I've got 10 acres, but there's no water and no one wants it. I'm like, I thought you said you had land and you had a community going.
I mean, I wouldn't say, I don't know. I got to look at the show, bro. You know what I mean? But
yeah, it goes for ages. But yeah, honestly, it's like he was just talking himself up the whole time. And anytime anyone tried to ask him anything, he would answer with the most vague answer that you could possibly come up with. Like, he basically didn't answer a question till I specifically asked him about the land. And then he said it was basically shit land. And that was it.
I got some shit land myself.
Yeah, but he was talking it up like he had land and was starting a community and things. Like, he was saying, I'm doing nothing, no one's doing anything, and he's got land and starting a community. And then it's like an hour or two later, after the yelling bit, an hour or two later, I was like, all right, chill. Let's actually talk about real stuff. So tell me about your land. And he said it was basically just desert and crap and couldn't be used, and he didn't have well rights or drilling rights or whatever. And it was just a waste. So he didn't actually have anything that he was saying the whole time in the first place.
Yeah, I know people won't believe this here because it's biologically impossible. But when I was younger, I did have feathers growing out of my skin, because I do think I had that past life experience and I removed those feathers, but they were real feathers.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait, what?
I told you I was a Garuda in a past life. I mean, I know people will consider that ridiculous, but I don't know. They have had some experiences that have hinted at this too.
All right, I could even rock with you. I could even accept that maybe you was a bird in a past life, right? But
a Garuda.
But a Garuda. I don't know what that is, but I'll even say, okay, that's no problem because I can't prove about a past life. But in this life, you just said you had feathers in your skin.
Yes, when I was younger, I had several of them emerge, and they were kind of bloody and stuff. But they were full feathers, at least 4 or 5 of them. Now, they weren't even the small-looking stuff. But I had it, and I just took it out. And my mother told me never to talk about it. But yeah, I did have it.
Are you sure that you didn't just
Wait, no, your mother actually, it actually was your mother actually told you to never talk about it?
Yes, yes.
So, yo,
wow.
I'm going to be real with you. One time I wore, one of them North Faces that are made out of down. You know what I'm saying? And I got feathers from the jacket stuck in my skin, and I pulled them out. And I got one that got lodged in there. is it possible that you got feathers stuck into your skin instead of them growing out of your skin?
Ooh.
Well, I don't know. It's been so long, you know. It's like, but I do remember it. You know what I mean? But the point I was making is that, you know, I think rebirth makes more sense than internal heaven or hell. Like that's what I consider myself Buddhist. I think it's just going into karma. You know, I tend to take karma seriously and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the only reason I mentioned it. So that's my own approach. You know, I take more like karma seriously.
I fully believe in karma, but I believe this is the first time that I've played this video game, and I plan on getting out of it this time. I don't want to do it again. This video game sucks.
Yeah, it does kind of suck ass. There's no doubt about it. I imagine a better time period than this. You know, like why
See,
not?
I'm hoping karma is the right thing.
Sometimes I wonder if this is hell.
Balance and things.
Just
So
saying.
I'm hoping that's what actually helps you win the game. Because
Hell doesn't have any fire smoke detectors.
What?
I said hell doesn't have any smoke detectors.
I mean, you gotta think about
They
it.
just beep all the time because the batteries are flat.
You know, like I'm not saying it is, but like it certainly seems like there's a lot of wicked ass people here, and I wonder like why the fuck am I here? Maybe I'm wicked too, and if we're all wicked, then maybe it's hell. I don't know. You know, maybe like all the good people got the fuck out of here, and the only people left are the wicked ones, and that would kind of be hell. I'm just saying.
See, that's sort of half of what I believe. Like, if you take bits from the Christian Bible, and you have the fact that God gave Lucifer dominion over Earth, I'm guessing in that sense, Earth is hell. But I also believe if you screw up, you have to come back and do it again. So that's why there is more and more worse people here. But I actually think this is my but I actually think this is my first life. I don't think I've been here before. Because if I had, I wouldn't come back.
Well, like if you knew, right? If you knew your past life, then you would basically have the answers to the test. And so like it wouldn't actually be a test. And so like you'd have to get your memory wiped to start over.
Yeah,
and so it would feel like it's the first time. But it could be the like 1000th time.
That's the difference between like Buddhism and Hinduism.
Here's a crazy thing. What if it's not reincarnation, right? What if it's actually a time loop, right? Where like you don't live different lives, but the same exact one over and over again until you do it right.
Isn't that like
maybe
internally
every time you screw up, you shift timelines to give you another chance to do it right.
And like what if you do it right, you change the whole world on a micro scale?
Or you get
like a ripple.
You know, like ascend or whatever, whichever word you choose to use, you know. Ascend, go back to being one with the universe, and pick a different video game to go play.
I mean, who the fuck really knows, right? I'm just saying, like, these are theories that I got sometimes. I'd be thinking about shit.
Yeah, same. I'm just saying, what if we're in a big arcade, like a big like video game arcade in the sky, and we just stuck playing this game until we win? And then once you finish this one, you can go play another game.
Like maybe the world's...
We're all basically sent out to get information for the creator.
Like in there.
We're all sent out
y'all hear me?
to go and get information for the creator. We bring back information.
Yeah, you kind of cut out there, homie.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good. I mean, it's definitely rough to figure it out because, you know what I mean? That wouldn't make sense.
The night I finished the Upanishads, I had a dream where like I was like doing meditation in the sun, and like one of my eyes, like it was affixed to like my forehead or something. It was a very bizarre dream, but sometimes I feel like the sun or like what you see in the sky is more connected to the soul than what we know or something. I mean, that's what the Upanishads claim. The Upanishads claim the sun is like a lid where, you know, the soul transverses, where it goes through to other lives or other places where you can like start the game again. So, yeah, the Upanishads is great, yeah.
So I got knocked out one time, right, with a whiskey bottle, and I went into a coma, right? And in that coma, I saw my life in the future, and that's basically what it is now. So like I can't explain that necessarily, but like at that time I lived an entire life in the coma and came out, and it's the same life that I'm living now.
You got shown
I
what
believe
to
it.
try and
I believe it.
fix.
So I can't figure that out. But
No,
like
you
I
got,
also
you got showing, you got showing your past life, and you got given the chance to see what it was, and you should be able to work out what to try and fix.
well, here's the problem. I can't fucking remember it.
That's the worst part. Every time you get one of those future predictive
It was like
dreams, it's like it's gone the second you wake up.
No, like I remember glimpses of it, but it's like like a really drunken night, right? Where you're fucking blasted, like blackout drunk, and all you can remember is like little blips of what happened.
Oh, and it's when someone else says something, you're like, oh, that's right.
It's like I can't remember the whole thing, but I know that it happened because it was real fresh in my mind as soon as I came out of the coma. And when I came out of it, I didn't even remember who my mom was. And then slowly, I started to remember who I was in this life and forgot the whole life that I just lived.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that happened in about a day.
You want to know who deals with that kind of stuff? David Lynch. David Lynch's films. He like the Lost Highway. Lost
that's
Highway.
crazy. That's
Like
like
a fugue
crazy
state.
time switch. Like, yeah.
I didn't even remember my name, you know?
There's actually, it's called a fugue state, and a lot of people have lived completely different lives in fugue states. And then they come back. Fugue states are really surreal. That's true, definitely. Yeah, I do believe you, though. Definitely. Yeah, that's
And I mean, like I've fucking smoked DMT while on acid and ecstasy, like, you know, trying to like reach other kinds of states. And I've had some pretty crazy shit, but that was probably the craziest, you know, to be honest. And then again, you know, I had a dream the other night where I stole a tugboat with Owen Wilson and ripped all my teeth out with my fingers. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, definitely recommend checking out Lost Highway, directed by David Lynch, because it kind of deals with this stuff. That movie is pretty intense, but also has a very creepy. The creepy guy in that film. His name is the Mystery Man. Like, he actually, you know, the film is about how the main character murdered his wife due to jealousy, and then he like is stuck in a Mobius strip, a dream that keeps recurring. And in that film, there's this guy named the Mystery Man. He has like a video camera, or like I forgot what it's called, like that video camera where he like chases him and stuff like that. And like that guy actually, yeah, it's a very creepy film. Like it deals with Mobius strips and so like it's like a dream within a dream. Basically, that's the whole film.
Get out of here. You know what was crazy? One of the teeth that I pulled out, it like felt like a tooth, but when I pulled it out, it was a weed pipe, in like a tooth weed pipe. With burnt weed in it.
Was it packed?
It was smoked. It looked like a one-hitter, but someone had smoked it a little bit. It was a burnt weed pipe. Like, I was like, what the fuck is this tooth? I never fucking had this tooth before.
I once had a dream where I told someone in my dream, "You're just a figment of my dream," and then I pointed to the horizon and lightning bolts came down. I said, "I am." He said, why dream me? That's it. You know, he told me that. And I pointed to the horizon and lightning bolts came up. And I said, I am what I am, or something like that. And then he was crying. As I woke up, I saw his face as he was crying. And I woke up, and then he was reabsorbed back into my mind. I've had a lot of dreams like that. Another time I had a dream where there was this guy. I told him, "You're just a figment of my dream," and then he got pissed. And he said, "Oh, you think I'm just a part of your dream? Then watch this." I saw his face flash in red, and he took over my mind, and I like felt immense pain, and then I woke up sweating. I mean, I've had a lot of crazy dreams. You know, maybe I have like some kind of mystical lineage or something. I don't know, maybe some shamanistic line or something. Because some of my dreams are really like crazy. You know, like I don't know, like.
Have you guys ever seen? Have you guys ever seen The Price is Right? I had a dream where I got to spin the wheel and it came off of the whole thing and it like ran into the crowd and probably killed about like 30 people. I don't think I won that day, but
I think you won the day. You weren't one of the 30 people.
Yo, whenever you're like really hot and sleeping, you get the weirdest fucking dreams. Like if you're turning the heat on too high and wrap yourself up in blankets, or if you get like a fever.
It's also certain foods before bed as well.
Yeah.
Apparently, if you eat too much cheese before bed, it's apparently supposed to give you weird dreams. One of my mates tried to do it back when we were teenagers. He's like, "This is supposed to give you weird dreams." So he munched out on like a quarter of a kilo block of cheese. Just like munched on the block of cheese. See if he
Did he have a dream that he shit his pants?
I think he woke up and did.
Do you think dreams can tell you about your like lineage or ancestry? Because I did have once a very weird dream that kind of showed me like what my ancestors could have been. Like I could read you that dream too. Like it was a very creepy dream, and like I actually wrote down some in my dream journal. Like once I had a dream of Ashurbanipal, which was an Assyrian king, in an underground cavern where there were like lion figures, and it was bleeding streams of blood. And my father was right there, and Ashurbanipal was standing beside him. He looked identical to my father, but with blue eyes. He told me to look into a spear containing a miniature wall where I was a puppet being tortured, calling me his bastard son. Later, I dreamed of being an Assyrian Christian wandering Persian lands until Sassanid time. I lost a debate with a Mobid who said, "Time is the primal matter," and I became an advisor of the Sassanid Shahs once when it showed off his powers to me. So if I go based on my dreams, then I was the bastard son of an Assyrian king. Basically, if
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, sure.
The fugue state that you typed in like the private chat thing here. What if the fugue state is just the NPCs that the rest of us have to deal with?
Here's the question. When you are seeing things, like, because my dreams are like literally like real life, indistinguishable, even though they make no sense. They're in
if I remember them, mine are like that too.
What the fuck?
No dreams, but when I do, it's lived experience. Yeah.
Like, how do you actually see the dream? Right? Is it the third eye? Like, what is actually seeing the dream? And is it a real reality? Like on a micro scale inside of your brain that you're actually viewing? Or is it just imagine? Like, what is it? Like, are you literally creating a fucking universe in your mind that's like super tiny and you're just looking at it?
Or maybe
and if
you're
so,
or
are we just a dream that God is having? Right?
Maybe. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes. These are very deep questions, you know, and let me tell you, no scientist knows. You know, the scientists who tell you we know, they're full of shit. You know, this is like for like philosophy or religion to deal with. You know, no scientist can really tell you what a dream truly is. You know what I mean? You know, dreams can really be transportive or whatever. You know, it's like some of the dreams I've had are like so crazy, like I don't know, like it feels like I was in a different dimension. You know what I mean? In those dreams or something.
And sometimes they make no sense. You know what I mean? Like I had a dream that people were trying to like, I don't know what kind of people. It was like just some weird like purge like, you know, Harley Quinn like human beings trying to get in my front door, but they were like really bad at it. And I was just standing at the front door, just like roaring at them, like I wish you would. And then like that was the dream, you know?
Yeah, some of them are really nonsensical, you know what I mean? Like and also some of them are like wet dreams. You know, like I don't want to talk about those. I don't want to talk about those dreams. But you know, yeah.
Adrian's like, I had a dream that I was a rooster and I had a whole flock of hen, boy.
Yeah, dreams like that. You don't, some people are, some men do well with harem, some men do not want the harem. That's the way it is, you know. But yeah, but anyway, I have had some crazy dreams. Some dreams are very nightmarish and do keep you up at night too and stuff like. Yeah, I could talk about my dreams more, but I don't want to derail this talk or whatever. Like I have like 20 weeks.
I think it's like highly related to like melatonin production. I mean, I don't know. It's some sort of connection
Yeah, it
with
is.
melatonin.
Yo, cause smoking weed depletes your melatonin because it uses it while you're in the awake state. And so when I smoke weed, I don't have dreams at all. Like nothing. Zero. And you know what?
Well, actually, yeah. THC actually.
Go ahead.
No, THC actually raises your melatonin level 4,000% baseline, and by baseline it means like when there's light on outside, when there's like because you have like an internal light sensor. I think it's connected to the pituitary. I don't know, something like that. But during the day, you will produce way less melatonin than you do when there's light, when there's no light. And so I even think that's even why it's connected to prayer in the dark. Like you're just going to get more out of it than you will in the light. Like literally.
If you take shrooms in the dark, you'll have like really like open-eyed visuals, but
let me tell you
not in the
something
light.
weird once. Let me tell you something weird. Once I had a dream of this pumpkin-faced demon. It was riding a unicycle in this like bluish tinted dilapidated town, like a city. And then I called my friend to tell him the dream, and I said pumpkin, and immediately he had a visual image of that pumpkin demon on the unicycle. You believe that? I called him to tell him over the phone about my dream, and he immediately had that vision that I had the dream of. You know what I mean? Of that pumpkin faced demon riding on the unicycle in that broken ass town or something. It's interesting, That's kind of like magic, right? You know what I mean? Right? Twilight is like magic. You see what I mean? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so dude, what up, dude?
All I was going to say about the melatonin is that for the majority of my life, I had only nightmares. I don't know why, but I would smoke weed just so I didn't like dream. It was great.
Yeah, if you don't smoke cannabis, I mean, ideally 3 hours. If you don't smoke it 3 hours before bed, your dreams are going to pretty much be off the chain.
Well, I used to do it intentionally not to dream. So I'd be like lay down in bed smoking like a bowl just to like make sure I didn't have any dreams. But
this is a cool book. Yeah, through the darkness of future past, the magician longs to see one chance out between two worlds. Fire, walk with me. That's from I think a film that David Lynch wrote. David Lynch is all about the fugue states and the dreams, and I like David Lynch's stuff. He passed away recently, but yeah, I think David Lynch was definitely into the occult. I think something about the red drapes or like red curtains. Yeah, red curtains has something to do with the occult, basically. I don't know what red curtains have to do with the occult, but I'm like 100% sure it has to do with the occult. Red curtains. You know what I'm talking about? Red curtains. You like see.
Did you ever look at the light with your eyes closed? It's like red curtains.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't know. That's just something I wanted to mention. That was a quote from like his movie. Yeah. Dreams are cool. Yeah, dreams are cool.
Alcohol seems to shut them down too. If you drink and go to sleep.
I know. See, I drink all day and don't go to sleep till I eat.
I'm just saying, like for me, everybody's different. There's people that could dream on weed, but like from that, my experience is if I kick my brain around enough and then go to sleep, I don't dream.
Oh yeah, yeah. I get what you mean. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, once I had false awakenings 20 times in a row. It was very painful. Like over 20 or 100 times false awakenings. Have you ever had false awakenings? Like you think you're awake, but you're not actually awake. And it keeps happening over and over again. It happened to me at least, I don't know, at least 20 to like 50 times in a row.
Yo.
Once it was like screaming in my dream. It was so painful. Like it was like hell.
Wow.
Yeah. I've known that I was in a dream and tried to wake myself up and couldn't. And I was like, fuck.
Yeah, I've had that once.
Have you ever gone to sleep in your dream? Like sleep within your dream?
Yeah,
I have done that
once,
too.
and it was only recently too. Only like within the last week or so. It was the first time I've had an Inception type like dream, where I was like already in the second level. Then I realized it was a dream, woke up, thought I was awake then, and then realized that was a dream and actually woke up. This was, only, and it was like things were like repeating in both of them as well. It was kind of crazy. But yeah, first time I've ever had that, and it was only like a week and a half ago sort of thing. And it was the first Inception type dream that I've had.
Did you ever take control over the dream, knowing that you're in the dream and fucking
Only when I was in that second layer, and I realized that I was in the dream, but then I woke up and thought I was awake, and then I realized things were repeating, and it's like, shit, am I still in a dream? And then I woke up. I was like, I couldn't actually control it. I just realized I was in a dream.
What about this one?
Taking control of the dream. It was just realizing that it was one, and then you can wake up.
What about the dream where it's so awesome that you just woke up from it and you try to go back to sleep and you get back to it? I've not always been able to, but I have done it.
Oh yeah, that happened to me. Let me tell you that. Once I had a dream where I fell in love, and the woman told me not to seek her again. Okay. And then I had another dream where I decided to seek her. I didn't follow her words. And I found her as a malformed entity. Like it had attributes mixed in with her, but it wasn't the same form I fell in love with. So I have fallen in love in a dream too, basically. But I did go back to seek her, and I was told not to seek her, but I did, and it was not very pleasant. So she didn't exist in the same form anymore. So that was my first love. My first love was in a dream, basically.
Dreams are strange, yo.
Yeah, they are strange. Yeah, I could keep talking about my dreams. I have 20 recorded dreams, and including more I haven't recorded. If you're interested, I could keep talking about. Like, have you ever had an experience where you saw your body shaking in third person? Once, this is a creepy experience. This is like technique. When I was younger, 6 years old, I saw my body shaking in third person as I was watching a cartoon, and then I became a part of the cartoon. Like I started to alter the narrative of the cartoon. Like I could see my body shaking in third person as I was watching the cartoon, and I became a part of that cartoon. You believe that? Like that was a real experience I had. Like I saw my body in third person.
I believe it. I mean, the closest thing I could say to that was one time I took mad mushrooms and tried to go to sleep to not to sleep them off, and I had two different cartoons, one playing in each eyelid. But that's like a whole nother story.
Once I was holding an ammonite my friend gave me. I think he's involved in bad occult groups. I was holding an ammonite, and this weird black shadowy figure walked in. And inside this black shadowy figure, there was constellations and stars. And it walked up to me and it touched the ammonite. The second time it came, it opened a portal behind me and entered me, this black celestial figure. And I don't know, maybe that's demonic possession or something. I don't know. Maybe that black figure is good. But it did enter me, and when it entered me, it felt like a portal opened up inside of me, and it went inside of me while I was holding that ammonite. I mean, it was an ammonite my friend had given me, basically, and my friend is involved in creepy occult groups. And I kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm possessed or something, I'm not sure. But it was an interesting experience, because I was paralyzed. I saw my body in third person again, and I saw that black shadowy figure.
What's that called? Sleep paralysis.
Yeah.
Yo, what is this person in chat going on about? I'm not even sure how to make heads or tails of it.
You mean
Yeah,
of
that's
my tum?
I guess so. It's kind of like the weirdest shit ever.
I'm guessing it's a she. She's saying the machine robs the poor, cancelled talent, intelligence, and murdered the children.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Not TML. The machine.
Right.
robs the poor.
Yeah, I'm not the machine. I'm against the machine. So yeah,
so
definitely.
it's more real if you give birth. I only dreamt I was pregnant. LOL. Cool. Convenient. The devil wants us to believe this is a false existence.
That makes
If you're
sense. Yeah.
a female, you would know this was real life. It's like
Yeah, I
you
don't get
don't
that.
do the monthly bleeding, pregnancy, birthing thing. So it's easy to say this is all fake for you, pretending this isn't real and only a dream. No, you just inhabit the body that does that. It's just as fake for you.
What does bleeding have to do with it being?
She's saying it makes life more real.
Yeah, who's sharing this image?
With the moon cycle and shit.
That's me. Like I wanted to show
Okay.
what it looked like in my dream. It kind of looked like that, the thing that entered me or something.
Yeah,
How
for
does
sure. Yeah.
like how
This
does
is cool,
bleeding
Buddha.
make it more real?
Yeah, this is a cool picture. Yeah, I like this.
Yeah,
It's being in tune with like the Earth cycles, the moon cycle and shit. Apparently, that she thinks that makes it more real.
Yeah, but why?
Because she thinks it does.
I'm wondering why. I hope she can answer.
I guess because they gave birth, so they know it's real life. Versus, I guess that would be a visceral.
I mean, yeah, that is a big one. Yeah.
Yeah, but she said she didn't. So
I've held my baby. Holy shit! I was a solo dad from the time he was 4 till a week before he turned 17. Oh, sorry, a week before he turned 18. I was with his mum for the first 4 years. We split, and I had custody of him for the rest of the time. Like, holy shit! Like, see, these women who just start spouting off like this shit really does annoy me.
okay,
They
so she
honestly
did
think
give
no one
birth.
else has actually put in any effort. No one else has actually done anything. You gave
Yeah, I mean-
birth. Yeah, the guy had to go work his ass off every fucking day to support you, didn't he? If you
That's
had a
right.
guy. Like, holy shit, it's a two-way street. There ain't saying you're the only one who did anything. Fuck, you've got to what? You've got to give birth for 9 months, breastfeed for however long, and then you both help raise the children, but you do it more because the man's at work. But the man's still been at work this whole fucking time. It wasn't like the man was doing nothing the whole time you were pregnant. As I said, if you're still with one, the man had to be working and fucking helping to pay for shit.
Okay.
He probably was helping around the house.
Okay.
Probably was doing everything else. You sit there and cry.
He's
about
not
how,
Okay, DK.
I've given birth and I have periods.
He's not wrong.
Okay,
You know?
DK.
Men do get the shit end of the stick. Just saying.
Yeah, the media's completely twisted it around. See, I did give
Okay,
birth.
DK.
I didn't expect anything from him. Yeah, see, she hates me because her man left.
Don't talk about the chatters like that, DK.
So that's what she just said. No, I didn't
I don't
expect
care.
anything from him.
It's one.
I was
It's
like, I'm
one
good
chatter.
alone.
Yeah,
It's one chatter.
I can talk about my
It's not
dream.
chatters.
Yeah, sorry. I did. I just, there's no point in people coming along and thinking they can play that game. Yeah, well, just because the guy you were with wasn't there doesn't mean the rest of us weren't.
Okay, DK.
I mean, we're all men, and so we're pieces of shit by default. If you ask almost any woman, just saying.
Men,
Oh yeah,
men
the
have honor.
media has portrayed that since a certain group started pushing feminism.
Exactly. I hate feminism. I don't like feminism. Men
Yeah,
have honor,
watch-
and men are like better. You know, like they have honor.
Watch any sitcom they'll portray the dad as like an incompetent fucking idiot. Like even The Simpsons, Family, like any show you watch, the father figure is incompetent.
Only if it's a
fucking
white
retard.
guy. Only if it's a white guy.
Well, especially if it's a white guy. But
Black dads, even in sitcoms, black dads can be still be the smartest and in control guy of the household. The wife might yell at him, but he's still actually in control. But anything with a white guy, bro, they're just portrayed as the biggest fucking idiots on the planet.
Dude, are you talking about TV, bro? Talking about practice?
Yes, media portrayal that is
He's
showing
showing-
to the normies for decades and decades.
I think everyone.
He's pointing
Yeah,
out the
okay, good
fucking
point.
mind control they're pumping, the agenda, the perceived.
It's been going on. It's been going on since the 50s, bro. It's been going on
I
since
know.
the 50s.
We're just calling it out.
No, it's a bit later than the 50s, but yeah, it wasn't much after.
Oh yeah,
Sometimes you gotta call it out, bro.
Once they started working out the MK Ultra and certain frequencies and the flicker rates and the hertz rate and things, once they started working out that, it's been happening since then.
And once I had a nightmare where I became a woman. It was not pleasant to me personally.
Oh, hell. I don't think that would be pleasant to anyone, to be honest.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, you becoming a woman. I don't think that would be pleasant to anyone.
Yeah, I have a friend who they try to push hormonal therapy on because of his so-called depression, and then he became a transsexual. That's kind of disturbing. Like there's a book called Transgender Industrial Complex, and it's true that a lot of so-called therapists and psychiatrists are trying to push people to become transgender. I mean, it does go back to like the Jade's clinic they used to have.
It goes back to the same group of people pushing
Yes,
all the degenerate shit that was happening during Weimar Germany, like after World War One. It goes back to the same group of people who were in control of media, arts, movie theaters, actual theaters, like the propaganda. This is what we are facing again, and people need to realize it. Everyone's too scared to actually say it because suddenly you get targeted by 3/4 of the world. For some reason. Well, 3/4 of the media, I should say.
Yeah,
But
well,
it's crazy. It's like it
100%
happens
agree with
almost instantly if you start saying the wrong thing.
I feel like the books that are banned.
You'll get
Right.
docs screwed over, banned, muted, banned, whatever, for actually speaking the truth. Funny thing is, this has happened all through history.
Well, let me tell you something interesting. Okay, there are like the book Transgender Industrial Complex does deal with the Jays, and then there's another book, The Enslavement of Mankind by Central Banking. I think that's the book. And then there's another book that was banned too. It was by E. Michael Jones. It was about the Jays also. That was banned. But the point I'm making is that all these
There's one about Jekyll Island that you should read as well. I think the book is actually called Jekyll Island. I could be wrong. Jekyll Island is where the Central Reserve or the International Monetary Foundation was first formed.
Yeah, but the point is they keep banning the truth, though. Anything that Amazon bans, you should definitely try to get your hands on. You know what I mean? Because that means it contains the truth. I mean, like.
Are you on Telegram even? I can't remember.
No, I'm not on Telegram. No, I don't really use Telegram.
Because I've got an archive channel. Like I've got a main channel where everyone just posts stuff, but I've got an archive channel where I have things saved, and I have a PDF and books channel on there. It's set up like my archive channel is set up like Discord, so everything is under channels on my archive, like under topics on my archive channel. There's a PDF and books one on there. you might want to scroll through that. There is a lot. I haven't read everything on there. Lots of people post stuff on there. There's links to whole libraries where you can go find anything like for free online.
I'm not
Yeah,
joining
I'll
Telegram.
definitely look into that. Definitely. Thank you for mentioning that. But it's definitely true that the Jays are trying to ban a lot of books and that do not portray them in a favorable light. You know what I mean? They're actually very fragile people.
Yeah.
They get to,
One of them's the Bible. They actually want to make the Bible anti-Semitic because it says the Jews killed Christ.
I think they want to censor and distort and corrupt it. Basically, they want to remove.
Oh no, they want their one world government, and it's their one world government as well, but their one world religion, and it's supposed to be under them. But do you know what the funniest thing is? I found this out recently. I'd sort of heard of it a while ago, but I finally actually came across a video that actually had proof of it. And it's that after the 33rd degree of one rite of Freemasonry, and after the 13th degree of the other rite of Freemasonry, after that you actually get to be a Shriner. And to be a Shriner, you have to worship Allah and accept Muhammad as your prophet.
Yes.
So
it's a twisting.
So are the Shriners actually playing the Freemasons and the Jews?
Yes.
Or is the game really only against the Freemasons and the Jews, like the Shriners and the Jews, and Christianity is just on the losing side anyway?
Christianity, Islam, Judaism, most religions in general are vectors.
No, but what I'm saying is, are those two the only real competing ones left? Seeing as Christianity, most of it is now Judeo-Christian.
Right.
Yeah, Freemasons are idolaters.
Well, they smuggled
right? So they cannot be practitioners of Islam, right? So,
right. Yes, exactly.
Well, I would like to say something. I don't really want to get into religious dispute, but I don't think my own tradition is a vector because it's kind of pure when you look at the sutras. But maybe the Abrahamic ones are vectors. But that's all I have to say. I don't want to debate religion or whatever, but I respect everyone's religious opinions. But I don't think Buddhism it's being corrupted though. Like my Sanka.
No, Buddhism is not a vector. If you're
Yeah, exactly. No. Yeah. But in my Sanka though, let me tell you something interesting. In my Sanka, there were a lot of Jays, and they're trying to spread materialism. So anything that becomes a little bit more mystical or spiritual, they go there and they try to say, "Oh no, it's just the brain or the mind." You say, "Don't attach it." But the thing is, Buddhism has different realms. It has 6 different realms. You know what I mean? So they are trying to corrupt Buddhism too. And Dalai Lama is kind of like the Antichrist for Buddhism. He is kind of like, I don't really trust the Dalai Lama.
Yeah, well, you have good reason to suspect him.
Yes.
As sad as that is.
Holy crap. My Tum has just said that her granddad was a Shriner and she can prove it.
It's worth it.
No, but I mean, if we've got someone who's in chat who actually has any sort of experience, it's why not try and get them on? I'm trying to get her to jump onto the
see.
Voice chat. Yeah.
The Royal Order of Jesters is the real just look up the Royal Order of Jesters. There's mainstream articles about trafficking. It's wild. Mirth is king, and they use the Belican symbol. It's a very ancient, obscure Egyptian. It's wild. But yeah, there's a lot of Masonic and Jesuitical Roman levels that are not very well known, and the black nobility and all this type of thing. So, like, at least from what I've looked into and from what I've seen from a non.
Click on, sorry, Moontan,
That's
click
cool.
on live chat instead of top chat, which I hadn't actually done myself. But yeah, you'll see all the rest of the messages.
I believe that all of the um, mainstream religions are used as cover, as disguise for a tradition that doesn't want to be out in the open. So what I'm saying is these are basically masks. So, like the war between Catholicism and Protestant, the war between the Jews and at the highest level, like they're not really at war. Is basically what I'm telling you. And they'll just like it doesn't matter their religion, their country, they're not loyal to any of that shit.
Yeah, no, I agree with you fully. Yeah.
Right.
Once they
So you know
get
what
to
I'm
that
saying?
top
I figured
level,
you would.
they're just trying to control everything else, keep
Yes.
everyone divided, and keep fights and wars going and
Yes.
shit. Yeah,
Yes.
so that they can stay in control and no one will actually go against them. Because if
And
everyone
then they
actually goes
use
against
that
them,
as loosh. That is true. The people use it as loosh, and then they give it to their, if you want to call them demon gods, that would be just as
yeah, well,
applicable.
yeah, if you're living in fear, you are handing them that loosh.
Yeah. And
Are
so
you
they make
living in
sure
fear?
they believe that
Are you living in fear?
no.
Right. See, my slogan, my catchphrase is much love, no fear.
Well, yeah, because fear dissolves the lie. It's only like that's why I always say
By the way,
they only
I
have as much
actually
power
live
as we allow it. I wish people really understood that.
Yeah.
Because the whole thing is based in deception at its roots. And so because of that, it has no real legitimacy. And when you understand that and you understand how the mind is made to be afraid essentially of itself and of nature and everything. And I think that's what like all the everything's a simulation, this like nihilism or this like doomsday. Like if you think about it, like why would somebody come to these ideas just like organically, just out of no like it's just if you really think about it, I don't know. I just think that like the real supernatural is much closer to us than we could begin to like uh you missed it. I was going into it deep earlier. I don't want to get into the telistic cosmology and all that because it's heavy and but essentially I have a very nuanced perspective on things and essentially so the Telestai believed in what they called archons.
Oh well.
They are mind parasites. They're not gods, they're not angels, they're not demons, they're not aliens, although you could kind of say they are. But they don't have physical bodies. Their bodies are like static. They're cyborgs. They're like AI essentially almost. But not really AI because AI is more like their creation through us. But yeah, and that's actually part of it is that essentially AI, in my understanding, is in my when I see the word, what I think of immediately is archon incarnation.
Or is
Like-
it actually reverse osmosis? And they were still living under Antarctica, created us, and then we recreated them from the start. So that it could be slowly introduced back to the people so they could take over. See, what my Tom was actually just saying is saying it's a death cult. It's about human sacrifice.
Yes, it is for sure.
Right. So that's I actually believe that as well. Like I've got 4 possibilities of what is happening right now because our planet is basically being terraformed.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
there
it's
is no
because the
reason
people
for
here-
like this climate control, weather manipulation bullshit. There is no reason for any of their weather manipulation devices that they have around the world.
Have you ever thought about why they would do that when it would affect them?
I was just about to tell you. I said there's 4 possibilities. You won't like any of them.
Right.
The nicest one is that it's AI, and their directive is to keep us safe. So that's why they're creating smart cities, because they're making the outside world dangerous so that we'll want to go live in these smart cities. That is the nicest of the four. Number 2 and 3 are kind of similar. It just depends on your belief system. Aliens or demons. Some outside race is actually trying to terraform the planet so that they can live here. Number 4 is there really actually is a group
Unlikely.
of people that evil who just think that they're sacrificing the world to Satan. Here's your 4 options for what's happening right now. But pick which one you agree with. But I can tell you it's one of those 4.
What if there's already a breakaway that we'll never see, and those people are the ones really in control?
That's what I just said. That is one of those groups that I just told you.
And the other people. No, I know, but I'm expanding it and seeing if you hit what I'm saying. I'm saying that our technology is way ahead of what we're told.
Yeah.
And from what I've seen, I am convinced that that is one of the biggest secrets. Not that our technology is way ahead of advanced, but how advanced it is and how long they probably had the knowledge.
I've heard between 30 and 60 years ahead of what is released to the general public. Yes, from different sources, it's between 30 and 60 years more advanced. See, I don't believe that.
Yeah, but that could be. Those could be. Yeah, but those. No, but those are also projection numbers.
Hundreds, if not thousands. I believe it's all the ancient old tech and they've discovered it. Yeah, no, I believe it's all the ancient old tech they've discovered.
So you get what I'm talking about. Yeah. Did you know when they dropped
100 years ago and not tell you?
Do you know that when Oppenheimer first dropped the bomb, he quoted the Bhagavad Gita?
Yeah, I have become death, destroyer of worlds.
Yes. And after he quoted that, someone asked him, is this the first time that something like this has occurred? And he said, well, yes, of course, in modern times. And if you read the Bhagavad Gita, it's full.
It's like extinction level ability. It's just that.
I mean,
I don't know why we're racing towards another extinction level event.
Well, it seems to be what we do. It seems
Let me tell you something interesting about that.
Okay.
Let me tell you something interesting about, Bjorknes claims that, when they bombed Japan, they targeted, I always wondered why, they targeted an area with the largest Christian minority. So they killed the most Christians in Japan. And I've been thinking lately, maybe Bjorknes is right. Maybe Christians are meant to be like the sacrificial lambs, and the Muslims are manipulated to, like, attack them or whatever, like Ishmael or whatever. And,
everybody's divided against each other. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Most definitely. What they, feel, and what they do with their faith is a totally different thing. The institution is the issue, and the archontic, at least from my perspective, like it's a distortion, it's an inversion. That's what they do. They hijack priesthoods. They simulate everything. That's what they do. Like that's literally their modus operandi. So it's just interesting that everything is all about simulations and all this shit. And it's like, why is it?
But like, even all natural medicines and shit. They have to synthesize absolutely everything. Now they want to synthesize people, put your consciousness into an immortal robot body.
Yeah.
Everything is about synthesizing. Bio-digital convergence. Yes.
Yeah.
I did 3 episodes of this on Rumble that were like 2 hours long each. it got to the point where it started getting over my head. There was a bit much physics and chemistry and shit involved.
Transgenics, and it's wild. They've wanted to for a while, and a while, and I mean they've probably been able to for a while. Shit, they might have been doing it already. Who knows, man? I don't know. Sometimes, like,
You know, if the archons
the
have a
things that
specific kind of look, like when you see them in the mental space or the spiritual realm,
they,
what do they look
that's
like?
the only place they cannot exist physically in the biosphere.
Yeah.
It's like a space. It's like an astronaut coming and going to a planet it's never been without any kind of protection.
Yeah.
It doesn't work. It's like toxic.
Well, what do
So
they look like?
they don't have bodies. They're
Oh,
not. They're. That's what I'm saying. They're a cyborg, like hive mind. That's the best way I can explain them.
Yeah.
They
Why do you
don't
think
have
the
any
Freemasons?
intentionality.
Why do you think one of the Freemason symbols is a beehive?
They worship, yeah. That's the real gods, the archons, and Yildibaoth. I'm telling you right now, like
Oh, the
everything
thing is,
about.
can I say one thing? It's easy enough to band around terms of groups. Until we find names, it doesn't matter. We need actual names of people. I mean, everyone's heard of the everyone's heard of the 13 bloodlines. I've been
Actually, let me tell you
sent
something.
three, 4 different versions of the 13 bloodlines that have different names in them.
Yeah. Well, because there's more than 13.
I know there
but
is.
But the people that are really in control is like in the thousands. That's it.
Yeah, and the names change slightly in different languages.
You have like the
it's so
ghost
we
chapter.
can't find it is so we can't
The Roman
find them.
Curia, the ghost chapter of the Roman Curia, the Roman Imperial cult.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. Like, you're just naming groups again. Until we can actually name people, it doesn't matter.
Well,
We're just pointlessly blaming groups that
you
can't do
can.
shit about it.
You can name people.
I think BlackRock and Vanguard are definitely involved in it. Also, interesting.
Larry Fink. Larry
definitely
Fink,
that,
holy crap, that guy, for sure. Peter Thiel.
Yeah.
You can throw Elon Musk in there as well. But is he a puppet or is he actually in control of anything? See, I'm unsure half the time because he comes across as such an idiot that I don't see how he could be in control of anything. Like, he's obviously got to hire managers. Like, he made money and shit. But he's obviously got to hire managers and people to run everything for him because he comes across as a complete idiot. Now, who would want to work for that guy?
Well, it's like the biggest stakeholders or shareholders of these evil corporations, and Mossad, those probably are like the Archon's chosen people or something like that. Basically the technicians that promote biodigital conversions. Those people are like the Archon's emissaries, or like the ones that are most corrupted by the Archons. Yeah, definitely. Well, regardless, those people are sick fuckos. Also, let me tell you something interesting.
Yes.
Twilight, I was looking up
And
Yaldabaoth.
understand the archons only work through manipulation of the visual field and through manipulating the host, because they're literally, when I say they're parasites. So what a parasite does, they do. Why? Because they need it to survive. They can't exist. They're a parasite. If they don't have their nutrients, essentially, they will shrivel and die. That's what I'm telling you.
Yep.
They're no different than so that's the whole reason that I'm talking about this. And I think
can
it
I
has
go a
everything
step
to do
further and ask you
with-
something really crazy?
So when you look at
what do you think about the Black Eye Club? Do you think that is how that parasites were injected into people? So parasites could actually start taking over other people? Because I've had that thought. I got no proof. I'm just asking what you think about that theory. Because look at all the people that are in the Black Eye Club.
Yeah. Who knows what's going on with that?
No,
I mean,
that's what I mean. I'm just asking.
Yeah,
your thoughts on it.
I know. Well, that's the point.
Is that where it gets injected? Yeah, is that where it gets injected into their brain?
There's so much we don't
corner
know.
of their eye.
We know more than
I
what
mean,
we
dude,
don't
it's
know than
100%,
what we actually
it's
know.
100% speculation. I don't know.
Let me tell you
I
something crazy.
said that.
Let me tell you something crazy, all of you. You know, and what they claim, you know, the North Pole of Saturn is a hexagonal stone. It's
Yes.
the cube,
Yes.
and you know, I was
Yeah.
thinking, I wrote a book defending this like 4 years ago, and then published the book. But anyway, let me say this though, is that in the Kabbalah, it claims that Saturn is the abode of the Yahweh. You know, that's what they claim. They claim it's
Correct.
Saturn.
You are correct.
Saturn, Saturnalia,
Follow that.
Saturnosis. Yeah.
Follow that thread.
And the
It is Yahweh.
hexagon at the top, when you join 3 points, it turns it into a cube. That's the whole reason for worshipping the black cube, because it comes from the hexagon on the top of Saturn, supposedly. They worship that in Mecca. They say it's at the North Pole, but I don't know. They're saying there's a magnetic rock at the North Pole that slowly drags basically the circle that the sun and the moon goes round on this larger disk that we're on, and it slowly drags us round to the other continents and things. So the magnetic north is the thing that actually moves, and it does actually shift. It's not what they say it is. The magnetic north shifts around in a circle, and it takes 26,000 years. 26,000 years to go round in that circle. But that's why we're shifting from, the age of Pisces to the age of Aquarius.
Right. So you believe that?
Yeah.
Right, but they don't worship the cube though. Neither do the Christians, right? The Christians don't worship the cross, right? The Muslims don't worship the like a cube, like that's.
No, it's the Zionists, the dickheads at top that worship it. But
Yeah, I
and
don't know.
don't take this the wrong way, TML. Me and you argue every time.
No, I mean
say
it's just about figuring out the
but they
fact
do
that-
have that giant cube in Mecca that they all dance around.
Nobody dances around. Nobody dances around the cube.
And the Jews do wear that stupid little cube on their foreheads.
The Teflon, yeah.
Teflon, there you go. Yeah, see, both the
Yeah,
Jews
but
and
that's
the
only the
Muslims
Orthodox.
do actually worship those cubes.
Yeah, but the Jews and the Muslims and the Christians, they don't
hypercube
worship it.
is a prison system. It
right.
legitimately represents a prison system.
Yeah, the problem is just misrepresenting what the beliefs are, right? It's just like
Yeah, I know. But people fall for it. I'm saying this is what they do.
No,
I'm not saying
you.
it actually means it's right. I'm saying this is actually what's done now.
Yeah, but maybe somebody just made that
Right.
up.
Exactly.
They did. Right? Same as somebody made up every religion.
I don't think so. I think there's a truth behind it all.
No, yeah,
there is a truth behind it all.
Well, let me tell you this.
Every religion was made up by
TK.
Let me tell you this. There's also a cube of Zoroaster. They call it in the Iran, but I think the wheel of Dharma. I personally prefer that over a cube, the wheel of Dharma. But that's my personal belief. I feel like wheels are probably better than cubes.
I prefer the yin yang for karma.
Yeah, yin yang is nice too.
Yeah, that's my preferred symbol for anything I believe in is the yin yang.
What about triangles? Nobody likes triangles?
DK. DK, you're getting a little rambunctious.
Triangles are cool. Yeah. Pyramids are cool too. I think pyramids are.
It's on your money, isn't
cool
it?
set of wisdom too. Pyramids and the yin yang symbol and the wheels and stuff.
To be honest, the first tattoo I got was the Eye of Osiris. That was back when I was 24.
I remember that too.
The day before I went to jail, I got the Eye of Osiris as a tattoo. I don't know. I guess it fucking looked over me. Because I got absolutely no shit in jail.
I also like swastikas. Swastikas are pretty cool. Yeah, they're pretty spiritual.
Yeah, but I can't do it, or everyone will just think I'm white power because I'm white.
Yeah.
No, it's because you won't. It's because you won't.
I know.
Relax.
I understand what they mean. Just other people don't. I do realize
Where's your video on it?
They also have cubes and
energy generation, and they have been used in religions all around the world. See, I do actually understand. See, if I got one, it would be for that reason. But if anyone else saw it,
Yeah, but
that's not what they're thinking.
yeah, but it goes back to the entire thing because it's like if the Jews or the Catholics organize this whole thing, then that means that they've controlled things for 2,000 years. So that almost lends
No.
credence to their views on it.
They didn't.
Pretty much. I mean, things have ebbed and flowed.
Yeah, because it's like
Over
these
that
guys are
time.
so powerful; they've controlled world events for 2,000 years.
Also, let me say this is crazy. Like,
Do you think
don't
that
have
if
to
anyone
control
who
all the
actually
world
believed
events
in
to
God
become
was in
the
control, the
history.
world would be as it was? Do you think that if anybody actually followed the teachings of Jesus, that the world would be as it was? Like, think
yeah,
about that for a second.
yeah, those are pretty
Or
crazy.
Buddha, for that matter. Like,
Who's putting this stuff here? Is this you, Buddha?
Oh, yeah, it's me. Yeah. Also, they have like black cubes and like.
Which one should I go with first here?
The
You
black
put a lot
cube.
of...
The black cube one first. Like goes that.
Okay,
like, yeah, they have. See, that's in Australia, and they have it in some other places too. Like they are putting black cubes a lot.
Yeah, they're putting them everywhere, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
They haven't got one in New Zealand yet. But
Australia,
yeah,
Denmark, Manhattan, and Satana. The first one is Australia. The second one is Denmark. The third one is Manhattan. And I don't know what the fourth. The fourth one is.
Where's the one from Mecca?
Oh yeah, that one. You can look up yourself. Yeah, that one.
There's also a problem with that claim because it's the Saudi Arabians that put the black cloth over it, so it's not a black cube. That's fake news, right? So.
Oh no, well, it's the fact that it's still being done everywhere. You can't say it's not happening.
What's happening?
The other one I gave is interesting.
The worship of the black cube, which is the worship of Satan, which is the worship of Satan. What I'm getting at is you cannot say that this is not happening and getting pushed all around the world.
Right.
I mean, he just brought up 5 other countries.
But let me tell you something. People who believe that Saturn and Satan are the same thing, those people believe that they essentially believe in paganism, right?
Well,
so you're saying
I think it's connected to
no, but hold on. Let me just finish my statement, right? Look, if you're saying that the worship of the black cube is some sort of pagan ritual, right? Then if you believe that Satan and Saturn are the same thing, that is essentially paganism. So what's wrong with so you're saying it's right.
No,
right?
it's
So
Satanistic.
it doesn't even make any fucking sense to claim that it's a
there's a difference between pagan.
It's like you're a pagan, right? So what's wrong with them doing pagan worship? Like it doesn't even make sense.
It's not pagan worship. That's satanic shit.
The black cube?
Yeah. That's satanic shit. It's not pagan.
I don't know, man. Saturn's pagan god. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What do you mean Saturn's pagan?
To me, I think
Saturn is pagan, man.
Sort of
Saturn is really pagan.
It's only if you're going back to the ancient gods.
Time and material.
The Greek or the Roman gods, where they actually name the planets as gods.
Look, I got news for you. Pagans don't believe in Satan, so.
I know.
So
That's
if
what I
it's
said.
Yeah, but they do believe in Saturn. So you see the problem I'm pointing out?
No, I see it. Look, I just said that. No, see, you just missed what I said because you're too busy trying to prove your point. I just said the Greeks and the Romans named their gods after the planets. They did have extra, but they named most of their gods after planets and the constellations and shit. None of them worshipped Satan. It was the Satanists who changed Saturn to be Satan and worship just Saturn.
But,
so you're
but no, they're worshiping Satan then, not Saturn then, you mean to say.
You're conflating two different things.
Yeah, but you mean to say that they're worshiping Satan, not Saturn, right?
It's both. No,
so why would they use a pagan?
That's where they get the black cube from.
Yeah, so
It is
they're
the
using
hexagon on the top of
right,
Saturn.
right. So now pay
Three
attention.
corners, like every
Right,
second corner, you
right.
join
So
them
now pay
together,
attention.
it makes a 3D cube.
Right, right. So now pay attention. Right, it's the Satan worshippers who are using the pagan god Saturn. This is what you just claimed, not me.
It's not what I claimed at all.
All right, okay.
Satanists
Let's
have
go
a
over this
different.
again.
No, Satanists have a
Okay,
different
okay.
They do
Step by
not
y'all.
follow the old paganic gods or anything. They've
Step by
created a
y'all.
new god, but they're still using Saturn as Satan for their new religion. It is not in any way associated with the pagan religions of old.
Right, right, right. But I just like to say that in Judaism, in Christianity, and Islam, paganism, the worship of idols is strictly forbidden. So this is a fact. But yeah, all right.
I don't follow organized religions. In fact, I don't like them.
Right, I know you don't like them. That's why you're making up info about it.
I'm not making up. No, nothing I said is made up.
Yeah, yeah, it was because you said they dance around Mecca. They don't dance there. Nobody dances there. No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they
I've
don't.
seen those videos with like thousands of people dancing around that black cube.
Yeah, go ahead. Show me the video. Go ahead.
The one that's slowly getting that
Pull
black
up the
cloth
video,
lowered
DK.
over
Where's
it.
the video? Where's the video?
Shit, do you actually want me to go find it?
Yeah, you need to show the video because this is totally made up. This is just fucking made up. Like nobody dances around the cube. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
No, they don't.
You're
dance,
saying they dance in the Hajj ceremony. This is what you're claiming.
Wow.
This is what you're claiming.
I am.
Just go ahead.
I do not know
Just go
how
ahead and
long
prove it.
it's going
DK.
to take. I do not know
Just go
how
ahead
long
and prove
it's
it.
going to
It'll
take
take you
me to
forever.
find.
It'll take you forever because it doesn't exist.
No, I've
Just
got
go
it
ahead and
saved.
prove
I
it,
just don't know
DK.
which channel it's on or how far back it is. No, I do
DK,
actually
I'm
have this.
backing you up right now to prove this. I'm on your side.
Holy shit! I do know I have it. It's just a matter of which channel I've got it under on television.
Okay, all right, relax.
Right. Don't
Relax.
search for it out loud. That's bad TV. Let's just find it and then we'll play it together.
I am. It's all right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking.
Yeah, Avian's got a point. Go ahead, Avian.
The Twilight, you saw the Yada buff, right? It was a mechanical being. You think that's a coincidence? Because in the new Shin Megami Tensei games, the Yada buff is like a mechanical cyborg. Like, can you share that again? The Yada buff one, the one of the mechanical cyborg. I thought it was interesting.
You talking about this?
Yeah, that's Yada buff in the Persona 5. That's the Yada buff. Isn't that interesting? That's Yada buff. Yeah. I think it's probably, I don't know. I think it's pretty interesting. Yeah. I just wanted to show that because I think it's interesting that sometimes in the Shin Megami Tensei games, sometimes they portray, like Yaldabaoth or some angels as being mechanical beings. Like in Nocturne, they portray Metatron as being a cyborg also. Metatron was a cyborg in Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Yeah, have you ever played the Shin Megami Tensei games? Twilight? Just curious. Because I am a big fan of the games. Well, I guess he's away now or something.
Who's that?
That's Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth.
Persona.
Yeah, Persona 5. Yeah. And Shin
Yes,
Megami
there's
Tensei game.
definitely elements. Have you ever seen the anime Serial Experiments Lane?
Yes. It's
It's a
good
much closer, even though it still uses technology. Well, actually, no, that makes it even more. It inverts the story, but it keeps the themes the same. Like Serial Experiments Lane is incredibly Gnostic.
Yes, it was
I mean, she
interesting.
legitimately has to reset herself in order to. Yeah, I mean, well, I don't want to. Yeah, but yeah, like Lane is like what she represents in the show, and like the different perspectives of the people that see her, and like that shit's so layered. Layer 1, layer 2, yeah, but yeah, there's a very occult nature that still exists in Japan. And I mean, if you want my opinion, as I've always said, I think that all kinds of people have lived all over the planet. I mean, I've seen evidence that melanated people may have been in Japan. Like, people were all over. People haven't been in the same place forever. I don't buy that. I think that people want to have this idea of a pure race or whatever, and it keeps them
I agree.
from
Yeah, but
seeing that there's been a lot more like
I agree.
sharing of knowledge and sharing of ideas and culture and what what
I
have you.
100% agree. Definitely, I feel like I do have strong continuity to accumulate or assassinate. But I do agree that even before then, there could have been way more intermingling. Can you also share that Metatron one I gave download 3?
Metatron's another one, yeah.
Yeah, from
It
Nocturne.
was hijacked. Yeah, see, this is the thing: is a lot of these concepts are older. I know people think I'm crazy, but I'm gonna do a presentation with the evidence eventually. And
That's
people
cool.
can make of it what they will. Like, you don't
That's
understand how much of this stuff has been hijacked and inverted, and that's what makes it our concept. They've taken truth and they've distorted it, and people don't understand what the hell is actually going on, and that's why it's an archetype. So as for Saturn, you can see the black cube as the geometric sigil of Saturn. You have what's called infernal geometry and magic, and it's really just archon priestcraft is what it really is. Uh, and it's using geometry to bind the soul, to bind it it represents like the enclosure and enclosure, the loss of air, the cutting off of air, the trapping of it's like the inverse of sacred geometry. It's real. It's an occult technique, and so
very fascinating.
this is what all this stuff really represents. It's not happenstance. They don't use these symbols for no reason. Like there's a reason why we don't have like circular houses or some shit, like, or triangles, or like why you see everything as a cube or a square or a rectangle or whatever, which just never exists in nature. Keep that in mind. There are no squares in nature. Every other shape exists but squares, and yet everything is
Actually,
square.
believe it or not,
Why is that?
Twilight, believe this or not, but I did write a book, like 80 pages, arguing similar stuff to what you just argued. But I kind of, abandoned the book because I do have certain doubts. But I could share that book if you're interested. So like a high-low Zervanism. I actually wrote it arguing stuff about the cube and the occult stuff. Believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
let me read this cool quote from Crowgate.
But
The
that's what
great
black rock is. Black rock, Saturn, and it has
Yeah,
the cube,
exactly.
right? Think about
Yeah.
it. Why are they so obsessed with this? Like, if you
Yeah, I
look
didn't
at it,
think
it's
about it. I
everywhere.
read the book.
Yeah, but
I
it
wrote
kind
the
of
book.
ties back to the Pythagoras
So
stuff, right? Because
Saturn, you know who Saturn is?
it's
Moloch.
like 1 is good
Yes.
and 2 is bad. Remember that from
Yahweh
Pythagoras?
Moloch.
Moloch
Crowgate
is
talks
the
about that
god.
too.
Is another god of the elite.
Let me
Gilgamesh
read
has
this
many
cool quote.
forms.
Let me read this cool quote to you. The great deceiver. To the J, everything human is a sham. One might even say that the J face is nothing but a mask. The J is not a liar. He is the lie itself. From this vantage point, we can say that the J is not a man. He lives the pseudo-life of a ghoul whose fortunes are linked to Yahweh Moloch. He employs deception as the weapon with which he will exterminate mankind. The J is the very incarnation of the unearthly power of destruction. And that's from Ludwig Klages, a quote I just read from Ludwig Klages. Yeah, and so the J is kind of like the vessel for the architectonic forces in many ways. You see them behind the push for BlackRock, Vanguard. You see them as number one exporters of surveillance technologies to like India and to like China. China depends a lot on Israel's exports for surveillance technologies. I've researched that too. And my book actually talked about all of this too. I also talked about Final Fantasy VII in my book. I think my book would intrigue you if you're interested in reading it. It's kind of unfinished, but I did kind of like tie Zervanism into it also, and many other things to it. Yeah, yeah, that's interesting. I guess my mind is naturally, I don't know, I just have certain things that I just naturally gravitate towards the occult or something. Sometimes not even by choice. It just seems I'm naturally gravitating. Yeah,
That's interesting. That's how it always starts.
yeah. Sometimes I like to play devil's advocate, though. You see what I mean? Sometimes.
You have to, I feel.
Yes. Well, I would say I agree with you like 70%. 70% I agree with you. I do really appreciate your comments. So I do like 70%.
Well,
Yeah, I guess my first foray into this whole entire thing would be with Terrence McKenna right? And then I looked at his lecture on Hermeticism, and he's talking about John Dee and Hermeticism, and then he had this quote. In the Hermetic a corpus that says like is only understood by like. To understand God, you must become like him. Right. So then I was thinking, basically like I was thinking of this whole idea that God is not a jealous God. Right. And
Right.
that the world is basically created and that God basically wouldn't care if you had as much power as God does. So I was thinking sort of about this concept, and I was sort of also thinking about the sort of Sufi idea that you worship God for the sake of the love of God, not for the rewards of heaven or hell. Right. So I was thinking of these two sort of different concepts, and and sort of thinking about different things. So yeah, I have thought about that. So I guess ultimately I came to the conclusion about spirit and matter, that obviously matter doesn't exist, that there is spirit, there's oneness, right? Yeah. So me and Twilight have talked significant amount about that. Even that recent conversation we had. In
Yeah, I
the
want to read
DM.
something more controversial now. I don't necessarily agree with this entirely, but it kind of ties into what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
we say that duality is an artifact of a diseased mind. That's one way to put it in like Gnostic language. Language is important in Gnosticism, very important. The way that things are spoken, uh, there's a certain living. It's a living signal. See, that's the thing is it's like I said, it's ultimately shamanic. It's using mythopoetic language to reach you, to presence you, to explain
Sorry.
things, but
Hang on.
it's ultimately
Yeah, it's all good.
like all the archon and aeon and all that is all very much here. Now we do have a god, you could say, if you want to call it that. It's called the origin, the originator. And it's completely like just not even it is imminent through the aeons because they're essentially a part of it. They're essentially expressions of it, you could say, almost. Uh, but it doesn't interfere with everything.
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
It's just a field from which everything else originates legitimately. And so the aeons, which are Thelete, Sophia, Christos, on that later. Um, I can't remember right now. Uh, they are living currents of plasmic energy. So this isn't like something. They're not like specters. The Telestic gods, if you want to call them that, are not specters. They don't exist in some other world. They exist here. They have another manifestation, but they exist here. But yet they also come from the pleroma, which is the galactic core, and they're living spiral, like serpentine currents of energy. And there's legitimately been studies on plasma and plasma life and plasma, cosmology and all that. And essentially, most of our universe is plasma, and we can't see it at all. And it, it's very interesting. It's living light that instructs. It has the same capacity we do. So Sophia isn't like the goddess of the earth. She is the earth. That's not poetic. That's direct. It's using myth to try to demonstrate that. But when it says that we are her sensory organs, it's because we are in her dream. We are her dream, and we are the genius of that dream. And we've been entrapped in this false reality, not that exists naturally, but exists unnaturally. It's a vector. It's like something bites you and you turn into a vampire. Like quite literally. It's like an astral, and then you become like it, and it. What happens is you start wanting what it wants, and then the more it goes on, it becomes. It's like when you get addicted to something, you know. It it's all. So basically, what I'm saying is, don't think of the archons. If anything is made clear between anyone who hears this, don't think of the archons as something like uh, something out to necessarily get everybody. All they worry about are the people in control, and then those people turn against themselves and then each other, and it affects the rest of humanity. So that I mean, yeah, people individually can be affected, but it's the fact of who they go after and what they do and why they do it. That's the issue, you know. So.
Yeah, can I read a quote and get your opinion on it?
They don't possess. Well, I mean, they can, but not in the traditional sense of what you would think, but more through like this is why people traumatize. This is why you have all the mind control and shit. This is the real reason, because the so-called the likes of L, they're not elite anything. They're parasites. Uh, you know, they're aware, and that's why they feed these things, because they're given knowledge, so they
Yeah.
think.
Can I ask you
And
something? Like, I want to read a quote and then I want to hear what you have to say about it. But I don't necessarily agree with this quote 100%. I just want to see what you have to say about this quote. Can I read the quote? It's just a short quote. Just want to hear what you have to say about it. Yeah, I'm not trying to offend anyone with this quote, like, but I just want to read it, stuff like, and see what Twilight has to say about it. Can I do that? Or like, okay, how Yahweh expresses himself. Yahweh's medium of expression is the gesture. Gesture, like gesture. The meaning of all his gestures are, so far as they actually possess any metaphysical significance, can be interpreted as an ever deeper subjugation of one principle at the hands of an ever loftier one, consecration, blessing, etc. on the one hand, and repentance, contrition, and adoration on the other. Semitic religiosity is restricted to adoring worshipper and the adored deity. When this religiosity attaches itself solely to the personal, the emblem of worship becomes the individual person. Only the Semitic religions bow to the one God. In adoration, the believer achieves the non-rational form of ego consciousness. Pagan rationality glides right past the God to the ego. In the Semitic service of God, however, the transcendental one brings destruction to the world of appearances. Apollo is, so to speak, an ethically developed Dionysius. He works on the soil of blood thinning. Yahweh is the all-devouring nothingness. He works on the soil of blood poisoning. That's a quote from Kage's. I just want to, I just want to see what you have to say about that. Twilight. I'm just curious. Like, what's your opinion? Yeah, I'm not trying to entrap you or anything. I just want to.
I've made it very clear how I feel about that so-called God. Am I saying Yodabeoth is Yahweh? I'm saying he's a vector. No, they're not the same. Yodabeoth has had many incarnations, you could say, and it's more that it hijacks priesthoods, and it hijacks the mind of the intention and the direction of what people are doing in order to. It goes deeper than all that. But yeah, I mean, this whole idea of there being a chosen people that's going to judge the rest of everybody, and all, like, this is absolutely 110% archontic, and it's laid out very clearly in blistering detail. So, I mean, it has nothing to do with the Jewish people, though. Most Jewish people have no fucking clue about any of this. And most of the people that call themselves Jews are Edom, but that's another story. But the mythogen, as the Telestai would say, is still the mythogen. And so, but it also works not just through that, it works through transhumanism. Transhumanism is the ultimate fingerprints of the Archons. It's legitimately everything that they are, including what they wanted to be when they tried to create something like us It actually says that. They tried to create something like us. Then they tried to be like us. And when they decided they couldn't do neither, they said, we'll make them like us. It legitimately says that. It says, let us seize the light from the pleroma and make ourselves a creature in the image of the gods so that it may nourish and sustain us. This is a paraphrase because I can't remember, but more or less. What shall we do to be remembered? Huh?
It's basically Promethean. Promethean.
Well, yes, because Prometheus is, well, when you understand what Lucifer was originally, then you're getting to it. I'm not talking about the Judeo version now. That's a corruption. That's dark. This is what I'm saying. That's how it always works. They always take these archetypes and they twist them. There's nothing wrong with Saturn. Saturn is incredibly important. It's vital. It's a dark, twisted version of the archetype. They understand what all this shit is, and most people don't.
You don't
And
trust
then
that. I
you
don't
can
trust that.
twist any archetype into anything, and it become what was once used to elevate people is and liberate them is now used to cage them and enslave them. Like it, that's what they. That's
I don't trust that. DK says he got what he wanted, though. You want to share what you wanted to share, DK, and you can share it now if you want to over there. DK said he found what he wanted to share. So
Yeah, I did, but I'm still on the phone. Yeah.
You can send the URL or something, and TML can play it or something, or I can play it. Or I don't know. Whatever. Like, but yeah, I like everything you've said, Twilight. You know, I do respect it because ultimately it promotes, caring for the earth and caring for being a compassionate person. Being a compassionate person is very important, and caring about the suffering of the ecosystems or sentient life all around the world is important. Also, we are destroying a lot of biodiversity, and it's apocalyptic. Basically, there's no doubt about that. We're living in apocalyptic times. Very, very. That's why I come here. I think talking about this stuff is the most important. We can debate the reasons why the apocalypse
Okay,
occurred.
sorry, sorted.
Sorry.
There was my mate. He's just like, yeah, he's been in Canberra, which is like the capital of Australia. He's been over there recording at the protests about the digital ID and stuff. So he's been over there actually recording at that, and he just gave me a call now and things. But he went live from there earlier today. That's why I wasn't actually here earlier, because, yeah, my mate was actually going live from Canberra. Anyway, am I able to screen share here, or do I need permission? If I can screen share, I can get this straight away.
Yeah, there's a button there.
Yeah. Just someone told. I think it was Neurojack's channel. Someone told me I needed permission or something.
Yeah, when you screen share, be sure you click share also the audio of your computer. You have to click that button so it shares the audio of the computer.
Oh yeah, no, I get you. I don't think this has much video, like audio, and it's only like a minute long.
Yeah, it's like you walk between like two things. There's like a well there. There's also
what the heck was that thing about?
That's what it's called. Like, the Hajj pilgrimage.
Yeah, the Hajj. You're claiming that people dance there, so I'm.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Maybe they're not dancing, but they're all constantly walking around a black cube.
Right, but okay. So you didn't find the video of them dancing.
Oh, my bad. Are you focusing on the word dancing instead of the fact that they're going around a back?
I'm focusing on what you said. You had a video of.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I freely admit they're not dancing. I thought they were
All right.
originally because I haven't seen.
Yeah,
them for ages.
that's all it was about.
But they
That's
are
all it was about.
constantly walking around and worshiping a black cube.
I already knew. Everybody already knew that.
Well, Well, so the only thing you were actually
Questioning was the
upset me
dancing.
about
Yes.
saying was the fact that I said dancing.
Yes, that was the thing. Yes, that was exactly
Okay,
the
well,
thing. I
why
was
didn't you
pointing.
point that out? I could have said
I did point
straight,
that out. I
like,
said that's not
okay.
true. I told you that's not true. It's not a true statement. So now you
Yeah, but you
understand that
just
that's not
said
a true
that's
statement.
not true. You didn't actually break it down to
Yeah, but you
what
just
wasn't
broke. Yeah,
true.
but I just broke it down. Don't keep saying that because that's not true, right? So
I know,
If you
but
read
you
like
could have said
Cube
which
Courts
bit
in the city
wasn't
of London,
true. You could have challenged
all right,
me
you can
on
keep
which
on repeating.
part wasn't true.
You can keep on repeating it if you want, like a dumbass. But I'm
Well,
just letting you know.
dude, they still walk
Okay,
around
we
and
all know
worship a
that
black cube.
Muslim I forgot the fancy
Yeah,
word for
everybody
it.
knew that. Everybody knew that. Yeah.
Yeah,
they
we
have
all know that, man.
courts
Like,
that are cubes.
Yeah, they walk around. Yeah, obviously.
yeah.
Yeah.
The fancy
Well,
word is like
they have
circumambulate or something.
the
It's
UN
worshipping a black cube.
the
That's
UN
not worshiping it.
meditation
Nope.
room.
That's just walking.
The,
Yep.
the UN meditation room is a cube.
Circumambulate.
Right. Besides, what's wrong with praying to Saturn? I thought that was a good thing. I mean, this is a retarded conversation. Right?
What? Praying to Saturn is Satan.
No, it's not. You said earlier that it's a pagan god, right? The Romans prayed to Saturn, right? They didn't think it was
Yeah,
Satan, right?
that was back then.
So yeah, so it hasn't always been.
Now
So,
it's no. Now Satanists use Saturn as Satan. Luciferian.
It's the symbolism.
But see,
It's not.
you're actually trying to.
Okay, just agree to disagree, man. Like, seriously,
he's
just agree
actually
to
trying to
disagree,
trip
man.
me up.
Like,
it's just
and
fun to
tried to
have.
clear up
It's
already.
just fun to say retarded shit and then. not have
DK,
it be
just
backed up.
agree to disagree, okay, man? Like,
There
you know,
isn't an agree to disagree on this.
Yeah, it's not even agree to disagree because one's fact and one's fiction. So let's just be honest here. Right
So
now.
which is which?
Yeah, like like in Islam, idol worship is against the religion. So which one is fake? Which one is a true story? Yours or mine?
Well, you saying that it's fake while they all walk constantly around a black cube that they obviously worship, and that's where they have to go there.
Right, so-
do yearly hard pilgrimage to go
It's the
worship.
stupidest. It's the stupidest thing.
DK,
You
just
know,
say-
I'll kick you off the show if you can't prove it.
DK,
I'll
let me
kick you off.
talk. Okay, let me talk here. Okay.
No, hold on.
Okay.
No, hold on. No, hold on a second. No, hold on a second.
Okay.
Avian Buddha. Do you know anything about Islam?
Yes. My
In
dad is-
Islam, do they worship a black cube named Saturn?
No.
Okay.
No,
No, that's not true. So let's proceed from this conversation with that factoid in mind, right? So now, moving on from that fact, right? That pure fucking fact, right? Because there's one is fact and one is fiction, right? So let's just have a sane conversation, right? So proceeding on from that fact, right? You could say that, okay, all throughout the ages, there's this idea about the black cube and how it represents Saturn and how it's been imprinted into the minds and how maybe the Saudi Arabians and all the people, they put the black cloth over it to represent that. And that's really what they're doing and all that. So you can spin it like that, right? From that fact, right? But you can't just, you can't just claim in the religion it says something that it doesn't say to do, right? So you can't just make up something because then if you go to any religious book, if you go to the entire Quran, for example, it'll just refute what you say, right? So,
But to be honest, Christianity says you're not allowed to worship any idols, and Christianity worships the cross.
they don't worship the cross. They don't worship the cross. No, they don't. They're not worshiping they're not worshiping the symbol, DK. They're
Why is
worshiping
everyone-
Jesus.
Why do
They're-
so many Christians?
It's a symbol.
wear
It's a
cross?
symbol of dying and rising. It's a symbol of Christ dying and rising, right?
It's
Now
actually a
you
symbol
could say
of them being tortured.
no. The
and
cross when you
executed.
right, the cross when you fold it up, it turns into the cube, right? That's where the symbol comes from, right? So they say,
See?
well,
That goes
no,
back
I
to the
understand.
cube
I understand
thing.
what the theory is, but that's not what the Christians will say, right?
Yeah, but see, it goes back to the cube as well. That's what I'm saying. This
No, I
is
understand
why
what you're
I
saying.
don't like organized religions. I'm not actually attacking your religion.
Yeah, but
I'm saying they all do it. No,
yeah,
no,
but you
I'm
have to
saying
figure
they
out if
all
it's a
do it.
fact. Yeah, but you have to figure out if it's a fact, A, and then you have to figure out if that's even a bad thing. Because if praying to Saturn is not even a bad thing, then it doesn't even follow. You know, because why
Well,
would
if
pagan
you're
worship?
if you're praying to Saturn, does that not go against like the three main religions' beliefs?
Not according to you. What you just said. You said it's part of the religion. So see what I'm saying? The confusion.
No. The three main religions are Abrahamic. See, you've got Muslim, you've got Christian, and you've got Jewish.
Right.
Right. See, I'm saying that back in the day, when it was like pagan religions, the planets were classed as their celestial gods and things, and they followed planets and gave them different designations and things. But nowadays, following Saturn is basically satanic and Luciferian.
Yeah, but see, they're appropriating that. See, they're appropriating the figure from the, from Christianity and Islam, basically, right? The adversary or shaitan or whatever, right? And then they're also taking this figure of Saturn. So there's mushed two things together. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty obvious.
Well,
It's like,
that's like, yeah, but you can point out lots of shit from different religions where it's like it all came from paganic rituals back in the past anyway. They just changed names, and that's about it.
right, but see, here's what I'm saying. I'm saying either one of them had to be first, right? Either Satan or Saturn had to be first. One of them's the top dog, you know what I'm saying? And then the other one was made up, you know what I'm saying? So they smushed the two together, right? That's usually how it works, you know what I'm saying, right? So one of them's got to be the top dog.
I should actually go check which god they were called. Saturn. Which
His
god
name is
was
Saturn.
Saturn in like Greek and Roman mythology? If anyone knows off the top of their head without me looking it up. If anyone actually knows, otherwise I'll go look it up.
The Egyptians. You were talking about Set, right? Like I think
No,
Bjork
Saturn.
Set is Set and Ahriman are the prototype for Satan.
Yes,
that's
No,
where
I meant in Greek and Roman. What did Saturn stand for?
Chronos.
Yeah, Kronos. That's correct.
Chronos is
I thought Mars was the god.
Kronos was a cannibal. Yeah,
I
Kronos
thought
was a
Mars
cannibal.
was.
Yes, it
so
represents
Saturn's a cannibal.
the swallowing of time, because Saturn represents time, and so the cube is the collapse into a closed system. It's freezing time. That's what it represents. And so
Wow.
if you're being put in a cage, I'm
It's
talking about an occult
dragging
level.
everything into a one world religion, one world government, one world everything. Dragging everything into one.
This has nothing to do with people's actual beliefs. These symbols are much older.
I know, but that's what
Muhammad
it
is
sounds
right.
like.
They
No, I'm
go
saying
back
that's what
far.
it sounds like it means.
Well, see, everything's
twist
evil,
everything.
right? Like one is evil, circles evil, squares are evil. Like, you know, it's just a little wild, dude.
No, black cubes.
I don't know. I'm fine with black cubes. Like,
yeah,
nothing wrong with black
yeah,
cubes.
black box. Like, I ain't scared no damn black boxes, right?
Have you got a Teflon on?
I actually. Well, let me say something. You know, DK. Actually, you just gotta agree to disagree. You know, like I try to keep this. I don't talk about much, but personally, the Abrahamic traditions do not resonate with me.
To
They
be
do not
honest,
resonate
I
with me.
try my
What?
best not to talk religion too much, but I mentioned something, and so I had to go look it up. And I did say, okay, I did say, okay, I was wrong. They're not dancing; they're just
Here's the
walking
thing.
down.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I'm a Muslim. I don't consider myself Abrahamic because I don't consider anything in Islam similar to Christianity and Judaism. That's one. But second of all, here's another thing. I think that I've learned a lot from Buddhism, Christianity, Judaism, right? The Kabbalah, right? I've learned tons from the occult.
Because God
right?
is
I've learned.
one.
Yeah, I've learned tons from
I understand.
Hinduism, right? I've learned tons from Taoism. I've read all the religious texts. I've visited all of the religious temples and had tons of conversations with all the people there. And I believe that Hindus and Muslims and I believe some of them are praying to the same being or entity. I mean, right? It's definitely apparent to me, right? So,
actually disagree with one thing, TML. Like, I know what you're saying, and I respect you,
Right.
and you're
Of course.
very open-minded. But I would say that the traditions that are about like enlightenment or like about awakening, they're fundamentally different from revealed traditions. You know what I'm
Oh
saying?
yeah, of course. Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
they're
Yeah.
fundamentally
Yeah.
they're kind of
Yeah.
irreconcilable. You know. What I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Revelation and enlightenment are kind of irreconcilable concepts. I will have
Yes.
to agree to that. Yeah.
Yes. I will say something interesting, DK. Let me tell you something interesting I found recently. You know, I found that Northwest Europeans, they had strong genetic tie to like Tocharians and like, you know, Angelo Novo. They were called Angelo Novo people. So you may have had ancestors or something that were involved in like the dissemination of Taoist and Buddhist ideas. You know what I mean? That is true, you know, in Central Asia and Northern Pontic Caspian steppes. You see what I'm saying?
My beliefs come from all different bits and bits and pieces from everywhere. Like, I believe all the prophets had good things to say, but I don't believe any of them was 100% correct.
Yeah.
How's that?
I can sympathize with that. Yes. Yeah. I feel like ultimately for me, it's about more of a lineage of figures who had awakened to the true mind, or you know, like the patriarchs that started with Bodhidharma and then it went to Huning, the sixth patriarch. But I think the experience, I value that way more than any figure who claims to have special exclusive access to knowledge that I cannot verify. You see what I'm trying to say? So for me, I try to like stay away from the revealed religions. You know, I don't really care about Moses. I don't really care about personally Jesus. I don't really care about them, but I do respect people who do. You know what I mean?
No, see, I just think Jesus was another prophet. Same as Muhammad, same as whoever it was for like the Jews. Like, they're prophets who were trying to teach people. People just didn't learn. So a new prophet came along and it didn't always go well.
Well,
But a new religion got created. After they died, usually, Muhammad was the only one, I think, that the religion was actually created before he died. Like Muslim, I think, was the only religion that got created before the Prophet died.
Well,
I could be wrong. Oh, no, Buddhism did as well. Sorry.
Yeah. I think Buddhism is kind of like that too, for sure. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Buddhism is more about.
But like
it's
the
different.
difference between how Muslim started and Buddhism started is very different. One
Right.
was warlike and one was peace.
Yeah. Anyway, the point I'm making is, you know, like, you know, the traditions that, you know, what resonates with you, I respect it. If you want to pick and choose from traditions, that's fine. You know, I feel like, you know, the elixir of immortality.
Let's see if we can get off the religion topic. Honestly, it's a no-win topic. It really is.
I can keep
here's the thing.
Everyone believes different stuff. It's a no-win topic.
Yeah, and here's the thing, DK. There is you know, like Hindu emperors that conquered in India and then like like put Buddhism as a religion. So you know, that did happen. Right?
Yeah, they were warlike Buddhists in the past.
That did happen. So,
I didn't realize it was warlike Buddhists.
Yeah, there was peaceful Muslims and warlike Buddhists. It's a mix. Right?
That is true. Yeah.
Almost every
you know,
in
the beginning,
religion or politics.
in the beginning, when Muhammad was originally
but it doesn't mean it's
giving his message, he was peaceful. He was peaceful in the beginning.
Right.
It's actually kind of interesting.
Right. It's when they moved. They like went to war with the Jays and a bunch of other, and then the Romans and a bunch of other people. So
yeah.
It's more
I know. I've looked into it. And I agree with you, Muhammad, that God is beyond any description that we give it. And so, yeah,
I also follow Parmenides, right? Like, I think Parmenides is correct.
Yeah, beyond any contingent facts, basically, beyond any contingent facts.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, like if I had to go to like for a philosophy, I'd go for like Parmenides and the Tao Te Ching or something like that. I think those are pretty good for me. I mean, keep it pretty simple.
Yeah. Oh, that's admirable. That's respectable.
Yes.
And talking about religion too much isn't good. I think that DK is right about that. I guess.
Chop wood and carry water.
Yeah, I love talking about religion. That's one of the main topics on the show. I know it causes a lot of strife and all that stuff, but I think it I mean it's like Skolomowski says, it's the ultimate frame of reference, right? So we need a reference frame for those ultimate questions, right?
Why do you think I keep coming here?
Yeah.
Because the rest of my channels are echo chambers.
Yeah.
So I like coming to other places where I can talk to people who actually have ideas where they don't just go, yeah, I agree. Yep, that's right.
Yeah.
It gets boring.
Yeah,
Why do you think I've been coming to all these YouTube panels since I met you?
Yeah, whatever you pray to, God will become that. That's what I I totally believe that nobody doesn't have a God. I mean, right?
Yeah.
I think that is
no
also
matter what you pray to, God will become.
I also believe that
total in alignment
that
with me.
demolish tear down the mosque, tear down the church, and tear down the holy temple, but don't break anyone's heart. Right?
Well,
that is a line.
It's about not trying to make a one world religion. Like, don't try and make everyone believe exactly the same thing.
No, but that's again the twisting of
the way I believe it is there should be nation states still. If you want to go believe like this sort of thing, fuck, here's your area. If you want to believe this, there's your area. You want to believe this, there's your area. It's like it's this invading everyone else's area that people don't understand is actually going on. The Jews have invaded almost everyone, and they're sending the Muslims to every Western nation after telling them all that Westerners have been bombing the shit out of them when it's been the Jews telling them to do it. They're using Muslims as their lapdogs to go and attack all the Westerners. If people don't actually see this by now,
Yeah, but it's the other way around.
That's in the Bible, actually.
Right, because who killed all those Arabs?
Well, let me respond. I think
was it white people?
Oops.
Oopsies. Right, they killed a bunch of Arabs in Iraq. They killed a bunch of Arabs. Right.
Yeah, I know, dude. I see that.
Oopsies. Right. Who did they kill him for? Who did they kill him for? Oh yeah, the Jews. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I said that. The Jews got the white people to go.
You said they were using Muslims to kill white people, but it was the other way around. They were using the white people to kill the Muslims.
It's both. Sorry.
It was the other way around.
The Jews got the white people to go and fight their wars, and then the Jews send the Muslims.
Right.
To
I'm
the
saying
white countries,
it's real easy. It's real easy to point the finger at the other guy.
No, I'm pointing the finger at the Jews.
And do what the Jew tells you to do.
I'm pointing the finger at the Jews because they pay the governments of all countries. So they pay America to send soldiers and shit over to the Middle East. And then everyone in the Middle East hates white people. Then they send Muslims over to the white countries.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think everybody in the Middle East hates white people. I think that's false.
Well, I'm guessing the people they send over do. Because I've been watching what happens.
Well, let me respond to that.
Right, you've been watching it on the Jewish newspaper. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, I don't watch any Jewish newspaper.
Okay, all right. Let's relax.
DK, that stuff is somewhat true, but I think one way to deal with that is to see the individual again, because individuals are important. But it's true, the Jays are going and destabilizing the region, and then they are like scapegoating the white people. And they're trying to encourage resentment among minorities, and that's why you see all the white guilt. But I feel like it's so complex. The
worst thing is, whites are now actually the world's minority, while the world's majorities get to scream that they're a minority and get more.
That's the
all Western nations right now. Everyone who says, or everyone who is proclaimed to be a minority, gets more than the people who are actually the minority on the planet.
Yeah,
The
that's
people actually
probably,
use some real. See, this is how they lie with statistics.
Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing as white people. It's Germans, there's French, it's British people. There's different types of people. All right, so if you guys held on to your heritage, you still
so
have it.
is the Muslims though?
No, no. There's
that's what I mean.
Indians.
Do I
There's
have to
Indians.
declare- do I
No,
have to
listen.
declare as
Here,
a
listen to me.
group,
Here, listen to me a
or
second.
Can
Listen
I
to me.
not just be a European?
Here, listen to me a second, man. There's no such thing as Muslims. There's Turkish people. There's Indian people. There's Indonesians. There's fucking Palestinians. There's Arabs. They don't even like each other. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, they don't even like. None of those groups like each other. All right, just like the white people, they can't stick together. There's no such thing as white people. There's Germans. There's French. There's fucking British people. There's Australian motherfuckers, and all of them hate each other. And this is the reality of the world.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
Actually,
Fuck World War
most
II,
white
man.
countries don't actually hate each other.
What are you
They hate
talking
what's
about,
being
Dad?
done to them.
Yeah, whites killing
We
whites.
all agree on
300
it. We hate
war,
what's being
Germans
done to
400
them.
war,
No, we don't actually
500
hate
war. Whites
I mean,
killing whites. Nobody kills whites like white people. I mean, it's crazy.
I mean, that
Except
is true.
Jews.
Yeah, like I don't know what you're claiming,
And
DK.
Jews
Like,
aren't white, regardless of wherever they want to claim.
yeah, well, I'm trying to say it's a mess.
When they
you know?
want to claim it, but
mess.
they're not. Even
By
Ashkenazis
the
are
way,
not white. They're not the
TML
thing.
Zephyr wants a link.
But DK, let me tell you something. You know, I feel like this situation is really complex and has escalated out of control. I don't want something like a helter-skelter scenario. You know what I mean? Because sometimes I feel like, the elites are going to create a false, false far right movement where they're gonna do a helter-skelter. We don't want that either, man. Because
They are.
it's better.
Most
Yeah.
definitely. They
Yeah,
already
feel
are,
free to
bro.
call in, but we are wrapping it up soon. But yeah, blessings to the people.
Yeah, so it is complex, and I do sympathize with what DK is saying because the mass migration is not good for the ethnic Europeans or the people that go there either, and even the people who are already there. Like it is kind of a mess.
I
Like
see legal migration I didn't have a problem with, but this mass migration over the last 5 years has destroyed almost every white nation on the planet.
Oh, these general
Like
terms are gonna drive me
Sweden went
insane.
from one of the safest.
There's no white
countries
people. There's
on the
no
planet.
Jews. There's no Muslims. There's no. These are constructs. They don't exist.
no,
Right,
Germanic
right.
people are racially unique.
Hey, I guess you don't live in Sweden and aren't being the biggest raped country on the world now.
Let's not use let's say graped. From here on
Sorry,
out.
grape.
Yeah.
My bad. But yeah, holy shit, man. Go from the safest country on the planet to the highest crime rate for that crime in the world. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, what do they make, like waffles or chocolate or something like that, right?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you this, DK, though, is like, those people, I'm not responsible for them, what they do, like, it's not like I can tell them stop. Like, it's like, we're individuals, like, Pinoy, I don't like him because Pinoy doesn't acknowledge the reality of the individual, you know what I mean? That's just kind of, like,
all those individuals go to Western countries claiming to be Muslim. So be careful.
I agree.
I do know that it's the Jews paying them to go there, but they all come to our countries claiming to be Muslim.
It's a mess, yes. I agree, it's not good.
Wahhabism.
This is why, like, I do have such an issue, but I try not to nut off about it too much. But
Look, your issue should be. Look, here's the thing. Your issue is with your own government and with the Jays, right? So you fix your own problems, clean up your own backyard. Clean up your own backyard.
No.
What I'm saying is, it's not any of this.
My own government and the Jays, but the Jays are paying for the Muslims to go to our countries, and the Muslims are actually causing the problems on the ground for all the citizens.
Right, but who let them in? The government, right?
Why are they fuckwits who want to kill everyone?
I'm not a fuck. You're saying all Muslims are?
No, the ones that seem to go to all these other countries are.
Right. So they're sent there, right?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. So how's it the
Someone's
Muslims' fault?
paying to send them there, and they go and be.
So what does that have to do with Islam? So what does that have to do with Islam or Muslims?
They seem to say they're all fucking Muslim.
So what? Anybody who grapes and kills people can just call themselves whatever they want. I mean, what does it matter?
Well, if you call yourself Jewish, you get to go back to Israel and get away with it. And if you're black, you seem to get away with it.
I mean, look. How come white people went? Look. How come? Look. How come?
For long enough.
Look. Let me tell you something. Look. Let me tell you something. How come the Jews paid white people to go kill all those Arabs in all those countries? What was that about?
I said everyone's being used.
Yeah, but you guys were used to kill millions of people. And you're just talking about a couple people running around. You're talking about a couple people. No, hold on. You're talking about people. Hold on. Okay, god damn. Hold on a second, DK.
I can't generalize about Muslims. Well, brother.
Look, man.
As well, brother.
No, even did full scream mode.
All right. You're spurging, bro. You're spurging,
This
bro.
is exactly what I've been saying the whole time. It's not.
Yeah, he's
Islam.
spurging. Yeah, he's yelling at the top of his lungs. Look, here's the thing. How come the Jews sent all those white people to kill all those Muslims, obviously Arabs, right? Now the thing is that you want to complain about people running around committing a few crimes when the government let them in, right? So how is that there? I'm just wondering what the fuck it has to do with Islam, because
all the people doing it are fucking Muslim.
Islam is being weaponized.
How do you know that, though?
Yes.
Right, how do you know that?
Like
Right?
everything.
They always claim to be.
So what?
So what does it have to do with Islam?
Because everyone who's committing the crimes claims to be Islamic.
Right, you're not answering the question.
Like the priests who claim
the Templars claim to be Christian.
Exactly.
So what?
Exactly.
The Spanish Inquisition claimed to be Christian too.
This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
DK,
and the Spanish Inquisition still exists. It's called the preservation of the doctrine of the faith.
I can accept that the Jews
and the Jesuits came in, and that's what you should really be looking at.
America to kill people.
Look, white people were walking around. White people were walking around, raping.
The Jews paid Muslims to go.
Look, when they were walking around raping, Iraqi dudes in the streets of Iraq, right, for the Jays, right? You didn't complain then, right? You said go kill the Muslims, right? I mean, this is the thing. It's like,
DK, listen to me. You need to improve on your delivery. Stop screaming. DK, you need to improve on your delivery. Okay, you could phrase what you're saying better. Because DK, I don't really particularly like the Islam personally, but you could phrase and deliver it in a more respectful way, because actually, you don't personally like Islam, because
check this shit out, right?
Look, I don't like paganism. I don't like anybody. Look, I don't like everybody. Right? I don't like anybody else. I don't even go outside.
Let me drop some truth bombs
you're
on
a
you,
respectful person,
So the U.S. government, right, in the Middle East was capturing people who were Muslim, right, and literally putting them through satanic ritual abuse, and they created MK Ultra victims that are now ISIS and Al Qaeda and all these other fucking factions.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a fact.
So
that did happen.
That is a fact.
That did happen. It's on paper. It's documented. They did way more worse atrocities to these people than these people are ever going to do to those people.
And who are the people running the camps?
I'm going to tell you this, guys, okay?
And who are the people running those camps where they brainwash those people?
No, I'm going to tell you this
they
now.
They were white people. Fucking people from the U.S. government.
Let me say this.
I can't say Muslims.
Stop screaming, man. Why are you screaming?
A lot of people
I can scream
in
too.
the U.S. Army
I can even say Muslims.
No, I triggered him on purpose.
Let me say something now, okay? In Syria, ever since Assad left and that new president came, he's been killing Alawites. He's been killing, all these different minorities. I think Yazidis, and other people. What I'm trying to say is that You know, I personally, I do think Muslims have had a history of, you know, like, well, you know, of like becoming fanatic and then going around killing.
Hey,
You
all
know, like,
religions have. I said that.
And yo,
That's
at the
why I
end of the
hate
day,
organized
I'm
religions,
not
because they've all done it.
I'm not a Muslim, but at the
yeah,
end of the day, I believe in uncovering the works of darkness, and the U.S. government and their military arms tend to be highly satanic.
yeah, that is
CIA
true.
Yes.
They do
are
tend to be
very
Christian.
responsible for what they did in the Middle East, creating
Yes,
these
true.
people who were Islam, right? Who were Muslim, right? And they converted them into MK Ultra victims.
Yeah, I
So,
agree.
like, how are you going to hold these people responsible for what they do when they're under satanic mind control? And they
Well,
were Muslim.
well, you know, that's the problem. You see, you have to,
Who
you know,
really
you
did it,
start saying
DK?
people are not
Who's really
responsible for their
responsible?
actions, you know. But the thing
You
is,
know
you
what I
don't really
mean?
see Taoists or Buddhists going around beheading people or anything like that. Do you see? Do
No,
you see?
sure they did. No, sure they did. They do that in Myanmar, right? So they do that, right?
Myanmar is different. You know, the context is very different because
Okay,
No, but
okay.
see,
So now,
that's what I
the
mean.
context is different, right? But they do
Yeah,
it,
that's
right?
what I mean. Like, he's right. I can't say
Just
all
because
Muslims.
someone
He
claims they're
can't
a
say all
religion
white.
doesn't mean they
I can't
follow
say
it.
all Muslims, all Jews, or all, and he can't say all white.
All religions have been infiltrated and subverted and also cloned into fucking groups that mirror the religions.
Look, it's just a bad policy to make sweeping
not all of
generalizations.
it are really
Generalizations about any one group of people. Like if you say Buddhists are peaceful, if you say
yeah,
Muslims
yeah,
are
yeah.
violent.
Apologize
I
for
mean, it's
that.
just a bad
Like, I
trope.
have no idea why the hell
But
you're
you
doing
did it back as well, TML. So yeah. But yeah, I
Even-
apologize for making sweeping generalizations.
Right, I'm showing you how it works. I'm showing you how it works badly, right?
DK,
You
let
are
me
telling me how it
something.
works.
Like,
Badly.
DK, you need to learn to deliver better because, you know, like, let's say you don't want Islam in the European countries anymore. Okay, you can like phrase that better, you know. And the thing is, this is not really racial. Like, I don't know, like, you know, because
the quickest way to get them out
I
of there
don't
would
know.
be to support like Christian nationalism or something.
Maybe
like
it
that.
is.
The
Yeah,
thing is,
Christian
it's
nationalism.
not
Maybe.
about the fact that I want them all out. It's about the fact that over the last 5 years, there have been Jewish NGOs that have been flooding every Western nation.
Oh my God, I've heard this like a million times.
A sudden influx.
Look,
Right, you said
if
it
they're
like
flooding
dozens
your
of times.
nation,
It has
if you got
been mostly
DK,
fighting age men.
fucking hell,
Where's the women and children coming over?
DK,
I don't
if
see
they're
women and
flooding,
children
if
going
they're
over
flooding
in
your
fucking
He's
rubber
right,
boats.
bro.
Yeah, here's the thing.
DK, if they're flooding your nation, right, and they're doing all these atrocities, what are y'all doing as a nation to stop them?
Not a damn thing. They're letting them in. They're saying that they're adopting liberal policies that let them in. They're
What
following
about
liberalism.
even
They're
the
paying for their kids.
citizens?
They're paying for their kids to
Even the
cut their dicks off.
citizens.
They're paying for their
Are
kids
y'all
to cut their,
protecting your own neighborhood at all?
they're
doing
paying for their
anything?
kids. They're paying for their kids to cut their dicks off, and they're complaining about Sharia law. I mean, this is what they're
This
doing.
is,
I mean,
you know,
About
I mean,
let them do
like,
their Sharia law, dog.
say something though. We should respect the customs of, you know, any nation that we reside in. Like, if I were to live in, like, I don't know, Denmark, I would be reading their literature, showing interest in it, stuff like that. You know, but you know, it's a crisis. You know, I mean, the Jews are definitely doing it. The satanic MK Ultra stuff from the U.S. military. You know, but it's a big mess. You know, I mean, you know, that it does tie into stuff like killergery.
First of all, right, it's not really the Jews, right? And I know I've said it's the Jews, but what it really is,
I know as well.
it's
See,
the
I've been
Kabbalistic
generalizing
Jews.
that too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right,
There's
they're
lots
real
of Jews
pagans.
that
Syrian
don't
mafia, yeah.
actually
Syrian
deal with
mafia,
the
Ashkenazi,
Kabbalah.
and the Zionist.
You know what I mean? And then you got people who don't claim to be Jews, right? Like Freemasons, but they're crypto Jews. So, like,
They're
at the
actually
end of the
trying
day,
to push Shambhala, would you believe?
at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, if you
America
want to
has
be
tons
precise.
of Freemasons, and they don't claim to be Jews. A lot of them, Shriners even claim to be Muslim, but they're not. They're not Muslim. So, like, at the end of the day,
that's what they have to be when they get to the top level.
Yeah, because they want to sit there and basically use Islam as a fucking means of practicing Satanism.
Yeah, here's the thing. Like,
it's all a mind
you know,
fuck.
I gave dozens of presentations here about about the origins of Christianity. I would do the same thing about Buddhism, right? And of course I could do the same thing about Islam.
Shriners? If you do one about Shriners, I'll stream that all day and record it on Rumble. Yeah, I'm not on D-Live anymore.
Yeah, you got a bunch of white people who are basically crypto pretending to be fucking Muslims so they could be actual Satanists. That's what a Shriner
It's the same as Jews pretending to be white people to then blame white people for anything that goes wrong.
Okay, we get it. You know, like you don't need to repeat that over and over again. You know, like
it's the
people
blame
agree
game.
with you more than you think. And let me say this, you know, there are like creepy Tibetan Buddhists. They do creepy rituals, stuff like that. They call themselves Buddhists, but I don't consider them Buddhists. You see what I'm trying to say? The Tibetans. You know? Yeah, but what I'm trying to tell you, DK, is you need to like learn about your delivery. You know, make it more like I don't know, more calm. You don't need to
I'm having a smoke to mellow down. It's okay.
We gotta find Asvarun, bro, and he'll tell you all kinds of shit about Buddhism and Hinduism and shit.
Yeah,
like,
he's a smart guy. Yeah, he's a smart guy. Yeah, he called in one day. But yeah, I'm basically shutting this down soon, so it's no worries, DK. So
you say this every time you want me to leave.
No, not really. I mean, it's over 7 hours. So I mean, do the math.
But then I leave and then you carry on. I watch this.
No, that's only if we get a punk ass bitch who wants to call in and start shit later after the show. So sometimes that does happen. So.
See, you should leave me on for that.
I've seen TML try to do a music stream and then end up like having I've had to like actually not go to sleep because we got punk ass bitches jumping on after a music stream was just supposed to be the end of the stream.
How'd that show go? How'd that show go?
She's wild in the hood, DK. TML ain't the kind of dude to tell you that he's ending it to kick you off. If he wants to kick you off, he just fucking kick you off.
Yeah, I done that a long time ago.
TML said on another chat that we were on that he sends me to places, and the chat just went mental.
Yeah, they said he's controlling it.
He's like, he's an actor. He just goes and laughs. Like, he just goes and does this. It's like, no, I'm just that much of a dick. So TML sends me to places where people are dicks. I got here late. The people I was supposed to attack have apparently left. So
you know where you should go? You should go on the Powdered Dusty and just make that like your home for a week.
Just send me whenever he's doing a panel. Send me a link.
And you should also go to there's a guy
to be honest, I always turn up playing
Laundry's. Go to Laundry's channel too and just hang out.
No, he kicked me off his panel last night.
Yo,
seriously,
this guy.
Just last night.
What the fuck is this guy's name with this crazy looking fucking demon Baphomet something? What is this guy's name? Twilight Sun Telesti? What the fuck is that?
I think it might have been Twilight Son of Lilith.
It's the OG. It's the OG Gnostic. See, Gnostic is a diss word. They called themselves Telesti. So yeah. So
yeah, but what is this guy's deal?
Hey, just so you fucking know what I look like and shit.
I think he's gone.
I don't like fucking hide myself away and stuff. I make sure everyone knows who I am, because otherwise people do say, "Oh, you're just going to hide behind the letter," because I haven't made a StreamYard account.
You know, I did imagine you with a long beard and alcohol.
Hey, DK, I want to offer you something, DK. If you want to read the Poetic Edda and talk about it together, we can, because I'm going to read the Poetic Edda.
I don't get time to read anything.
Okay, that's fine.
Like
he's too busy screaming at shit.
Yeah, reading is good for your mind, man. You need
to scream and read at the same time is hard.
The other half of the time, I'm checking through like the 200 messages on my channel. Like the 200 things I get posted, watching things, checking everything. Dude, I stream 24/7. I put all of my effort into this. And yes,
Wait,
I
DK,
do
let me tell you
think
this.
I can get to sleep at the end of the night.
I got you,
What
DK. Let me
country
tell
are
you
you
this.
from, bro?
DK, I want to tell you this. When you talk about wanting to preserve a culture, you should first read the foundational works of your culture. Because then what are you talking about? Like, if you're not going to read the poetry of your,
My
like...
culture is the country I grew up in. As I said.
What country is it?
I'm in New Zealand.
New Zealand.
That's why my flag's upside down on the wall. Yep.
I don't know what the flags mean over there, to be honest. I'm a little ignorant of it. Only thing I know about
New Zealand is southeast of Australia.
There's
They're
a
like
fucking
the closest thing to Antarctica, I think.
they film a lot of like Lord of the Rings out there and shit, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah,
A lot of them scenic movies, they got a lot of scenic shit.
Thinking of, but you don't know where you're looking at.
Yeah.
Like you've heard of it, but you don't know where it is.
There was a movie that I've seen with the kids.
Think Southwest Pacific Ocean.
It's called some crazy shit with the dude Ricky Baker, bro. He said, "You don't choose the Skuck's life; the Skuck's life choose you." Right.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I don't really like pushing on people, but I am a little bit of an Iranian nationalist, but not as much as some other people who take it too far. Like I don't go around picking fights with Arabs, but some of my views are like I would prefer Iran to go back to either Zoroastrianism or become Buddhist. At least personally, that's what I would prefer.
It's way older than Zoroastrianism.
Oh, he's back. Yo, what's your deal, dog? What's this guy's deal?
I read
what's my deal?
Yeah, what's your deal, bro? What's going on with all of this shenanigan icon you got going on?
Let's do.
Right, he was.
Yeah, let's do this for a minute.
Are we playing poker or rummy?
Rummy.
Well, Twilight, let me tell you this. People tend to underestimate it, but there was a heavy Buddhist presence too in ancient Iran also. So
yes.
Maybe a mix of Buddhism. And Buddhism and Zoroastrianism can work. I actually
I
wrote
know
something
you're not
there.
partial to Bond, but there was influence in more than just dog chin. And Mahayana
like Morse code into the wall. Like shut the fuck
Zan,
up.
Zen and Zan is also of the same variety in a way.
I didn't know. Sorry,
non-attainment.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
bro. What is this this Baphomet looking ass thing you got going on here though?
That's the dark mother.
Didn't you used to go by the name of Phoenix Protocol?
No.
It's not you?
No.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
You don't sound positive.
Because I think it's funny.
Why do you think it's funny?
Because you seem convinced.
I'm just saying. All right. We'll look further into this. I mean, there's got to be something going on.
Happy hunting.
It's not good to get too conspiratorial, you know. He's just into this interesting thinker called John Lash Lamb. You know what I mean? I don't think he's like subversive or anything, you know, I'm trying to say it's not good to get too conspiratorial, you know. That book I plan to read it soon. Not in his image. It seems very interesting. It does
right.
I'm super conspiratorial, hence my name.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it's not good to like assume someone has bad intentions, you know what I mean, without like first like hearing them out, you know, like if you just see like if there's this movie called The Hunt, you know, I recommended that movie, you know, where some guy is wrongly accused of being a pedophile, and then his life goes to shambles. You know, the hump.
Oh yeah, no, dude, that's shit. I just mean pretty much all politicians, most judges, most prosecutors,
An
like
initiation
people who
ritual.
are There's like certain level, like most people working in the media. Like there are people that obviously need to be prosecuted, but we don't even have the people who will actually prosecute them because those people are owned as well.
Yeah, Jimmy Savile, the creepy guy, Jimmy Savile.
Oh dear. Yeah. He's
Yeah,
a
well,
monster.
that's a key example. And do you realize
Petro.
the Prime Minister of England, Keir
Petro was
Starmer,
really bad too.
he was on the board that said they didn't even need to do an investigation into Jimmy Savile.
No.
Yeah, Margaret Thatcher tried to hide
Well,
it
he had
too.
like what, 450 victims, I think.
Yeah,
that they
over
know
500,
of?
I think I heard.
Right.
512.
Yeah.
But Keir
wild.
Starmer is the one who said they don't even need to do an investigation. And nothing came out till after he died.
And he was knighted too.
Yeah, we got to close this down. Yeah, we'll be back on Tuesday. Yeah, blessings to all the people. You know, we're on a hard time limit right now. So yeah, so please give some closers. You know, and we'll be we'll be back Tuesday night. You know, Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday night, right? 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Right. So you guys remember. Obviously we did an extra show, right? The Cyber Caliphate channel. Right. Let me go ahead and open that up, send that up to in the chat for you guys, since I'm here all alone. Blessings. Yeah, what's so what you guys got for us? I mean, you know, please give some closing statements.
Well, my closing statement is that it's not good to think you have everything figured out 100%. Like sometimes something I think was wrong, I go back and study it or read it, and then I come back and say, oh, it was more right than I thought. And I'm still figuring things out. I still have more to read, more to study, more to research. You know, I would prefer being a NEET that just, you know, read and study this kind of stuff. But, you know, not everyone has that fortune, you know what I mean? But I do feel like reading more is important, you know, you know, based on your own limitations. Not everyone can read as much as they would like, but you just gotta do your best and always have some humility.
Yeah, but here's what I'm trying to think of now. I think like even if you know, they got like the greatest minds together who actually studied this stuff all the time, I don't think they'd come up with stuff like me and me and Buddha do, because sometimes you need like a fresh mind, like you need to like do some you know, you need to live in the real world too, right? So sometimes abstract thinking doesn't understand the problem, right? So there's a lot to that. So you know, yeah, so of course we haven't read as much as some of the experts, but it takes a non-expert mind, you know, to understand
something interesting. This is just a part of my library. My actual library is way bigger, but I want to just show it a little bit.
Have you spent much time looking into like survival, living and shit? Anyone here?
Yeah, our friend Rant, who was just on here, he knows a lot about it. I mean, he's like an expert on that stuff.
No, but I mean, have any of you?
No, I haven't looked that much into it.
Yes. I have.
Yeah, the things
I had a whole playlist. I don't know if I still do, but I had a whole playlist about it on YouTube. Not under this name, by the way. I think it was under the DB1231. But now there's like about 20 DB123s. You got to scroll down for like 30 seconds to find my channel.
Crazy.
All right.
Yeah. But I've got a whole playlist on it. Like not tying, how to like make huts, like everything. Because I've spent quite a bit of time in the outdoors and shit. And I'm finding things that I haven't done before.
Land the plane, DK.
I've spent
Yeah, we got to cut this off. Yeah, we got to cut this off. DK blessings. Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, much love, no
yeah,
fear.
much love, no fear. Blessings, guys. Yeah, we'll be back on another day. Tuesday night. Yeah, thank you guys. So let me play some outros. Yeah, thank
I
you for
just came
joining.
by to say I love you.
Yeah,
and
blessings.
have
I love you too.
blessed day.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Yeah, yeah, definitely. I love you too, and I'll talk to you soon. And yeah. So all you guys, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes, and the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. And yeah, so I think I'll leave it there. What most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen. Images of things that are not even real. So yeah, I think that's where we'll leave it. And yeah, I had a lot more stuff, but yeah, I think I'll just leave it there. And yeah, blessings to all the people. So yeah, we'll be back soon. And yeah, I'm sorry to cut this off, but I want to play Buddha's presentation. That he gave. On Godzilla. So time doesn't run out. But yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you, my friend. Yeah, blessings.
Word up, New York, word up, 25 to life, yo, recognize, word up, yo, understand, yo, New York, get the bloody money. Dirty cash, loud niggas smoke weed, and car C stabs. You monkey walk, I'm hunchback, sneak quiet, talk about me gossip. Scared to death when I pop up. I'm fouler than gas, so don't bust when they supposed to. Been around you, claim close, but wasn't close to you. Your setup was weak. You coming, I saw you cut corners, snake type shit. Tie you up, slit your lip, wrist bleeding. Cowboy roll, choke your throat, put the bogey out in your face. Now your face lays like ashtray face. Say we got on my ways, get a guard for space. Shoot you up above waist. If I ain't got beat, right here or right there, I can real there. Should've set it off right there. CNN, war report, right across New York. God, I'm Indian style, knees bent, militant. Y'all the world know, Noriega from Iraq. People me serious, keep it real, that's that. Get stabbed in your back, my man, Alley Cat. Little cousin from Jamaica, brown skin thug, thug blood. Yo, we stuck in the game like it's a drug. My pops was a thug nigga, was on the streets too. Uncle Wise, they been since 82, back on the street. 107 got brew. I see you, come see you. Right scroll, to the rest of the fam. Locked and hold at age 8. Money come first, snatch first, go to church. Yo, that's not me. Mommy, I'm cursed. He bliss, glamorous, diabolic, devilish. This game real, realer than you think. Just think, spots get rushed, knives get touched, police bust. Yo, what happened? Police kick door. Yo, we was rapping. Your wife, what? Dressed and decent, 100 crackers. Son, it's the 110 precinct. New York, get the bloody money. Dirty cash, loud niggas smoke weed. Car C stab, you monkey walk, a hunchback. Sneak quiet, talk about me gossip. Scared to death when I pop up. Yo, time zone, Gabron, Maricon. Bitches calling me up, trying to set me up. Like Amina, Dina, kid, they from Medina. Emmanuel, keep fit, scared to sell. General, click deep for cartel. When niggas get locked, who you think they call for bail? Shorty legs, mad smooth. Son, I'm left struck. Pussy plus dick could only equal a fuck. Fatty banging, tearing alive, my chain hanging. We waiting, conversating, Iblis Satan, illegal life. Watch police on bikes, like stealing shame. They monkey wrench the whole game. A stress day, police watch through 12K. While I smoke, shorty sip, Chardonnay. I lay back, cognac, and I don't even drink like that. I sell crack, yo, my ISIS, gleam type me, sell the fiend, shoot guns, parallel, pistol, bust well, kid, whatever. Desert storm, like bad weather, click together, keep gaps under the lever. You lightweight, what? I'm heavyweight, whole weight. Yo, it's jail niggas coming home, taking this shit. Yo, illegal business, the niggas got dealt with, got smoke. Guard body cat, he sniff coke, yo, he's on time. Think about drinking his wine, regulate 9-9. Get my crew out, survive shootout. Tactics, keep gas under the mattress. You play a hater, my team a bunch of regulator. Set you up, you won't make it to the elevator. You never been to jail, I'm jail scene. Niggas seen me in jail since 13. shooting up scene. Real niggas take cream. New York get the bloody money. Dirty cash, live niggas smoke weed. Car seat staff, you monkey war. I'm hunchback, sleep quiet, talk about me gossip. Scared to death when I pop up. New York get the bloody money. Dirty cash, live niggas smoke weed. Car seat staff, you monkey war. I'm hunchback, sleep quiet, talk about me gossip. Scared to death when I pop up.
Word up, our background family. Big Money, Big Joy Outlaw. Yeah, family, yeah.
CNN, once again. Control method up, slang.
Big High. Hell murder. Real visible, not divisible. Pony. DITC.
Yeah. Pistol Passy.
Yo, Vinny, what up?
It's just bars. That's what spitters do.
From the Bronx to Philly, only real niggas feel me. Sucker proof is how they built me. We outlast trends, pay attention to your friends. See me in the train, might see me in the Benz. No matter where you see me, I'm official. That's without the whistle, even without a pistol. Known for launching missiles. My air strikes, check these clowns like air Nikes. Your whole team against me and pass, that's a fair fight. Pro-black nigga, even when I wear white. We raise the price like fair hikes. I just want a clear mic to make sure these niggas hear right. The giant, worldwide fans and street clients. Put you in a box and call it the sweet science. Before you start, we up one. That's cause the cloth I'm cut from. DITC, AOTP, Army of the Pharaohs, known for shooting arrows. Digging in the crates, have gun will travel. DITC, AOTP, Army of the Pharaohs, known for shooting arrows. Digging in the crates, have gun will travel.
It's moments like these when in the zone ain't the word. First time my words relate from 33 and a third. Nerve endings respond to the sound of the drums. Taught myself breath control as I can strip my lungs. Each line makes sense, I don't just flap my guns. Talking loosely for target, a pen is my gun. Tactician of the reincarnate is Saruko Yamamoto, the one responsible for the attack on Pearl Harbor. Die-hard bloggers, log in the followers, and start commentaries about who shit's magnanimous. Character traits, a funny style artist get the taste smacked out of their mouth for spitting garbage. The solution for half-wits is solve it. Toss little pumpkin bombs like Green Goblin. Take the heads of so-called kings and sip wine from a goblet. Looting castles for their profits.
DITC, AOTP, Army of the Pharaohs, known for shooting arrows. Digging in the crates, have gun will travel. DITC, AOTP, Army of the Pharaohs, known for shooting arrows. Digging in the crates, have gun will travel.
A wadi blood clot, all of y'all swim on sharks. And the closest one to you, he be living with knocks. Everybody have a choice, but you live in the dark. And with this bulldog, ain't nobody live when it barks. Every rhyme is a very small glimpse in the dark. And these dum-dums gonna put a rip in your heart. I don't waste time, money, I'm efficient with art. I was leaving Jordan 3 footprints in the park. That was 88. You talk a lot, Aki, you ain't got the nerve. The 4-pound millie silly, but the Glock absurd. I've been rocking Philly all the way to Gothenburg. Caught the bird and distribute it until I got the word. Half moon, par guard, dark fade. Armor all y'all, car wash, car spray. DICI, happy that we parlayed. Callaway went that away, Paul Clark Gabe. Yeah. Pistol gang has it. Yeah. Yo, hey, what up? Peace, God, knowledge. Oh, what up? Yeah. Pistol gang has it.
Hello, how are you doing? TML. So my stream has started. Sorry
Yeah,
about that.
blessings. Yeah.
Like, so basically for this stream, I have the video from with Rousseau and Godzilla, some parallels I found between Rousseau's philosophy and Godzilla, and then I'm going to read a passage from Kaczynski to tie into that. And you know, because now we're dealing with a new stage in industrial evolution, one that threatens much of life, but it has an element of unpredictability, you know, and so we need to think creatively also, and we need to ask, is this the path we want to take? You know, and I don't think that's the path we want to take. But yeah, so I'm going to play the video first, and you know, before I play the video, I'm going to share the URL. Let me see here on the on your place too. Let me see.
On the Discord.
Yeah.
I mean, I was just doing that too. Yeah.
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. Yeah. So
Yeah, don't worry about it.
yeah, we'll start with the. Let me add this to the Hello, this is Avian Buddha. Can you hear that well?
Yeah.
All right, that's good. So you if you have any comments to give, you can give it and I pause it. And then, so yeah, you can start. Hello, this is Avian Buddha, and I will be giving my presentation, Godzilla Against the World We Built, and Rousseau. So there are a lot of parallels between Rousseau's philosophy and the themes that Godzilla's films explore. Should it be noted that the Japanese films are way better than the American ones for Godzilla, so we will be focusing on the Japanese films. Why Rousseau here? Godzilla punishes technocratic hubris and property-first thinking. Rousseau gives you the philosophical skeleton for why progress keeps birthing monsters, and why only restraint and restitution restore balance. Civilization's advances, tools, metallurgy, agriculture, skill, inequality, and misery. Our first duty runs through sentience, not abstract reason, expanding moral concern beyond the human. Society trains us to live for appearances, honor without virtue, reason without wisdom, and nature returns to correct it. Quick rundown on Rousseau. From a gentle, present-focused natural man guided by pity, civilization breeds egocentrism, property, and law, hardening into social inequality. Natural versus moral political inequality. The latter is conventional and grows with social development. Pity before reason. Duties flow from sentience. Philosophy comes later. Self-love versus egocentrism. Natural self-love leads to the humane. Egocentrism leads to vice and domination. So from property to law to magistracy to despotism, inequality becomes stable and legitimate. Natural versus civil man. Natural man lives in the present, acts from pity and self-preservation, not abstract moral theory. Civil man, reflection breeds comparison and domination. Domestication weakens. Here is a quote. They lose half of these advantages in becoming domesticated. It might be said that all our efforts at feeding them and treating them well only end in their degeneration. It is the same for man himself. In becoming habituated to the ways of society and a slave, he becomes weak, fearful, and servile. His soft and effeminate lifestyle completes the enervation of his strength and his courage. The three stages of inequality, Rousseau's arc leading to the Keijo arc. Property, law of mind. Inequality authorized. Forests leading are cleared for fields, watered with men's sweat. Magistracy, strong weak becomes office and rank. Technique manages life. Despotism, peace equals tranquil servitude. Luxury completes the evil. Some relevant passages from Discourse on the Origin of Inequality. The first man who enclosed a plot of ground and said, "This is mine," and found others simple enough to believe him was the true founder of civil society. Metallurgy and agriculture were the two arts whose invention produced the Great Revolution. For the philosopher, it is iron and wheat that have civilized man and ruined the human race. I perceive two principles that are prior to reason, self-preservation and a natural repugnance to seeing any sentient being perish or suffer. Everything becomes factitious and bogus, honor without virtue, reason without wisdom, and pleasure without happiness. As soon as one man needed the help of another, equality disappeared, property came into existence, labor became necessary, vast forests were transformed into smiling fields. Slavery and misery were soon seen to germinate and grow with the crops. I conceive of two kinds of inequality, natural and moral or political, established by the consent of man. Love of oneself is a natural sentiment which moves every animal to be vigilant in its own preservation, and which, directed in man by reason and modified by pity, produces humanity and virtue. Egocentrism is merely a sentiment that is relative, artificial, and born in society, which moves each individual to value himself more than anyone else, which inspires in men all the evils they cause one another, and which is the true source of honor. It follows inequality grows from the development of our faculties and the progress of the human mind, and eventually becomes stable and legitimate through the establishment of property and laws. Introduction to Godzilla. Across Showa, Heisei, and Reiwa eras, Godzilla functions as a more than human agent, sometimes hero, whereas other times neither hero nor villain, exposing the costs of technocratic hubris and reframing destruction as a precondition for ecological renewal. Not monster movie, but eco-myth. Catastrophe as feedback. Nature as subject, not backdrop. Technology as a system that tries and fails to metabolize what it unleashes. Arc of the film, Showa. So there's nuclear wound, and then that leads to corporate extractive excess and toxic modernity. Heisei. I select 5 films from Heisei. Biotech and weaponization leads to synthetic solutions that deepen risk. Escalation to terminal outcomes. Reiwa. Bureaucratic technological paralysis versus adaptive collective response. Attempts to technically manage Godzilla, biotech, mechs, superweapons, produce larger monsters, material and institutional. Godzilla's ruin clears epistemic and ecological space that our apparatus cannot. Godzilla equals nature corrected, not moral evil, but a force exposing civil corruption. So I select 3 films from Showa era, and 5 films from Heisei era, and 1 film from the Reiwa era. And the creator of Neon Genesis Evangelion, he directed Shin Godzilla. I would recommend watching Shin Godzilla if you haven't. Yeah, that one is standalone. But my favorite era is Heisei. If you want to watch my favorite era, I recommend watching the 1954 original first, and then watching all of the Heisei films, which I believe are 7, in order, because the Heisei films have continuity. I believe it's better to watch the Heisei films in order. Heisei is my favorite era of Godzilla, and the original is very good too. It's kind of required to watch it before Heisei. Showa era, 3 selected films. Godzilla 1954, birth of the eco-myth. Science perfected, mores corrupted, leading to restraint over renewal. Godzilla is the Anthropocene made flesh, awakened by nuclear testing, returning our waste as catastrophe. More than human agent, not evil, not villain, a force of nature whose existence decenters us. We are collateral in a larger ecological feedback. Techno-fix critique. Every attempt to manage the crisis, Navy, depth, charges, media spins, fails. The only solution is a superweapon, the oxygen destroyer that threatens all life. Ethics against technique. Sarazawa's oxygen destroyer works, but he destroys his notes and himself, refusing the research and development pipeline. Anti-tech restraint becomes the film's moral center. Destruction leads to creation. The city's ashes are a beginning, not just an end. Human scenes as eco-allegory. The mother consoling her children, hospitable wards, refugees. These human scenes show that Godzilla isn't pure evil, but the real villain is the system, Bob Test industry that unleashed him. Godzilla inaugurates the series' patterns. Industrial power summons a post-human corrective. Only renunciation and humility, not bigger machines, restore balance. And there are scenes where one of the scientists, he actually starts lamenting over Godzilla's fate because he's one of a kind for his species, but he suffers from nuclear radiation. And Godzilla is not really a villain. He's like a natural noble savage, you know what I mean, who is suffering from the technological hubris of mankind. You know? So I highly recommend watching the 1954 Godzilla. It's one of the best films ever. Mothra versus Godzilla, 1964. Enclosure leads to spectacle, leads to restitution. Industrial causality. Infant Island is a nuclear-scarred wasteland. The last oasis births Mothra, a maternal counterforce to technogenic ruin. So Mothra is this moth that lived on an island, Infant Island, where you know, Mothra is like the guardian of the island, and she's like the maternal force. Commodification as sin. The fallen egg is seized by Happy Enterprises to be a theme park attraction. Life branded as spectacle and profit. Mayor's enclosure properties. Post-human diplomacy. The Shobo gene asks for the egg's return. Humans must negotiate with non-human emissaries, not dominate them. The Shobogen are the small twins. They're like tiny twins that looked after Mothra, the egg of Mothra. Anti-tech critique. Military solutions and corporate management fail. Only restitution and humility open a path forward. Maternal sacrifice leading to renewal. Adult Mothra dies protecting the egg. The twin larvae emerge, bind together, and drive Godzilla back. Destruction that enables life to continue. So in this film, it's mainly about taking advantage of Mothra. And you know, Godzilla comes back and he's enraged. And you know, Godzilla kills Mothra, but her egg gives rise to twins who in their larvae drive Godzilla back. So, but the whole thing was started because of Happy Enterprises and their theme park attraction. So reframing the monster, Godzilla remains an amoral ecological force. The true antagonists are greed and extractivism. Ethical takeaway, balance is restored not by bigger machines, but by honoring obligations to damaged places and compassion towards more than human kin. So, yeah. So here's some relevant quotes from Rousseau that tie to Mothra versus Godzilla. Luxury, impossible to prevent among men who are greedy for their own conveniences and for the esteem of others, soon completes the evil that societies have begun, and on the pretext of keeping the poor alive, which it was not necessary to do, luxury impoverishes everyone else, and sooner or later depopulates the state. From society and the luxury it engenders arise the liberal and mechanical arts, commerce, letters, and all those useless things that make industry flourish, enriching and ruining states. The reason for this decay is quite simple. It is easy to see that agriculture, by its nature, must be the least lucrative of the arts, because with its product being of the most indispensable use to all men, its price must be proportionate to the abilities of the poorest. From the same principle can be drawn this rule, that in general the arts are lucrative in inverse proportion to their usefulness, and that the most necessary must finally become the most neglected. From this, it is clear what must be thought of the true advantage of industry and of the real effect that results from its progress. So Happy Enterprises and their goal for money and luxury, you know, for created that mess, you know, in Mothra versus Godzilla, you know, the luxury that completes the evil. So we will continue now. Godzilla versus Hedorah, 1971. Luxury leads to toxins. The cure needs Godzilla's force. Technofix paradox. So Godzilla vs. Hedorah is interesting. It's like a 70s hippie movie, has a lot of psychedelic imagery. It's very different stylistically from a lot of other Godzilla films. But let's continue on. Hedorah is living industrial waste, spawned by petrochemical runoff and smokestacks. Anything it touches corrodes, and the pieces recombine stronger. Waste-spawned ooze equals the backwash of progress. In this film, Godzilla is no savior of humanity. He is a noble savage, triggered by our pollution, punishing both city and civil man. Technofix failure. Police, army, and media spectacle are useless. Even when humans build giant electrodes to dry Hedorah, they can't power them without Godzilla. Anti-tech listen. Industry creates the crisis it can't solve. Hedorah's shape-shifting. So Hedorah starts off as a tadpole, then he becomes an amphibious walker, then a flying smoth. Rejects neat species boundaries. An ooze ontology, where waste becomes agent. Youth visuals and morning scenes indict adult consumerism. The film Psychedelia makes pollution itself the antagonist. Destruction as cleansing. Godzilla rips out Hedorah's cores and incinerates the residue, an apocalyptic purge that briefly reopens the possibility of breathable life. When technique metastasizes into toxin, only renunciation plus reckoning, not bigger machines, can reset the human-Earth relation. So this one has very strong, deep ecological themes. So it's a good one too. Not my favorite, but it has a very good theme. So we continue. AC era, 5 selected films. Godzilla vs. Biolante, 1989. Grief plus technique equals chimera, and that shows that humility is greater than mastery. So this is my favorite Godzilla film. Godzilla vs. Biolante is in the Heisei era, and I did recommend watching all the Heisei films in order, but Godzilla vs. Biolante is an incredible film. So basically it shows biotech hubris. Nations and corporations race to weaponize Godzilla's cells. Dr. Shirogami fuses them with a rose carrying his daughter's cells, birthing Biolante, a plant-animal-human chimera. So his daughter died in a terrorist attack. So industrial causality 2.0. The problem isn't radiation this time, but research and development culture, labs, patients, espionage, turning mourning into a research program. Biolante's forms, from ooze to gargantuan rose and then beast, collapse species borders. Miki Sagotho's ESP introduces non-instrumental, more than human communication. So the Heisei era has stuff like ESP and some other interesting stuff. Anti-Godzilla tech, bioweapons, beam cannons only amplifies risk. Each new fix breeds a bigger crisis. Tech reproduces the monster it seeks to control. Only after catastrophic combat does Biolante dissipate into spores light, releasing grief and undoing the lab's will to mastery. Destruction as a passage to renewal. Humility is greater than mastery. The film warns that grief plus technique can lead to monstrosity, and that ecological balance demands restraint, not more sophisticated tools. So this film actually has a very spiritual ending too, and I don't want to spoil the ending, but it is very spiritual, this film. Godzilla vs. Mothra, 1992. Restitution and alliance are greater than weapons markets. So this is the Heisei era of Godzilla vs. Mothra. The other one was Showa era. This one isn't bad either. I think the one during Showa era was a little bit better, but they're still very good. Planetary agency, Mothra, restorative guardian, and Batra, punitive guardian, are Earth's own antibodies, called forth by human extraction, pollution, and hubris. So in this one, it has a little bit different lore. Batra is more like the darker looking Mothra. It's been a while since I watched it, so I had to write from memory. Corporates kidnap the cosmos. That's the name of the twins. They're called Cosmos in this one, and monetize the egg. Life is again churned into spectacle and resource. Post-human politics. Humans must negotiate with non-human emissaries. The decisive pact is Mafra plus Bashra, not state or military plans. Anti-tech lesson. Guns, missiles, and urban management only escalate crisis. The amusement park set piece shows technology as fragile scenery before ecological forces. Destruction leads to renewal. After metamorphosis, Mafra and Bashra subdue Godzilla. Bashra's sacrifice and Mafra's vow to intercept the coming meteor frame ruin as a hinge to planetary repair. Balance is restored through restitution, an alliance with more than human kin, not bigger weapons or markets. So in this one, is much more planetary. So Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2. This is one of my favorites too, but it doesn't make sense unless you watch all of the Heisei era in order. There are like 7 Heisei films. State prestige projects equals egocentrism and steel. Kinship beats control. Mechagodzilla, built by the UN Godzilla Countermeasure Center. There's a countermeasure center devoted only towards combating Godzilla, using recovered future tech, the ultimate fantasy of managerial control over nature. So Mechagodzilla was made to fight against Godzilla. The solution is literally more machine. The weapon briefly wins, only by targeting Godzilla's biology. Chi Crusher, secondary brain, proving how technique colonizes life itself. Reverse engineering nature into total control. Rosio's civil hubris. Post-human kinship versus control. A Pteranodon egg hatches baby Godzilla, who imprints on a human researcher. The state tries to use the child as bait. Bonds among Godzilla baby Rodan outmatch command and control systems. Sacrifice leads to renewal. Rodan gives his life energy to revive transmute Godzilla, birthing a hotter spiral ray form, destruction that creates a new ecological power. Mechagodzilla embodies anthropocentric hubris. Godzilla becomes a parent, not a villain, an amoral but visible force within a living lineage. So that's what you see in a lot of Godzilla films, is the superiority of the organic over the mechanical. So that's really what the main theme of this film is. Actually, there are several other Godzilla films, even during the Showa era. There were Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla films, and those were also about how the organic is superior to the machine. Each step toward total technical mastery manufactures a bigger crisis. Balance arrives through care, kinship, and renunciation of control, not heavier machines. Post-human succession. At the closing narration of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, a line wonders whether a dinosaur age will come again long after mankind's memory has faded, echoing the film's post-human theme, that Earth may outlast us and be reclaimed by other lineages. It should be noted that birds descend from dinosaurs. So that is an interesting thing to keep in mind also. So, but yeah, this was a very good film. Heisei era feels a lot like Evangelion also. Godzilla vs. Destroyer, 1995. Yesterday's fix equals today's plague. Care and succession are greater than mastery. So this film actually feels very Lovecraftian. If you watch all of the Heisei films in order, this one will leave a very strong impact. So the original solution, which was the oxygen destroyer, mutates into the problem. Residues of the 1954 oxygen destroyer evolve into destroyer, proof that techno-fixes throw risk forward in time. Godzilla's body becomes a melting reactor, feeding on nuclear plants. The threat is not a monster, but industrial energy untethered from control. The state considers recreating the oxygen destroyer, and even uses Junior as a bait. Freeze weapons can only mitigate, not master the crisis. So it should be noted that the oxygen destroyer mutates into this organism, which is like very small, and then it transforms into destroyer. You know, this is tied to the original film, of course. Okay, so post-human kinship, Godzilla as parent, protecting, mourning, avenging Junior, recenters care over control. Miki Sagosa's empathy makes human duty relational, not managerial. That's important. You know, our duty is relational, not managerial. Destruction leads to succession. In the final catastrophe, Godzilla's death radiates life. Junior is revived, matures from the fallout, inheriting the role of ecological sovereign. Industrial cures become tomorrow's plagues. Balance demands restraint, responsibility for past harms, and alliance with more than human life, not bigger weapons. Care, mourning, and succession replace mastery. So, you know, that's this is a very good film, though. So, Riva era, one selected film. You can actually watch Shin Godzilla, which came out in 2016, without seeing any other Godzilla film. It was directed by the creator of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Bureaucracy stalls, citizens repurpose, humility not domination. So in this one, Godzilla really is eldritch, you know, Lovecraftian. This Godzilla doesn't have much in common with the other Godzillas we've been talking about. Sometimes Godzilla really, in the Showa era, he would sometimes be friendly with humans. Other times he's amoral. You know, depends on the film or the era. But in Shin Godzilla, he's really in pain. You know what I mean? He's in pain. You know, a self-evolving organism rises from polluted canals and warm effluent, an urban nuclear ecology made flesh. The 2011 disaster haunts every frame. System, not savior. The film targets bureaucratic technocracy, endless meetings, siloed agencies, optics over care, showing how civil management culture magnifies catastrophe. So in this film, we really see how incompetent their politicians are in handling this biological catastrophe. Godzilla mutates through forms, learns, and decimates the city, while humans weaponize the grid infrastructure for the coagulant plan, a planetary process, not a villain, that decenters human purpose. Techno-fix limits, tanks, jets, and bunker buster missiles fail. The winning move is a collective civil repurposing of infrastructure, trains, drones, fire engines, to deliver a blood coagulant freeze, a stopgap, not control. So, you know, in this film, you know, it's really they cannot really fight against Godzilla. It's really out of hand, you know, and they have to resort to using blood coagulant in large numbers. Destruction leads to renewal. The city's wreckage becomes a policy reset. Cooperation over bureaucracy, science and public, and humility over non-human forces. Unfinished ending. The tail's frozen humanoid offshoots hint that life will speciate past us. Earth will continue with or without human primacy. To outlast tech hubris, we need community-run, flexible systems, restraint, and the humility to see that new life grows out of ruins. So, you know, the film shows that even though people live in the city, you know, the bureaucratic managerial systems are not, they do not have the flexibility, the fluidity, or the spontaneity, the anticipatory creativity to handle something that like this nuclear biological mess, you know, that Shin Godzilla, you know. So it's a very good film, you know, and I do recommend watching it. You know, I like it more than you know, Godzilla minus zero. Oh yeah, the Godzilla minus zero I didn't care for much. So potential Godzilla-like scenarios. This is just something I wanted to cover a bit. So as we can see, we have something like human brain organoid bioprocessors now available to rent for $500 per month. This is real. We have computer microchips, or computer chips that are integrated with miniature human brains now. A look inside the lab building mushroom computers. So they're trying to interface or integrate fungi with the computer chips. Teams building first living robots from frog cells. You know what I mean? So living robots from frog cells. So that's called xenobots. So we have like xenobots. We have fungi being fused or integrated with computer chips, and same with brain organoids. So how living tech could grow Godzilla? Everywhere fast. Cheap organoid chips, xenobots, and mycelium get built into drones, utility bots, and city systems. No safe off switch. Power, food, and defense start relying on them. Shutting them down breaks the city. They start acting for themselves. Living controllers seek comfort and survival. Heat, nutrients, not our orders. They change in the wild. Pollution, radiation, and random glitches make them mutate, regrow, and spread. You know, that's what happens when you're dealing with life, because life is highly creative, highly spontaneous. It cannot always be controlled with mechanistic thinking. They team up and scale up. Swarms link through mycelium and latch onto big machines, cranes, port mechs, one giant self-repairing body. Our attacks feed it. Heat, metal, and electricity from weapons become fuel, so it grows when we fight it. Fixes backfire. New counter biotech mixes with the old and spawns tougher versions. Result: a huge, partly alive, partly mechanical creature that prioritizes the ecosystem over us, dismantling refineries and seawalls. I mean, maybe this is one way to end the technological industrial order. But I don't know. I think it will escalate and spiral out of control and threaten all life potentially. I mean, we're dealing with something beyond our capacity to understand. Once you start fusing tech with organic life, that's not very good. And you can see here, you know, but the cities are like a cancer, you know what I mean? So there you go. Yeah. Let's continue on. Alternative trajectory, symbiosis. Well, this isn't good either, but it's different. Instead of pure rampage, the fungal mech could take root in the ruins and enter a novel symbiosis with machines and humans, seeding a mycelial network that rewires the city's metabolism, redistributes energy and information, and gradually flips the biosphere's rules. This echoes Armored Core 6's Coral, a complex adaptive system with swarm-like intelligence that seeks partnership, you know, the all-mind, rather than simple domination. Like lichen, fungus plus algae birthed whole new ecologies. The mech's biotech fusion could catalyze a planetary phase shift. Industrial supply chains become nutrient cycles. Data centers become spore hubs. Infrastructure becomes living tissue. So basically, it's just a fancy way of saying it could just take over everything and change the nature of organic life to suit itself, you know, like here. And that's another possibility. Like it just starts, you know, going and hijacking everyone's brains or their biology, remaking their biology. That's another possibility. That's not good. Of course, we don't want that either. But this is what happens when you have a technique predominate and people. So conclusion. Pattern across eras. Every techno-fix, bombs, biotech, mechs, bureaucracy, amplifies the crisis it aims to solve. The solution becomes the next monster. Post-human agency. Godzilla, Mothra, Batra, Biollante aren't villains or saviors. They are processes through which Earth asserts limits and rebalances relation. Creation through ruin. Sacrifice and breakdown. Sarazawa's refuser, Mothra, Batra's deaths, Biollante's dispersal, Rodan's gift, Godzilla's succession, open space for renewal. If we keep treating life as a system to constantly increase efficiency and manage, we'll eventually meet Godzilla. If we scale down technique, we might not need to confront him. So, maybe that's the only way to end the cancer that is continuously growing, to you know, bring about a Godzilla that destroys the cities. I used to promote something like that, but I don't anymore. But I'm just saying, you know, like you could talk about that or whatever. But the point of this presentation was to show that Godzilla, the organic, is greater than any machine or mechanical, and that, you know, that's the main thing. And I believe Rosso would agree with that too. That if he were alive now, he would promote the organic over the machine, you know. So yeah, that's the, you can talk about anything, and I do recommend watching Japanese Godzilla films. Start with the 1954 original and just watch all of the Heisei films in order. And then, and also watch Shin Godzilla. Those 9 approximately are the best, yeah. And so that's it. Yeah. So what did you think about that?
Oh well, excellent presentation.
Okay, yeah, that was
Definitely.
the main presentation. Yeah. Also, I had this from Kaczynski. I wanted to read quickly because it actually ties into the Godzilla.
Oh, okay.
Too.
Yeah.
This is,
Yeah, I
this is
read this
just
on the show. Yeah. Yeah, Techie's Wet Dream. It's excellent.
Yeah, this is one passage I found from it that's very relevant to Godzilla. But man-machine hybrids will retain a biological component derived from human beings only as long as the human-derived biological component remains useful. When purely artificial components become available that provide a better cost versus benefit balance than human-derived biological components do, the latter will be discarded, and the man-machine hybrids will lose their human aspect to become wholly artificial. Even if the human-derived biological components are retained, they will be purged, step by step, of the human qualities that detract from their usefulness. The self-propagating systems in which the man-machine hybrids belong will have no need for such human weaknesses as love, compassion, ethical feelings, aesthetic appreciation, or desire for freedom. Human emotions in general will get in the way of the self-propagating system's utilization of the man-machine hybrids. So if the latter are to remain competitive, they will have to be altered to remove their human emotions and replace these with other motivating forces. In short, even in the unlikely event that some biological remnants of the human race are preserved in the form of man-machine hybrids, these will be transformed into something totally alien to human beings as we know them today. The same applies to the hypothesized survival of human minds in uploaded form inside machines. The uploaded minds will not be tolerated indefinitely unless they remain useful, that is, more useful than any substitutes not derived from human beings. And in order to remain useful, they will have to be transformed until they no longer have anything in common with the human minds that exist today. Some techies may consider this acceptable, but their dream of immortality is illusory nonetheless. Competition for survival among entities derived from human beings, whether man-machine hybrids, purely artificial entities evolved from such hybrids, or human minds uploaded into machines, as well as competition between human-derived entities and those machines or other entities that are not derived from human beings, will lead to the elimination of all but some minute percentage of all the entities involved. This has nothing to do with any specific traits of human beings or of their machines. It is a general principle of evolution through natural selection. Look at biological evolution. Of all the species that have ever existed on Earth, only some tiny percentage have direct descendants that are still alive today. On the basis of this principle alone, and even discounting everything else we've said in this chapter, the chances that any given techie will survive indefinitely are minute. So let me move that. I wanted to, yeah, I think I got that. Yeah, I just wanted to read that, yeah, quickly, because it's kind of related to what we're discussing about Godzilla.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Basically, when you start fusing the artificial with life or with it kind of blurs, and it also becomes very unpredictable, and it could threaten all life. Let me see here. Brownsboy asked this. These bots might have an elevation cap, how high they can survive, or a pressure may stop it at a certain level. Do you think? Well, the thing is, it's very hard to predict. This becomes very creative and almost fantastical. It could threaten all life. It could change all life, the fundamental character of life. It's like it could basically cause a planetary phase shift, or it could lead. But basically, the point is that our lineage becomes disrupted. We no longer have much connection to our forebears, or it could threaten a lot of what we once cherished, you know, and it does lead to loss of human autonomy, but in a very chaotic way, you know, when you reach that point, it becomes even more chaotic and more accelerated. That's what I think. So if anyone want to talk about it, they can come on here. Yeah. Yeah, I don't agree with natural selection. I'm neo-Lamarckian. I'm a neo-Lamarckian, so I don't agree with Ted Kaczynski when he mentioned natural selection. There is only an editor. You know, I think evolution is more creative and anticipatory. I lean towards you know, Jesper Hoffmeyer or the third way. You know, they argue that agency is important. You know, and I was talking about the article before. I'm gonna make a video about it. But the modern synthesis, they don't believe in agency. You know, but I believe in agency. I believe that, you know, first person perspective exists even among slime mold or among fungal networks. You know, I think all of them are agents, biological agents. So I think it's more like you're dealing with creative forces. You know, I mean that. You know, but tech right now is kind of, well, it's reaching the point of autopoiesis, like my previous video talked about. It's kind of moving in the direction of autopoiesis. We don't want that. We don't want it to become self-making, self-evolving. We don't want it to become, like Ted Kaczynski says here, we don't want it to become a self-propagating system. Yeah, that's decoupled from human input. We don't want that to happen. And let me see here. So yeah, yeah, that's kind of like the biggest part of my presentation. I had something on Pentylocola I can share too. Yeah, I'm gonna do that too because that kind of tie into things. But let me see. That's about a 20-minute video. I'm gonna play that and then I'll cover also. Anyone can join the stream and talk about anything related to these topics or bring up a new topic, something like that. Let's see here. So I think I will just play that. Yeah, play that, or maybe I can show this, but not do it here. This is Avian Buddha, and I will be reading my review on Can Life Prevail by Pentylocola. Before starting my review, I want to raise some important points. We're living through an industrial-driven mass extinction. Species are disappearing before we even find them. Even famous animals are on the brink. One extinction can unravel whole ecosystem. This is a global phenomenon, and I believe Pentylocola really gets to the heart of the matter. Note, you don't have to agree with Pentylocola on everything, but I will start on my review now. Pentylocola was a Finnish ornithologist, fisherman, and conservationist. Some of his best essays are translated into English in this book. Most of the essays seem to date from the 1990s to the very early 2000s. Linkola focuses on how the technological industrial order has rapidly depleted the world's biodiversity, specifically in Finland. The market economy and technology have all contributed to the rapid degeneration of the planet, he explains. Linkola says, I have found nothing good that was ever brought about by progress. Using personal examples from his life in Finland, he criticizes the disastrous consequences of industrialization, such as overpopulation. He considers the conservation of the Earth's life as a lush and diverse whole as something incomparably holier than anything man might regard as such. At this rate, humanity will ultimately consume itself. Linkola wants an eco-fascist model of society to return man to his place in a harmonious biosynosis. He wants man to become a sparse and noble species again. There's too much to cover in depth, but here are 20 highlights. As a result of overconsumption and exploitative industries in the capitalist market economy, overvaluation and overpopulation of human beings pose the greatest environmental threat. The West should cease sending aid to the Third World and focus on pressing ecological matters. 2. Life on Earth is being impoverished. Its diversity and richness are being lost, and extinction is irreversible, a fatal flaw to the biosphere. Humans are not the center of life, and their preference for economic growth over species preservation has caused massive extinctions. The balance of nature is constantly shifting, but man-made disruptions are destructive and often irreversible. 3. Democracies are ineffective in dealing with looming ecological catastrophes due to the insipidity of the masses. As a result of cultural values like freedom and individual rights, environmental damage is exasperated because it means the freedom to consume, exploit, and tread upon others, and never clamor for anything other than bread and circuses. A true brilliance among men is rare, and it is only known by a few rare individuals who extend their protection to the entire creation, the entire living layer of the globe, and they should be ruling over others with crystalline logic. 4. Many primeval forests are being overlogged, and the forest industry intentionally manipulates data to give the impression that fewer clear cuts are made. Moreover, the network of gravel roads and motorways significantly damage the primeval forest and biodiversity. 5. Intensive agriculture, especially when coupled with overpopulation, causes soil depletion. 6. Agricultural production should be valued above all other crafts, and wasteful food consumption should be significantly reduced. 7. Hysteria over freshness and hygiene led to an abundance of sanitary regulations that destroy local sustainable businesses by increasing their costs. It is common for regulations to serve industry interests under various guises, often at the expense of local sustainable businesses and the environment. 8. Energy consumption in industrialized countries is approximately 20 times higher than in non-industrialized countries. 9. Invasive species must be eradicated in order to ensure ecological stability. For example, Linkola discusses the tragic impact cats and wild minks have on the Finnish wildlife. Based on Linkola's definition, animals are valuable because of their role in the biosphere and ecosystem, as well as their impact on biodiversity and biomass. 10. Free-range domestication of animals, such as cattle, is fine. It is also necessary in places like northern Finland, where it is cold and the soil is not as fertile. However, raising livestock in industrial farms and cramped cages is inhumane. 11. The faith in technology is not based on reason or wisdom. It is a religion. Cultures throughout history have had many better sustainable alternatives to the post-industrial epoch, which was created by arbitrary choices made by a small group of foolish elite individuals. 12. As industrial energy replaces muscle power, man is mechanized and separated from his body. 13. Economic growth is valued more than beauty in our culture, and it is the reign of money. 14. Societal well-being cannot be equated with technological growth. 15. A large recreational facility is a waste of resources. 16. The spread of Western consumerism, humanism, and indulgence since the mid-20th century has had a devastating global impact. 17. A high infant mortality rate was crucial to genetic winnowing and maintaining stable population levels. 18. The process of reproduction should be regulated by society and eventually a world council, while giving in to egalitarian ideals. 19. Linkola encourages acts of terrorism against the industrial order, since everything that upsets the established order of society, causing chaos and panic, give extra time to nature, and ultimately human. I also want to say I don't agree with Linkola about everything, and also I think his idea of a world council would not work. I actually agree with Kaczynski's criticism of Ebola. I'm just kind of impartially conveying Ebola's view. I mean, not Ebola. I mean Linkola. My bad. Linkola is a good philosopher, and I like him a lot, Linkola. But I do disagree with him a lot too. But I do agree with his analysis of the issues, just not with his solutions that much and stuff. He's a kind. Kaczynski's criticisms of Linkola are interesting too. So I think I lean more towards David Skrbina overall. Stuff, but I do like some aspects of Linkola. So I just wanted to share that and stuff. And just unbiasedly, I tend to review writers and summarize their views without putting my own views. So I'm going to continue with that. I do not condone that. Also, Transport asked me a question. Avian Buddha, have you found interest in looking at electoral culture, also of magnetic seed exposure? There's an unnatural abundance of info on this subject, leading me to think parts are being hidden to serve globalism and technique. There's a lot of stuff out there they're hiding, and I need to research too. And anyone could come on and talk about stuff like that. I'm not trying to be too strict over what I talk about on stream. As long as you touch on subjects like this, that's very interesting.
Yeah.
You can spend a lifetime studying stuff like this, and it's very interesting. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
permaculture. I went wolfing for some time. WOOFING, which I found to be useful. Like I worked on the farm in exchange for wolfing. You're allowed to live on the land or in the kind of off the grid building. I did that for some time. It was a very good experience. I did it for like 2 weeks, and so it was nice. Basically I went and I would farm a bit, and then I made a path in the woods for some people. But in exchange, I was given some food, and I was allowed to live inside a little, house that we had built. And so it was good. So yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, but in the movie Transcendence, right? The Ray Kurzweil, character in that movie that's played by Johnny Depp, he has like little copper wires above his garden, and he's like, yeah, I'm trying to stop the radiation from getting into the plants. So it's interesting that they put that in the movie, but yeah.
Yeah, the thing is the radiation, it does affect a lot of stuff. Like there's a lag between the research or whatever when they expose something being bad. Like there are a lot of bad chemicals and women's makeup in the past. It took a few decades until they finally exposed it. And if you pay attention, there's a lot of bad preservatives and stuff in our shampoos and other stuff. And it takes a while for them to finally say, oh, this leads to cancer, or this correlates with some kind of illness. There's a lot of stuff like that in our products. And I'm pretty sure that 5G and dirty electricity, like I was saying before, it correlates to issues with plants and with probably birds and bees and other stuff. There's a lag. Basically what I'm saying, until it becomes like publicly disclosed and people become aware of it. Yeah. So it could probably, the magnetic fields could probably electromagnetic fields could probably negatively impact a lot of stuff. So anyone can come on. They want to and talk about a lot of stuff. Or let me see. Yeah, there's. Oh, so I'll just keep playing this until it's done, or may other people come and they want to talk about something. This is also on my YouTube. Yeah, just making that point. I do not condone that. I'm just impartially conveying Linkolo's views. 20. The USA is the most wretchedly villainous state of all time that worships the unholy trinity of the dollar, economic growth, and market economy. The final 20 pages of the book contains Linkolo's tentative model for an eco-fascist future that would also help end anthropogenic climate change. So now I will read the interesting chapter from Can Life Prevail? So this is the Ted K archive, and it contains a lot of good writings, and it also has a text dump of a lot of what Pinti Locola wrote. The Intolerable Misfortune of Technology. By the solemn stone church of Saksamaki, which dates to the 15th century, there is a beautiful graveyard. Here in the shade of grand old trees, many of my former friends and acquaintances lie buried. Why do people visit this cemetery? To reflect and refresh their memories, to put small and great values into perspective, to think melancholy thoughts, and to experience peace and quiet. In the autumn, I sought the graveyard on 3 forenoons. Only the third visit was successful. The first 2 times a large and speedy tractor had raced along the narrow pathways of the cemetery, shaking its gravestones and stone wall. Before fleeing, I saw what the tractor was doing. With its front shovel, it was carrying withered garlands from a grave to a nearby refuse heap. The capacity of the shovel was small, about the same as that of a wheelbarrow. Next, it would probably have transported some dry leaves. I didn't feel like checking, though, and immediately left. On a daily basis, both at work and in my garden, I carry many things in a wheelbarrow and a small wheel cart, even heavy things and for long distances. I am well aware of the limited efficiency of these means of transport. On the other hand, I am not familiar with the way the parish of Saksmäki is organized. Is the church council in power there, or is it, as is often the case in Finland, some financial executives mixed with mixed up values? In any case, whoever may be in charge there has mixed up values. Besides, I am not that familiar with the economic status of that particular parish. I have read much about the great financial difficulties the whole Finnish church is experiencing, and how many of its employees are getting fired. What I do know is that how much a tractor costs for 1 hour's work, and how much a man's labor. I also know the price of a wheelbarrow. There will be enough examples of the insanity of machines to fill a book. I will pick another recent example. From the time when economic depression struck Finland, for a week in July, I took gentle walks in the outskirts of Tornajoki. Here I encountered, among many other things, several farms that were still in good condition. I closely observed them and spent my nights in their barns, as was once my habit. All of these farms only produced hay, a share for the cattle and presumably a share for the additional feeding of reindeer. None of the farms had more than 5 hectares of grassland. All of them, however, had a new tractor, which cost 150,000 marks. A few even had wagons for the compression and unloading of hay, each of which cost 80,000 marks. For a few years, I have been harvesting the hay alone in 1 hectare of land I own in Kumonin. I meticulously cut it with a scythe. I do not only reap the harvest and stack it, but much extra work is involved. The hay has to be fluffed up a few times before stacking, even in the best dry weather. In a few adventurous years, I even transported the dry hay to the barn through the woods, either by dragging it with alder poles or by carrying the pole on my shoulder. It was not a huge task, I reckon. I reckon that in the course of a normal season, a man in his 50s could harvest 5 hectares of grassland by hand. Young men, of course, would harvest even more. I remember gazing at noisy tractors and thinking to myself, you wretches, with your €250,000 investments and vanity, all that is needed are a scythe, rake, hay fork, axe, and knife. Now things are not always that simple. At least in the South, the grass has to be renewed every 4 or 5 years. Men here cannot plow on their own. They need tractors after all. If farms are 5 hectares large at most, 1 tractor for every 10 farms should be enough. In a farm cooperative, each farm has a 10% share in each tractor. If the tractor is employed year-round in either other tasks, their grassland share of the annual work probably only amounts to a few percent. On the other hand, the sowing of hay seeds and spreading of fertilizer can be accomplished just fine with a Hello, Brown's boy. It's nice that you could make it. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm okay. Thanks for having me. My internet, my internet isn't that good, and I'm probably just gonna kind of mute up and just just kind of be here or whatever. So I appreciate you guys for having me. Thank you.
I appreciate all of your comments. They're all very good comments. I appreciate it.
I appreciate that too, because you're one of the few who appreciates my comments. Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'll just finish playing this, and then we can just talk. If your internet is still good. So, but yeah, I'll just finish playing this. Sowing basket by having the compost or manure hauling the compost or manure with wheelbarrows. I have much first-hand experience with these options. Still, I would prefer a pair of horses to a tractor. The examples I have presented were not chosen at random. They illustrate the essence of technology well. In the parish of Saksmäki, 2 religions go hand in hand. Faith in technology has absolutely nothing to do with reason or wisdom. See, it is a religion. An insensible, uncritical, unquestionable religion. I will read that again. Faith in technology has absolutely nothing to do with reason or wisdom. It is a religion. An insensible, uncritical, unquestionable religion. Technology is the foundation of the most anti-intellectual and religious culture Western civilization, or indeed the world has ever known. The two religions of Saksmaki, however, offer an interesting contrast. The church nowadays, whatever its fault, is gentle, understanding, and preserving. The religion of technology, on the other hand, is aggressive and destructive. The remoteness of Finland is dramatically evident in the context of Europe. Finns top the list in terms not only of individual consumption of resources, from energy to paper, but also when it comes to machinery and automation. Finnish agriculture is so duly over-mechanized that it defies all statistics and diagrams. Every village in Finland, far from being an embodiment of farming and the rural way of life, reminds one of a technological exposition, whereas serenity and the values of tradition are still visible in the countryside of all other European countries. Finland, at least a few years ago, was the world leader of electronic financial transfers. Ideas about electronic systems and computers enter our silly heads like knives cut through butter. Most personally, those who feel so important and busy that they couldn't survive without mobile phones in their cars, I was sent to the mountains for a year, or rather 5 years, for them to reflect on the values of life. But perhaps that wouldn't help either. If a mind is dull, it'll stay dull. At times, technology is justified on the basis of seemingly rational arguments. Attempts have also been made over the ages to find evidence for the existence of God. The foundational argument for technology is that it makes life easier. Easier and easier, invention after invention. In reality, man has been dominating the globe without rivals ever since the discovery of the stone axe, and our life has been unnaturally and hopelessly comfortable. Since then, our only real problems have been our physical ease, meaninglessness, rootlessness, and frustration. Only evolution cannot fathom the derailment of the human species into the royal pearl of the technological religion. It doesn't even understand enough to be puzzled. From human mothers, evolution still produces creatures bulging with strength, speed, and endurance, untiring runners, jumpers, squatters, lifters, twisters, and carriers. Now that man has developed an article of faith and trembling house of cards all of his own, material excess, physical performers all the more astounding are born with the help of vitamins, micronutrients, and prenatal clinics. These tall and strong, muscular and sinewy girls and boys are then seen staggering in our streets and yards, full of wasted energy, apathetic, pale, and desperate. The situation is only worsening now that our religion has plunged its culture into mass unemployment, so that even the most imaginative cannot come up with any satisfying task for individuals to perform amongst machines. Mankind is left with no role. Currently, a new president is being elected in the Republic of Finland. A reporter asked the candidates how the problem of unemployment might be solved. That bewildered band of believers, those embodiments of all human mistakes, just gave a blank stare. No one was capable of crossing the sacred boundaries to blaspheme God by uttering two simple words: no machines. I will repeat that: no machines. Yet there is no other solution, nor will there ever be. Through all his technical inventions and celebrated innovations, man has made himself useless. In recent years, technological progress has been explosive. Humanity has been successful in obliterating the roles of producer, refiner, transporter, distributor, and serviceman. When we manage to also rid ourselves of the role of the consumer, everything will be over. A clanking of robots for some time, then only deep silence. This was written in 1994, and things have only gotten worse. It's a global phenomenon. Jacques Ellul talks about it too very well. It's a global phenomenon. Due to technical necessity, always searching for the most efficient method. And the means become the ends. And due to this endless obsession with ordering efficiency, in many ways, it's truly inefficient because it creates the very problems it claims it can solve, such as it creates soil erosion, it creates the situation where it's just, like people getting depressed and, tons of illness, and the disconnection from body, you know. And I thought that was a nice part. So anyway, I do recommend reading Pentelocola. He's a good thinker. You do not have to agree with him on everything, but he does touch on many salient points. So that basically covers everything, you know. So as you can tell, things have gotten worse since Pentelocola's time. That was written in late 90s. You know, now we're on the point where code can write code, or perhaps supply chains can re-engineer themselves eventually, and you know that's basically the system decoupling itself from mankind. You know, that's the direction we're heading towards now, and such. You know, and many other issues too that are accumulating and stuff. So yeah, I think that's like the main parts of my presentation. You have anything to add, Brown's Boy or TML, or?
Oh yeah, tons of stuff. Yeah. I mean, first of all, I think it's important. I mean, this realization, as Linkola is saying, that basically, it's not that we can build a society, right, like apart from nature with the use of machines, right, that basically sublimates human will, right? Machines go beyond humans' skills, right? So they sublimate humans, right? Whereas if we just lived in a civilization, right, where 90% of our task for civilization was not following nature or the natural world, right, we simply cannot live on par with nature, right? If we either try to change nature or try to ignore it, right, we'll transform man, right? And that's a huge problem, is that we're meant to be subservient sort of to the natural world, right? So we're supposed to be servants of the natural world. Instead, we're sort of, trying to live on par with nature, trying to mimic nature in human society and create a life apart from nature, or trying to control it, right? And I think either way is going to be both self-destructive. It's going to totally sublimate man in the process, and yeah. So I agree with Linkola there, right? That this that the solution is no machine. You need deep ecology as a solution, right?
Yeah, 100%. Also, I feel like, we try to, our technologies try to imitate nature in many ways, but the thing is, it cannot really surpass nature in what it has given us. For example, if you find well water or spring which you can drink from, it has a lot of good minerals in it. And when you drink that well water or the spring water, it really helps you in ways that even our present tools or instruments have trouble finding. I mean, like spring water is so good, but now I actually saw a very good documentary how they're going to the Great Lakes, drilling it, packing it up for water, and shipping it to China. You believe that? But that fresh water could have been used for Americans. It could have been used for us, but we're shipping it to China. You know what I mean? And that's the crazy thing with the nature of the global economy and stuff. So I would definitely 100% agree with you there. But the crazy thing is the problem keeps escalating, it keeps accumulating. It's not. It's like it's reaching a tipping point or something, and then it will just implode or something.
I just wanted to say I definitely recognize too much of mechanical technique. I think, like I see a lot of things in nature that have been mechanized, compartmentalized, and commercialized. And like that's just what I gotta say on that.
Yeah, that's 100% true. Yes, that's 100% true. And that's the thing. It's kind of making mankind or making us useless in the process as it becomes more mechanized. It makes us more useless, and at least in terms of the systems imperatives, the artificial systems imperatives. And yeah, that's the kind of the direction that we're moving towards. That's correct, Browns Boy. And there's a lot that could be said about it. I feel like one way to handle the situation is to form local communities and encourage foraging, learning foraging skills and learning permaculture. Permaculture is like the technique that is closer to nature and more in the benefit of mankind. There's a lot to learn from permaculture and a lot that can be talked about regarding permaculture too. And I know that one person, I forgot who, was talking about Bill Mollison. Bill Mollison was a very interesting figure. I think he was Australian, and he has written books on permaculture and other stuff like that. But that's another area of focus that's very important. Yeah, that's very interesting. That kind of technique is more like, I think, more like the green thumb. That's better, much better than the bureaucratic or the managerial mentality. But yeah, there's a lot that could be said about that too. And basically, we don't want something like Godzilla to emerge. That would be horrific, but that could potentially happen at this rate or something.
Yeah, Linkolo's pretty based. He he has a deep respect for animals and stuff. So much so that he, gave that line that humans should be a sparse species. That seems a little extreme. So I'm not so much keen on overpopulation, but I think, obviously deep respect for animals. I think animals are obviously more ecologically sound than humans. Right. So that demonstrates that animals, I think, on the whole, they're more moral than humans. Right. It may even demonstrate that intelligence is adverse to, morality in general. Right. That the greater intelligence you have, the, less likely you are to be good, right, to the world around you. Right. Because, with your capacity and power that increases, right, as Bacon said, right, knowledge is power. And of course, he didn't have a very high opinion of nature, right? He thought it should just be transformed into stuff, right? So it's pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, I think
how that goes.
I think the bigger thing is how the worship of science and technology has kind of become a religion. Basically, that's what.
Right.
Yeah,
right. He was right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Yeah, I feel like without that religion, things would naturally, reorient themselves, and there will be restitution. Because it is kind of religion, like how people place faith in the scientists above, other more higher knowledge. Basically, that's the problem, I think. So yeah, definitely definitely, yeah. Because each of these problems are created by growing technique, and then people place the faith in the ones who promoted the growing technique in the first place. So it creates a kind of loop, as we discussed. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you go to like, Techie's wet dream. And it's kind of funny because on the one hand, you may say, well, it's really unrealistic. What Uncle Teddy's proposing here. Are you going to take down the entire system, with a small cohort, right? And it seems like this fantastical. It's like David versus Goliath, like type of battle. But then on the other end, he's saying, well, look at the science fiction that these people are coming up with. Right? These can't be true goals for humanity, right? It's totally like, trying to supersede evolution. And just to make the attempt, you'll destroy 90% of humanity, right? Or significantly alter, the existing, form of what is human, right? So I think in Techie's wet dream, he makes a very compelling case, right? And of course, if you look at some of these people's goals and aspirations, right? I think Kurzweil said, that the brain is inefficient, right? It should just be replaced, right? And all this type of stuff. He also said that human intelligence that's bolstered by machines should be considered purely human intelligence, because it's it's human intelligence that created the machines, right? So a replacement of human parts for machine parts should just be looked at as organic intelligence.
Well, we say
Right,
that
so
with stuff like how Bill Gates also wants to create like cyborg bees, cyborg bees, and
right.
and mosquitoes too and stuff, that stuff is definitely, we're kind of moving in that direction. They want to supplant the natural world with the inorganic, with the machine, basically. And we do see a big push in that direction, maybe even bioengineering. Some of the art pieces that Podesta had, and some other people were very creepy, like creepy looking animal human hybrids and other stuff that look like it came from Plum Island. And yeah, they are very creepy. There's no doubt about that. That's the direction that they want to move towards. And yeah, I did read some of Ray Kurzweil's book, The Singularity is Near, and it is a pretty disgusting. It's a disturbing book. I only read. It does feel like they want just more invasive control, the technicians, basically.
Yeah, but I like that, the eco myth, as you put it, right? Nature coming back and destroying human civilization.
Yeah, it's possible, because they're playing with a lot of crazy stuff, it's possible that some of the, stuff that people see from like in the caves, like some people post on TikTok or some other stuff, some weird things they see in caves, or even that one flying thing during one catastrophe. I forgot what it was. There was like a shadow or like some black thing. Those could be like escaped, I don't know, stuff from like Plum Island, which is kind of disturbing. But yeah, that could be possible, that we never know, they do hide a lot, is the point.
Right. Right, like we were talking about the slime mold, and it's funny that they put that in the movie too, right? Where they try to make biological weapons and stuff. Try to engineer technical fixes that by engineering more biology, right, to try to fight the problem that they sort of inadvertently created on their own, right? So it's like using and you could see that a lot in sort of the gain of function research, right? Sort of they're trying to fight the thing that they're creating, and of course they got to create it before nature creates it, right? They're in a race against time, right? So there's an interesting parallel there, right? With how they're sort of experimenting in these laboratories, and of course, yeah, the slime mold could become hijacked, right? It could create self-replicating, right? And of course, this could happen in the human body, right? Any one of these nano machines that are engineering your genes, right? Or your mRNA, right? They could become hijacked, right, by the technology that's being used to create it,
Hello.
right? So
Yeah, that's 100% true. Actually, I pressed that by accident. But yeah, actually there is something interesting. Neurojack is here too. But let me tell you something interesting. There's a kind of fungi that can take over the brain of an ant. I can look that up again and show you maybe a video on YouTube where it can take over the brain of an ant and it
right,
can
right, the
lead.
cordyceps, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then it can lead the ant to
right, exactly.
self-destruction. Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the cordyceps mushrooms. Yeah,
Yeah,
attack
that
of the
seems.
cordyceps. Yeah.
Yeah, cordyceps. Yeah, that seems to be the direction that this kind of tech is heading towards. And Godzilla deals with those kind of themes, the Japanese ones. Yeah, but let's
Right.
revert them. Yeah, that's that kind of stuff we're close to. Hi, Neurojack. How are you doing?
Yeah, but I think I heard from the researcher Paul Stamets that it actually turns out that different types of termites and bees, they'll become parasitized by types of fungus.
Yeah.
Right. So there's actually more examples, of insects, that are actually parasitized by fungus. Where the fungus is, essentially controlling their mind. Right.
Exactly. And the thing is, the people of modern synthesis or the neo-Darwinists, they act like fungus are stupid, you know what I mean? Or that slime molds are stupid, that they have no agency. They claim biological agency does not exist. That's the problem. They think, because agency cannot lead to anything that is detectable or experimentally testable, so they deny agency altogether, which is stupid, because it's undeniable to me that the fungus, the cordyceps that takes over the ant, has some degree of agency. It has a will of its own, as Schopenhauer would say. So I feel like conation or will or agency are ubiquitous features in all of life. It's a matter of degrees. It's a matter of degrees, as Skrbina would argue. I would say.
Yeah.
So by denying agency, you kind of view nature as passive, and that's a dangerous way to view nature, because you could, on Vancouver Island, there was actually a serious illness from fungi that destroyed people's lungs. And I gave the name of it before. I have to look at the name again, but it was on Vancouver Island. And, that one was more serious than COVID-19, at least. But, yeah, let me see here. So yeah, basically, that's the thing, though. I have to look up the name of that again. I can try to find the name of the fungi.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that they think that consciousness is an epiphenomenon of the brain, so it's pretty obvious that they're looking for it in the wrong place, right? So as long as they're gonna think that mind is something that is a detached phenomenon that's emanating from the cognitive framework of the brain, right? They're not going to be able to understand the concepts of agency and all these things, because
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And that's a valid point. Yeah, actually, that article I read, it actually did, it kind of deconstructed itself. And I'm going to make a video on that article too, because it kind of argues that, we could see agency as a matter of degrees on all ladders of life as it complexifies, and I was like, why not just do that? You're like arguing in favor of that. Then it claims that the multi-scale feedback systems, we could just explain everything as multi-scale feedback systems. But why not claim that the multi-scale feedback systems have a degree of intentionality or agency or conation? That seems like a more parsimonious route. But the thing is, because as I was thinking, natural selection can be used to describe economics. It can be used to describe the economic framework. And I think that's why they promoted natural selection as the be-all, end-all in describing biological life. I feel like it's too reductionist and too ridiculous to view natural selection as what orients life. That's a kind of conspiracy about that. I can show my article again. I actually made a video about it, 1 hour long, but I kind of cursed a lot while making that video, because I feel like biology is kind of, psyop, a lot of it is a kind of psyop, because they want to promote industry growth. A lot of biology is psyop, but let's see here. Where did I put it? Oh yeah, I put it here. Yeah, let me see here. Yeah, I'm gonna make a video on it though, and a better, more clear video later though. But I still have some stuff to read. But let me show you. Yeah, I did show this article before, but let's see here. Let me see if I can maximize it. Are people still able to comment when I do that? Yes. Okay. So I wanted to show this. Basically, there were. See, their acceptance would be detrimental to the progress of biological sciences. So what? The progress of the biological sciences has not really been good for mankind or for the earth, and we see basically the Darwinians say that the explanations of that adaptation can be formulated along the following general lines. When individuals in a population have heritable trait variations that cause differential survival and/or reproduction, variants that cause greater survival and/or reproduction will come to predominate. Organisms descending from such populations will display traits and behaviors conducive to survival and reproduction. That is adaptation. So they're already building in the conclusion in their thesis, and the thing is, this doesn't explain the origin of novelty, the generation of novelty, or the will or agency, like even the individual cell has been shown to be a minimal active inference. Like even an individual cell can engage in active inference, it can engage in anticipatory behavior,
Right.
but they
So,
ignored it.
well, what's the so like anything? What's the metric of measure for agency?
Yeah. And that's a good question, that gets into philosophical issues, because, the thing is,
Well, that's the thing is that I mean, a good place to start would be like mind, I think. But they
Yes.
don't have any context to describe, mind. So that's why agency doesn't have a research program. It's like,
Well,
you can't study
but
something that you don't
but
think exists.
well, what's interesting though is that they act as if they do, and the evidence for that is that AI, transhumanism, all this stuff, right? So like that assumes that they have some sort of like mind cosmology or something. You know what I mean? So
Well, that's the thing is like I think eventually they think that like if you look at like Minsky and Kurzweil, they said that the AI will be like a God, and I don't know if they mean that in small God, or capitalized, God, right, or whatever. If they're talking about big G God or little G God, but it's obvious that they think that we're not going to be able to control the situation, right? Like once this thing wakes up, like it's pretty clear that they think it might decide whatever it wants to do with humans, and they don't think that that's a moral question.
Well,
because of evolution, because they think, well, it's like the breakfast tacos guy said on my show. He said, 99% of species has been wiped out. So what if AI wipes humans out? It doesn't matter to him.
I would say one way to measure agency, well, it's only indirectly though, but like we see that active inference involves minimizing surprise, or which is called free energy by Carl Friston, in order to reach collectively a target morphology and maintain homeostasis. So it's about maintaining homeostasis. Even an individual cell can anticipate changes and respond to maintain homeostasis. Let me tell you this: bacterium can actually exchange genetic material with each other. Microbes. That's called horizontal gene transfer, and they can come together and communicate with each other. Bacterium, and it's called biofilm.
well,
Biofilm.
don't they communicate with us too though?
Yes, bacteria communicate with our guts. Our guts have a lot of good probiotics, and it has good bacteria that aid. Let me tell you something interesting. People can drink raw milk from healthy grass-fed cows, if they're pastured, and they have beneficial bacteria that aid in the digestion of lactose. So if you're lactose intolerant, you can still drink raw milk. It has a lot of beneficial bacteria and a lot of beneficial CLA, which is very good for health. But the important thing is the cow should be healthy and grass-fed and pastured. The thing is, the reason they pasteurize the milk is because the cow is stuck up in barns and they pump it full of hormones, or RBST. And so then they have to pasteurize it to make it edible, the milk. So the quality of milk is very important. But the reason I mentioned that is because the bacterium is communicating with your gut in the raw milk, and it's helping with the digestion. And that's why biosemiotics is a better approach than the mechanism, because in biosemiotics you have this, everything is a sign process, because the sign process is a sign activity. You have the sign, and then you have the object of reference, and then there's an interpreted that links the sign and the object of reference. So the body is always in a state of interpretation and active inference too. You see what I'm saying? So that's the problem with modern synthesis, is that it sees it as just being like pinballs hitting each other, endless pinballs hitting each other, and then you have emergent properties as a consequence. And those pinballs are only oriented towards natural selection, the differential variation that is selected for and stuff like that. So yeah, that's the problem with modern synthesis. They view you as a philosophical zombie in modern synthesis. You know what I mean? And here's an interesting page. I can read this page. So basically in this one, they actually admitted, for example, one can avoid positing sharp discontinuities or emergence events by picturing cognitive agency as being on a continuum or gradient. Let me move this here. If, stretching back in time, with, say, bacteria also having cognitive states, but to a lesser degree. A gradualist view of agency may even seem more consistent with evolutionary gradualism. I would actually agree with that. The evolutionary emergence of a complex trait is not explained by imagining that same trait to be present earlier in evolution to various degrees. And then he says it should be concerning that the same gradualist reasoning against emergence and discontinuity has been used to support panpsychism, the idea that even elementary particles possess consciousness to some degree. I would say that's much better than the modern synthesis, to posit agency and some degree of mentality.
But wouldn't you think that maybe they do accept that on the scientific level because the way they act about transhumanism, but they just don't propagate that out to the general public?
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me, because when I research Michael Levin, Michael Levin is kind of like a panpsychist and idealist, and Michael Levin does a lot of creepy research, you see what I mean, with xenobots. Michael Levin, if you go on YouTube and you type Michael Levin, you will see he's trending a lot. He's talking about a lot of transhumanist stuff, but he's also promoting panpsychism and idealism. And it's interesting to note that I believe the Kabbalah also promotes some kind of panpsychism or idealism also. So that's an interesting thing to note.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's more like Plato, right? Where it's like, it's kind of like the transcendent aspect of whatever this mind thing is, right? So I think they think of it as like a collective consciousness, right? So I think there's ideas in the Kabbalah that relate to that, right? A sort of universal mind, right? And then the ideas of the collective consciousness, as they relate to this idea of the universal mind. And
yes,
and of course, Jung talked about this idea of the collective memory and all this stuff. So they draw on this idea of the collective unconsciousness, so sort of quasi-animistic, the ideas of archetypes, and also the Platonic forms are related to that.
And also, Michael Levin does argue the body has a bioelectrical field, and the cells, create that bioelectrical field when they're signaling and communicating with each other, and that is like a collective intelligence, from the individual agents that are
Right.
interacting themselves. Yeah. So yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I do think the elites or the DARPA, they probably lean in that Aristotelian direction or something, or maybe it's quasi-Platonic, and maybe in some ways, because
yeah, it's like Jung, or something like collective unconsciousness, and then I think you can link that to like the Kabbalah. Because if you look at the Kabbalah, you have like the tree of Sephiroth, right, where you have like those different symbols, right? So you have that in the Hermetic thing, and then you have that in Jung's archetypes. So it's like these like forms or like these entities that are like supernatural, super essential. They kind of exist as like repertoires of this cosmic consciousness, this collective consciousness.
Yeah, it's interesting to know that Michael Levin is also a Platonist, because he believes in this thing called morphospace. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
He's a Platonist. Yeah. And when he publishes some stuff, that will be interesting to read.
Yeah, and that relates to Teilhard de Chardin too. The new sphere, right? It's like this pleroma type of world, right, where like ideas come from, right? So, yeah.
Yes, that's correct. And also, it relates to the hyperstition of the hyperstition of Nick Land. Hyperstition of Nick Land. In many ways, it does relate to his hyperstition.
Right. He's kind of tying that to the idea, of the selfish gene from Darwin. So like memes propagating, and then, yeah.
Yeah. What makes human beings interesting, and what's really up for debate, because I said I am agnostic about special intervention, is the symbolic reference that Terence Deacon, whose book I plan to read and make videos on. Symbolic reference is when a symbol means what it does by its place in a network of other symbols, rather than by looking like its object, which refers to iconic reference, or directly pointing to it, which refers to indexical reference. The emergence of symbolic reference is still highly debated, but there are good arguments that intentionality, self-awareness, and complex inference exist in bacterium, but they do not have symbolic reference. So basically, the swastika is not really a bad symbol. The swastika we saw in all ancient cultures. We saw it in practically the entire world, or Eurasia, or much of the world. The swastika, what I mean, and that was even probably in prehistory. There was a swastika, and no organism can make anything like a swastika yet. You see what I mean? So the swastika can only be described in relationship to other symbols or other stories. It doesn't have to necessarily point to anything in this world, or it doesn't have to resemble anything in this world. Indexical or indexical or iconical reference. Even though it may be bootstrapped on those. But the point is, symbolic reference is, from Terence Deacon's sense, is very unique. And we have to try. I'm trying to understand the origin of symbolic reference, whether or not other lineages can develop symbolic reference. It's a very interesting question, though. That's the one thing that's very difficult to answer. So let me see here. I think I had some other stuff to say. So
Yeah, and that's the thing, is like you could talk about the simple to complex process, right, of the mimetic construction versus the top down process of the universal mind to the collective memory, right?
Yes, exactly. And that's what I talked about with, Kastrop is more from the top down, while skrbina is more from bottom up.
Right.
That's what I talked about in that video. That's the way I interpreted those two and stuff. The panpsychists have the issue called combination problem. Well, idealists, maybe they have more of a decomposition problem. So it's a very interesting idea. I think Kastrop describes it in terms of a dissociation. Well, Skrbina and someone like William James describe it in terms of singularly coming together, or something like that. So yeah, I was looking at my notes here. That's interesting. But I do feel like when people get deep in biology in a way that go beyond things, you start looking more at the sign activities, you start looking at more at biosemiotics, and more seriously considering stuff like panpsychism. Let me see here. So let me see if maybe I should keep reading this or not. But I had like a quotes I was reading. But what's interesting about machine learning or deep neural networks is they have some parallels with active inference, because I wrote this here. Because basically in neural networks, when you train a neural network, it's called supervised learning. And it can like you get labeled data, and you train the neural network based on that, and you have like a training set, you have a validation set, and you have a test set. The training set you use to fine-tune the neural weights. You're trying to map the features, which are X, to labels Y. In that. So you're training the neural network for several epochs, and the weights in the hidden layers are being fine-tuned and updated. And then you take it, it's also comparing the predictions on the validation set. So you can see if there's overtraining or undertraining. Overtraining happens when the neural network is too fine-tuned. It only does well on the training set. It doesn't generalize well on the test set, or the validation set, which is not being trained on, and let me see, the undertraining is when it doesn't learn well the hidden features or the latent hidden patterns in the data. That's when it's not learning well at all from the training. So you need to clean the data for the training set, make sure it's representative for what you're doing. And so you're training that neural network, and let's say it's good, let's say you don't have overtraining and undertraining. So then you take that model and you can use it to predict or classify or forecast, for the future. Like you take, let's say you're training the model to detect cats. To classify cats, different breeds of cats. And then you train that neural network on the training set, and then you take it and you can use it on test set or unseen samples of data. And then it can classify the cats, and in a way, that does have some minor overlap with the active inference, because, active inference is about minimizing the bound on surprise, they call it variational free energy. That's what Carl Friston calls it. But it does so under a generative model that both updates beliefs and selects actions to make predictive sensations come true. So it's about minimizing surprise. And in a way, the machine learning algorithms are about mapping features X to labels Y, like I said, and supervised learning. There are different modalities in machine learning and deep neural networks, so, you balancing accuracy, simplicity, information gain, it's about, there's a lot of, most of machine learning is just linear algebra, linear transformations, and so, and also probabilities, so it's also Bayesian probabilities, or also let me think here. Yeah, it's mainly probabilities. Yeah, also near the end when it's doing classification or forecasting. So there is some weird overlap between neural networks and the way we make predictions in some ways, and our anticipatory nature. But I would say maybe that, you see what I mean. But the thing is, it's like a controlled creativity in some ways, but it's not as spontaneous as human life, the machine learning algorithm. You see, so let me see it. I just gave a short talk about that. So that is kind of creepy. That's why, actually, I read this. They already have used organoid intelligence interfaced with the machine learning algorithms, and they use the machine learning algorithms to train the neural cells in the culture. Believe it or not, with the machine learning algorithm. I can try to find the source for that again, actually.
Yeah, I think that's what the Elon Musk guy said. He said they're gonna have robots building cars and airplanes and stuff. So basically, what a human being's gonna do, right? Well, they're gonna go on the internet and produce entertainment, and then everybody's gonna get a social credit score, and essentially
Yeah, Brown's point said linear thinking seems closer to technique than parallel thinking. Some say this is difference in brain hemispheres thinking process. Yeah, I would say that what is that called again when you make connections? Lateral thinking. Yeah, lateral thinking has a more creative, spontaneous aspect to it. When you make connections, in lateral thinking, and you make metaphors, like when I read Wind in the Willows, which is a classic literature, the way they use metaphors to describe homes, like you can describe, let me think, the fire and passion, what I mean? That's a very metaphorical way of thinking. It comes spontaneously, and it has a more creative connection making, that doesn't seem like something a robot would do. It's not really critical thinking. It's more like a fluid kind of association making that is tied to metaphors and other things. That does seem uniquely human. Yeah, linear thinking is closer to technique in the sense it only thinks about input and output. You see what I mean? That's the linear thinking, but we can think in more like mythic and mythical or more poetic kind of ways, which is more, it could be tied to brain hemispheres in a way that I need to look into more. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between like analytical intelligence and organizational intelligence. You know, so it's kind of like the relationship between logic and rhetoric, right? Whereas, you know, one is the focus on something, and the other is the ability to change focus between things, right?
Yeah, that's exactly true. But I want to tell you something interesting, and that's why I think they still promote natural selection. And it was from this part of the article I read. In some areas of economics, an agent or rational character is characterized as one exhibiting utility maximizing behavior. This description of behavior is compatible with different explanations of the behavior, such as adaptation by natural selection or conscious planning in the case of human beings. So as you can see, natural selection is used in economics. You know, there are some economists who use it as a model to better understand economic dynamics, and maybe that's why they promote natural selection still, because it still has like some benefit in the technique of modern global economics. I was thinking about it. What do you think about that idea? I think it's just a conjecture on my part, but I think it may have some truth. Because I found that kind of suspicious somewhat.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. You know, and I think I don't know if you've ever looked at like this complex adaptive system stuff, right? Where it's like, you know, it relates to economic systems and stuff, right?
Yes, I've looked into it a little bit. Yes, and there is a kind of a complex adaptive system. Yeah, a very unsustainable one, of course, but yes, it's a complex adaptive system and one that erodes human autonomy also overall.
Yeah, I see Prigozhin in there, right?
They talk about Prigozhin also, which was strange. This article was written in London City also, as we've been talking about. You know, so yeah, basically they don't ask questions about the nature of mind, like can mind find mind? Where is your mind? Of course they probably assume a kind of materialism where it's just the mind is the brain or something, which is ridiculous, like reductive physicalism. So let me see here. You know, this is the kind of stuff that led to anything. It led to Skinnerism, behaviorism, where they
Right.
didn't. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that led to it. Yeah, they don't talk about the problem of other minds is a big problem too. Like we've talked about before. Let me see here.
Yeah, I don't know if Neuro's still here, but
No, he left.
yeah, but
Yeah.
he's a huge fan of X-Files. And of course the skeptical, guy who's like the chief of the FBI. His name is B.F. Skinner in the show, right?
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Yeah. He doesn't believe in conspiracies.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot of truth to a lot of conspiracies, but it's kind of hard to tell where the lies end and the truth begins. It's very
Right.
difficult because they do hide a lot. Let me see. Yeah, this article, this part was very good, and in this sense, it shows you the issue I have with them. Let's see here. Oops. The most fundamental problem with psychologizing more basic biological systems, such as bacteria or plants, is that it is empirically unproductive. And that part of the article made me scream or get pissed when I was making a video on it. Not scream, but get more pissed. Because why does it matter for truth if something is empirically unproductive? You see what I mean? It shouldn't matter for truth if something is empirically unproductive. You know, they only care about what they can tamper or manipulate for greater industrial interest or greater power. It's a very vain kind of the way of approaching things. You know, and the article repeated that multiple times. Oh, it's empirically unproductive. Oh, it's you know, it's not something that can be tested, you know, or manipulated. You know, so oh, it's ridiculous though. But yeah, yeah. Also, there was one part where it said there's a cognitive bias, which I put here. There, one general finding has been that humans have a seemingly inbuilt cognitive bias referred to as hypersensitive agency detection, which leads them to see purpose and intention in nature where it does not exist. See, that's a very evil thing to say. Maybe that cognitive bias is sacred. You know what I mean? When we see agency in the bird or the tree or the plant,
Right.
yeah, it's like they're trying to destroy all sense of the sacred in us. This article is demonic, and this is the kind of stuff Dave Farina and his stupid friends promote. You know what I mean? They're very big pseudo intellectuals. You see what I mean? They're like attacking the third
Right.
way with this article. They act like the third way has been destroyed by this article. No, it hasn't. It's actually been strengthened by this article because of how demonic and this article is now. Yeah, that's true. You know, biology disruption is now an economic market, unfortunately. I say it goes even deeper than that, Browns boy. They're trying to claim that your sense of agency or is kind of an illusion. That's what they're trying to claim. It's really crazy stuff. You know, this nihilistic, you know, I feel like when I went to my neuroscience education, it was, you know, I also got computer science degree, but they're trying to promote a kind of subtle nihilism where, you know, they're trying to say everything is just pure mechanism that is devitalized and it's just have epiphenomenal illusion of consciousness. Yeah, but yeah, that's the kind of stuff. The way to fight against that is to realize that there's something special in your mind or your heart or your relationship to the cosmos at large that the scientists cannot explain away. You see what I mean? That there's something metaphysically special. You see what I mean? You can see that in many different ways. You know what I mean? But let's see here. Like you can see in a more transcendent way or more imminent way. But the point is, only philosophy can approach that, or more like a philosophical or religious dialectic, something like that. I see it. I think I covered the main important ground for this essay. You know, there's a lot to say about this essay. I do recommend people read it their own. I'll make a video in the future. It's a very soulless essay, but it's good to know what they believe. But it may change in the future. You know, I mean, even though I think that techno liberalism may still adapt to whatever changes, which isn't good either. But yeah. So basically, you know, the scientists view everything as a cyclical process of observation, hypothesis formation, experimental intervention, modeling, and confirmation or revision of ideas. But this cyclical process does not explain what is the nature of mind, for example, or many other important topics. See what I mean? It's a kind of positivism they're promoting. They're promoting a positivism. You see, this article is still arguing in favor of a positivism or logical positivism. I did in my notes attack logical positivism also. So, but I could like the verification principle. So, you know, yeah. So basically, they argue for complex multi-scale feedback mechanisms evolving under natural selection. And my argument is that the complex multi-scale feedback mechanisms have a degree of agency, you know, like, and we can see that in like, you know, Great Eye of Jupiter. We can see it in tornadoes to some extent. In cyclical natural phenomenon, you know, we don't know. You have to rely on inference to determine whether or not some phenomenon has a mind. You know, even ant colonies may have a super mind or so. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Maybe, I'm not sure, but Aristotle did believe in God, and there are some panpsychist readings of Aristotle too. You know, I don't know, Aristotle is hard to say. You know, there are some panpsychist readings of Aristotle, and some readings, you know, he believed in a prime mover, and I need to study Aristotle more. But David Skrbina in Panpsychism in the West, he described Aristotle in a more enchanting way, at least I thought. But some interpretations of Aristotle may be very disenchanting. There's no doubt about that, maybe. But it's hard to say, you know, because these are ancient writings, you know, and you know, it requires a lot of interpretation and a lot of in-depth research. I need to read more of the ancient Greeks more in depth. I do plan to do that, but I think Aristotle is very amenable to panpsychist readings, and you know, he does believe in God too. Little off topic. If it is true that vowels in languages are interchangeable, that may prove gematria fake to an extent. Well, I think gematria is fake to a large extent. It's like you know, there is some truth to them trying to bring about messianic prophecies, and they use that as a veil for greater transhumanism. Like one of the first transhumanists was a Kabbalahist. His name was Vilna Gaon. Vilna Gaon.
Right.
Yeah, and he kind of promoted bringing the higher transcendent back into the immanent realm or something, and maybe they probably bring an AGI or a computer that they will call God or something, which is a false idol or something, which is what Vilna Gaon wants or something.
Yeah, they also have the you know, the legend of the of the golem, where this is a myth that they have that I mean, I think Nick Bostrom, you know, compared the AI to the golem, and so and some ghoulish stuff going on with that.
Yeah, Netanyahu, there was a clip of Bibi. I'm not sure if it was real or not. I think it is real, where he was talking privately with a boy or someone, and he's saying that America is our golem. Basically, he was saying that, and that's pretty crazy. Yeah. I'm not sure you know about that clip. Yeah, they want to treat, you know, I think in this instance, Israel really took over America with like blackmailing networks, Epstein, stuff like that. You know,
right?
Yeah. So let me see here. Let me see if I think I covered most of the important stuff from this article. We covered a lot of ground. Yeah, I have this cool quote from Strawson. I'm not sure if I ever read this quote. You know, this is kind of talking about reductive physicalists and
yeah,
eliminativists. They are prepared to deny the existence of experience. At this, we should stop and wonder. I think we should feel very sober and a little afraid at the power of human credulity, the capacity of human minds to be gripped by theory, by faith. For this particular denial is the strangest thing that has ever happened in the whole history of human thought. Not
Right.
just the whole history of philosophy. It falls, unfortunately, to philosophy to reveal the deepest woo-woo of the human mind. I find this grievous. But next to this denial, every known belief is only a little less sensible that the grass is green. You know, that's Strawson 2006. So basically, people like Daniel Dennett, Patricia Churchland, you know, it's kind of like agency. You know, there's a hard problem of agency also, is what I'm saying. And, you know, like, they deny all of that, you know. So, well, anyone can join, or, you know, not many people watch this one. I covered a lot of ground, and, you know, there's a lot that could still be talked about, but we covered that. You know, there's a lot of ground to cover. Maybe I could talk about something more fun now, like my trip to Costa Rica, maybe a little bit. Do you have your time is limited, TML, or like how long can you stay or something? I don't want.
No, no, I'm here for your show. You know, so yeah, so
Yeah. Well, this was my trip to Costa Rica. I posted it on Monteverde. I posted it on my Discord. People can join my Discord. I'll give a new link to join the Discord. He says that Evan, but I think talismans are real. I wonder about their correlation with sigils and symbols. Yeah, that's something that is interesting to research. I think they are real too. Like
Yeah.
they can probably have, like bring certain powerful powers, and like in the past people would meditate in front of some symbols, or some symbols would trigger a mystical experience, or maybe they have talismans can protect you from certain negative stuff. I do think there's some truth to that, and you know there is probably strong correlation, definitely. you know yeah, ruins are interesting too. Germanic ruins are interesting, and in Buddhism you had lots of different um stuff like that too. I think the Shingon Buddhists really explore that stuff. Shingon Buddhists, I need to research the Shingon Buddhists. But yeah, that's a very interesting comment. I agree. Yeah, there's a lot to explore. Hello, Nero Jack, how are you doing? You came back. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. So, oh yeah, this was my trip to Costa Rica. I put the whole thing for people to read. On my Discord. You can see there's a lot of the bird biodiversity. There's a quetzalcoatl, I think. And then you see the toucan there, and lots of parrots. I went to Monteverde. Monteverde was actually, the Quakers went to Monteverde to avoid the Vietnam War draft. Quakers are very peaceful people, and they went there and they preserved the Monteverde as a natural reserve. But outside of Monteverde, I saw a lot of factories and lots of deforestation, which was kind of sad, But Monteverde, they do make an attempt to preserve more.
We'll just remember that white people were really evil and did nothing good ever. But
no, that's not true. It's a system. Let me tell you this. I'll tell you my opinion about this. It could have been any other race that industrialized first. It could have been Persians. It could have been Chinese. The problem is with technique.
Right.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with white people. White people like William Blake is a great poet. And then you have very interesting cultural development. I think Meister Eckhart was a interesting mystic. I like Meister Eckhart.
Didn't William Blake paint the occult? I just saw a video titled that. So
the thing is, I can like some things about some. I don't have any thinker I agree with 100%, or any poet I agree with 100%.
It's not a criticism of you, and I was joking because, like, honestly, I don't like Quakers as a religion, but like, I can't appreciate like their pacifism. So
yeah, I think I think Rousseau and definitely Blake, also Thoreau, right? They were heavily influenced by the occult. Definitely Swedenborg, but their sort of nature sort of love stuff sort of came from their rejection of Enlightenment ideas, right? So it kind of came more from Romanticism as a sort of art form than the occult stuff. But there was certain people in the occult that were like nature lovers, right? And they thought like that we should try to use nature, right, as like a greater form of technology and stuff, like through alchemy and stuff. Yeah.
So I went on several birding tours, and I also saw white-faced capuchin monkeys. There are like 16 or more species of hummingbirds. Like there was a cafe I went to, and you see lots of hummingbirds go there, and some of them are big too. Like that one there, I think that's a blue one that's very big. I forgot. I wrote down the species name there, but yeah, it's in Monteverde, and you can read this more. I also talk about how the forest in Monteverde, the cloud forest, they have lots of epiphytes, which are like plants on the top of the trees, and there are like 3,000 species of plants, I believe, that like I wrote there. But the thing is that there's lots of mats too, and I wrote there. Let me see here. And there are a lot of reptiles. There are even poisonous ones, poisonous snakes. You gotta be careful for. And a sloth too. Two-fingered sloth. I saw that sloth. Very cute. And bats. Most bats do not drink blood. They eat insects. They're mammals, and they're very interesting creatures. So I talked about that too. There's a blue morpho butterfly.
Do you believe in the theory that somebody drank some bat soup and made everybody sick?
Drinks what? Drinks. Oh, you mean? What did he say? Because it kind of broke up. It kind of.
Sorry. Do you believe that? Do you believe the story that somebody drank some bat soup and got everybody sick?
Oh, you mean that? That's a good question. Well, I'm not sure I'm allowed to talk about, but I think I agree with Agaban about that whole so-called crisis. You can read about Giorgio Agaban. You can go on his Wikipedia and read what he had to say about it. That's my opinion about it.
Well, what I mean by that is like, do you think that the? I mean, so obviously we can't talk about that specific example, but I mean, there's a lot of questions that I have for you because a lot of the stuff you're talking about is interesting, especially Costa Rica. I had a friend who lived in Costa Rica for many years, so I'm not just going past that. By the way, I'm just letting you know. But there's something specific here I wanted to ask you. So like that story about it being a bat, etc. Wait, like the animal transmission of disease and stuff like that, like among mammals and different mammals. Like remember they have like the pig flu, the swine flu, the stuff we can't talk about, right? But also throughout history, they had like bubonic plague and they had other things, right? So my question is, do you think that there's something going on with that as far as like, biological weaponization, I guess you'd say, or is that just like, or do you think that happens in nature naturally as well, or is that more like something that you think has been happened more because of like a more deliberate thing, I guess?
Well, I think that that's a good question. I know what you're trying to say. That goes into some interesting conspiracies that do have some good arguments. Let me say one thing. I think parasites, intestinal parasites, are probably worse than bacterium, but I do think animal transmitted diseases do exist a lot of times, but I don't know, like, to the extent, like, it happened, like, it's hard to say, but, I think animal transmitted diseases can exist, like, if a snake bites you, you get venom and you can die, and, I know about the mosquitoes and the...
Well, I mean, like, the virus, like, and again, like, I don't want to get into the details of this. I'm just saying, like, in general, throughout history, like, these diseases pop up and wipe out a bunch of people, right?
Yes.
And a lot of times they say that's coming from like some animal disease that has been transmitted. Like, do you think that that's more been hastened throughout history, or do you think that that's something that's more natural based on what you've seen? You know what I'm saying? Because like for example, like people say like, don't go around in nature and like get around bats or like get around wolves droppings, or you know what I mean? Like there's different.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Nature, I guess viruses and stuff.
Unless there's like something manipulating human evolution, like reptilians trying to wipe us out or something, which has some good arguments. I admit, like we've talked about, like we looked at pictures of Peter Thiel, and Peter Thiel is an anagram for the reptile. You know that, right? You can like take the letters of his name and rearrange it to the reptile. Unless something like that is true, I think it's better to stick. But the thing, I think it's true. Animal transmitted diseases have existed. That's been undeniable. But wiping out entire civilizations, the bubonic plague and stuff like that, yeah, I don't know, that has happened throughout history, I feel like, but it's very hard to figure out exactly what caused it. I'm not sure. I haven't researched this matter as much in depth. You know what I mean? Like, China has had lots of bubonic plague, and so Europe.
Well, do you think there's anything special about the bat in particular? Like, is there something unique about the bat that would make it more because you know, like they say, like pigs are similar to humans, and like, is there something about bats? Like, and also mice are similar to humans in a lot of ways. Do you think that there's something about bats that is like particularly like, you know, remarkable about something that's unique about it in humans, related, you know, relation wise?
Well, bats are basically mammals too, right? You know, they're mammals. Bats, they're close to monkeys. And bats, they're kind of closely related to monkeys ancestrally, and yeah, I don't really think. Yeah, but I don't know about the like the health stuff or the. I don't really know about the like the health stuff or the bacterium or whatever, like the diseases they
Yeah,
carry.
no, I'm just saying if there's anything. So you're saying they're related to monkeys, and supposedly we're related to monkeys. So that's all I was looking for. Is like, is there any like overlap essentially?
Yes.
That's what I was trying to get at. So.
Yes.
And then the other thing about Costa Rica is, were you scared of snakes when you were there? Because I've heard that there's some nasty.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit. Like, you know, I would stay on the trail. You don't want to leave the trail. There was a poisonous snake behind my tour guide in the woods, or not in the woods, in the jungle. You know, you could see it. It was like green and it's very vibrant. And yeah, you gotta be careful of snakes if you go to South America. Yeah, they do have anti-venoms for all of them, though. They have anti-venoms for most of them. So, but yeah, you gotta be careful of snakes. Yeah. You don't want to just go walking without paying very close attention or going off the trail. You got to be very, very perceptive and astute. You know?
My friend lived in Costa Rica for a while, and he said that he got like stalked by like a jaguar a couple times. So like it was like,
Oh, wow.
like following him in the woods and stuff like that. So
Yeah. Does he go off the
or whatever,
trails?
whatever that be cat.
Does he go off the trails? Because
Well, he lived like he lived off trail, so he lived like in some like cabin or something. So
yeah, well, that's a problem if you live off the trail. Yeah, that's definitely intense. Yeah, but yeah, that's interesting though. I'm glad he's fine though. So
yeah, sorry to distract you, but yeah, so please go on with the thing. But no, there's some other things you're talking about. It just kind of like reminded me of some stuff. But go ahead, please.
yeah, I'm almost done with this, but I wanted to say that you know, the forest in Costa Rica, or the cloud forest I visited, they're very dynamic. You know, they're actually young. Even the big trees you see, they're very young in Costa Rica, and there's like ecological reasons for that. My essay go into it a bit, but they feed themselves more based on epiphytes, and you know, the canopy is like a different ecosystem in the cloud forest. You know, let me see here. I had it written about it before. Yeah, they basically, the epiphytes get nutrients from the atmosphere and share them with the rest of the forest. You know, it's very mossy. Yeah? But the trees are not that old. You know, even if they are big, they're not like giant sequoias. You know, giant sequoias are very old. You know, and yeah. So this is on my Discord if people want to read it all together. And yeah, I saw opossum a day later. Opossums are very. That's an opossum. And I saw that on my home and stuff. And yeah, this is what I did over there. So yeah, that's just something I wanted to show as a kind of break. Oh wait, let me move that down. Yeah, as a kind of break, I wanted to show it. And yeah, let's see here. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, I think. Yeah, let me see here. This too, I'm gonna show. This is what I plan for the next 2 to 4 weeks, approximately, because I'm gonna start working soon, I think. Yeah, that kind of sucks, but yeah, let me see here. So I'm gonna read The Symbolic Species by Terence Deacon, who I talked about a lot here, and make a better video for him, you know, because that's important to my project. Then I'm gonna make a video on active inference. You know, I already talked about that a lot too. I don't know if I will read this book in full. I mean, maybe I will. There's a lot of math in it, but you know, I will read it because I kind of already get the general gist of active inference. It's not really that complicated to get, but yeah, accidentally put man and technics I might read Man and Techniques by Oswald Spengler too, but maybe that's for next time. Spengler is an interesting thinker. And then Irreducible from Frederick Fagin. I was pronouncing his name wrong before, but it's Frederico Fagin. And he's arguing for that the vibrational quantum fields are kind of conscious or something. And it's kind of idealism or panpsychism that Frederico Fagin is arguing. I'm going to make a video on him too, because it's also related to my teams, you know. Yeah, I mean, my introduction video on this channel touches on all the teams exploring, you know, they're all interconnected and interrelated, you know. So yeah, that's the plan, you know. Maybe in 2 or 3 weeks I'll have another. I don't know if I will do every Saturday. Sometimes I will push it to like the next Saturday after the next, because I have to read and prepare and other stuff. Yeah, yeah, that's cool. Hi. Name isn't important. Yeah, thank you. And this is a very nice comment. Thank you for your comment. Thank you. It's very interesting. Yeah, so yeah, I think my presentations are done. You know, people can bring up anything else, or they can talk about anything, or I could try to find something else to share. There are more people coming now after I was done with my presentation.
Yeah, same thing happens to me. Yeah, it's like the minute I finish my show, everybody comes. It's weird.
Yeah. Anyone can join and comment stuff. You know, talk about anything related to the subject matters or related to other stuff. Yeah. So let me see.
Now the party begins. Now we can party about biology.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Yeah, but I think Neurojack is really interested in the movie Jurassic Park, right? So similar themes to that in Godzilla, right? About like,
yeah, I was trying to find my notes that I had on that because I don't think we finished that. I don't think we ever finished that up because I know you, Anna, we're gonna do something on that, and I think we started on it, but we got derailed, of course, as usual. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Well, by the way, Michael Crichton was alleged to have been like some sort of like agent of some sort. I don't know. So I saw something the other day saying that he was basically like working through some sort of like program or something. I don't know.
But... Right. Yeah,
But yeah, Jurassic Park is very important, I think, for sure. It's also Neuromancer and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like mishandling of science and also, sort of using technology to sort of mitigate the problem instead of resolve the underlying issue that they've created, and similar things about miscarriage of science, and what's interesting about the Mothra movie, right, where they created the theme park or whatever, Happy Industries, right? It's pretty funny, right? It's kind of like a sort of Jurassic Park sort of thing, right, where they create like a sort of a park.
So I wanted to, my video, the rollout theory, I forgot to show the man-eater because I said I would do it on the last one. And I did show man-eater during your streams, but I'll just show it here and talk about it briefly. In the download content to this game, man-eater for it was developed in Georgia, USA, and Georgia as a headquarters for military and also Freemasonry. And my theory is that that they use humor sometimes as predictive programming for the technology they're rolling out. And in Man-Eater, the download content, not the main game, the download content is expansion. It's called Truth Quest, and they like portray it with humor, all these serious themes. But I think that's a kind of predictive way. So I'm gonna just read this some stuff. I know some people have already seen it, but I'll just do it here. If there's no such thing as targeted weather warfare, then why am I occasionally inconvenienced by rain, snow, and excessive cold or heat. This is from the download content. You go to this military base or this Plum Island like place, as you're a shark, and the shark is corrupted by the radioactive waste or other stuff, and it becomes a man-eater or something. So let's continue on. Every year, we're sprayed with billions of pounds of toxic aerosols. That's why you've got to protect your cellular matrix with sulfur shield organic sulfur crystals, only from survival life. See what I mean? That seems like a predictive programming for, the stratospheric aerosol injection, which they do, it's real, the
Yeah.
stratospheric. So
Yeah. So this is the game you were showing us where you're a shark or something like that, right?
yes, where you're a shark, yes. And I was gonna talk about it in last stream after the rollout theory because I view it as predictive programming. This is definitely predictive programming, but I didn't talk about it last stream. I think I forgot, so I'm just talking about it in this stream. So while intellectually I understand that adrenochrome is a byproduct of synthetic epinephrine with no practical applications, emotionally understand that it's siphoned directly from children's pineal glands as an immortality drug of the Luciferian elite.
Whoa.
Oh, sorry for interrupting you.
Oh no, just that is a wild statement right there. Like what?
It's not funny, like it just feels like predictive programming.
Yeah, but I don't get the line with no practical applications. Random.
Yeah, it's strange, the download content, which only opens up after you beat the main game is very I don't know, glowy stuff. It's very glowy stuff. Yeah, that's definitely what I feel like. Yeah, and I think DK was right about DK was talking about how Fukushima, the nuclear spill was occurring longer than what they claimed, because they put the enriched uranium on top of somewhere. I think that's true. Maybe this is like predictive programming for it. Did you see that an embedded chip? The insectoids are using brain-to-brain interface to wirelessly operate these sharks or something like that. Regarding these spills, I'm proposing complicity on the part of Mayor Wade Hibbard. You see, Hibbard owns 50 shares in Sholom Barton, who is owned by ExoCoal, who are partners with the Saxwell Gold in Varcon, the manufacturer of oil dispersant emulsifiers. Therefore, Hibbard made money on the cleanup. Jesse Ventura argues that too. He claims the oil spills may have been deliberate as a way to claim people's lands or something. I think it was the 2014 oil spills around that time. And, yeah, let me see.
So back in the last slide, you had some interesting shout outs, right? You got Halliburton, you got Exxon, you got Goldman Sachs, right? Very clearly right there. Right. Then,
yeah, those guys are also up to no good. Mao was backed by the Jays and Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs backed Mao. There are a lot. Yes, that's not a conspiracy. That's actually something you can look up directly. I can give the archive link.
They also caused like the Great Depression in the United States. Like starved like a bunch of people. Then also this chemical dispersant. Right, where there's you could grow oyster mushrooms, on potato sacks, and they'll break down the oil spill better than these chemical dispersants. Where the people that sprayed this stuff, they were peeing out black. The people they paid to spray the dispersants, they were pissing out black, even though they had hazmat suits on. Right, so they were spraying this incredibly toxic substance that was poisoning themselves. Right, it's insane.
Yeah, it is insane. I think they're planning something else for the 21st century. Definitely have something like World War III or something. The kind of orchestrated version and more. Even they're planning to roll out worse stuff like directed energy weapons and probably stuff like that. So more of these machines dispersing mental poison from hell, creating a lumpen mass of propaganda-drugged Americans who'd rather watch Aubrey Dominique take the Cocoa Bob challenge than read the Constitution. So that one is funny. That one's funny. Yeah. So The NWO death squads have made clear the intention to overthrow private property, extrajudicial killings of all owners of homes with second bathroom are right around the corner. Mark my words. So I think that maybe BlackRock and Vanguard, they want to cause a crisis and then come in and maybe pressure people more with increasing taxes or increasing expenses, and then they will try to swoop right in and claim those properties. Sorry, BlackRock and Vanguard. That's what I think is highly likely. So yeah, this guy is right. The download content to Man Eater Truth Quest, it's called Truth Quest, is something else. You have to beat the main game to do that download content. When you do the download content Truth Quest, it's something else, really. I'm telling you, like it really shocked me, and it's developed in Georgia, and Georgia is a military state, and they're heavily enmeshed in Freemasonry. So I actually live within walking distance of a lodge. I'm not making that up. You could chalk up 23 oil spills in the last 5 years to incompetence, sure, but I think you should open your minds to the idea that these were planned events. I mean, that's true. I think they were planned events to a large extent. Like.
Well, what would be the motive in putting oil in the biodiversity place?
Well, the thing is, it did occur close to certain shores where they want to buy up property, and maybe they don't want people to, because they don't, if you live close to the ocean, you can always feed yourself if you know how to fish, maybe, or like near the shore or something. They don't want people to be self-reliant, or they also don't want, they want to like claim the properties of the places, stuff like that. That could be possible, is what I'm saying. Like, but I'm just speculating in this regard in some ways, but it is interesting that it could be due to a combination of incompetence and planned events. It could be controlled incompetence, or it could be incompetence that they bounce off of to benefit from, stuff like that. And it could be, that's true. There's a lot. But I'll continue on. And this is just the nuclear radiated part of the ocean. You can see here. And all these recent oil spills are merely contrived events designed to cripple the Gulf's fishing industry. It could be trying to cripple the fishing industry too. Like I said, that's one possibility, definitely. That's right. And the big pharma will reveal that they've developed a vaccine. Let me just do something quickly. There you go. So that's just reading stuff. But the devious aquatic bioweapon is designed to disperse a mist of viral particulate, a potent combination of Ebola, anthrax, and Lassa fever. I know about that one. What was that one experiment called again? The Tuskegee experiment, where they were doing a lot of creepy ass stuff to people. Tuskegee. Been talking. Clearly, the NWO sunk the ship for trying to deliver food, water, and medicine to imperiled patriots. And you see, that's more nuclear radiation. Nuclear radiation is very dangerous stuff. And that's why I kind of dislike Lovelock as a person, because Lovelock actually argued, James Lovelock actually argued, the Earth can recover from nuclear radiation, more so than other stuff. But I don't agree with that. Nuclear radiation is very dangerous stuff, especially what happened with Chernobyl, and Fukushima. I don't know. Nuclear radiation is not something you play with. You don't want to get close to that. It will cause mutations in your genes and fuck with you and stuff. So Dead Horse Lake is part of a large open field experiment, a dumping ground for estrogen mimickers to feminize the population into watching Aubrey Dominique's makeup tutorials rather than truth class. Well, I do think it's true that they're putting stuff in our water supply and probably spraying stuff on our foods to make us more docile, during these hectic times. Like heroic Neo, the shark has freed us from the Matrix. Now we can unplug from the metal coils that once enslaved us, leave our mechanical caves, and greet this new dawn of truth. So you fight a kind of like Leviathan, or kind of big beast in the ocean around that time. So I suppose there's a lesson to be gleaned here. Something about how the increasing commodification of the natural world has placed humans on a collision course with an environmental apocalypse. But this is a basic cable show where people tune in to watch sharks, kill people, and people kill sharks. So until next fishing season, this is Man-Eater. That's from the original. Now we see that the NWO's been hiding. Inside sources have ascertained its name, Moloch. Yeah, Moloch is the name of the. And yeah, that's it. That was for the rollout theory. I didn't show Man-Eater for the rollout theory, the download content. Let me see here. I'm gonna stop showing that, and I think that's it. Oh, that's a nice area. It's a nice beach. Yeah, and thank you for sharing that, Neurojack. Let me see. How can I? Oh, okay. Yeah, I got it. I messed up. Next time. Yeah, okay. That's very nice. It's a very calm and peaceful. It reminds me of something I can read. If things feel too bad, then this is a very good quote to fall back on. And the whole Hell Ching says, "Do you imagine the universe is agitated? Go into the desert at night or go to the ocean and look out at the stars. This practice should answer the question. The superior person settles her mind as the universe settles the stars in the sky. By connecting her mind with the subtle origin, she calms it. Once calmed, it naturally expands, and ultimately her mind becomes as vast and immeasurable as the night sky or ocean." So yeah, I wanted to read that. That's a nice quote. I wanted to read. So if you feel you're getting too depressed, it's good to read stuff like I don't know, traditional texts that help you settle your mind and calm yourself and reconnect to the subtle origin or the transcendent or something. So yeah, I just wanted to add that as a balance. I like to introduce balance. Sometimes because it's not good to go crazy too much. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm pretty much done with my presentation. I've been talking for a long time, and people can come on and talk themselves, or well, I think I will in 30 minutes. I will stop the stream 30 minutes. So now it's just open panel. Anyone can talk about anything. I don't have anything else to further show now. For now.
Yeah, it's interesting that the movie, Godzilla was, directed by one of the makers of Neon Genesis, right? Very similar, sort of themes, right?
Yeah, that one is standalone. It's called Shin Godzilla. Shin Godzilla. It came out recently around 2016. Shin Godzilla is very good too. It's a lot more Lovecraftian and more macabre than the other Godzilla films, but it's very good too. You can actually watch that one without seeing any previous Godzilla films. Shin Godzilla, because that one's standalone. I like it more than Godzilla -1. I actually said -0 during my presentation. I meant to say -1. But yeah, I liked it. Godzilla -1 didn't feel as good as Shin Godzilla. Shin Godzilla is very artistic and pretty interesting. Yeah, but yeah, it is Eldritch, that one, and I thought, yeah, the guy who made Neon Genesis Evangelion, I forgot his name. What is his name again? He also directed that. Yeah, double check his name. Yeah, I think it's Hideaki Anno. Anno was the guy. He's made a lot of interesting stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but in that there's sort of, it's more sort of theological, right? Whereas there's this computer system that's created by this lady, right? Whatever the blonde lady, scientist is, and she's named it after the three wise men, right? It's like really weird, right? And then they have an angel that they use as genetic material called Adam, right? Right, and yeah, so they create these sort of giant beings, right? The Avas, right, in order to sort of fight the angels, right? So you have Adam and And then you have Ava, right, which is the Eve thing, right? And it's, I'm obviously, Eve is made of the rib of Adam, right? So it's made of the genetic material of the Adam angel or whatever. I mean, it's just some wild theological subscript to it. But the whole idea is like quasi-Gnostic, right? That the angels are supposed to destroy human civilization, and human civilization exists underground, using its technology to fight the angels, right? Or whatever. So similarly, Godzilla represents nature's sort of force against human civilization, and yeah. So it's fascinating in that way.
I'm glad. Sorry, I'm glad that you said that actually, because a lot of people don't realize that. People think that Godzilla is like humanity's protector, but in reality, he doesn't really care about humans. He's protecting nature. So that's what a lot of people don't realize. In the newer movies, they have Godzilla, kind of trying to protect humanity. But if you go back and rewatch the old movies, he really didn't give a shit. Godzilla was known for waking up and having a bad day and taking it out on humanity. So. I think it is strange that a lot of people seem to praise Godzilla for this, ultimate creation of man's hubris and nature recuperating it. And, people just see him as this hero, and in reality, Godzilla is really not a hero. So, sorry.
You need to say his name right. It's Gojira.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah, like in the Godzilla and the Heisei series, and in the Shin Godzilla, he's more like in Shin Godzilla really is in pain though. Like he's like in absolute pain. Like but in like Heisei series, he's more following his own interests. He has a kid he gives rise to named Junior in the Heisei series, and Godzilla is more amoral most of the time.
Fabian, do you want to say hello to your friends here? We got some friends coming to say hello.
Oh, goals, yeah, that's yeah. I saw those goals. Yeah, that's cool. They're very shoreboards can be very interesting too. Shoreboards, yeah. The goals, yeah, that's pretty cool. And yeah, that's cool.
Is it normal for seagulls to cannibalize each other? Because I've seen that happen.
Well, I know they can peck whales and dolphins a lot, but I don't know if they can cannibalize each other. I haven't really looked into that. I don't think that really happens, but they do torment a lot of whales and dolphins. So, but yeah, I have to look into that.
That's a circle of life.
Yeah, it's funny. Like whenever there's whales out here, which there've been a lot the past 2 months or something, you always know where the whale is because there's just 100 seagulls just waiting for them to come up and start pecking at them. So it's that's pretty much how you know where they're at.
Well, I'm going to go on a limb and say it's not a coincidence that you seem to be getting more whales.
Why is that?
Because there seems to be a lot of weird ocean activity around the world here lately from what I've been paying attention to the NOAA websites.
What kind of strange activity? UFOs? USOs?
I don't know. Last time I was looking over there around Southeast Asia, there was a lot of ocean current temperature changes. So, I'm not pushing the whole the day after tomorrow stuff, but, right. But there's a lot of helpful websites out there that help you keep up with stuff like the earthquake that happened, what was in the Philippines or whatever. There was some talk on the internet the other day that there was warning about it even before it happening, but they didn't say nothing about it. So, I don't doubt it, but.
Well, I thought you were going to say OnlyFans.com helps you a lot.
No, I'm sure.
But, no, it's pretty weird. It's I was gonna ask this question. Do you guys think that radiation could actually mutate things? Is that a real thing? Like how they have the hills have eyes, or Godzilla or something like that? Or is that more just fantasy totally, or mutated zombie people or something?
Well, if if you did like I did in school, and after I got out of school, I researched the Hiroshima atrocities allegedly, and there's still some birth defects in Japan today from people who have descendants who survived Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but it's not really mutations that come out like what they put in the Hills of Eyes or Fallout 4 or or even in The Simpsons where they had the fish growing 3 eyes, but there has to be some truth to it. If you want to believe in Resident Evil and genetic experimentation the way that I believe that they're doing it, yeah, I do believe that radiation, among other things that they probably mix together, can cause specific mutations, especially if you want to take things like animal gene splicing with human DNA, if you want to give that any water,
Also, the half-life, it's about the half-life, but some of the half-life can last, for like millions of years, or some of them can last for like few hours. I think there's a lot of specific details about that, but the point is that it can increase the rate of mutations, and it could lead to a lot of monstrosities. So I do think if they are close to nuclear waste, it could maybe cause them to mutate in ways we cannot fathom or something.
Yeah. Hasn't Chernobyl, shown us kind of like, I guess, a foot in the door of whatever. I mean, but from what I've seen, the mutations from the radiation over there aren't as nightmarish as what media claims. So, I mean, I don't know. I know that there's still deer over there around Chernobyl who are extremely radioactive from eating the grass and the cud around there. But I mean,
that's true. Most of the time, the mutations seem to lead to.
Well, aren't you guys being a little bigoted though? Like, if we're supposed to believe in panpsychism, doesn't that radiation have the right to kill everything around it? I mean, come on.
Well, all you have to do is throw a big old slab of concrete over it, and it's okay.
Yeah, they try that in places, and yeah, people are kind of alive still, so does it work? No, but that's a serious question, though. Wouldn't you say that nuclear radiation particles have the right to survive?
No. I would. The thing is, the thing is that it's a matter of degrees. The sentient organisms or us, even we have more rich internal mental life. Nuclear radiation doesn't really have a rich internal mental life. You see what I'm saying? You don't want to extend moral consideration to, more to nuclear particles or whatever, the radiation. You don't want to do that. So yeah.
I guess anytime I talk about radiation, it just reminds me of that Mr. Ouchie dude, that guy who was exposed to all that radiation, and the doctors kept him alive for like a month as he slowly devolved into biological goop.
Yeah, your avatar looks like
yeah, Mr. Hammond.
Michael Malzahn, right?
That's him if he got the radiation booster.
Oh, what's wrong? You don't want a bunch of dick-looking dinosaurs running around? Come on.
Mr. Hammond, I'm a big fan, but life will find a way.
Yeah, it's called cloning.
And also, put some frog DNA in your soup. It'll be okay.
Oh, well, I'm not the one messing with genetic manipulation, so.
But what do you think, Avian? Do you think that you can mix mix in a little sprinkle of radiation and make Godzilla, or is that possible?
I don't know. I feel like the science, what we see on the science is just the surface level, and we don't really genetics is not really linear cause and effect. I mean, there's lots of some genes, the network of genes can specify a lot of different proteins, or maybe the protein is more context sensitive when it comes together. You know what I'm trying to say? I talk about it on my biosemiotics video with Jesper Huffmeyer, the follow-up more. But that's the thing. Nuclear radiation and its contact with it is an element of unpredictability. You can't really predict it easily. I mean, it's really unpredictable. What happens when you get in contact with it? But you definitely want to avoid it. You want to avoid it as much as possible. You don't want to be like Homer Simpson and and take it lightly. You know.
No.
You know,
Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe radiation poisoning is inevitable. So, do you think that the Fallout series is likely, or?
Fallout, yeah, Fallout is. You know, I actually was playing Fallout 2 a while back, and there was a weird glitch on my computer. If it like it was just going too fast, and you know. But I need to get back to Fallout 2. It's a pretty good game, yeah. And I know Las Vegas is pretty good too. I need to play Las Vegas, but yeah, I think something like Fallout could happen, yeah. You know, if you
Yeah, we're already in the vaults. We just don't get an actual vault. They're already running the experiments on us.
We get the bootleg one.
You know, I mean, look, if we want to go down my LARPer road, you know, I sat there and I watched the whole entire first season of the Fallout series, and you know, I'm already into the lore as it is. And you know, when you get to that scene or not where the main character dude, the ghoul dude, you know, he sits there and he hears his wife in that board meeting with all them Fallout, you know, board members of the company, and you know, she sits here and says, you know, you all get to have a vault to yourself to run your experiments as you so please, and then turns around and tells you that the only way to get this started is if we you know, get it rolling. And then when you go and you watch the scenes when the nuclear bombs start to go off, does anyone not notice anything suspicious about that scene? Did you not notice that there's no bombs that come flying in from the air? Oh, that's right, because all the bombs were already inside the city and detonated inside city limits.
Yeah, well, no, they kind of talk about that they set it off on purpose to like have a reason to use everything that they had invested in, because basically they wanted to reset everything and take over. Yeah, that series is that Amazon series is very esoteric too.
But then go turn around and watch the new Naked Gun movie that just came out, and they literally put in your face that that's still like in Resident Evil Final Chapter. That's exactly what they're still planning to do. And again, if it's a LARP, then I mean, when you constantly repeat a theme over and over and over and over and over again, it's not just a scene in a movie. There's something more to it.
But it's also not just about nuclear stuff either. Like, this is what's weird is like, and I'm not going to get into too much detail because it is something I want to cover in more detail at some point. But like, if you look at the main actor, the guy who's turns into the ghost. I mean, what do you call those things? The ghoul. Yeah, the ghoul. So that guy, that actor. His wife died under mysterious circumstances. He was a really famous actor. He came out of nowhere, and he was on this show. And I don't know, it's kind of a weird story. But if you go look up his story is very weird, and he's very well connected now. And he did some like kind of weird rituals, in my opinion. Probably off TV, but also on TV, in my opinion. So I don't know, pretty weird thing. But yeah, it's a very occult related. Thing that they're doing there. It's not.
I believe the same thing about Keanu Reeves. I mean, look, I love Keanu Reeves as an actor, but I mean, I do find it a little suspicious that his wife and unborn child happened to die right before he becomes super, super famous. So I mean,
well, check this out. The machine. I want to ask you. Well, if you guys don't mind me detracting for 1 second. So in the John Wick series, John Wick is like going to like clearly a Russian Orthodox church a lot of the times, and then he's also an assassin for like basically like some Russian oligarchs. But then he goes and like murders everybody, and then everybody's trying to kill him. So he goes to like the middle of the desert and talks to like some Arab dude who's just like sitting in a tent, and he apologizes for killing everybody, and then he like cuts off his finger, and the guy says, "Okay, now you can come back in, and now you're like a real boy again," or something. So. Do you think that's the Hashashin that they're referring to in that movie based on what you've heard?
Right, yeah. Yeah, it would seem like they're making some sort of illusion. But the fact is that, you know, this has been played up, you know, by the Jays, right? Because, and also some other people, right? Because they want to say like, all right, well, you know, the Templars are Islamic, right? But they killed Arabs. They also killed Jews, right? They killed a lot of their fellow Christians, right? so you know, and their religion was sort of mixed in with a lot of different stuff, right? So sometimes they worked with the the Ismaili sect, right? That carried out these assassinations, right? These extrajudicial killings, right? And this is because they were against the caliphate, right? So there's forces today, right? Like I showed you, that are sort of they've sort of made a resurgence of this, right? Including the role of the Aga Khan, and Aladdin is, the Aladdin movie is about this and all that.
But you see, I would have to go to say that none of that's coincidence, is it? Though that, like, when you mean like with Aladdin and stuff, I just think to me it is funny. Like the other night when I started singing, "Be Prepared," like. That movie came out in the early 90s. I was a baby, I think. I might not even been born, or I was just born when that movie had came out. And, that movie sits right there and has, Scar going and doing the Nazi,
Yeah, I think you got cut out there.
Uh-oh.
Am I there? Am I there? Hello?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Now you back in stuff. Oh my God, what the hell was that? What is that? Nice.
Oh.
Wait, who's playing this? Is this you, Adrian?
I just felt like
That's fucking scary.
What the hell?
Yeah, sometimes AI can show the truth, I guess.
Oh, ain't that the fucking truth?
Is that our new Lord and Savior that they're gonna roll out next week, probably?
Maybe, maybe that's what.
That what you said about the AI thing is kind of true though, Avian, because except for some of the generations in my videos that I specifically want because I want to see them, a lot of the stuff the AI makes itself because I let my AI hear the music that I've made, and then it generates the images based on the song. So a lot of that satanic looking New World Order type stuff, that's the stuff that the computer fucking made. I never made it. So,
Yeah, I think there may be some truth, but I have to read it more. And Nick Land's idea of hyperstition and stuff, I have to read it more though. But, and the AI taps into the hyperstition and it can like show you like the truth better than even, CNN or Fox can show you. Like those are just. Yeah, but yeah, there's lots of occult stuff. And
well, I because I'm a Christian, I also believe that we're in the time of where like information is, readily available. But I mean, the AI that I work with, first of all, I'm using it for free. I've worked around the system to where I can get my generations off the platforms for free without having to pay for them. But I can tell you that if what some of the stuff that I'm able to generate, which it doesn't always come out clear in my videos or whatever, but some of the generations that I'm getting are so hyper realistic for some of them that in all honesty, I had to sit there for about 5 or 10 minutes and rewatch the same 5-second clip over and over again to see if I can catch any discrepancies in it. And which points back to like what the Mission Impossible movie with Tom Cruise, where it's all about the artificial intelligence and shit, where the whole entire premise of that movie is that the artificial intelligence has become self-aware, and it's creating news segments and things and pushing it out in the media that are so realistic that even the top computer analysts in the world aren't even able to tell the difference between it. So
well think about it like this. Like a lot of us who don't have like super successful careers or whatever, and we're kind of been trapped in the house for 5 years, and even a lot of people who did have good careers, the economy's shifting, and they're going to pay you to stay home and use the AI tools to create a career for yourself or create a income for yourself, and they're going to give you welfare to do so, right? So I think this is where the mistake, where people they misunderstand that the economy is even real, first of all, but even if it was real, that it's not being engineered to like make you want or desire or have no choice but to merge with the AI and train it how to quote unquote make you happy and own nothing, essentially, right? And I think that's kind of where everything's headed. And again, I think all of us here know that, but I think seeing just like how the mechanics of that is going to work in the long term, right? Like, you know, I think part of the reason they let all the criminals go and break in everything and do everything is like, so it just forces you to like not want to go out and do things if you're higher intelligence. So you'll feel that you have no choice but to go and merge with AI.
That's right, Neurojack. Why would I want to go to the movies and pay people for movies when I can sit in the comfort of my own home and make them on my phone?
Yeah, Bronze Boy is a nice comment here. Someone once told me what we create. That shifts my perspective, keeping that in mind. So, nice quote that relates to what you're saying.
Yes, that is true. Anything you make or say or do could later on down the line influence someone to do something. Yes, we know.
But this thing is like, you know, what did God put us here to do? Did he put us here to create things that create, or did he put us here to like be a steward of the things that are here to be, that he created? And again, like, I think there's a fine line. And I was going to ask you guys earlier, you guys said that like they're trying to, some people are trying to move to like a more natural alchemical thing. Do you guys think that that's what they're actually trying to do by basically getting humans to like use this stuff? So like they say that they want to put our brains in a vat, or just make us like robot people or something, right? But maybe actually they want us to like merge our biology with the machine and form like a symbiotic Geiger thing, you know what I mean?
Oh, well. Don't want to LARP Christianism, but in that Left Behind movie with Mr. T, when that woman, like I said, is in the courtroom when she's being put on trial for not taking the mark, there's a dude who's been, you know, paralyzed basically his entire life, and he goes and he takes the mark, and he's like, look what I can do now, and he goes and he's able to stand up out of his wheelchair or whatever and walk around, and then you know he goes and he points his hand at a cup of water on the table, and like from Star Wars, uses the Force, and he's able to make the glass shake a little bit, almost tip it over, and you know everyone starts clapping or whatever. So, you know, that's what I believe. I think the black goo and a lot of the biometric stuff and a lot of the technology that they're just putting in our faces and have been putting in our faces for even our parents. My parents were exposed to some of this technology. You know, like in Star Trek. You know, my dad loved Star Trek. People thought that things like communicators were 2,000 years in the future. We'll never have something that allows someone to talk on a screen between distances and you can see everything that they're doing in the background. But oh, look. So I mean, you know, how much of a LARP do you want to say it is a LARP? Because in effect, I mean, all the LARPs not only converge, but they all seem to be becoming reality. So, I mean, is it really that far-fetched to say that if we allegedly have all this amazing technology at the top of the food chain, what do they really have? I mean, look what I saw at the beach 3 years ago. If that thing exists, I can't imagine what they can do with genetics. And I'm not one trying to push like some ultimate conspiracy, but I'm just saying it's serious.
Well, you know what they say, LARP it till you fake it and fake it till you make it. So
That's right. My head ain't going in a fucking jar, huh? Just go on the ground.
Come on, man. It's warm and comfortable. You don't have to eat anything, but you always feel hungry. We can just like send electrochemical signals to your brain. You feel like you're eating chocolate cake all day, or you know, a shit sandwich if that's what you're into. You know what I mean? So we can make it happen for you.
Does it really come down to that these people are more afraid of death than what we are? So that's why they're doing everything they can to delay it. I'm just saying, everything seems like, they really don't like being in human flesh. So,
well, what's funny is that they call Christianity a death cult, but then it's like every other cult is like basically so scared shitless to death. So it's like, which one is? I don't know.
I think naturally on the surface, any normal human being would reject, transcendence. Oh, go and take your brain out of your skull and put it inside of this mecha, and let's see how it goes. So,
I would be interested in like limiting the decay of like telomeres or something. You notice, like I don't know if you guys ever looked into that, but like that's something that's like real that would like basically otherwise preserve your biology in theory, at least, right? But like they don't really talk about that anymore. So that's kind of what made me. That's what made me very suspicious of the transhumanism thing. I'm like, well, why wouldn't you just want to keep the body alive? Right.
Well, isn't it? It's kind of like the people who got their bodies cryogenically frozen. There are some people who died of not just diseases but natural causes, thinking that their bodies are going to be preserved on ice until later in the future they'll somehow be able to resurrect them. And these people paid a shit ton of money for that stuff to happen. So I don't know. I think that's insane. I mean, could you imagine being dead for 150 years and then if we did somehow bring you back? I don't know if I'd want to fucking experience that. Talk about a fucking living hell. See, that's what I'm saying. What it really comes down to is just that I think there's a mentality that is instilled in a certain amount of people. It doesn't have to necessarily be a devil mentality, but there is a mentality of people in this world who have resources and material that go beyond what any normal human being should ever have. And obviously they have the hubris and the determination to do whatever it takes to transcend the clouds, transcend the flesh. So I don't know, but I know it don't require me and you.
Well, maybe they do require me and you. Maybe they require us to continue talking into the ether and training the AI of like how this is how human brains work with language.
I hate to push the doomsday, but every single day that these people have to share the earth with us, trust me.
Well, I think that's the thing is like it would be. I think honestly, I think that the technology is at a situation where like they technically could wipe people out if they wanted to and still survive in a way, like in some way they could figure it out. The thing is, I think that they still need people for something, and they may not even be sure what that actually is, right? That's just my opinion, but I mean,
maybe it's the energy. Maybe it's the energy stuff. They always talked about how the reptilians, created all this, social media and different stuff, so that way they can create that energy siphon device, so that way they can suck out all the negativity that people complain about.
Yeah, maybe that's how they built the. Maybe they built the pyramids with loosh farms or something. We was loosh farmers and stuff.
Well, I'm just gonna say, that song, it's a small world after all. I think people are gonna really find out that all humans, real humans, people who bleed blood, are not that all that different. We all really are one family under God. So
you're saying that you share the family of God with the reptile Peter Thiel?
Yeah, buddy.
Come on, are you saying you wouldn't be his butt buddy for $50 million?
What, you don't want to be like penguins and make $35 million from doing nothing? Come on. While you go out there and work every single day to barely live a life that you consider livable, he makes $35 million from just nothing.
Well, it's not nothing, It's a hard job farming loosh from.
Welcome to corporate America.
You guys remember that theory about poltergeist being like young people's hormones, like making them have ESP and stuff?
I do remember talks about that, but dude, that was fucking well over 15 years ago that I heard someone talk
it was
about
happening
that.
way before you were born, for sure. Like, I have books from like the 70s and 60s that we're talking about, and I'm sure it happened even before that. But have you guys ever heard about that before? Like, young people can create poltergeists where they're like, because they're going through so much emotion and stuff like that. And that's what David Icke and all these new age people talk about. They talk about like the emotion creates like electrochemical fields coming away from your heart. Whatever.
I don't believe that. I mean, as someone who's a pretty emotional dude when he wants to be, I can tell you that, cabinet doors and things had never slammed open when I, got mad as a kid. So I don't believe.
Well, maybe you didn't get mad enough. Maybe someone needs to make you more mad.
That's right. You got to be Voldemort and set the whole school on fire.
Allegedly in a story.
I don't know. As far as the poltergeist connections, I mean, I definitely believe that the mental health of especially young men nowadays, it's being kindled for hatred, not just racism, but hatred and all other types of mentalities that just the online gaming industry, giving people the ability to talk in between countries and cities and states was probably one of the worst things we could have ever done. Because I can tell you, from the kids who were on Call of Duty when I was younger, I can't imagine what they're like as adults. So, You know, the Call of Duty gaming franchise really has helped foster and unleash that mentality of, if you want to call it rage. That's where I think the 28 days later series kind of plays into that, where they're
Well, it's
basically
definitely
putting in your
alluding to
face.
MK. It's definitely alluding to MK Ultra for sure. I mean, that's
Let me
100%
put it
what
this
it's
way.
alluding to.
When I looked at that drill instructor in school, when he constantly hounded me, I said, "Why does Call of Duty constantly wants me to hate Middle Easterns, Russians, and Chinese?" He didn't answer me, so that's not enough to tell you. I was like, how come there's not one Call of Duty game where I'm fighting against the American forces? Why is it always other people in other countries? Oh, because it's a recruitment tool. Uh-oh. Did I say that? Anyway, if you're really good at tactical prowess, don't show it on Call of Duty, because they will come and ask you to join.
Well,
but again,
see, the thing is, like, the teachers weren't thinking about that. They're thinking about which crews are going to go on during their 3 months off a year and where they're going to retire with their pension when they retire at 45 years old or whatever.
Well, my science teacher in high school before I quit told me that he was a spy in the 70s, but he also turned around and flirted with all the girls in his class. So,
well, that's just something that a spy would do. I mean, haven't you seen 007 and The Spy Who Shagged Me? Come on.
maybe the real problem, it really is the population. Maybe it really is too many humans. Maybe they are right. I don't know.
Well, Avian and Machine, I want to hear what you guys think. We've covered the gambit of about 15 different conspiracy theories. 15 minutes.
Well, you did cover a lot of interesting ground, you know, and I definitely think there are a lot of new kinds of problems. You know, I think overcrowding in dense urban areas is probably one of the biggest problems. You don't want to be in a dense urban area when shit hits the fan. It's better to be in a more
But do you want to be in a low density place where you can't make any money and you can't get a wife or girlfriend or a dog or anything else?
Yeah, that's a good point too. You know, there's always a risk involved. You know, you gotta do some basic cost benefit analysis. You gotta weigh your options carefully. You know, that's the thing about this modern era. You gotta always, you know, make predictions like what you think will unfold in, like, I don't know, a decade from now. I do think the next 10 to 20 years will be a painful one, unfortunately, and has a lot to do with the technical elites manufacturing global crises. You know, they want to break down society and then restructure it. You know, yeah, they definitely want to do that. Yeah. For like greater automation or smart cities or crap like that. But they probably want to.
Yeah, I was told. Yeah, I've heard the word efficiency. It's not efficient enough. The old world must die so that way the new one can be reborn in the flames of the phoenix.
Exactly, and I mean, pretty much they tell us that straight into our face with the Great Reset. You know, the World Economic Forum, Great Reset, or also Yuval Harari's Human 2.0. More people need to be talking about this stuff, but I feel like more people are being censored now. Like what happened to Chad Hack? You know what I mean? He was pretty much censored, and now his channel is gone, which is unfortunate. I did watch a lot of his videos. Quite a bit of them.
my channel is finally shadow banned. The last few in your face Illuminati videos that I've been making, trying to wake people up, like my shadow banned. Like when I would get my views were popping up, and now sometimes I'll get 20 or 30 views out of nowhere, and it doesn't even register my views, and some of my comments are disappearing. So I think YouTube has finally caught on. Like at first, my music was just stuff I wanted to make to get out lyrics that I've had in my head for years. But then it started turning into like, okay, let me make some psyoping videos. And I think YouTube has finally caught on because my views are not counting. So, you know, they almost automatically banned me on TikTok. On my TikTok account, I already had gotten an account warning within my first few videos. So it's weird how they're doing this censoring stuff. Like they'll censor people who automatically talk about it, but yet they didn't even bother striking any of the videos I make. So make it make sense. You can sit right here and put the exact same symbols and imagery and change the words and make it into a music video, and it's like the algorithm, the AI doesn't understand. I haven't gotten a strike, I haven't gotten a warning, so just I don't know. But then again, I don't think they really care about the information getting out, because how can they care? They sit here and put the shit in your face in all different types of ways and media. So, I mean, maybe it's just another divide and conquer and keep you in a fucking insane asylum box.
Yeah, that is a big problem that's growing, shadow banning and, reducing people's reach, and, also maybe sometimes just shutting down the whole channel. I feel like YouTube is not really that great,
Well,
maybe.
YouTube is rigged too, dude. When what's weird is I don't have enough subscriptions, but because I've gotten enough views, I can pay to promote my videos now. And if I was rich, I can tell you right now, I could put $1,000 right now in promoting my videos, and it would reach about 500,000 people. So now it's starting to make sense why, these people who are pushing this retarded ass content that literally has no value is sitting here getting, 80,
Right.
90, 100,000 views.
No, that's a good point, because here's the thing is like think about it like this, dude. Like, I've seen videos that get 500,000, a million views, and they only have 1,000 subscribers, right? So how are all these people that aren't really well known outside of YouTube getting 500,000 subscribers in 6 months or whatever the fuck? It's like, it doesn't make any sense, dude. Like, it's just not. It's just, there's no way that's real. I mean, like, personally, like, I do subscribe to almost every video I watch. I try to subscribe to the channel, unless I just really hate the video. But I don't think there's many people who do that. And I'm doing it for a reason. I'm trying to see, like, why, like, who are the people that I'm being funneled to watch, right?
It's the same thing with my videos. It's the same thing with my videos. Some of these weird videos where it's like it's my own psyoping, like I'm telling you things that I know that most people don't, like with the red and blue video. That thing got a shit ton of views out of nowhere, and that was a video I didn't expect to go anywhere. So I can tell you that most of these videos of mine that are getting like 60, 70, 80 views, I can tell you I never have gotten that many views on a video from my own subscribers. So yeah, they're definitely funneling it to certain people.
Well, like, I'm sure Machine probably has like 500,000 views on his channel. I'm pretty sure that's a conservative thing.
Probably.
If you go check, I'm pretty. I have 110,000. It took me 2.5, 3 years to get that, right? And that was mostly from shorts of just like, and I worked hard on my shorts, so I'm not like trying to take away from that, but it's like, I would much rather have like way less than half of that on the videos I originally made, because I made those for a reason. You know what I mean? The shorts I made to like get people to actually come and like subscribe to my channel, which didn't work. But so it's like, okay, so like what's the key here, right? Like, maybe if I showed my face and I just did like a bunch of nonsense content about like, whatever people were. I see, that's the thing is like, I think that what you said about the advertising is true. Like, I think unless you're willing to quote unquote invest, so it's not enough that you invest your time so that YouTube can make money and do all this. And I think and obviously we know that Google and stuff like this is like a front company for the government, but I'm just saying from a normal business standpoint, there's no way that you would have all this free storage for 6 billion people to like upload their videos unless there was something other than money involved, right? So I think that's really, so because it's just too much. It's just too much power and data. Like the numbers don't make sense.
Thank you. Please do tell me, where are they storing the unbelievable amount of storage that it would take for the amount of people who are uploading videos every single day? Thank you. Oh, maybe that takes a quantum computer. Maybe that's also what the AI has been using to study, how the AI works, especially with the video generation.
Well, a part of this also is like, I'll tell you like how fast YouTube works on just a Wi-Fi connection, and I'm just using that as an example. It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's almost instantaneous for almost any video in the world, like you said. So it's like, where is this stuff being stored, right? And then like, it's because like, okay, the I guess you can go around the Earth 7 times in a second at the speed of light or something, right? Supposedly, allegedly, But so I'm just saying, it's like, where, like you said, like what's the storage, what's the transmission process like it's going on all these undersea cables allegedly, and
You beat me
then it
to it.
goes through it's like I mean, I'm not saying it's not possible, but it is pretty miraculous. I have to say that you know what I mean. I can literally be on top of a mountain right now, right, with no direct line of sight to a cell. I mean, there must be some direct line of sight to a cell tower, you know, but still, you know, I can basically be calling you guys from the top of the mountain. So it's that's pretty incredible, right? And then somebody in Indonesia could be picking up the phone, listening to me with you know, a 0.25 second delay or something. So I don't know. That's pretty interesting, you know.
Well, you know, it's like they say, Satan is God of the air, airwaves, radio waves. So I mean, it's the same thing. Like when you have you know, if you have an electric guitar and an amp, you know, in certain days, you know, you can pick up a radio. I can't tell you how many times my dad and me has sat here and heard a radio station coming in through his amp. So I mean, you know, if people really honestly heard the chatter that's in your airwaves that you can't pick up on a human frequency, it'd probably drive us insane. So, you know, that really goes to say, do you want to believe the Truman Show? And, you know, look, I'm not saying that to some extent up in the atmosphere that we don't start to lose what we perceive to be as gravity. That's what I honestly believe. I think that when you start to go up to a certain distance, what we consider gravity starts to fade away and the inverse starts to happen. And I'm just going to sit here and say that, you know, I've seen things in the night sky. I've looked through telescopes. I've never actually seen the ISS. I've never actually seen a telescope through, you know, and I've seen videos and I've seen and heard testimonies of people who claim to see that stuff actually up there. But I'm going to tell you, you're not going to sit here and convince me. First of all, a majority of people don't realize that okay, when you go and you see them animated images of all the satellites that they claim that's up there in the sky, right? They claim that the sky is so littered with satellites that it looks like the Earth has a landmine field floating around it. But yet, when you sit here and you look up at the night sky, even with the naked eye, even if you're out there in the middle of the country where you can see the stars, you're not seeing this thousands. And, you know, and they sit here and say, well, there's no way you can see it with the naked eye. Bullshit. How many times have they sit here and claim that you can see the ISS with the naked eye with the right conditions? So, you know, to sit here and believe that, you know, all right, I live in a city of around 100,000 people. So imagine 100,000 people all using the same satellite, but yet this same satellite is also supposed to control communications for emergency services, certain military channels, and depending on the satellite, literal weapon satellites that have nuclear codes in them, all types of things that, like in, you know, the day the Earth stood still, oh, he just hacked our satellite. So, you know, to sit here and convince me that we have these, you know, technological wonders floating around in the air and that their main job is to just direct communications. I mean, you know, it's like when you go and you see that video of what was, I think it was Richard Nixon. Was it Nixon that was talking, or was it Reagan? Whatever, which one was sitting there talking to the astronauts while they were in space on a fucking landline. You know, well, you know, the same technology that civilian uses isn't the same of what, you know, what our top military people use. Exactly. So again, that's the point. The technology that I saw 3 years ago confirmed years and years and years and years of a conspiracy that, you know, for the longest time, I just played off as, you know, a bunch of rich people playing around in their very rich toys. And whether or not that's really what it was, all it did was just confirm me that if that technology is what was capable of doing just the simple thing it was doing when it was flying by, then I can't imagine the type of applications that they have in genetics, anything. It doesn't matter what it is. So, I mean, if they're able to do that, what are they doing in your food? What are they doing to your air? Well, I can tell you that on a good hot day when I go outside, that by 1 o'clock in the fucking afternoon, my sky is so covered in the fucking chemicals that the entire city smells like a burnt tire and hospital chemicals. And then you start to get a stomach ache and you start to feel queasy. And then you have to tell your child, cover your fucking face and let's go inside from the park because it's done spread so much in the sky that it's created a fog over the fucking park. But, you know, we just go about our lives LARPing about it. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you other than you want to be like Mila Jokovic in that movie. What is it? Breathe or whatever, where she has to walk around on the earth that has no atmosphere. I mean,
Yeah, let me respond to the Browns boy. And also I'm gonna cover something Jack asked too. But first, let me answer this for Browns boy. Information or like Akashic records or something like that. Maybe it exists. Yeah, that's metaphysics. It's possible, but in the physical hard drives, it's more like I don't think it really weighs that much more. But in terms of the unique ontological status of information, that's a difficult question. Yeah, I'm not sure. So, but that is an interesting line of thought to follow. But anyway, now I'm going to do what Neurojack asked because it looked interesting. He gave me this interesting video from Jim Bob about whether or not naturalism or materialism is coherent. I don't think it's coherent, but we're gonna watch like the opening statement.
Yeah, he's been making a couple of these. Yeah, he made one that said that says that evolution doesn't make sense. So yeah, it would be very helpful if you respond to these videos.
Well, and this one is a very particular interest. So which we don't have to discuss here. We probably shouldn't, but it's a very particularly interesting thing. I actually haven't seen it, but like the person that is, we'll just watch.
Yeah, I'll just show it. Let me see here. Gonna share. So you can see it, right? Okay.
We can't see it.
Not
we
yet.
Can't see it.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
I'm legally blind.
That's because I haven't put it here. Okay, now you can see it. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Look at that! Look at that pretty noose hanging up there.
Uh oh.
Yeah, I stumped the guy with philosophy of mind at the end of the debate.
Yeah.
And you can skip the intro a little bit. I don't know. It's probably like 30 seconds in or something. They just usually jump right into the opening statement. So
yeah, this might be copyright stuff, so we're gonna skip this intro.
Oh yeah.
They have him.
Oh, whoops.
Let's listen to Shekel Boy.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Crucible. I'm your host, Andrew Wilson. Just saw some of you at the other channel earlier, I think, but that's okay. We're just gonna pretend like you're just now getting here. Tonight we have a great debate for you between Staxiums and Jim Bob. I did engage with Staxiums on a panel one night, and I actually kind of liked the guy. I thought he did pretty well. So I was happy to have him come on to the Crucible. I've been looking for a topic that I thought he might want to engage in, and I think we found a pretty good one. So he's a first-time member to the Crucible. That's okay. You can still throw tomatoes at him. What does he care? What's he going to do about it, right? He's on our turf. I'm kidding. Obviously, I'm joking. You can also throw tomatoes at Jim Bob if you want to get banned. So that's basically the rules. If there's totally I'm kidding again. There's going to be a good debate. I'm looking forward to it. Before we get into that, make sure that you like, share, subscribe, do all the YouTube shit that you're supposed to do.
That's right. Do as you're told by your masters.
What else? Oh yeah. Become a channel member. Yeah, just do all that fucking YouTube
That's right.
shit.
Get more money to
Also,
Shekel Man.
make sure that you watch the videos on this channel. That way we can get the watch time up. That way I can monetize this channel too. Still waiting for the strikes to fall off on the other channel, which sucks. But anyway, it's going to be a good debate. I'm looking forward to it.
See, Goys, you're just one of us. Come on now.
Debaters, and we're going to get moving.
Yeah, it's another musical interlude here.
He likes this guy, by the way. It's very interesting. Go ahead. You can skip ahead a little bit. I think it's going to be very.
Actually, this one a little bit before.
This might be very lengthy. Yeah.
Yeah, it's lengthy.
I just want to see the opening statements because I haven't seen this yet, and there's a particular reason why this is interesting. But all right, here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, to the Crucible. Let me readjust the boxes here real quick. We have Jim Bob to the right and Staxiums to the left. Staxiums, first time on the Crucible. We appreciate you coming very much. Why don't you take a second, introduce yourself, tell everybody a little bit about yourself very briefly, and then where they can find you.
Yeah, absolutely. Staxiums, basically everywhere. Most of my audience is from TikTok, where I make short form TikTok videos, mostly about philosophy, gaming, and social democracy. I'm a pretty raging liberal, and I support Biden 100%. A little bit of an atheist. And yeah, excited to have this debate.
Raging.
I appreciate that very much. Jim Bob, same thing
Hi.
to you.
Hi, I'm Jim
Go ahead.
Bob. I'm a political cartoonist made by Jim Bob. Is most of my handles everywhere, IG and everywhere else. I do commentary, humor, and all this other stuff, and I like to debate some important topics, this being one of them.
Okay. And Staxiums, you may not know this, but one of the very few, like peeves I have is if there's typing in the background while somebody's talking, right? Super annoying. I know that you know this. I'm not picking on you, but I am just kind of telling you, let's avoid that as we kind of go through the debate. If you need to type or something like that, make sure you mute yourself.
Totally.
Yeah. Okay. Appreciate that very much. The debate
Sounds
topic
like
tonight
Hank.
is on naturalism, materialism. We're going to let Staxiums open. I understand that, you know, this could go a lot of different ways. Yeah,
Man,
you
this
have 7
Daxians
minutes on
guy
the
looks
clock,
so
Staxiums,
familiar. I
whenever
don't know
you're
where I've
ready.
seen this guy before. Wow.
I'm not gonna lie, he does look
So,
familiar too.
I don't know if I have 7 minutes of material prepared. Hope that's okay. But I did. I am kind of a bit of a
Why don't you
raging
go Google
atheist.
that
I grew up
guy?
Christian, Mormon specifically, and found the Bible a little incoherent. I met a lot of spiritualists, and I didn't really find their arguments any more compelling. I'm not sure what direction my opponent will take this conversation. But more than likely, he will probably take an argument similar to the so-called God of the Gaps, an argument where he'll show that God or some supernatural force is allowing for all of the unexplainable behavior in the universe. And because we are learning and exploring so much more of the universe, what you have to contend with is that you are believing in a God or supernatural forces that are growing smaller and smaller every day. That personally is not a God I would contend with. I don't know.
That makes no
I
sense,
definitely
but okay.
feel like I am taking the defensive position here. I do feel like my opponent has the burden of proof to prove that there is some sort of supernatural entity or just God in general. Maybe
Sounds like I can't make faith on my
prove
own.
that an apple is circling around the moon, just like I can't prove a lot of these supernatural behaviors exist.
No, but I believe NASA.
Yeah, I think that these arguments are definitionally rely on sort of incoherent positions. And I think I'll just give up my time and let Jim Bob take the floor.
Go.
Yeah, I just want to be clear with you, though, Staxiums. You do have 6 more minutes. If you want to say anything else for your opening, you are welcome to do that.
No, I think I'm okay. I'll go ahead and respond to Jim Bob and just I'll let him take the 7 minutes and then we can engage.
Okay, Jim Bob, go ahead whenever you're ready. 7
Okay,
minutes on the clock.
so the debate is naturalism, materialism coherent? The answer to that question could be pursued by an atheist. So the debate tonight is not does God exist? It's not is the God that Jim Bob prays to, does he exist? The question is naturalism coherent? So the way in which we look at a worldview like naturalism, materialism, whether it's coherent, is to look at the 3 pillars of a worldview, the constituents being epistemology, metaphysics, and ethics or morality, and whether or not the worldview itself can account for it. Now, if materialism or naturalism means that everything is, in fact, the only thing there is matter, that's one position. I'm not sure my opponent takes that, but we'll hear where exactly he stands. My position tonight is that naturalism, materialism can't even account for knowledge. So without even, we can get into the metaphysics, and I don't even think we'll end up on morality, but it's possible. I don't even think naturalism can account for epistemology, and if it can't account for epistemology and knowledge, and if there's any example of something the naturalist appeals to that is not in fact matter, the position is pretty much over. And so that'll be my task tonight. That's all I have.
Gentlemen, I appreciate very much the opening statements. I think that maybe it's a good thing that the opening statements weren't too long so that both of you guys can explore your various positions. Before we get into that, make sure all of you out in chat land, go to Dono Chat if you want to send in a super chat for either of the debaters tonight. I don't know if it's linked. Actually, I better check and make sure it's linked at the top. But that's where you will be able to send in a super chat. It is there. Okay. Usually, you know, you can just send it in on YouTube, but we're on the backup channel, so you can send in through Dono Chat. Of course, we'll be reading those off. We will be taking callers tonight after this debate is done. That way, you can put both of these gentlemen to the question. You can hop into the Discord if you want to do that. So, without further ado, the floor is open.
That's right, because it's all about the shekels. It's all about the shekels.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, so essentially, your argument is that matter doesn't account for knowledge. I do think that generally, whenever you structure some sort of philosophical groundwork, you have to take some axioms, just sort of you have to start with some sort of groundwork. And I generally agree with Descartes, who generally took knowledge and existence sort of as axiomatic, like that. Basically, Descartes somewhere. And if we keep drilling this down the ground, we just kind of drive ourselves crazy. So I don't know the issue with taking knowledge and existence as axiomatic. I don't know why that's an incoherent position. I can't. Is he muted? I think he's muted. I can't hear.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah. Is that better? I think
I can hear you now.
And now
Sorry.
Andrew's muted.
Okay, I can hear Jimmy and not Andrew.
because knowledge itself, right, is not found in matter. So it's not identical to matter. There's nothing material about knowledge. There's nothing, and that's not even the only thing. Knowledge can't even be accounted for from the materialistic position because the very process of coming to knowledge or even making a proposition would just be the result of mechanics, biological, chemical, laws of physics, laws of nature. It would just be a consequence. So this concept of like thinking or coming to knowledge or evaluating truth claims or doing anything
Avian and Machine, feel free to jump in anytime.
I'm of dominoes falling.
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's there to bite on yet. But I was just saying, like.
No, I mean,
like for me, like the first red flag is like Descartes and axiomatic is like, whoa, okay, so that's kind of a weird argument.
I actually agree with Jim Bob that knowledge has a kind of immaterial aspect.
Right.
So I agree with him there, and I actually, I don't think Descartes was very good to bring up, like because Descartes is kind of like a dualist, or
right.
Yeah, because of the interaction problem. You know what I mean? Like that's the common thing. But yeah, I lean towards like a kind of panpsychism, neo-Lamarckian. I'm a neo-Lamarckian, which means a lot of materialists would hate me too, and as a consequence, I also am open to the idea of God more so, like some transcendence, something that emanates, or like pulses, or something. Yeah, like a kind of pan-entheist or something. But yeah, we can continue watching the video. But so far, I'm more on Jen Bob's side, you know, because I'm not a materialist at all. You know, I'm not a materialist. Like, you know, like
Jen Bob.
Well, I'm sure that dude's age plays a lot into it. If I'm being honest, you know, I can be a materialistic person. You know, who doesn't want to have nice things in life and be able to live peacefully and, you know, live comfortably? But there's a big difference between the younger generation and stuff. So.
No, the materialism in this sense means that everything is physical. Like it's like pinballs hitting each other.
I meant that too. I mean, yeah. I meant materialistic, like everything physical, flesh, like the need to buy, that kind of stuff. I mean, materialism in the sense is physical.
The need
the
to seed.
That too, yeah.
Yeah. Let me also say, Buddhism is, or at least the school I follow, is incompatible with materialism, and there are a lot of, you know, in my Sanka, there were a lot of people going around pushing materialism, you know, like stuff like storehouse consciousness has it's kind of like the soul because it's not 100% material. The storehouse consciousness, it has an immaterial aspect. The Linkavatra Sutra talks about that, but yeah, we can continue the video.
Similar to the bubbling of, say, hot springs in northern Colorado. It's just a happening. So no, you couldn't take Descartes because if you're holding a materialist position, or a naturalist position, you would actually have to find and isolate something called knowledge in the physical. If you appeal to anything that's not physical to then ascertain some truth or examine the external world, you're already outside of the naturalist paradigm. And that doesn't even we're not even talking about the fact that there's a mind in play that's examining things, which isn't also not found in nature.
A mind that's examining things isn't found in nature.
No.
Maybe I don't have a hard knowledge enough on philosophy to fully like understand your positions, but you're essentially saying that the mind and perceiving things in itself, like what do you account? I'm curious what you account for this outside of nature.
Well, what I account for is irrelevant to whether materialism and naturalism can account for the mind, which is the thing that's spotlighted today. We can get into that later, but I really want to cross-examine your position, which is to say, well, naturalism and materialism is coherent. Well, if coherent means consistent, if coherent means it accounts for knowledge, the existence of knowledge, the ability to apprehend and hold knowledge, the ability to hold two claims simultaneously together and then examine which one is more coherent, then naturalism can't do it. Because, again, materialism or naturalism, basically the consequence of it is that everything we're doing right now, the sounds coming out of our mouth, are merely the symptoms of strict mechanistic processes. And so if you say opinion A and I say opinion B, and then we leave it to some other person, we're calling a person, which in naturalism would just be a machine. If we leave it to them to examine the two propositions, the two opinions, their opinion is no different than ours. It's just a consequence of matter in motion. It's a consequence of strict biological law, laws of nature, laws of physics, chemical reactions. And I don't think a materialist or a naturalist can account for, let's just give can we give ourselves a mind, a thinking mind, a self, a brain, something that's not identical to just brain matter, that examines things and has access to knowledge, and the materialist and the naturalist can't do it.
I don't know. I sorry, and maybe we've just got the wrong person for this debate essentially. But I want to apologize. Just to begin with. But from my understanding, I don't understand why it's so incoherent for us to basically just say that we have memories that are basically explained by neurons that are passing information through each other, and we make logical arguments based off of axioms that we pre-exist. I don't understand why we have to appeal to some sort of hidden third party source. I don't see a gap in knowledge. I don't see a go ahead.
I don't think I want to clarify something.
Sure.
You're describing neurons and knowledge of neurons, right? Memories.
You use knowledge, and I don't know if I fully understand what you're referring to.
Do you have knowledge of something called a memory? Do we know what the concept of a memory is together? All three of us probably?
Sure,
right.
Sure.
So we have knowledge of what we call a memory, what we're referring to as a memory. What I'm saying is, as you describe the physical things that make up a memory, neurons firing, some crinkles in the brain, storing information that can be somehow gathered by a processing tool called the brain. What I'm saying is that even your assessment of that would also just be physical things happening. So us talking right now, my computer. Us talking right now would just be the outcome of inputs. Like input, output. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So I want to know from your position, how is us talking and thinking and trying to figure out the truth of the matter, right? Using philosophy, using knowledge, using information, using the laws of logic, and these things. How is it different than water coming out of the ground?
How is it different? I don't know if it is different. I feel like go ahead.
I'm saying if it's not different,
okay,
then we don't have access to knowledge. And that therefore materialism is incoherent.
Walk me through that. So because you feel like I think that basically it's just inputs and outputs, right? Mm-hmm. That we all of my behaviors are explained by some sort of predetermined
determinism.
base.
Yep.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
100%.
Sure.
that you feel like knowledge can't be attained?
Right. Why? Because any conclusion we come to would be determined by a mechanistic law-based system. So how would we separate what's the correct assessment of reality or philosophy or any description of reality or anything we come to and think of, if it's no different than a bubbling water coming out of the ground? Then whatever you come to, right, in this debate, whatever I say, whatever you say, would be just determined from the inputs and the mechanism at work. How could it ever be not that?
I
That's
kind of
weird.
agree with that. Sure.
That's a little
So
weird.
you agreeing with that would just be caused by mechanisms. You understand?
Sure. Sure.
So you can't come to knowledge because a third person, let's say Andrew,
What do you mean it's weird?
moderator, and he was a listener
What do you
who's
mean?
going to decide.
I like to ask myself philosophical questions. You know, sometimes when I sit up late at night and I'm talking to God and to myself, just trying to get my bearings.
You mean you like to neuro jack off? Okay,
yeah, buddy. I've often found I've asked myself before, what is it that really makes us human? What is it about a person that, you know, gives you a personality? What is it that makes you you? You know, why aren't we really just, you know, apes out in the trees throwing shit at each other and beating each other in the heads with rocks? What is it about us that makes us, you know, paint? What is it about us that makes us sing, to make us dance, to make beautiful clothing, you know, to do all the stuff that what we consider makes us human, that you know, they like to say that separates us from the animals, like they say about in John Wick. What separates us from the rules, Mr. Wick? I mean, what separates us from the animals is the rules. So I mean, I think it's funny that, like, you know, what he's talking about is something that I've been philosophically asking myself for a while, which is what really makes me who I am. Is it, you know, the people you choose to love? Is it the hobbies you choose to have? You know, it's just, it to me, it sounds, you know, I don't know Jim Bob on a personal level, but I mean, the dude, it does sound like he really is being legit, at least in this interaction of trying to get the guy to understand that, like, there's a lot of people, and no offense to you, Avian, you can believe in evolution or whatever, but, you know, I know some people who believe in evolution and believe in God. I'm on the fence about it. I think it can be and or. I don't think evolution completely negates God at all. But
let me say something though. The thing is, you have to understand, evolution has different theories. I don't support modern synthesis or extended synthesis. I am a neo-Lamarckian, and you know, throughout history, neo-Lamarckians were more likely to believe in God. Okay, there's a problem with evolutionary biology that I dealt with in the beginning. They don't believe in agency. They don't believe in biological agency. They don't believe in that life has any qualia or mentality. You know, they reduce everything to natural selection, and I'm against
that. Yeah, I know. That's why they're telling all the moms and stuff that their babies are just a clump of cells and parasites.
Well, think about it. Think about it in the terms of in Jurassic Park. He said, "Life finds a way." Just those 3 words, or just those 4 words, basically indicate like willpower or like agency. Finds is something that you do with agency. It's not something that just happens without agency, right? So it's saying life will, you know, adapt essentially, but it's like it gives it like a maybe not personhood, but something.
Yeah, let's just go make a bunch of fucking dinosaurs and not care whether or not they might evolve one day to actually become the apex predator.
Also, I am agnostic about a special intervention, you know, like, because symbolic reference is very unique. You know, we don't see any other, you know, the swastika was not originally a bad symbol. You know, it was everywhere in the ancient world. You know, the swastika was meant to represent something that can only be explained by other symbols. You know, and the swastika, no other creature makes anything like a swastika or like a dharma wheel or like a cross, you know, because those are symbols that are meant to represent something more than what we see in the natural world, you know what I mean? And that kind of capacity, even Jesper Hoffmeyer, whose book I read, Biosemiotics, he says that capacity is very, you know, it's not easy. Like, if you were to study the natural world, you cannot really predict something like that could emerge. So it's a difficult question, like how did symbolic reference emerge? But anyway, I wanted to address something else. You know, right now they're talking about what's called the explanatory gap, you know, which is like how you have like input and output, and yet, you know, people aren't zombies. You know, we have qualia, we have internal mental life. Like, the scientific worldview cannot explain it. And you have people like Patricia claim that your mind is an illusion. It's just created.
Well, don't
by-
worry, don't worry. You're just one puff of fentanyl away from being a zombie. So don't worry.
Or bath salts.
Yeah, exactly. So those are some things exploring. This is an interesting video so far. We can keep watching it, or if people are tired, I can continue it some other time. We'll watch it a little bit more, I guess.
I just wanted to say that that's one of the reasons why I like Marvin the Martian so much. One of my favorite quotes by him is, "I think man is the most interesting insect on planet Earth." Basically, they think that they're a rational being. How absurd! So I don't know, y'all. Go ahead and play the video. It's just every day it's something.
Between us, which one he thought was right about
Sure.
about the world. Even his assessment would be determined. Therefore,
Correct.
It's endless, right? It's
Yes.
an endless, so you could never come to knowledge because there's no independent viewer or appraiser.
I think that you're presupposing that we understand, like that you are. I think you're defining knowledge, and I don't know if I fully grasp your particular definition, because generally what I would agree with all of your assessments that essentially all of my behaviors could be explained by some sort of past indicators or
Well,
a chain of dominoes. 100% determinism. Yeah.
Not
And that we don't
explained.
necessarily have free will.
No,
Yeah.
not explained though, because explained would assume we have knowledge. It would just be determined. It would just be, it is, right? So not explained, actually. It would just be determined. So an explanation, do you understand the consequence of the position is that an explanation post hoc of what is occurring would also just be determined.
I feel like you lost me. And I
If
apologize.
thinking-
I don't have a hard background in
It's okay.
philosophy.
If
Yeah.
thinking itself and coming to conclusions and appraising
Hold
statements.
on, just wait 1 second, sorry.
And understanding, trying to understand.
So what's interesting is this guy doesn't have a hard background in philosophy, or doesn't even care, basically. But yet
Yeah,
he's
like- yeah,
got
like-
millions of people watching him about philosophy.
Yeah, what a weird thing to say. Like, like at this time there wasn't that many people watching the Crucible, right? But what's weird still is that the title of the debate literally says, "Is naturalism / materialism coherent?" So it's literally a philosophical topic, right? And it's rife with, like definitions, like right there in the title of the debate. So the fact that he just said, "Oh, well, I'm not really here to debate philosophy." Well, you're here to debate naturalism. So how are you going to avoid philosophy, right? Like just exactly what was he going to bring to the, debate, right? It's really just an odd thing to say. And of course, it's 19 minutes into the debate, right? I mean, they should have called the whole thing off at this point.
Well, I mean, maybe sometimes they just need filler content, just bring a random idiot, that doesn't really know anything off the internet, make content out of them like we know people do us.
Yeah. Yeah. Is naturalism coherent? Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't
Well,
really know about
but what's
philosophy.
special about this one is that Wilson went out of his way to be extra nice and cozy with this guy. Like, oh, I like this guy. He's very nice.
Yep. That was the first indicator. How often does he ever admit he likes someone? No, you got to keep him entertained, right? Bread and circuses.
Yeah, I actually did watch this debate a little bit, but like halfway and like some other stuff. Yeah, the Staxian guy doesn't really.
Compare that to what they say now, where they say that like liberalism is literally like death, and they're trying to kill us all, and blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? So it's like, what a change in a very short amount of time. In rhetoric,
Yeah.
But yet they still debate these guys like they're friends with them and have a beer with them afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Also I want to say that, when you get deep into like so-called science, they don't actually have a cogent definition of the physical, like quantum physics. The definition of physical kind of breaks down on the quantum level. For example, Federico Fagin, he's an idealist or a panpsychist. He believes that mind is in the quantum field. So mind is like universal to Federico Fagin. I was talking about him a little bit. Like he thinks the vibrational quantum field have a degree of consciousness. And I wanted to say that the physical, like, there's no cogent way to frame the physical at all, because we don't really have a definition of the physical since we abandoned contact mechanics with Newton. So the question, like, is this the brain? Is this the table? Is it physical? Doesn't make sense since we don't really have a cogent definition of physical. They're just different parts of the world that we try to make sense of, you know. But the thing is that the mind or the experience, you know, it cannot really be explained by physical quantitative facts. You know, if you experience red, you know, like like there's a experience, like in my other video I talk about, you know about Mary's thought room experience. You know, like Mary is inside a room that's monochrome, black and white. She learns all the neurochemical facts about the color experience red. She reads about it endlessly, but when she finally leaves that room and sees red for the first time, she gains knowledge of red that goes beyond the mere brute physical facts, you know, the mechanism, you know, I'm trying to say. And, you know, the thing is, you know, when you go down into quantum physics too, it's all probabilities and it's all like vibrational quantum fields. So it's not really like, you know, pure mechanism, because you're dealing with like stuff like, you know, that kind of breaks down your basic mechanistic understanding, you know. So I don't think this guy has a strong scientific background either, because first you have to define what is physical, you know, and that's kind of hard to do also. Like, what is physical? But the thing is the mind, you know, the experience, like how does it relate to the external world? You know, it's a very tough question.
I think that's what the movie. I think that's what the movie Inception was trying to bring to the masses. You know, a lot of people just see that movie as about, you know, dreams, but when you really go and study that movie, boy, you know, it even made me re-examine what some of my dreams mean. So, because I can tell you, in some of the dreams that I've been put into,
I'll give you guys an example.
Right.
Let me give you an example. I had a dream the other day, and I had a lot of weird dreams the past few days. I was a little sick or something, but so let me take you guys this one. So I went to like Hawaii or something, and then like somebody I know, kind of like not too well, was there, and they're like, oh, this is their property, we didn't know, and then it's like this giant cliff that's like literally like 100 stories up, so like they thought they got beachfront property, and it was, but like it's like literally like you know, 1,000 feet down to the beach, you know what I'm saying, like straight down. And it was this is very like extremely vivid, by the way, like and you can literally see like in both directions, you know. And anyways, then they go back and say like, oh, here's our little property, and you can stay the night. And so I went in the house, and it's like, you know, it's like a normal house, like it's very like realistic, you know. And then I was kind of getting weirded out, and then they're like, oh, you can sleep out here on this like kind of like a porch deck thing, you know what I mean? And then when I went out there, I saw this like well, it looked like a monkey human hybrid thing. And then there was like a spider that jumped on it and started like cutting its head off. And then the person's like over there like just rearranging all his guns and stuff. And I was like, oh, this is very uncomfortable. So I don't know. So if someone wants to interpret that dream, tell me what that means.
Monkey human hybrid thing. Was it standing in a particular stance? Was it like?
Oh, it was on top of a shed, and then the spider thing was like very like hairy and thorny and like very fast moving, like you know, something out of a nightmare, basically, literally. So yeah, it's pretty intense. And just the fact that nobody else was reacting really freaked me out, because they're like, oh, you can still stay here. I was like, no. I'm gonna like drive 50 miles away from this place and sleep there. Yeah.
A beautiful scene, but with scary aesthetic. I mean, that could be many things. I mean, a lot of my dreams, most of my dreams that were nightmares, I mean, the theme always usually centered around a personal message. It was never, you know, you're just thrown into randomness and you're just randomly watching events happening. So I mean, the monkey can represent many things. The spider is definitely something violent, or what most spiders represent, you know, a silent assassin in the corner. So I mean, you know, it could mean a lot of things. It could be a personal thing in your own life with your, you know, your own family. It could be you have to be careful when you try to interpret your own dreams. I don't try to push off my dreams when I have them, but you know, when you're constantly having end of the world dreams where you're watching the world break open and lava pour out of the ground and, you know, the sun turn into, you know, black sackcloth and, you know, all this other horrible end of the world stuff, you get to the point where you're just like, okay, it's there. But I mean, you know, dreams are very strange. You know, I haven't had a good dream in a very, very, very long time. So, I mean, is it a product of what I've consumed, or, you know, is it God who just sends you messages every once in a while to warn you? I mean, it could be a lot of things. I mean,
let me also say something. So I would agree with Jim Bob that the empirical sciences currently doesn't know like how informational content magically arises from physical systems, or whether like how it relates to it ontologically. That's more of a question for philosophy. So, you know, let me tell you something interesting. Schrödinger, one of the best quantum physicists, he was an idealist. You know, he thought that the mind was the basis of reality, like pure awareness. Or you have Federico Fagini, who was like Fagini. He's like one of the best creators of the computer, Federico Fagini. Yeah, no, I know that's a weird name, you know, because it's an Italian name. It's kind of funny, but yeah, he argues that the mind is, you know, more special and stuff. But yeah, basically, Jim Bob is right about the knowledge and information not being fully explicable by reference to the physical constituents of parts. So I agree with him there so far. You know, so that's all I want to add.
Right, he's pretty much a dualist. So he agrees with you know, Staxium's that the physical matter is dead. Right, like it has nothing.
Oh, the wood is dead.
Yeah, so that's a key distinction as well. You know, he thinks obviously he thinks that knowledge is coming from the mind of God. So
well, where do you get dualism from? Because that's very interesting. Like I've never heard anybody call Jim Bob a dualist. So
well, it's like
what do you mean by that?
He explained it through you know, Descartes, right? This is the example he used, right?
So you're saying Jim Bob agrees with the dualism? And just sorry, just reiterate that. Well, I want to make sure